Yeah, go on, Brendan.
Have a good evening. I'll join later, perhaps, if I have some time.
Please do if you can. Of course. We always appreciate your presence. Okay, that was Brendan. So, yes, gratitude. Thank you so much. All right, so we are connecting to studio. That much is apparent, and that's good. So give me a second here to just click on live or refresh the live page so that we can do a little echo test, so to speak. And we're going to see, of course, if... Okay, that's not working. Let's see if that works a second time when I reset the page. Fuck, it's not working. Okay, are we live streaming at all? Says we are. T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. Goddess bless you, T-Tank Barry. We could not do this without you. For some reason, we're not showing up on the channel. So I'd like everyone to check the channel to see if we are appearing on channel. Aristides, of course, is our engineer, so to speak. We're going to count on him to do that. All right? I'm going to...
For a while, consider this my sound check and letting you know I'm about to walk in the door.
Okay.
Probably be on mute for a couple minutes
okay.
while I get settled in a hail of barking and all this, and then I will get right to the computer and check.
Okay, thank you so much for that information.
The live stream is confirmed on the channel. I have just visited the channel.
Excellent.
Everything's going well.
Thank you. It's simply that
Very
I don't... Oh, thank you. Thank you. And as you can tell, I simplified it to disambiguate it from AI. I simplified it intentionally because I'm being saturated with AI. And that was at least the one thing that I was always accused of consistently while I was producing illustrations throughout my career by people who just want to assault you, and they want to find you as lying about something. They want to find you as pretense. They want to find you under pretense about anything they can. So my illustrations have always been assaulted, and the one thing that I never got assaulted by was an accusation of using AI, because it just didn't exist at that time. Now that AI is available for everyone, I am intentionally dumbing down my illustrations and simplifying them to show people that if you even tried to do a simple illustration like what I produced, you could not do it, your average person, because they couldn't portray the effect of sunlight coming through a window on two figures standing in front of it. Thank you. And that is one of the most difficult things.
And the strange part,
go on.
I think the strange part about it, and a good point you bring up, is that some of those AI aggregates are based off of your illustrations.
They are. In fact, continue. Yes, please.
That's what I noticed, is that a lot of them seem to be, while the stylization is very Japanese anyways, but it takes elements from your specific style.
It does. Thank you.
So that has to do with many reasons, as
you. Thank you. All of the Blood Boys have pointed that out. It is the AI is basically, my style has become the AI style. That is, that's one thing that is obvious. It's profound.
You're like the prototype nano.
Thank you.
Start of it.
Thank you.
And then I remember, what's his name? Pavel would always question your artwork, but he would never show us his.
Thank you.
So it's that kind of silliness happens. Yeah. So.
Thank you so much. No, it's so important that you say that, and it's profound. And again, it's for that reason why it's so profound to have someone like Brendan with us, to have those observations that can only be provided by the younger generation, which grew up with this technology. So what I'm noticing is that we have Sheila Gavin in the chat. Love you dearly, Sheila. She says, good evening, Douglas and Team Triple D. T-Tank Barry says, sound check clear, 100%. Eric Cradle says, hey, Doug, that illustration is beautiful. Did it take a long time? Long enough, but not very long. Thank you for asking. It's a simplistic illustration, and its impact is mostly through what's missing, but I did my best with it. There is a poem, of course, in the text I hope everybody accesses, and T-Tank Barry is providing support, as is Vril, which is our man Aristides. We are going to acknowledge the fact that we are appearing on my home channel is where this is appearing, as opposed to the live. Okay, it's finally appearing on the live element of my YouTube channel as opposed to Studio. It's just so people understand, there's a disambiguation between YouTube Studio and YouTube channel. And the YouTube channel was taking forever to absorb this latest engagement, this latest episode live. So it's now finally displaying on the live stream of the YouTube channel as opposed to Studio, where we've got at least 10 people right now. So I do want people to understand that I apologize. Mea culpa, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. It is Father's Day. I did not want to leave my own son. Of course, I was in deep communion for a period of time with my ancestors, and the poem and illustration were produced in honor of my decedent legal father who raised and guided me. And we are now going to take advantage of the fact that everything seems to be working to just explain maybe just a little bit, and I'll explain more when I come back. General situation is that I spent, if I remember correctly, because the days are very hard to keep track of for me, I think I sent about 2:30 in the morning messages to Peter Moon in particular, Aristides, a few others, that I would be inaccessible until returning in time for transmission. And I think that was 2:30 in the morning of Saturday morning, I think. And so Friday, I spent all day on the phone with Bluehost. So I'll describe that adventure and what happened with that. As a matter of fact, I'll give you the basic details right now so that people understand the gravity of the situation. People may remember that with PayPal, PayPal basically told me they were hacked, and somebody got into their system and said that my producer's account needed a security clearance review. It might be used for drug smuggling, so all kinds of crazy shit, which had them put my account on hold. When I was able to interact with PayPal, it went up to supervision immediately, and they apologized and said their account had been hacked from their side. This happened with Bluehost. Just so people understand what happened with Bluehost, my first encounter with Bluehost difficulties was basically with a failed payment that happened, I believe it was last week. And looking at this right now, Bluehost payment failure was on Saturday the 8th. And this was minutes after I had transferred $300 out of my PayPal account into my bank account, so that it wouldn't be stolen by the Pakistani network that I got linked to by Microsoft as an official link, where Microsoft, when I wanted help, when I was having problems with my Skype, which is owned by Microsoft, Microsoft officially linked me to this Pakistani criminal network, which no longer even has the same phone number. It probably never existed, which just goes to show you what Microsoft is doing, is they're cutting all corners, and they're employing out for the troubleshooting, which they never respond to. They're employing for the troubleshooting Pakistani criminal networks, which are just that, just nothing but criminal networks, stealing money from whoever's calling for help without helping people. So because they had been inside my computer, and I mean really inside my computer, they had access to everything, I made certain to transfer the money out of the PayPal account, despite the fact that I had changed the password, just to be certain they could not steal the money this year, because that was coming up. What they downloaded was a virus of their own that they call an ad blocker. And this ad blocker was set up for auto renewal at this point this year. So in order to avoid it from auto renewing with those pack motherfuckers, I transferred my money into my bank account, and it was just minutes after that, Bluehost said they had a failed payment to renew my website, hosting of my website. Okay, something like this is not just coincidence. There's no way things work like this. When I called them, they said, they had recalculated and felt that rather than charging me in June, that they were charging me ahead of time, because this would somehow be convenient for me, combined with the fact with the retabulation of exactly when I started was a month earlier than what they had calculated over the years. Something crazy. It didn't even make any sense. And bear in mind, that until I was contacted by a supervisor, I am not speaking to a single individual that speaks English as their native language. And I speak multiple languages, but all the languages I speak are not the shit-fuck languages that all the support services speak. All you're going to get are Filipinos, Pakistanis, and Asian Indians. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you're going to get Mexicanos. You're going to get Mexicans because they do speak better English than any of the other three that I've described. That's if you're lucky and you're getting into mid-management levels. By the time you get to supervisors, you're getting to white people who speak actual English and grew up speaking it. Until you get to that point, you almost have no hope of getting anything done. The other people have no idea what they're saying. The Mexican people often do. And it's not that these people are often all that malevolent either, but they literally have no idea what you're talking about, and they have no idea what they're talking about. But at any rate, so I was hitting Filipinos just straight, all the while I was talking to Bluehost. The majority of these people give them the benefit of the doubt. I think they're trying to be helpful. Half the time they're just fucking up anyway and making everything worse. Most people, they just don't know what they're doing. They have no right to be working in these support services. But of course, they cost almost nothing. So that's what the big companies go for. So nothing ever gets solved for their clients. And because they're monopolies, you really have nowhere else to go. You have no fucking choice. So this is what happened with my Bluehost. On the 8th, there was a payment failure. Then what happened was that I called them, told them that I had to get the money transferred back out of my bank account into my PayPal account. Now, this means I also had to deal with PayPal days before. It might have been Friday, it might have been Thursday after the show, before my son came over to pick me up at 10 a.m. Because we have to wait until that time because the Meals on Wheels home delivered meals come before 10 a.m. And then I can put them in the fridge. It gives me enough time. They come at about 9:30, and then I put things in the fridge by 10, and then I can leave with them at that point. Now, during that time, because I've got so many hours between my show ending and the places opening up, they do open, however, very early by San Francisco standards because they're usually on East Coast time. So when you call them on East Coast time, you can call them at like 5 in the morning, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, and they can be open. So I call them 5 a.m. in the morning San Francisco time, which is about an hour after my show is over, and I can reach somebody generally, sometimes 6 a.m. Either way, it tends to work out. And what happened with PayPal was I ultimately was able to, with their help, set up something that will help me in the future. When I was working with JP Chase had to send me to technical supervisors ultimately because they could not figure out anything concerning PayPal. One of the reasons why is I'm talking to not just people who don't speak any English, but also people who are doing everything on cell phones. They grew up doing everything on cell phones, and what displays on a cell phone screen is nothing compared to what displays on a computer screen. So I'm always working off a computer, and they are not seeing what I see. And so they cannot help me at all. They're looking at something totally different, a totally different system that shows up on a fucking cell phone. I don't understand how they can work like that. At any rate, I can't even see what's on a fucking cell phone screen. So these motherfuckers, they're all going to lose their eyesight by the age of 30 or 40. They're going to be fucking blind. I don't give a shit, but this is the world we live in. So finally, JP Chase helped me transfer the money back into the PayPal account, but that took 5 fucking days. That took a full fucking work week. And when I called PayPal, they said, oh, that's because you transferred it into your business account. And the banks never want to get rid of their money. They hold on to it for as long as possible, so they take a full work week to process it. Here's how we get around that. And they said, in the future, we can link your personal card, this is my other PayPal account, to the bank, and they'll transfer directly for free in seconds. And I was just blown away. I said, why would they not work with a business account and it goes so freely to a personal account? And it's like, well, because it's your personal account. Whatever the fuck the rationale is, I don't care. But that's good news for the future. So there was a number of things I got done. I was able to change my password at the PayPal, the bank, everything else. Yes, by the way, our lovely Samuel Romero says, happy Father's Day for both my legal and my biological sire. Thank you so much, dear Samuel Romero. And he's a father of 2 children now. Everybody maintain him in your prayers, and may his life always go smoothly. So get this shit. So here's 5 working days that the payment takes to get there. Here's the punchline. During that period of time, our people at Bluehost tried once again to take money out of the empty PayPal account. So there was another failed payment. Now, when I talked to PayPal, they said that was probably automatic. They did ask me, do you want to block these people from being able to do this? Do you want us to give you a new card? And I said, no, I need the website to be able to continue, and I need to work with these people, even though I consider them just as criminal in their own way as the Pakistanis I was dealing with. So they understood, and we maintained that. But it was around that time, right before I was able to pay them on Friday, because the money got into the bank on early Friday morning. And I had no intention of really wanting to deal with them, but I had to. But when I called them and I said, look, the money's in the account now, let's pay to get my website maintained. And they said, oh, okay. And okay, we're charging you something like $5,000. And I said, $5,000? The last time you were just going to charge me $300. And they said, well, you don't understand. You've been upgraded to a professional account because you've added so much into your account. We have to upgrade your account. You're costing us money because you use your website so much. And I said, I haven't used my website in 2 goddamn years. The only thing it's used for is for people to pay me through the payment button on the goddamn website. It was set up by some young cunt who severed relations with me 2 years ago, and I don't even know what to do with it. I don't know how to add on to it at all. And they said, well, it was in the last 48 to 72 hours. No, 24 to 72 hours. You've been in several different countries where you've poured in all kinds of data into your account. And this includes these high technology surveillance programs. And they said, you're now at 88 gigabytes. Now, think about that number. 88. In neo-Nazi terms, 88 means the 8th letter of the alphabet. So that means H. 2 H's means Heil Hitler. So it's symbolic. And by the way, 88 gigabytes is immense. It is enormous. And so I spent all Friday getting up to the supervisorial level where finally I get the white chick calling me back saying, okay, we're going to give you not just the price we charged before, but a discount. So they gave me a discount because she said, somebody hacked our system. In fact, multiple parties hacked our system. And she says, now they could be bouncing off of different, she described several technical things that probably Brendan Zoget would understand. I doubt Aristides would, but maybe he would. But basically, there's certain systems where you can change the location of where you're at when you're basically entering a system. And what happens was there's 4 locations that dump surveillance programs into my website. There were, they came from 3 sources, she said. Russia, mainland China, Israel, and the United States federal government. And each one of them, within 24 to 72 hours, within the last 2 to 3 days, dumped in surveillance programs into my website, and she said, tons and tons of child porn. All of it fathers fucking their children theme that were programmed to manifest on my website on Father's Day. So this is what I had to deal with all Friday. And she said, obviously you did not do this because we can tell this came in through our system. So it's like either people working at their company did this, or somebody hacked their corporate system to insert it into my website specifically. But that it shows you the gravity of the situation that we're at now. I've always said, I don't understand why the government just doesn't pump reams and reams of child porn into my computer. Well, that makes sense, because nobody can see my computer. But they can see the fucking website. So they had dumped reams and reams of child porn, probably based on my history with my son, that they thought that this would be a vulnerable spot to hit, of fathers fucking younger children. So Brendan Zogit entered.
They think you're like they are.
Yes, thank you. Yes. So our friend Brendan Zogit just gave us what this technology is. So he says the technology is VPN, is what it's called. And he says that the VPN, let me get back on the call where I think he entered that. It's virtual private network. Any IP can disguise as any country's server. When I was speaking to her about this technology, she said that she felt it was for real in terms of their sourcing, meaning China, Russia, and Israel, and the United States federal government, because she said specifically with the United States federal government, there's no need for them to hide. And with any of the other nations, there's no need for them to hide either. There's really no point for somebody saying, I'm in this nation. And most people would choose some shithole nation, as Trump would call them, like, bumfuck, Sikkim, between Nepal and Bhutan. They choose some place like that to source from using this technology that our man Brendan just named. So it's basically Russia, China, Israel, and the United States federal government have declared me, I'm open. I guess it's open season now, but they failed. And this is in large part thanks to Bluehost. So any negative thing I've ever said about Bluehost has been overwhelmed by the positive. So I did, of course, let this woman know that, by the way, our friend Brendan Zogit, I believe, what's he saying right now? He says, I received a spam call yesterday that caller ID had labeled U.S. Government Navy. That makes sense. He's got the screen grab of it. Okay, so that makes sense. And so they're hitting both of us simultaneously. And this is a way of warning people. It's kind of like, we want you to know that we're out to get you now. Well, they always were. But this is something that has never happened on this scale before. So obviously, she did let me know that this is costing them thousands of dollars to purge this material. And of course, they're purging it. They're not telling me much more than that, obviously. I have no idea whether they're going to try and turn this over to the United States federal government. Wouldn't make any sense since it's sourced from there in the first place, much of it. So it's just it's just what it is. They're just eliminating it from their system. But that purge alone is costing thousands and thousands of dollars. In fact, she said it's going to ultimately cost hundreds of thousands because they have to think up entirely new security systems to prevent what happened from happening. But the good news is she said that they know I am not responsible for this because it didn't come from my end. It was entered from their end into my...
I have something to point out here.
Yeah.
You had made the connection between Jared Kushner and Peter Thiel.
Yes.
Peter Thiel owns PayPal, or did own it. I don't know if he sold it.
Oh, no, he sold it. He originated, he actually founded PayPal, but then sold it. But go on.
Well, I was just wondering if this was a response to that revelation.
Yeah, I don't believe so because of Peter Thiel having, sold off PayPal. He might have some backdoor to it, but I doubt it. I mean, once he sold it, it's very difficult to try and insert your way back in. Obviously, he could have tech people that could do that. That's not an issue. It might be.
Kind of like how far away is he from that? And how far away is Jared Kushner from that? In other words, it's like Stephen Outram doesn't own
anything
Facebook.
of consequence, yes.
He doesn't own Facebook, but Facebook banned, my websites and banned you in total.
Yes, but ultimately that was beyond Stephen Outram. When Stephen Outram was really attacking personally, one of the people that he attacked was Benestanius, who then had a young tech geek in Arizona come in and help him recover his timeline. But he dumped a bunch of shit into Benestanius because Benestanius was a sponsor at that time. And so when it comes to Stephen Outram, he just lacks. Stephen Outram's capacity is different. He works with psychotics like Richard K. Cole Jr.
Yeah, but it was the Salmon Sheikh and Jameson protest that got my website banned.
That's true.
It was tied to Stephen Outram or Richard K. Cole.
Well, remember, when it comes to Richard K. Cole Jr., he's working directly with the National Security Agency because of his connections to Michael Aquino. So that's no surprise that when Jameson and Salman Sheikh coordinated their attacks under the command of Richard K. Cole Jr., then they were able to present that to Facebook and have Facebook shut it down. Again, just so people understand this, obviously, a lot of people just don't get it. You do not live in a communist country where the government produces anything. Even in communist countries, like the former Soviet Union, they disintegrated to the point where their system was not centralized anymore, and they had to have their own version of corporations. So when it comes to the United States, which was never in any way, shape, or form anything other than a robber baron's paradise, you had the federal government, the U.S. Army, all of its branches of service. None of these services of government, none of these branches of government produces anything. And I mean anything. They have to contract to everybody else. So it's the same way with their services. It's not just material objects, it's their services. There's nothing the government does. So because they're subcontracting to private services, there's only so much they can do to violate those private services. This is why it's gotten to the point where someone like Elon Musk can literally threaten, James Bond villain style, national security. Because he put up all those satellites and the U.S. government put up none of them. But the U.S. government depends on firing howitzers and artillery barrages and missiles based on information they get from Starlink. So when Elon Musk says, no, I don't want you to fight Russia, I'm going to disable all of your ability to guide missiles into Russia, this is why the United States cannot help Ukraine directly. It's not like the United States didn't want to once the Ukrainians elected a Jewish president. The United States simply cannot, because Elon Musk will simply shut them down because he works for the Russians. Because Putin, the richest man in the world, pays Elon Musk more than the United States government ever could. So understand, this is how your system has corrupted to the point of total disintegration. This is why I'm telling you, it's a miracle every time you look out that window and you don't see mass cannibalism, mass rape, the world on fire out your window. Every day you do not see that is a miracle and a good day. There is nothing that is going to guarantee this system will survive to the next day, any day. That being said, it is what it is, and therefore the government has to work by either hacking private company systems without their permission and violating the company system, at which point they get blocked to a degree until the next time they develop a way to assault the system again. And systems just work with it. They just work with it or around it, kind of like what Comcast has been forced to do around the U.S. government and their incredibly expensive power pole that they've invested everything into over the past few decades outside of my home. So when it comes to what happened with, it could be Peter Thiel, because he could use a VPN network or something far more sophisticated to say, oh, this is coming from Russia, Israel, China, and the United States federal government. Peter Thiel could do that. And it might be. So
Peter Thiel was very high profile in a bunch of UFO
that makes sense. Yes.
Stuff, and it was really ridiculous. But nevertheless, he was getting lots of attention, like he was some brave ass investigator or something.
Oh, that's how they honor all with the money he's got. Of course they would. They want to get sponsored, right? All these UFO search networks that produce absolutely nothing. So they need sponsors to keep doing nothing. So your point's well taken. Peter Moon's point is well taken. This could be Peter Thiel, but and he is, after all, a Department of Defense contractor. He also contracts with the United States federal government for border security with ICE, the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement with his Palantir security systems. He also works with the Mideast version of NATO that was established by Jared Kushner that ultimately became the Abraham Accords, or the Axis of Abraham, as the Israelis themselves call it, as well as all the participants. So, okay, all these points are well taken, but then it still comes back down to Russia, China, Israel, and the United States federal government anyway. So it's kind of like all the same thing. So either way, that's what happened in a nutshell. Again, I can hardly do justice to the details. It was hours, and I'd spent all Friday was this. So you have no idea how glad I was to go away for the Father's Day weekend and the King's Day weekend. It was just, pleasant. And of course, when I check out, I check out. And you can understand my reluctance in coming back. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to turn it over to Aristides for a few minutes, who will then segue it to Peter Moon. And then what we'll do is I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I will not be able to hear anybody, but Peter Moon will help set the stage, and we'll take it from wherever he set it in terms of direction after that. And I'll be happy to participate. Again, 15 minutes just to be safe. 17, it might go into 17, but it shouldn't be longer than that. And it's otherwise, I'm happy to report that I'm near the end of my antibiotics run, which was extraordinarily helpful in dealing with the horrible shit that I contracted from that fucker upstairs and his overflowing bath water. And he's not taking baths and showers anymore, and he's pretty much stuck doing what I do, probably doing something outside, but I never hear him leave when I'm here. He might do that when I'm gone. Anyhow, otherwise, he's the girl has left him. It's just him and the dog now. Bizarre. I have no idea what the hell the lease is with those people and my landlady. Such as it is, people have speculated they were simply inserted to drive me away. Whatever. If anything, he certainly suffered his karma when all that sewage spilled all over his crap in the basement. So, what goes around comes around. Such being said, she was kind enough to, I told her I was missing 3 months worth of receipts, and she did drop them over according to my specifications. So she seems to have, honestly, to tell you the truth, everybody keeps saying this, whether it's my gang brother or the plumbers who came in, those honest working men, everybody immediately assumes they're doing their best to drive me out of here, and there's logic for that. But honestly, as a landlady, she must have spoken to other landlords and heard all the COVID horror stories. I mean, with everything that happened with COVID, with people who didn't pay rent for 2 to 3 years and then refused to leave afterwards, and it's almost impossible to evict them, she must consider me, if she has any iota of sanity or a modicum of intelligence or common sense, she should consider me a dream renter. So, there you go with that.
It'll be her worst nightmare on the day you leave.
Thank you.
Because she can no longer rent that house.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's true. It's true. You're absolutely right. She would have to demolish it and rebuild it. No, it's absolutely true. So Peter is absolutely right. And so I don't really think there's too much of a threat in that direction. But of course, just so everybody knows, you never want to risk it anyway. So I do want to make the rent. And let's count what I've got in my wallet while I'm here. This is going to sound silly, but we really need to do things like this so that people know. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 $100 bills in the wallet, and I've got about 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, exactly 30. $730, and I need like $1,000 to pay the rent. It's actually 900 something, but you want to make certain you have enough money for supplies. So yes, let's try and raise about, how much would that be? About $200-300. Let's try and raise that over the next few episodes. But just so people know, that's an issue, and we want to attend to that. That being said, what I'm going to do now is call on our dear Aristides before I go mute. And Peter, before I call on Aristides, anything else you can think of before I leave for about 15 minutes?
No.
Okay.
No, we'll see.
Excellent. Okay. So Aristides, my main man, take it from here. I'm going to go mute, and you've got it. All right. Thank you.
All right. Well, to help Douglas stay in business and make that money, please help him by upvoting the show as soon as you get to the program. And to do that, as far as I know, you need to have a YouTube account, so sign up for one. If you don't have one, you should have one anyway, if you're a regular listener. And the upvote is a little thumbs up there. Hit that right away. Then slide over and hit the subscribe button if you have not subscribed. And then hit the notification bell, which should, in theory, notify you as soon as a new program starts, which is especially useful if we have to restart if it gets cut off for whatever reason. And the upvotes are important because there are downvotes put on by nefarious actors that you can't see because YouTube has them blocked out. It always says 0, but they're there registering the system. And you can actually provide additional upvotes once you have an account by going into your account settings. For me, it's under the switch account menu item, and you can create sub channels to your account. Channels are under the hierarchy of your main account, and each of your channel identities can upvote as well. So I provided 3 upvotes as soon as I get on, which I usually do. And but if you do create other channels, it presumably be blank. So just talk to us from your main. You can switch back and forth with them while you're. It doesn't interrupt the listening of the program. And but talk to us from just your main account, so we get to know you there instead of blank accounts, which pop up sometimes, and we wonder about those. So I think that about covers the usual there. Peter, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you very much. And I want to welcome new listeners as well as old listeners. And I want to explain to some of the new listeners that Douglas Dietrich is under a continual assault from different nefarious sources. You know, he alluded to the NSA. He was talking about the government because he releases information which is considered quite a threat. He has been banned from Facebook as a result of my association with him. My websites were declared terrorist websites, which is ridiculous. They since modified, it was so egregious that they modified them to doesn't meet community standards. Well, what community standards? They don't respond. And that's from characters who were attacking both of us, which is a whole story I'm not going to go into, but it's and there's a whole poll outside Douglas's house in San Francisco we've gone into in detail, which is dedicated to nothing but monitoring, jamming his communications or otherwise hassling him. It even got to the point where he had somebody coming outside his house to kill him. And he reversed the tables on this guy really good. He went out there and stabbed him. And it was self-defense. And of course, what was the response? There was no response. You know, this guy was just swept away by the San Francisco street sweepers. Sounds like a sports team or something, the San Francisco street sweepers. Because if they have traced it back to him, which they did not, it just creates all sorts of problems for.
Yeah, normally if you kill somebody in the street, there's some kind of investigation, or
Well, it's San Francisco, so.
Well, true, but the fact that it just disappeared, kind of indicates that
there's so many homicides in San Francisco that it's like it's very ho hum. Like, oh, here's another one, and from somebody who probably had all the appearances of being semi-derelict, because this is the type of people that they hire to do stuff like that. So
yeah, but he said he didn't describe the guy that way. He said he seemed pretty clean cut kind of.
Yeah, but
yeah, but
he
still
was headed in that direction.
Yeah,
not maybe an official derelict, but
right.
Certainly inept at doing his job. So, and unfortunately, this is the type of people they hire, because if you have a quote unquote well-adjusted career person, why do they want to be risking their lives doing this sort of work for the government? They don't want to do it because, that's why they get people like this to do it, because they're bereft of, what you call
but
visible means of support. What were you going to say?
Still, even if you went outside and just off the homeless person, you'd expect to see some police cars, some crime scene tape, something.
I wouldn't expect to see a serious investigation of the death of a homeless person in San Francisco.
But you'd see something, like the fact that it was just that it was all just mopped up real quick, that's what I'm saying.
Well, we can ask Douglas when he gets back. I think it's just like, it's just like taking a dead possum on the street.
Right.
I think it has about that, because there are so many. And even before COVID and all this democratic nonsense, it was always a very high crime area. And Douglas has talked about the Tenderloin, which is a street, an area in San Francisco where he grew up in, that is, he has said is one of the most dangerous areas in the world, as far as street crime and whatnot. I had one unfortunate experience there. I don't know, it was an unfortunate experience where it was like in the middle of the night. Like, I had landed in San Francisco. This is like probably 1980. Could have been probably about 1980, thereabouts. And I was driven to the bus station by, the bus from San Francisco. Didn't realize there would be no buses running at 2 a.m. So I was to catch another Greyhound at the Greyhound bus station at like 8 a.m. or 6 a.m. or something like that. So I'm sitting there in San Francisco with, there's nothing around. It's horrible. It's like, there's not even a taxi cab. So I have this big, duffel bag I'm carrying with me, and I go to where I know, and this was the old Scientology organization, just because I was somewhat familiar with that area. And I go down and block, and there's a cafe open. This is right where the Tenderloin starts. And it's, I just want to go in and sit down. I don't know if I ate or got a cup of coffee, but right across the street, there were at least 24, and probably more, young prostitutes, probably 17 age on average. And they were just sitting outside on this corner. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know if they were waiting for customers. And then I go into the coffee shop, and it was insane. Everybody was high, just high, like on cocaine or something. They were just flying. They were crazy. The waiter was equally high. I'll speed it up. And he was pouring coffee and I happened to sit down next to this black man. He was the only one who looked reasonably safe. And I ended up having a nice talk with him. He drove me to the bus station. He was the only one who wasn't crazy in there. And that's how I got out of the Tenderloin. I expressed, I said, I don't know. I said, am I going to be safe? I mean, I don't know how I'm going to get down to the bus place. He goes, you don't have to worry. He says, you're big and you're not hurt. He says, they don't want to mess with somebody like you. Don't go mess with somebody who's hurt or who's defenseless. He says, yeah, even if they could take you, they don't want to bother. It's too much trouble. They'll take something that's easy. So, yeah. And then he says, well, I'll take you down. So he was on his way home after that. I don't know how he could stand the, whatever that was. He was retired. And that was my experience in the Tenderloin. So where Douglas grew up that's what he grew up amongst. You're making some pitter patter.
Okay, try not to. I'm trying to
just let you know.
Not say. Yeah. Okay. So was this? Wait, you were in the Tenderloin. Did this have to do with Douglas, or was this something separate?
No. This is 1980.
Okay.
I was flying into San Francisco because I would return to visit my friends in Northern California, where I had grown up. So I'd fly into San Francisco,
right.
So that was, that was 1980 or thereabouts. Mm-hmm. And of course, I think that was San Francisco, not necessarily this area, but South San Francisco area or the southern part of San Francisco is where, for the very first time in my life, I grew up in LA originally, I saw bars on houses. All the windows had bars on them. I said, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
It's to prevent crime. Now, you'll see that to a marked degree in Brooklyn, but not on all the houses. And certainly the bars in Brooklyn are a little more sophisticated. These bars in San Francisco look like jail bars where people were protecting their homes.
Yeah.
And this was down, not just in this area, but down in the area of Candlestick Park, which was the former sports arena that's now been raised. But that's South San Francisco, or southern San Francisco. There's also a area south of San Francisco called South San Francisco, which is not part of San Francisco. It gets a little complicated, but that area was just crime-ridden, like no area I'd ever seen at that time, and it still ranks up there. So that's where Douglas grew up in, and that's what he's been, subjected to. And of course, he's got his finger on the most sensitive conspiracies in the world. And this is what we talk about on the show. This is what, the book I'm working on him, which still does not have a title. And it's only because I haven't, selected it yet. I'll wait till I finish the book, which is, I'm on the last chapter, which has been very challenging to process. And for those of you who are new, what this book is about, it gives the answer to what's going on in the Mideast. And it all has to do with the Jewish religion, and what a book that H.P. Lovecraft and Harry Houdini were working on in the 1920s, which they were both assassinated over. And this had to do with the revelation of the biggest revelation in Judaism, which has to, with the process of making what's called techelet blue. Techelet blue is mentioned in the Old Testament, and it's a blue dye that was more expensive than gold, and was traded all along the silk trade route by all the monarchies, because this techelet blue was a mysterious process that was lost when the Judaic religion was taken over by the Edomites, who were the enemies of the Jews in the Bible, and taken over by the Edomites, and who were in league with the Romans. And the Romans didn't want this process of techelet blue. They would just use purple. And the reason I say process is because this was what was called a snail called the Murex trunculus snail that produced a tiny purple dye out of its, and it would take many of these snails and to produce this. And then when it was held up to the light, it would turn blue. And this was the blue that would be put on the, what do they call these? The tassels, the bottom of the robes of the rabbis, sometimes on their altar cloths. And this blue was the most sacred aspect of Judaism. And the reason it was considered sacred, and this is why their flag is blue, has blue hexagon on it. And it was considered sacred because if you look at the sky, it appears blue. But if you take a cup of air, it's clear. If you look at the ocean, it appears blue. If you take a cup of ocean water, it looks clear. So what this means is blue represents the experience of viewing creation. In other words, this is God, it's the experience. Now, that's the simple explanation. There's a much more essential aspect of this in the Judaic religion. And in the New Testament, there is an incident where this woman touches the robe of Jesus and she's healed. And it's, of course, this robe would have been a robe with the techelet blue. And he explains that it's not he that healed her, it's her faith that healed her. Her faith in, connecting to the techelet blue. It's a direct application. So that's just a sort of short overview. Now, H.P. Lovecraft learned this from his wife, who was an Orthodox Jew. And he'd already been partnered up with Harry Houdini to write, one story, which is an interesting story about a boxing match on the Great Pyramid. I forget what it's called. But they were going to write together because Harry Houdini was an Orthodox Jew whose father was a rabbi. So he was very impassioned about this. And of course, there's a whole book on how he was killed by somebody who socked him in the stomach when he wasn't ready. He used to allow people to hit him, but this guy hit him and it killed him. There's a whole book on that. And it was a deliberate assassination. The book doesn't necessarily know that it was over the techelet blue. And then H.P. Lovecraft went on to collaborate with Charles Lindbergh, who was, and Lindbergh and Houdini were the two most famous people of their time. But they were, Lindbergh, he was too big and powerful to eliminate, but they killed H.P. Lovecraft, which the details of which are in the book, and Douglas has talked about this many times over. So this is just sort of, and the reason this is so topical today is because Netanyahu and certain contingencies of the right wing in Israel are not true Jews, they're Edomites. And you can look up Edomites. They are just creators of chaos. Now, the average Jewish person knows nothing of what we're saying here at all. They need to be re-educated on their religion. This is not our interpretation of their religion. As I say, this was brought to the view of H.P. Lovecraft by his wife, who was an Orthodox Jew. And this ties in very deeply. Now, there are contingencies of sects of Israelites who do know this. But the average Jewish person is just, they don't really understand this aspect of their religion. Many of them don't understand anything about their religion. They just follow tradition. And as we have described, or as I have described earlier, and this is from a Jewish rabbi, the only reason we have the Torah today is because of Emperor Marcus Aurelius, whose he's a lineal descendant of the Edomites. And he used to bring a Jewish rabbi into his bedroom, and he would he basically had him write down the Torah. It was never to be put into writing, only orally transmitted. And this was the first time it was put into a written tradition, which it was not supposed to have been done, under the guise that they would lose it. So for whatever reason, this is the shenanigans that have taken place. And there's a lot of stuff. And Douglas does kind of go into the politics of what are going on in Israel right now. And that I don't know what he talked about after I left last time. Aristides, were you able to stay awake and hear any of it?
To a point, not until the monologue, but I did come back and listen through after here. I'm looking at my notes here. Let me see what I find, but go on.
Well, I'm just curious what rabbit holes he went down.
Yeah.
If you
yeah, I have a whole huge paragraph here or whatever notes I took. I gotta see here. I don't know if he went really hard on the Israel. I think he got back into the Pulse nightclub stuff because it was like the anniversary.
right.
He talked about various shades of the 2S LGBTQIA stuff.
What is that stuff? I don't even know what that is.
Well, it was LGBT, but they've added basically the LGBT.
LGBTQ
yeah.
plus stuff. Oh, he was talking about that stuff. Okay.
Plus stuff. And different, different shades of that and making some distinctions. Say, talk about Orwell for a while. Orwell book and how that's kind of like the yardstick of totalitarianism, and AI now basically having the ability to influence elections because he made a really good kind of deep fake. You always would hear deep fakes, but that would usually that type of capability was only within was not within the hands of commoners. Now you can just go on make an account on a site and start cranking out stuff nearly that good, and so how that could potentially influence elections. Stuff on Taiwan, but I don't think there was a huge there wasn't a huge dump on the on Israel, not in monologue. Let me see.
Do you know why he cut out early?
Let's see. Yeah, basically, he chose to. He was talking about AI, and then he was talking about basically now AI being, leveraged to say some people want to make AI child porn, and I guess there's a big incentive for that because you're not involving real children. And it was going on about that, and then he saw that the numbers were kind of dropping off, and he's like, "Oh, well, I guess, yeah, sorry, it's a tough subject, but I guess you don't all want to hear about it." And the listenership had dropped off, so he's like, he just decided to cut it early.
Yeah, because I didn't know. I turned that on in the morning, and only to find he was gone.
Yeah, so that's where he left off. But a lot of stuff about AI, which is, I think, one thing you wanted to continue talking about.
Yeah, I do want to talk about AI tonight, and I'm waiting for him to, return from his throne of pillows.
Mm-hmm.
So that, but certainly,
must be a comfy throne.
Yeah. You had
the pictures, the little AI pictures I sent you. That was just a
okay.
quick...
I'm back. Top of the hour. Made it.
So I was waiting for you to get back, and I was, giving new listeners a little bit of a, overview on techelet blue and
oh, thank you.
How, yes. and on the tenderloin and how, how horrible that is and how you grew up in that, et cetera, and that you have your finger on so much of the pulse of what's going on, and this is why they have a pole outside your house, so on and so forth. But
thank you.
But what I want to do now is I talked a little bit last transmission about AI, and Douglas, I want to tell you, and I want to tell Aristides as well. See, Aristides, I was getting interested in AI, and Aristides had referred me to the Microsoft website or the Bing site, whereby you can make a description, and I had put it in my email that goes out of the Montauk Tower, Montauk Radar Tower, and it was a very inventive, elaborate rendition of one.
Mm-hmm.
I did some other ones, and it interested me, and I put them, integrated them into my emails. My latest one was a projection hall beneath the Sphinx in Romania of somebody looking into a holographic form.
Yeah,
that's actually an animated one. The actual one I did was animated. Now so anyway, I went from looking at, AI produced graphics, and by graphics I mean one that's flat still, two-dimensional, to animations.
Yeah.
Wow. You put.
Where did you access that?
Well, I will explain to you.
Okay.
I will explain the story, and I will explain to you. Like, say, a sailor dropping an anchor. So they'd show you a sailor dropping an anchor over the ocean. You could describe, the condition of the ocean if you wanted to, the type of boat it is, and it'll turn one up. Now, but this is because I started looking at animations. I said, well, if they can do, they must have some animations of AI. So then I did something I haven't done in a long, long time, because I've had no need to, and I wrote to my friend in Hollywood, and I have a friend in Hollywood who had optioned the Montauk project, and he did all my covers, not all my covers, but he did the last several covers: Inside the Earth, Forgotten Genesis, Roswell Deception, Douglas's book, and Etheric Crystal. He did all those covers. He did a very good job on them. And what? But then, anyway, he's been through a lot. He's very knowledgeable about filmmaking. He's incredibly knowledgeable about AI, In fact, at one point, I put this in my newsletter, he had technology that he said was like, like 1 or 2 steps away from what Radu Cinemar describes in his books about, holographic educational resources. And this had appeared mysteriously from a company he worked for, major defense contractor that was tied to Area 51. This is not meant to imply aliens.
Thank you.
But it's a very secret sector. And he once said to his boss, described this, he said, I want to get the highest level of security. I want to, be able to, I don't know if he said Area 51 or whatnot. And his boss, who was, pretty friendly to him, he says, why would you want to do that? Well, he says, no, he says, you don't want to do it. Like it's not something you want to know about.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good for your soul. He later had some interaction with this boss. It got really weird.
Interesting.
But I mean, it's like, you just set you up in a position to be vulnerable.
Yes.
And it's not like you're going to be looking at alien cadavers or anything like that. But in any case. So anyway, I asked him, what happened to these guys? Because I've talked to him one time. He said, oh, they were doing, I think that this visual graphic technology is being used in the medical industry.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of, it doesn't have a lot of current application for him because, and this is why he hasn't been in touch, is because when the writer's strike happened,
right,
it killed business in Hollywood.
Oh yeah.
It killed business. So there hasn't been a lot of business. And they were just pumping money into Amazon Prime and pumping money into Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't happening. Now, they read about it in the paper. It was going last fall about AI replacing writers.
Mm-hmm.
And people being outraged. They can even replace actors.
True. Yeah, if they wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's this potential threat. And of course, this is threatening to people who own copyrights and whatnot. Now, but I was just asking him for something simple. Because I had generated some things with AI. And I said, okay, that would make a great book cover.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with book covers is you need 300 DPI, or dots per inch.
Right.
You have to have a decent book cover. And these do not, for them to produce that would just require mega power. And these sites that I'm using are free.
Mm-hmm.
You can get reasonable ones for like $20 or something. And then, and yeah, he says, yeah, I can do that for you. No problem. It takes a second. Now, there's also graphics enhancers online. I could probably do it myself. If I saw a really nice graphic that I created, and I could also pull it into Photoshop or InDesign, put the lettering on it myself, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I called him about, just to discuss that. But then we hadn't talked in a long time, so it kind of parlayed into. Now, the interesting thing right now, Jupiter has gone into Gemini. Gemini is a sign of communication. So it's very, very apropos that this would be happening now. With Jupiter and Gemini, it means there's going to be a lot of abundance in communication. There's going to be all sorts of communication taking place. Now, I'm seeing how this affects AI, and I will get to Aristides' question. Because as we talked, we talked about animation, and I asked him a question, but basically we're going to have a meeting tomorrow, and we're going to I said, you know what, we could knock out an AI on, say, the Montauk project. Now, he already has scripts written. He had for 3, I think up to 2 or 3 seasons, because we had a deal in the works and all this sort of thing, which we turned down. But so I said, you know, we could knock out an AI. Now, the thing is, and I'll share this site with you people if you want in a moment, but what I realize is, and I did create this one thing with you know, looking into the hologram, but I realized, you know, I'll do it with him, but I'm not going to try and get too active in the prompting, because he knows it. It's just like, you know, it's just like Douglas when we work with words together. Like I do the wordsmithing. That's my expertise. You know, you have the content. With him, I'll let him do that expertise because he knows it so much better, and then he can take it several levels up.
Thank you.
Yeah, the bottom line I want to create is just a, you know, whatever it takes is just it'll be more than a demo. It'll just be a graphic iteration of Montauk. And where we go with it, first we have to do it and see what we like. We'll work with this script, that script, this line, and see how it all plays out. It's kind of a process. So we're going to have a meeting about that tomorrow, which is exciting. But this was the interesting thing. So this website, I'll have it. I'll tell you what it is in a moment.
Sure.
And you can go on there.
You want me to talk while you're looking for that?
No,
okay.
No, it's not necessary.
Okay.
It's called LumaLabs.ai, LumaLabs.ai, LumaLabs.ai. You get 30 videos generated for free. And then you might pay something nominal if you want to be a video generator. Now, the only thing is that you can only generate a video that lasts about 4 seconds. No, you laugh. And I first thought, oh, that sounds right, because it's a lot of bytes. But this is what I don't think he told me this. I watched a video on producing AI content, animation video, and this guy was explaining. He says, "Look, it was another site he was advertising, because there are a lot of AI sites that do this. This is probably the best for, you know, somebody who's just a, you know, amateur."
Right.
But what this guy was saying is, he says, if you watch movies, you will see no longer than a 4-second clip. When you watch a movie, it's 4 seconds, 4 seconds, 4 seconds, 4 seconds. And then if you watch some of the old movies of the golden age, they might be 8 or 9, maybe 12 seconds. A little longer. But so I never noticed that. So I looked for a movie, a modern movie, and there was a movie with Dwayne Johnson that they call The Rock.
Yes.
And he was in a movie, I think, where they had some giant gorillas, some giant animals they had to subdue.
Rampage. The title was Rampage.
Yeah. And I was watching parts of that movie. I wasn't going to watch the whole thing, but I started watching the scenes, and I'm counting the seconds. I go, God, that's 4 seconds. Oh, there's 3 seconds. And then once in a while, they'd have an 8-second one, or maybe it was a little longer. I wasn't using a stop clock. I was just using my own counting. They'd have a few that were a little longer, but they were basically 3 or 4 second clips.
Wow.
And you're going 3 or 4, 3 or 4 seconds, 3 or 4 seconds. And when you start like watching it like that, this is why we have ADD kids.
Yes. Yes.
Now, I don't like watching movies, modern day movies. I remember Paula watching the Panther movie, the Black Panther movie, which I watched, and it was okay. I mean, I was entertained, but she was just completely awestruck by that movie, as were her Romanian relatives.
Okay, and this was about the Black Panther movement in the United States with the Black militia?
No. They go back to Atlantis or something. It's a fiction movie.
Oh.
It's like a superhero movie.
You mean Wakanda? The Black Panther? Oh, T'Challa, the king of Wakanda and shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I mean, it was just like they were completely.
It's the sequel. That's right. Atlantis Invades. The sequel with Namor. Namor, the Prince of Atlantis.
I didn't watch the sequel. In other words, it didn't enthrall me. But she's a much younger generation than I am, so she's like, her whole response to movies is like she's a willing consumer. And when we watched, what was this movie? It was the one about the assassins.
Assassin's Creed?
Yeah. We went and saw that movie, and she was just, completely
transfixed,
enamored of it. And I said, wait, this movie is so wrong. It's just so historically messed up. She didn't care. Because I have a certain appreciation for
history,
that historical aspect, because it's so involved with some of the research that I've done and books that I've done. And she it's just like, well, it's just, good movie.
Yeah.
It's just, okay, it's a good movie. But entertaining movie, but it's just historically wrong. And then there was Ridley Scott's production of Strange Angel, the story of Jack Parsons. And by the way, it's his birthday tomorrow.
Thank you.
The 17th, Jack Parsons. And Jack Parsons is the one that said, you don't have any idea of a man's contributions to history until 150 years after his death. He says, only after 50 years do you begin to get any sort of an idea. I don't know if he read that somewhere, but he used to say that to Marjorie Cameron, his wife, and she told it to me. And so Jack Parsons died. Well, this wasn't his birthday. This is his death day, June 17th. His death day, 1952. So 1952, he's now been dead for 72 years.
Are you so wait, from 1952, it's been 72 years?
Yeah. Well, I'm born in 53 and I'm 71.
Wow.
So,
okay. Yeah, still young. I mean, but still, it's wow. I had no idea. That's
yeah, and
I mean, about Jack Parsons' death, it feels like yesterday. Everything feels like yesterday to me, but go on.
Well, yeah, in it was 1992, 40 years after his death, that I met his wife. And so, like, I was, helping make that 50-year, give some clues about that, Now, years later, they did this handful of years ago. Ridley Scott did, based upon the book, which is a nonfiction book about Jack Parsons, called Strange Angel, and they created. It's really not so. It's a drama about Jack Parsons, and very expensively done. Very good actors. Ridley Scott is a consummate professional. I don't mean to imply that he's got good ethics or that he tells true stories. I don't mean to imply that. But he's, can really do a incredible job, which did do on this. But the story does not follow history at all. It's so much made up stuff. There are some ingredients that are true. It's very kind of awe-inspiring, and it does give some mystical cachet to Jack Parsons in a way, and to his religion, which was Thelema, founded by Aleister Crowley. It gives it a cachet that no other work has done, but it's completely historically nonsensical. And they said they didn't want to, inhibit the creativity of the writers, which is just so stupid. It's just so stupid. Like, oh, so we're just going to make up crap. Like, what if they did? Now, one of the things they do, and they make Jack Parsons, I don't know if it's I think it's his first wife, but she's like pounding the drum to make Thelema a recognized religion, going through all these fits and starts. Like, she's really dedicated to making Thelema a religion, which is kind of a side subplot that really goes nowhere. But they did pay a certain amount of tribute to Thelema. And Thelema, for those of you who are not familiar, is the idea of doing one's true will. Love is the will. Love is your will. Follow your true will. But it was just so wrong historically. Now, I think that the reason they do this is because I think in their own minds, they get legal credits for making it fictional, because I think they might have some idea that some relative of Parsons will come up and say they're telling his life story and he owns the rights to that and they own the rights to that, this sort of thing. I think that's why they do that, which is also disingenuous, because they will outright steal a story and then pay damages later as part of their cost of doing business. They buy insurance. So I don't know that. It was a very, I think Paula watched like 10 minutes of it. She said, oh, this is really good. I want to watch it. Why did she want to watch it? Because the production quality was so high. And it was very graphically presented, and she saw 10 minutes of entertainment value. And of course, I watched it, and it was entertaining. But I was watching it for career reasons. And I reviewed every episode, which is on my Facebook timeline of Montauk Revisited. I have a Facebook identity as Montauk Revisited, and I went through all the different episodes and reviewed it, each one of them. But so anyway, to get back to this 4-second stuff, it's like, yeah. And then I was watching some of Lord of the Rings, and they're pretty much 4-second shots or less in Lord of the Rings. There's some of them are a little longer, but they are shooting, little snippets. And I never understood this aspect of filmmaking. And I'm going to talk to my friend about it because he's going to know it oh so well. It's something we've never talked about. And what can you tell in 4 seconds? Now, that might include, in today's, it might include looking at an actor from a different perspective, a close-up, a distance from underneath, from overhead. It's all this like angle here, angle there, angle there. And it kind of like messes with your attention.
Mm-hmm.
So this is something I learned. So when if they're giving you 4 seconds, it sounds like you're being shortchanged, but you're really not.
Ah.
You're really not. In fact, you think you could tell a story in 4 seconds because I'm like, yeah, it can be done because but it's like, this is like these 4-second clips are like a grammar. It's like a grammar, a visual grammar. Now, of course, it's accompanied with words. Doesn't have to be, but generally is. So these little snippets of motion, and I never, ever, ever thought in this terms. One thing I realized in shooting a movie we were doing at Atlanticron in 2010, I had to cut out so much dialogue that I had done because it was just inappropriate. You can't have somebody in a scene being long-winded. You just have to have action, and you can have words, but they have to be very short and sweet. You can't have a minute speech unless it's in the context of a speech. But it's just got to be bam, 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 bam. Now I've learned something of the art of the 4-second clip. Some of them are 3, some of them are 2, and rarely will you see one that's a little bit longer. I don't know how long this has been going on in movies. It's just a craft of movie making that I never even noticed. And I have gotten down into being succinct when I did some script writing for the Montauk project. It has to be so short and so sweet. This is why, comic books are a good template for making a movie.
Yes.
Or what they call a
storyboard. It's called storyboard.
Storyboard, yeah. Yeah, and that's originally how I got, sort of bonded with this guy, because I was looking for storyboard software. And there was some storyboard software that was advertised on Facebook. It was like over $20,000. It was ridiculous. And it wasn't very good.
Right.
And he had created storyboard software far exceeded this, basically using green screens. I'm not going to go into why we never did that. There were some things that were done, but because the whole idea at that time was that if you had, well, I will say this while I'm on the subject. The way several movies got made when YouTube came out is that you'd put out a trailer. You'd be an amateur director, amateur producer, and you'd put out a well-done trailer. And sometimes it didn't even have to be that well done, but the story had to be hard-hitting and convincing. And that's how you would sell and get funded. And you had inexperienced producers getting big money to do movies. And they did okay, or they didn't do okay. But this was a trend in the movie business, 7, 8, before COVID.
Right.
And then Netflix hit, and it was like everybody and their mother who was in the acting business got hired. I never forget being with my daughter in LA and saying, where'd all these people in your neighborhood work? Either they're big buildings full of places, they were expensive rents. Well, she says they all work for Netflix.
Wow.
That's not every single one of them.
Right.
So it's just like, and of course you see a lot of actors in Hollywood. And well, you did that and they were young kids, because look at, they're making all sorts of stuff and they have to produce it. They need people to produce it. So, this is now, of course, everything got knocked out of the, because the writers basically not being paid commensurately with their worth, is that they struck, and then there was a lockout, and then AI started rearing its ugly head and started, creating outrage in the whole Hollywood community. And apparently they haven't gotten over it yet, because they're not shelling out money. In fact, they seem to be, it's AI. And this is the new, code word. So I just got my hands wet. Aristides referred me to this website. And then, it's like less than a week later, and I'm getting introduced into a high-end animator graphic site. And I want to take it up even a notch to where it's not me doing the prompts. We've got a professional friend who, we're going to engage this. He asked me a question about you, Douglas.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Well, he said, because I wasn't going that direction. I said, I've been working on your book and stuff. And he says, I forget what his exact words, but he says, I get the idea that Douglas is very, I took the words right out of his mouth. I said, barbed. I said, he's got a lot of barbs around him.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, like there's, cannot be, yeah. And what I would say, that's like, one of the first things I learned in my backyard is we had a rose bush, maybe two, in the corner, and I learned about thorns.
Yes,
were dangerous, and and we had, it was white roses and there were red roses, and you didn't want to touch those thorns.
Yes,
they hurt.
Yes,
and then this is the thorn surrounds the rose, ostensibly to protect it. And this is why Christ is referred to as the rose, surrounded by the thorns. This is the rosy cross, the Rosicrucians.
Yes, Rosy Crucis.
Yeah. So the thorns are symbolic, and of course you have Thorn EMI, which is the electrical music industry company that did actually release the Philadelphia Experiment in video form, the movie. And the thorn concept was, very much tied to the beast. And of course, there's a movie that features Thorn. So I don't know, one of these stupid devil movies. What they make a point of that. So, but basically, barbed, thorn. There is a protective mechanism, and I'm just actually had just written something about this with the. I'm tabulating all my synchronicities surrounding the Mount of Olives in Israel and all the interconnectedness, and basically, when you get into the high power zone, we're talking about that energy that was represented in the Ark of the Covenant, where it could level whole armies. And I've had my own experiences with this energy in Transylvania and Choklavina cave area, where I learned of the Oriflame, where this, energy, golden energy, comes right up out of the ground. And of course, I had a dream of this, but it was tied to the Ark of the Covenant. And so I've concentrated on a certain amount of this energy that's representative there, where there's all these golden tunnels underneath. But the problem with that energy is that it's very powerful, but it's kind of like going to the electric box in your house, which keeps all the lights on in your house.
Fuse box.
Take the wires. Yeah. You don't want to touch those wires.
No.
You have to respect it, use it to light up your life, but you don't want to necessarily be, well, it's like what happens in that movie, The Raiders of the Lost Ark. They all get fried by it, except for Indiana Jones, because he knows to close his eyes. He has a, respect for and an understanding of the other characters in the movie. Are just, they're curious. It's mostly that French archaeologist. He gets in over his head. Of course, that's a movie portrayal, but nevertheless, this is what's going to happen when people get exposed to power. So that, and of course, this is one of the, I guess, issues I'm writing about, because all of these synchronicities that I've had, and I've written 2 books, the Montauk Book of the Dead and the Montauk Book of the Living, about synchronicities surrounding the olive and the Mount of Olives. And I'm not going to go into all the details of that, but I will give a short summary, is that this all began when I received a playbill from 1909, New Montauk Theater, that featured on it Eva Tanguay, the most famous performer in vaudeville, most highly paid. Years later, after pursuing all these synchronicities, I would learn that she was a priestess of Aleister Crowley. And I looked at all the information on the playbill to try and figure out how this could relate to Montauk, other than the fact that the theater was called the New Montauk Theater, which was on Livingston Street in Brooklyn, which I did visit the area, only to find out it's now a Lowe's complex theater. Still a theater, but it's not a vaudeville type theater. The way I found out Aleister Crowley was, connected, is I had lost this playbill. It was lost, and my friend Yonda, who has been in this program, psychic friend, she was coming to visit me, and all of a sudden, before she visited me, it shows up on my coffee table. I don't know how it got there. It hadn't been there, the day before. It just showed up. And I said, oh God, now this is now the age of the internet. I got to see who Eva Tanguay was. I went downstairs where my computer was at the time. I looked up Eva Tanguay and I found a review written about her. And then I only found out the review was by Aleister Crowley. I didn't know. Oh God, Aleister Crowley wrote this review. He saw her perform. Then in one of his books, he mentions that she was a priestess, and he felt very bad about the way he had dealt with her, as opposed to other priestesses he used. He just, he wasn't on his game apparently. But nevertheless, she was a priestess. Now, this playbill, after, I gave up looking for clues on it, and then a year after I'd had it, Duncan Cameron, Alexander Duncan Cameron, the primary psychic used in the project, in the Montauk project, was at my house. He was there to have dinner, I assume, because he used to come and hang out. And there was a, and I said, oh, Duncan, I said, I have this playbill I'd like you to read. I'd like you to give me a read on it. And I run upstairs, it was at the bottom of my desk, took it, brought it down, and as soon as he was sitting on a chair, and as I brought it over to him, it was in a frame. The cardboard on the back of the frame, there was like these little clips. They came loose, and this picture came out. It was a picture of Christ on Mount Olive. And then I found out there was a second picture in there too. Two. And I said, what the hell is this? And this began an investigation, in which basically I was told that olive trees are a gateway to the inner earth. These are sacred to, the olive is sacred to the Greeks. It's the greatest gift to mankind was the olive tree by Minerva. She beat out Poseidon or Neptune, who gave mankind the horse. Both were great gifts, but the olive went out by vote of the gods. There was an olive tree on Mount Olympus. It was the olive oil that enabled the Hanukkah menorah to stay lit for 8 days on 1 day's worth of oil. Christians use oil in their chrism.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sacred. It's sacred in all of these things, and that Christ's favorite spot was the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem, which is also where the apocalypse takes place. It will split from east to west. It will be the north and the south. It will be divided, and that's where the apocalypse will happen and the Messiah will appear. I was also very moved by the fact that Olive Pharaoh, who was the matriarch of the Montauk Indians, the first Montauk Indian I ever spoke to, never met her in person, but she had called me to ask why I didn't mention her son in the pyramids of Montauk. I said, well, I never knew he even existed.
Right.
Because he had been silent and he only came vocal after, and so I said, well, yeah. So I was redoing the book, so I put him in there and I sent it to her. And I'm sitting there researching this stuff on the olives, and it says that the olive oil will be used to cure the gallbladder in the future. It was used in ancient Atlantis to heal the gallbladder. So I'm reading this, and I just get up and I go to the phone and I call up Olive Pharaoh and I say, oh, hello, I'm calling for Olive. Oh, this is her cousin, Carolyn. She says, I sent her this book. I want to know if she got it. Well, it just came in. We just got it, but she just went to the hospital with a bleeding gallbladder.
Oh.
She never recovered. She died.
Oh.
Shortly thereafter. And then I didn't know that at the time, but I go back to my writing and I say, oh my God, her name is Olive. I wasn't even thinking that her name was Olive. I said, this is some coincidence. I said, I have a book on my hands here. But the book didn't come for 10 years later because I had all these, I was like I had a lot on my plate, including what would eventually become a divorce. But
right.
But then I found out, and this came through dreams and whatnot, and actually a trip to California, where I'm driving up to Santa Barbara to see one of my friends, one of my childhood friends, and my daughter's in the car with me, and it's raining, just horrible rain, and I go by Montalvo, which is the little area near Ventura, between Ventura and Oxnard, where my parents were buried. And I said, oh, I remember the road to turn off to Montalvo in the hearse when we went to bury them. And I saw this sign. It said, Los Olivos Adobe. I go, oh my God, Los Olivos, there's the olives. And so I said, there's something here. And when I got home that night, I asked my sister, because she lives locally, and she says, oh, that's the Los Olivos Adobe. They're the most famous family in this area, the Olivos family. And it was the biggest rancho in California. And my parents were killed in a car crash on that ranchero, what was that ranchero, and they were buried there too. Not on the little area now that's called Los Olivos Adobe. That's just a small little, relatively small, where the Olivos family lived. And, but I mean, you know, most of that territory has been sold off or otherwise acquired over the years. So I said, wow, my parents were on that. That's heavy duty. And then I kept having dreams until I realized I was being taken back to Olive Drive in the dreams. Olive Drive in Davis, California. That's where I got involved in Scientology and where I had my first out-of-body experiences on Olive Drive. So I said that, you know, wow. So that's why the Montauk Book of the Dead was primarily about my experiences in Scientology. The Montauk Book of the Living went deeper into the Montauk Indians. And also I discovered that Queen Antonia, the Blue Queen of Atlantis, had given mankind the olive, and that the Greeks transliterated Antonia into Athena. She was a kahina, and she was Amazon. So
is that similar to like a kachina in the Native American sense?
It's just a different alliteration. A kachina, a kahina, or a kahuna would be the more male version of the word. Kahina, kahuna, shikahina, shekina. It's the same as Shekinah. Shekina, Shekinah. Same thing. It's like this is root indigenous stuff that is pre-Judaism as we know it. So these terms transmogrify, the religions transmogrify, and so on and so forth. So, but basically, I'm looking at all these things, and I also found out that the country of Romania was formed as a result of a fight over the chapel or Church of the Ascension on the Mount of Olives. The Mount of Olives used to be studded with churches and caves. It's a necropolis. And, you know, at one point, I think the Muslims razed all the churches, but they've rebuilt some. But there is a church on Mount Olive with a big footprint, which is where Jesus is said to have ascended into heaven. And that church was so important to the Russian Orthodox Church, who they revived a lot of that area, the Russians. And they, but they had the keys to this church that the French and the English wanted. And this fight over the access to this church where Jesus ascended from was the pretense for the Crimean War. And the Crimean War essentially takes place on what we now know as the Ukraine, that general area. And that fight, which is where Florence Nightingale became famous, and the charge of the Light Brigade. But that result of that treaty that was made formed the boundaries of Romania, because of the fight over the Mount of Olives. So, and of course, the boundaries of Romania were chosen primarily because the language, people in that boundaries spoke that language. And that's how the boundary got formed. There were some Hungarian speakers in Transylvania, but not nearly as many as Romanians. So they divided it by language. And then they sought to change the alphabet from Cyrillic to Latin.
That's right.
And begin to create and to denigrate the history of Romania and deny the true history of Romania, which is and they made up a word called proto-chronism. Proto-chronism is there was no word for proto-chronism until Romania began to counter this and assert its own history. They said proto-chronism is when a nation is so small and insignificant that it has to make up this story that it was the original culture. You know, it's stupid. And it was the original culture in Europe. But that's a whole nother story. But in other words, I'm talking about the olive, and I'm you know, categorizing all of these synchronicities because I asked an artificial intelligence. I wrote about my experience. I said, what do you have to say? It says, well, you have these synchronicities are a very indication of deep spiritual growth. So I reviewed them, and I'm saying so much of them center, and all of my synchronicities in my work lead me to Douglas Dietrich. So
yes,
I have the Mount of Olives is apocalyptic in and of itself because of the traditions in the Bible. It also concerns the death of my parents, which is quite personal to me, and it's part of the continuation of life. It's also my most exalted experiences in spirituality were out-of-body experiences where I realized for the first time, experientially, that I was not my body. So, and then Montauk is, of course, in many respects, my life work. And then the Indian connection is the indigenous connection, which all my synchronicities led to. And they have a very strong identification with Christianity, too, the Montauk Indians. Pharaohs, they were the pharaohs of Montauk. And, of course, the pharaoh is the interlocutor between heaven and earth, which is, there's even a book called Jesus, Last of the Pharaohs by Ralph Ellis that equates Jesus as the, you know, last of the pharaohs. Commonly thought to be Cleopatra, but he comes after her. And he's the interlocutor between heaven and earth, and he ties to the capstone of the Great Pyramid, which then again represents that as well. So all of this work that I do leads to a climax of consciousness of which time travel is like, wow, that's a big deal. And then Douglas has the this experience with the Vox Arca, which is this, I can't call it a megaphone, but it's a voice box that can iterate magical grimoire or magical grammar or spells that the human voice cannot do, which can stir up old energies and can effectuate the binding of spirits or the release of spirits, and it does it with empowered energy, of which the most remarkable adaptation to this would be the Anderson time reactor, which emits all sorts of natural energy from the power of the earth, which I've covered in my previous writings, in my newsletters, or in the book Montauk or Transylvania Moonrise, but it's also in the website for those of you who've subscribed to the Time Travel Education Center. Space-time motive force. It generates space-time motive force. The time reactor can solve all our energy problems, but it could also be used in a powerful way to bind or release demons or spirits or entities of any type, if in the employ of somebody who knows what they're doing. Now,
yes,
I think that now I don't have any great agenda or what was it called? Possible impotence to go to David Anderson and say, yeah, David, Douglas has got the Vox Arca. Let's go up to San Francisco, or let's bring him down and let's put it on. You know, it could come up organically, but it seems like there are certain components. Now, I liken this to a watering hole. This great energy of whether it be the Ark of the Covenant or God. It's like if you imagine a watering hole in Africa, and if you're a creature who uses the watering hole, your basic concern is to use the watering hole, get the water you need, and mind your own business. Now, as I understand it, animals respect each other at the watering hole in a way they don't necessarily. They go there and they use the water. It's not a place to be predatory if a bunch of animals go to the water hole, because that's survival. I've seen, documentaries on that and stuff.
Yes.
So in other words, they all respect the water. Now, and so that's what life is like. You want to do your job, make your money, raise your kids, preserve your house, go about your business, and not be bothered and not bother people. You don't necessarily need to own or control the flow of water. Now, when you start trying to cut off the water from the other animals or start to, sell it to them or something like this, you're walking down a slippery slope. And this is what happens when you start to go outside the bounds of what you might call godly energy to take undue advantage of it. I mean, this is kind of what, one doesn't need more than that. You need your blood supply, your care.
Yes.
You need your, your sustenance.
Yes.
Some, relative comforts, and
yes.
And, life is fine.
Yes.
But when I look at my own work, it includes these more exalted aspects of existence, ranging from, the stories of Preston Nichols, and it's like this massive conspiracy, and it's such a uncomfortable topic that, I'm censored in so many avenues.
Wow.
Well, before I ever meet Douglas.
Right.
And then as I, all of my synchronicities, all of my adventures eventually lead me to Douglas. And, the censorship becomes more potent.
Yes.
And then the issues with David Anderson. Now, when I met Preston Nichols, there was no assertion on his part about, being able to effectuate time travel. He said, we did it in the past, but we can't do it now. And even Duncan would say, he says, we were really great, but we're not great. We can't do it now. And then David Anderson comes down the pike, who can do it. But then, of course, super censorship around him. And I will say this, I had a realization today. Just because you can time travel, this is the thing. It's remarkable that you can time travel. But just because you can drive a car, I was thinking of this while I was driving the football this morning. Just because I can drive a car on the highway doesn't mean I own the highway.
Right.
So just because you can time travel doesn't mean you own the roads of time.
Right.
So that's a very simple logic. Now, of course, here's an example from my friend the medicine man. When he went to South Dakota, where his spiritual fathers lived, in Lakota tribe, he said they would have to go 5 miles to go to the store. And when they found out he could just, walk a few blocks and go to the store, they were flabbergasted. Man, you can go to the store? You can walk to the store? How scarce the store was on a reservation, a regular store. So it's like if I was the only one in my neighborhood who had a car, you know, wow, what's it like? What's it like in Queens? What's it like in Brooklyn? What's it like in Manhattan? Have you ever been to Staten Island? You know, it's like that. So what I'm saying is, that's what somebody who can travel in time is like. You know, they could see some amazing things. But of course, anytime I see something on time travel, how could you speak to people? How could you relate to them? Aside from your appearance and clothing, you know, how could you talk? You know, it would be a tremendous challenge.
Oh, yeah. You'd probably wind up in jail very quickly. That's what was concluded by the Department of Defense from what I saw on their researches in time travel. Of course, what I saw, it only alluded to David Anderson. You remember that I said that what I saw was they were indicating he was working with light cones and the like. But we went over this on the one episode we did with, of course, our friend, God, what was his name again? You know, the guy we did that episode with, I forget his name at this point. Maybe Brendan Zogic can help us out here. Andrew Bartzies? Yeah, Andrew Bartzies.
Okay, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, a real long time ago, yes. And that was, so what happened, the only reason that I'm, you know, bringing this up is to say that at that time, what little I saw about time travel, they were concentrating more on the social ramifications. If we can send people back in time, of course, you'd want to send them in places where the person is competent or able to speak the language. But even in English-speaking countries, like if somebody went back in England hundreds of years ago, and you assume you speak English, the people are speaking such a different English at that point in time, they would find what you're saying not only incomprehensible, but likely offensive. They'd get every other word. Most of what they'd piece together would probably be something they couldn't understand. Of course, they'd assume you were a witch, and you'd likely wind up either in prison or burned at the stake. But beyond that, even somebody able to function linguistically, as I said, the laws are so different in the at different periods in time, you'd likely wind up in jail very quickly because you would be breaking laws you were not aware existed. Like, you know, ignorance of the law is no excuse. If somebody traveled forward in time and wound up placed in the United States, you know, they'd be breaking all kinds of laws probably fairly quickly, jaywalking, possibly not knowing that they were guilty of theft if they were to walk into a store and see everybody picking things off of the stalls and just be so astonished at the amount of produce. They would probably just assume it's free and probably start eating it right then and there, not even being cognizant of a certain kind of etiquette that's maintained where you do that after you buy it. This sort of thing. Anyhow, back to Peter.
Well, yes. And the other thing is, people of yesteryear don't think with completely different thinking modalities than we have today.
Yes.
And the thinking modalities that we have today are different than when I grew up in the 1950s and 60s.
Oh, God. No, I thought heavily about that. I told the Blood Boys about what you had said that nobody dares to speak of, and it's something that, honestly, someday, hopefully a documentary will be made upon it. It's such a sensitive subject that no one dares to speak of it, and that was the fact that we used to have commonly the biological birthing of all kinds of people that were physiologically abnormal.
That goes back to the 20s.
Yeah, and the eugenics program, and Peter Moon is the only person I've ever heard address this quite accurately. The eugenics program put an end to that. Whenever we hear about eugenics, the only thing you hear is this negativity. Not to say that what the eugenics program did in terms of these deformed people was necessarily justified, but the eugenics program did a number of things. It eliminated a lot of short people. We used to give birth to midgets all the time, Americans, and it eliminated lots of deformed people. People literally born looking like mermaids was actually quite common. people born with flippers, people born with webbed hands, people who were atavistic, evolutionary throwbacks to humanity's amphibious origins, etc. So you had these products that would wind up employed by Ringley's Barnum and Bailey Circus, the rest of these. They no longer exist, by the way. These circuses have all closed down. Some might say that's very sad. Other people who rejoice at that are, of course, animal rights activists. Many animal rights activists felt that circuses were very cruel and exploitive towards animals. I could see arguments either way, but the reality is these people no longer exist. They simply aren't born anymore. And all of this was the product of these American eugenics programs. And everybody, of course, looks at this as the ultimate evil and says the Nazis copied America. That's finally, of course, being acknowledged, quote unquote, that the Nazis were inspired by the Americans breeding out all of what we would call in those days, this was the term they would use, was freaks. And they would make these freaks movies, like there's a movie called Freaks. If you ever take a look at this movie called Freaks, which of course is legendary. Freaks is one of those cult films where everybody claims that they saw the real version before it was censored, or that at somehow or another their cousin Bubba or their Uncle Ernie got a copy of the uncensored version, because Freaks has been infamous for being censored repeatedly. And by that I mean clips cut out, then supposedly re-added. It's one of those films that whenever you see it, you have no idea whether you're seeing it in its totality, but you can be certain you're probably not. But the one thing everybody does is they watch it, and you are astonished by what you do see, which is deformed people, and they're all behaving strangely, and it's a morality story. A beautiful woman basically pretends to fall in love with a dwarf who's amassed a fortune so that she can take his fortune, and then she winds up crippled herself, one of the freaks. So it's this weird morality story. But at any rate, because it's filled with people who are deformed and it's considered exploitative by modern standards, it's been so censored and re-edited that you will never see a complete version of it, but we'll always run across people who claim that they have, and people will claim that they saw different kinds of freaks you'll never see in the film. People who were walking backwards on all fours, this sort of thing, and people were born like that. And they used to call these showbiz children, is what they had a name for them. They called them showbiz children because they'd wind up in a circus tent. And so when some people would seek to have showbiz children because it was a guaranteed source of income, the child would just be kind of pimped out to a circus, and you'd get kind of a stipend as the parent, because this was before they had laws. Child actors, for instance, were all exploited until they finally were able to get laws protecting child actors. The original child actors were horrifically exploited. I mean, beyond just sexually, they just usually had parents who were drinking and drugging on all the money they earned in Hollywood. And these kids would be left with nothing, even though they were famous in America at the time. So that's an example of how much mindsets have changed.
Yes. In other words, money was much more coveted and scarce in those days. Yes. In fact, people would moan and groan over the fact that they were having a baby because they couldn't afford it.
It's true.
And they would even be resented. The father might not be able to withhold his emotional resentment over the fact that he had to feed this kid.
No, it's true. It's horrible. And
this is not something that is so. I mean, there are plenty of examples of unwanted kids, but it's not as prevalent or common today as it was back then.
Yes,
it was a big strain to, be responsible for a living human being.
Oh, absolutely. And I pointed out to the Blood Boys what you had said, of course, which is quite true. There used to be cities dedicated, little towns, villages, to short people, midgets. The entire tracts of homes would be built where everything was smaller in size for these midgets that were born quite regularly. And eugenics eliminated all of that. These people are no longer born in any great numbers, if they're born at all. And ultrasound has, of course, done, further to eliminate these children from being born at all. So but eugenics started that. It was before ultrasound even came around. Eugenics had pretty much eliminated the birth of midgets, dwarves, and basically deformed, what we would consider deformed people. So the only person who's ever made a point of that is Peter Moon. Nobody dares to talk about this. You see nothing about this. If you look up eugenics on YouTube, all you're going to see is, eugenics was evil and it's responsible for, the Nazis across the Atlantic, saying, look, the Americans have done it and we can aim towards a better population as well. The Americans, of course, were seeking generally to stop all of their birth defects. And one has to wonder why statistically the Americans gave birth to so many deformed people. but it's something that happened in Europe over the years. Europe had its circuses. Europe had its freak shows. It was not, they would travel with the gypsies mostly, something similar to that, be adopted by the gypsies, travel with them. This is not something that was without precedent, but the Americans seemed to produce quite a few of them until eugenics stopped it. But again, not to say that I'm defending eugenics, because honestly, there's a way to make an argument. I could also make an argument that we have suffered immensely from the loss of such people. That such people provide an insight into processing differently. You process extraordinarily differently when you're physiologically different. With these mermaids and these throwbacks, these atavistic genetic examples of our aquatic phase in human evolution, after all, we're born in an amniotic fluid. We're born as amphibious. This is something that we could have learned so much scientifically. So I'm not saying that this was the right thing to do. Rather, I'm saying it did happen and nobody speaks about it. And just as having communities full of midgets would give us an entirely different perspective of empathy and sympathy for different communities that have to function differently. We don't have that anymore, and it's also one of the reasons why there's so much less sympathy or empathy in the world. It's people have no capacity for understanding that there's different people, and therefore this is why it's so difficult when I, as someone who's a quarter vampiroid, try to explain to people anything about vampirism. The first thing that you're stuck with is, first off, good example here, just as, and then I'll go back to Peter. But before I give the baton back to Peter, a good example was Judith Ager told me at one point when she was beginning to sever, she said, yes, someday you're going to get really sick. You're going to get really sick drinking that blood. You're going to drink somebody's blood and get really sick. And I realized she thinks of me as someone with VPD, meaning vampiroid personality disorder. That I'm someone who fantasizes about being a vampire, and that drinking blood, therefore, would ultimately make me sick. And I would ultimately drink some diseased blood that would make me sick. That she's not taking into account. She never really believed I was a vampire.
Well, I have a very important question here. Now, she actually was in the crypt with you, was she not?
She was, yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Now, the crypt, for those of you who don't know, is where he lives. It's a very strange house that he doesn't let anybody in. It's built on an ancient graveyard.
Yes. But
that's another story we're not going to go into. But for her to be exposed to the crypt.
Yes. And not only that, saw my mother in the crypt, the ghost of my mother. She felt that the ghost of my mother comforted her at her worst moments in the crypt. Continue. Yes.
Yeah, but for her to have had as much exposure to you in a mundane way and have some degree of understanding of some of your esoteric aspects, she had to have been in abject denial.
Yes.
About who you actually were.
Thank you.
In other words, you talk about the barbs. She could not deal with who you really were.
Thank you.
Or really are. And it's going to cause somebody to discombobulate, and maybe this is why she turned so weird on you.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain.
There's several factors there. Yeah, go on.
Something wrong with her.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I agree. Can't argue with that. Yeah.
I just, it's for her to make that judgment, she was not qualified to be in your space.
Yes.
And my question is, why was she there? Yeah. What was she really there for? This is my big question. It wasn't just to get your $50,000 life insurance policy.
Certainly not at first, no.
But that's a pretty strong indication of, lower motives. But what was she there? Was she there to control you, to spy on you? Was she an Aquino mole? I mean,
I certainly don't believe that. In fact, of all of the different people that I have dealt with, she would be the least that I would suspect of that. Obviously, I think that she has issues, and I think her biggest issue was that she was a Alcoholics Anonymous individual who, even though she was not cultic about it necessarily, she was not somebody who it was definitely a big part of her life, and certainly helped her to overcome her own addictions, cocaine of which had been one, along with heavy.
If she was an addict,
in the past. Yeah, but what she was really getting off on, what she became addicted to, and this is what happens if you're an addictive personality, then you can just as easily get rid of some of these more immediately lethal addictions, and you replace them with something else. And she became addicted to self-denial. And what she wanted to deny herself of was apparently anything that gave her pleasure. That's why she ultimately started denying me from out of her life. It really was just too pleasurable for her to have me in her life. She derived too much pleasure from it, and therefore it was something she felt needed to be, how would you say it? Refrained from, or abstained.
People are programmed to not enjoy themselves. It's inherently wrong. Yeah. It goes from church programming,
yes,
or even to be comfortable. It might not even be pleasure. It just might, not to just have X amount of comfort.
Yeah, and by the way, our listenership is high, and I will pass the baton back to Peter, but I'm going to ask him, don't forget to give people some of these details of that midget city. You sought it out, and you found evidence of it. These things did exist. If you talk to most people these days, it'd be almost impossible to find records of that. Most people would dismiss it as some kind of fantasy. This is the kind of this is what we've lost. We've lost entire communities of little people that really did exist in the United States. Suburban tract lands of little houses. Can you imagine people living like that today? They'd have to have a high security fence. For one thing, you'd have all kinds of people trying to break in to take advantage of them, just to rob them or sexually abuse them, because they would probably be more physically helpless and unable to fight back. So they would attract a lot of predators. By the way, when I took the break to do what I was doing earlier, I took a call from my son, and his conclusion about the strategy that had been intended by either Peter Thiel, because he heard what you said, and agrees that 50% it was either Peter Thiel or these various agencies. But he felt the strategy was, and there's no arguing with this, it certainly makes sense, that they dumped in all the surveillance programming combined with the child porn, so that when it was set to go on display on Father's Day, then the security surveillance program that they had installed would then kick into high gear and immediately inform the authorities, so that this would be not only a warrant for an arrest, cause for warrant for arrest, but it would also be something that everyone could then make propaganda use of. Again, this still could involve Peter Thiel, because he would give the Chinese, the Russians, and the Israelis the opportunity, along with the United States federal government, to say, oh, look, there's that guy who claims he's the son of Adolf Hitler, and now look what he's doing. And then afterwards, it would be the end of everything in my life. Just so people understand it, not only was it observed by George Knight that Rishi Sunak and the Tories, the Conservatives of the United Kingdom, have been aping, just literally what in Asia they call monkeying or parroting, all of my social engineering guidelines and advisements, but even the Republican Party of the United States is now saying that if Trump is reelected, they will reinstate the draft, which is something I've said has always been necessary for reformation of our military performance. Now, one thing, Trump, to give him credit, has never bought into the military mystique. He really has never displayed a slavish worship of the military that other presidents have had. So it makes sense the Republicans, guided by Trump, would take this attitude of make everybody serve who's eligible to serve. And that is something that is, again, but this is all aping everything that I've said for years. But suddenly everybody's coming up with these talking points, just as potentially Peter Thiel or these other agencies, perhaps international and involving our own federal government, decides, well, let's take them out at this point. And so back to Peter with all of that. And so that's a lot to work with, but the baton back to Peter, yes. If he's still there. Jesus Christ, are we still on? Let's see now. Maybe he's gone mute. Let's see. Maybe he took a break. He might be taking...
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm here. Real quick, who was the woman you were talking about like 5 minutes ago?
Judith Ager. Judith Ager's this redhead who lived in Hawaii. I used to refer to her as our volcano-crowned princess in the Pacific. Peter is...
Excuse me, Douglas. This is the first time I ever took a pee break.
And I stopped talking.
Yeah. First time ever. So it had to happen sooner or later.
Yeah, no. First time for everything. No worries.
Yeah. Well, yeah, to say something about the little people, I don't know where I first became interested in this. I became interested in a long time ago about, where the little people live. And because I did pay some attention to it in my book, Spandau Mystery, which is a novel I wrote, which actually kind of predicts the movie. The story ends with the dissolution of the Montauk Project, and I don't mention it in the book, but the two main characters are going out to San Francisco after that to go, and they're going to end up involved investigating the Presidio. This is, many years before I heard of Douglas Dietrich. Right. That's kind of where it led me to. But in that book, I pay tribute to little people and mention a midget colony, because there was a midget colony in Coney Island where there was nothing but midgets there. This is around the first 10 years, 1900s, early 1900s. And of course, Coney Island was very different than it is today. But they had a whole colony and it burned down. And it wouldn't burn down, I don't know which way the midgets went. And it probably burned down because it was a rat trap, I imagine. All of Coney Island, made of wood and stuff.
You don't feel it was arson?
It could have been, but it burns so easily. You couldn't set fire easily to a building in Manhattan today, or even in Brooklyn for that matter. Right. Everything was made of wood, or so much of it was. Right. I really don't know, but it was a fire that destroyed it. And of course, I had a friend who told me about, because he was older than I was, and he remembered seeing old journals with weird births and stuff like that. Yeah. That was common.
Yeah.
And I will say this, is that my daughter was born with wedge toes on each foot.
Wow.
My toes were wedged together, web toes. Uh-huh. And she wanted to get them separated.
Of course.
So, well, she later regretted it.
Interesting. I was going to say, think of the swimmer she could have been.
Well, she's a good swimmer without them. But no, and I remember, wondering about it. And my wife said, well, she's a girl. She's a girl.
As if that explains everything.
Well, women are, they're vain about their appearance. And she did it. And they did it. She had to be redone. And it was not, and anyway, she later regretted it. I remember my friend working on her toes. It's kind of kills the nerves. It's not good for the body. But her toes look normal. I talked to her today for Father's Day. I don't know if I haven't asked her about her toes, but it was bothering her, in her later teens or early 20s. She talked about it. If it was really bad, I'd hear about it. But that the doctor told, we talked about it with the doctor, and he said this is not uncommon.
Right.
He said there are even births with sometimes people have fins or reptilian tails. And in fact,
yes.
My girlfriend, who I talked about, my former girlfriend who's passed away now, Mary Ann, she had her mother, who was, had an alcohol problem, once said to her, you were born with a tail. You were born with a tail.
Oh my God.
Now, she always suspected she was born with a tail. Mm-hmm. I looked at the bottom of her spine. I could see no evidence of any sort like that. So I don't know if it was the rantings of her mother or if it was true. Mm-hmm. But it's my daughter's doctor told me that's not that uncommon for people to be born with a tail. This is a fact of circumstance, and it's not the type of thing that's advertised. Mm-hmm. Like, you don't see, we have Channel 12, Long Island News. Anytime you turn on TV, you get Channel 12, Long Island News. Well, 6 kids were born with a tail today at the hospital. Well, they'll say, yeah, we dig up another 6 girls that were murdered by this Long Island murderer, but they won't mention stuff that goes on like that because it's just not mentioned. So anyway, I really got into this. One of my Moorish friends told me that the Knights Templar used little people as psychic sources. And also they used them because they could sneak in and get into areas that other people couldn't get into. So they were used as scouts back in the days of the Templars, or even during the Revolutionary War, he said. The Revolutionary War. I think there was a colony in Maryland of midgets that George Washington used. Mm-hmm. Now, I looked into it quite a bit, and I said, where do these people live? There's still lots of them. And I did find out there are midget houses in La Jolla, which is where my father grew up, near San Diego. La Jolla, it means the jewel.
Yeah. California, just so people know, Peter's talking about California now.
Yeah, near San Diego. And there's 3 little houses there, and these were built by the people of who starred in The Wizard of Oz. And then I did some more, and this is where I found the midget troupe from Transylvania that Mengele used to work on. Mengele, messed around with the midgets. Right. He was fascinated with them. He had quite a complex relationship. He'd play classical music to them, but he'd also experiment on them.
Yes.
Brutally.
Yeah.
So he kind of had like a love-hate psychotic relationship with some of his patients. Some of it was just a psychotic relationship. There was no love involved.
But we have to admit that his experience the experience they had with him was so profound. It was nothing less than bonding. As Peter read from one of these experiences of one of these female midgets, was she said herself, if he were ever captured alive and brought before a trial, she would not stand witness against him. And there was a understanding, I believe, that they had, that he had increased their lifespan despite the tortures he had performed upon them. As I explained in the past, I've gone in depth about how Mengelé's genetic experiments prolonged the lives and the health capacity of many Holocaust survivors. And it's the reason why there are so many of them. Of course, many of them are hoaxers, which is, again, something we could go into another time.
This is not really the midget class that's the hoaxers.
No, definitely not. Matter of fact, the funny or morbidly entertaining aspect of the midgets was that before Peter had talked about Mengele and the midgets, which I knew of to a degree, but he brought out other things that have come out ever since. But he had first mentioned, of course, my biological father, Adolf Hitler's fascination with Walt Disney and MC Fleischer and animation, and that Hitler was a big fan of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, among other animation features. And at some point in my life, I guess I had conflated by memory, maybe even a dream sequence, that Mengele had at some point brought midgets before Adolf Hitler and Eva to entertain them, which actually is not out of the question and it could very well have happened, because certainly many of them were, in a sense, the Dachau dwarves were used to entertain troops on the front line. I don't believe that they worked directly with Mengele, though. But something like this could have happened. I brought that up with Peter, and he said no, he hadn't mentioned that. So it's almost like what we can call a fabricated or convergent memory on my part in that case. But it's still a fascinating.
If we had a TV show or a soap opera or any kind of theatrical outlet, yeah, it would make a cute little snippet to see, Eva and Hitler being entertained by midgets in sort of an innocuous way, and then maybe throw a little dagger in there somewhere. That's what they do.
Yes.
But to get back to the midget story, so I looked and then, I mean, asking these questions was just like, it's just like you ask questions and you don't, it doesn't yield. People don't have any knowledge of it. I did find out that, now this is 15 years ago. I don't know if they still do it, more than 15 years ago. But they have the Little People's Association that would meet once a year. I have a convention. This is back, we don't have as many conventions as we used to. We have Zoom.
That's right.
But what they meet once a year in Salt Lake City, Little People. Now, that throws up big red flags because this is, the home of the Mormons.
Yes.
Now, what are Mormons obsessed with? Genetics. They monitor genetics. They monitor bloodlines. Mm-hmm. There's no organization on earth that is more preoccupied with genetics than Mormonism. So, that was a great curiosity as well.
Just to disambiguate, my impression was it's more genealogy, but it may well have branched out into genetics at this point.
Yeah. It's more than just genealogy.
Okay.
I mean, it's you can't separate the two, and who knows what weirdness lurks inside. There's no. It's hard to fathom, and they're certainly not going to volunteer, what they're up to. And then one day my daughter came home, and she must have been in, sixth grade time period, and she's her friends, they're talking about going to Tiny Town. Her friends are over, and I said,
Wow.
"What's Tiny Town?" "Oh, my mom took us to Tiny Town." "What's Tiny Town?" And it's a place in a town called Merrick.
Fascinating.
And it was not far from where my daughter went to private school, which was actually in a Protestant church. It wasn't a church school. It was just they used the facilities of the Protestant church, and it was in Merrick. And I'd taken her to school several times, but this was just some mother who was bringing the girls home, because usually, you get a bunch of girls in a car and you take them somewhere, one of the mothers, sometimes myself, and she'd take them to Tiny Town on the way home. So it's Tiny Town. So I wanted to see Tiny Town, and there's this area in Merrick where there's all of these concentric circles. The streets are concentric circles, and it's just like, what the hell is this? And because it's kind of secluded, you're not going to see it. You have to go looking for it. And I drove into the circuitous neighborhood. I had a map, and you see there was less than a handful of tiny little houses. They were all once tiny houses, and then of course they were added to, raised, new houses were brought up, but you could still see the evidence of the little houses. And there was one where there's a plaque put up, and I think it might be a church, but it's like, all these tiny little houses. Now, what really got my ire or fascination was I saw one of these. It was a double-decker. It was a tiny house. It had a for sale sign. And I said, oh boy, for sale sign. I want to go there as a prospective buyer. I think the price of the house at the time was like $210,000 it was listed at. Now, that would be very cheap by today's standards. If you bought it at that time for $210,000, you were buying a piece of crap, because it was just in disrepair. But I never got inside. It had a real estate sign on it. So I copied it, the number. I took the thing down. And then I had a friend, I hope to have him on the show, Rick Smith.
Okay.
But I need to call him. But I knew that he worked in real estate.
Right.
So I came home and I called him. I wanted him to show me the house.
Yes.
Because he lived in Merrick.
Right. By the way, Merrick, as far as I understand it, is Greco-Hungarian. So M-A-R-I-K?
M-E-R-R-I-C-K.
Interesting. Which, by the way, may be a source for the very term America. Go on.
I don't know. I never thought Merrick Road is synonymous with Montauk Highway in some areas.
Okay.
Merrick. I've never really looked into it.
Right.
But this camp, anyway, I called up Rick and I said, look, there's this. He says, I'm not in real estate anymore. I haven't been in real estate for a while. I said, oh, God. And I think I was going to have him call the agent I was going to have him show it to me. But he lived right down the road from this place, and he didn't even know it existed.
Holy shit.
He lived within a quarter mile of this area.
And he was in the business. And he was in the business, no less.
Yeah, and he never knew that there were all these concentric circles. It's because, he lived on Little Whale Neck Road, which he rented, but it was just, you could live that close to it. And then I think I called, it was probably too late to call the number. Mm-hmm. But I then got a call that same night from my girlfriend, Marianne, and she says, look, I need to come out to you because these tenants I had are not working out. They lied to me. I've got to go get the key. I've got to go retrieve the key from them personally. said, could you pick me up at the railroad station and drive me? You know, I said, sure. So I pick her up at the railroad station. I drive her to her, you know, to get the keys from these adversarial former tenant, these people who lie, you know, they just lie. Yeah. So then it's like, it's going to be a while till her train. I said, how would you like to see Tiny Town? I want to see Tiny Town. Now, it's pouring rain. It's pouring rain all the morning when I pick her up. It's horrible. I drive her to Tiny Town, which isn't, you know, probably 15, 20 minutes. Uh-huh. And she's fascinated. I go back to that house, the shore of the house, and this is like, I was calling my friend. It's about 9 o'clock at night. I'm out there. It's like 9 o'clock in the morning, raining cats and dogs, and that real estate sign was gone. It was not only gone. I called another friend of mine who was a realtor, and she told me those things are so heavy.
The signs.
Yeah. There's a whole device that you have to go out there with a machine and get that thing out. It's not like you just pick it up.
Thank you.
You know. Yeah. And who's going to do that in the rain? And I said, wow, this seems like a conspiracy. It sounds like my phone's being monitored. And they went and took that whole real estate sign off so I could not possibly get at that house and see it.
Yeah.
That's what it seemed like. Now, I later took another friend of mine. We were doing a documentary on Montauk, me and these two ladies that were both pretty close friends of mine, or they developed into that. And I told them about Tiny Town. They were fascinated, and they wanted to go down there, and they took some footage of it. And they were just blown away. They thought it was so amazing. And we're sitting there taking, you know, pictures of the area, and this guy comes out. He wants to know what we're doing. He's real little. He's not a midget, but he's about 5 feet. He's so short, he stands out. And we're talking, and it turns out he's an attorney. Very nice. And we're asking him about these short houses. He goes, oh, no, these aren't. You know, he kind of like is denying it, you know.
Interesting. Yeah.
And I say, well, some of the, he doesn't totally deny it. You know, he says, well, this house, and then he points to his house. And he says, well, yeah, this is a small house. He says, you couldn't fit in there. He points to me because I'm tall.
Right.
And it's like, you don't know, but he's like short, you know, it would be too small for me. It wasn't one of the tiny houses, but it was so odd that this little guy comes out. And he's like a representative of the Lollipop Guild or something, you know.
Yes, yes.
And you know, my friend who was, I guess you'd call her the director, the other girl is the camera woman, and she was just totally blown out by this. And I think she actually lived in Merrick. That was the funny thing. She lived in Merrick. She grew up there. And so she was quite fascinated. She'd never heard of this. Now, what the history of this place is, there's one road I used to go down, is Camp Road. And it's called Camp because it led to this camp. It was a Mennonite camp. This is the history on this place. It was a Mennonite camp. For some reason, they built houses that were too small. And if you take a small person, they're not gonna. They're too small. You know, why would you build a house so small? It doesn't make any sense. So this was sort of a, you know, oh, it's a Mennonite camp. Well, I don't know that Mennonites are known for being tiny.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
No, so this is a little bit of where I ran into this stuff. And what I would also say as adjunct to all of this, in Long Island, there's an area called Cold Spring Harbor. Billy Joel named one of his albums, I think, Cold Spring Harbor, when he moved up and moved there. He used to have people going by his house all the time, I was told. That was when I first moved to Long Island. But then he moved to Center Island. I think he sold that house. Now he's in Florida. But Cold Spring Harbor is on the north shore of Long Island. It's considered a very nice community. But there's a place called Cold Spring Harbor Laboratories. And this was funded by Otto Kahn, an international Jewish banker who helped fund the not only the German war machine, but the funded Cold Spring Harbor. His wife, he funded the Met Opera. He was responsible for building a lot of tunnels underground there in the Met Opera, if they didn't already exist. And then there were tunnels he built. He has a mansion, which is still somewhat intact to this day, called Ohika. Ohika Mansion. They've kind of cut it up and sold it into a development, but it's a landmark on Long Island, on the supposed to be the highest point on Long Island, or a high point. And he's had tunnels from there to Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. And this is what was the early genetic research.
Ah, okay.
So one day, Paula's father, got in touch with her from Romania, and he wanted to give her some money. I just as a
gesture.
Yeah, whatever. It was $1,500 or something. It was a lot of money. So I think she explained to him sort of the problems in trying to send her money or whatnot. But so he had a friend of his who was Romanian, who was going to Cold Spring Harbor, and he gave her the money, and we went over to Cold Spring Harbor, and it was the first time I'd ever been to the laboratory. And we're driving around, and we both said it's the weirdest place we've ever seen. It's like an area with these houses here and houses there. It's a laboratory. If you go to a laboratory, you'd expect like a big building, like at a university. This was all these little houses. Some of them were bigger houses. And it was just so weird. We drove through the whole campus, which was huge. All these roads, and it was just like, looked more like a miniature golf course than a neighborhood. I mean, just because these houses kind of like a lot of space between them. You wondered if they were dealing with weird animal diseases or something. Everything looked pristine, well manicured. And then we kind of went to this frontal place, which was kind of like, looked like there were some stores, or I don't know, it was like storefronts or something. And we went there, and that's where she went in. And I stayed in the parking lot, and she got the money, and we left. But we just, it was just such a weird place. And then at Psychotronics, we had, when I met Preston, Bernice Louie. Bernice was an Asian woman, Chinese, and she had worked at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. She was a scientist, and she was very much into esoteric aspects. Star medicine was one of them. It was like, like she's into the stars, but she was into holistic stuff. She had a crazy husband, Tommy.
Ooh.
He'd try and burn the house down.
Oh.
He was crazy. I don't know how she did it. She had to manage him. Just because he was crazy.
Right.
I mean, like he wasn't mentally there.
Right.
And she lived into her 80s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, but she was a great supporter
Mm-hmm.
in the early days.
Right. Okay.
But she had worked at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. I never really talked to her about it too much. But that's kind of the, you know, we had a eclectic group there at Psychotronics. You know, she represented, you know, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. Not that she was representing them officially. You know, we had Duncan, the psychic, Preston, the mad scientist of electromagnetics, Howard Metz, the pyramidologist who knew everything there was to know about the Federal Reserve and conspiracy in general. We had quite an eclectic group, and then peripheral people who were, you know, noteworthy in their own right. But so that's kind of like an overview of this. You know, I just got interested in little people because, you know, who are they? Where do they come from? And they're, I guess, very much a overlooked and underappreciated aspect of life. Now, the thing I find most offensive is whenever they do a, you know, hit piece on the Nazis, and I don't mind them doing hit piece on the Nazis, but this one point is when they do. I mean, they're usually lacking a lot of relevant information.
I was about to say, I mind them doing hit pieces on Nazis simply because it's a cheap shot. But go on.
That's what it is. I have developed a distaste for them.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're always going to be off.
Yeah.
Not going to tell the truth.
Yeah.
In some way or another. But then they show, they talk about these horrific sterilization of, you know, enfeebled people. And then they show these enfeebled people. It's always the same shot. And I'm sitting there and I go, why on earth would you want these people to reproduce? Why would you really care about the reproduction rights of these people? Now, they deserve human rights, but this wasn't the issue.
Yes.
Like, how dare the Nazis take away their ability to reproduce is what the implication is.
Yes, it is. It is.
Now, what on God's green earth would be the reason for having these people replicate? It's just going to create a greater burden for
everyone else. Yes, yes.
Unless you wanted to have a vegetable garden with vegetable people. You know,
believe me, I feel the same way. It's, to me, that is always bizarre, that approach, and it always comes up. But yes, continue by all means.
Yeah. In other words, I mean, I can understand that people are up in arms about the Nazis in general, or they're up in arms about the fact that they did eugenics experiment for whatever reason. Like, you know, maybe their justification is right, maybe it's not. But I can understand that people would be emotionally charged on the subject just because of, you know,
indoctrination, just because of indoctrination.
Yeah. But it crosses the line. It's like complete illogic when they're saying, you know, they sterilized these people, you know, it's like it's just, you know, just madness.
It is. And at the same time, yeah, I mean, I could go into this later, but at the same time, my approach would be, if I were to question the Nazi sterilization of these various unfortunate people, my approach to it would be that it seems almost redundant in the sense of who would be fucking these people? Who would
that also concerned me. I didn't mention that, but that also was a point of concern. You know, maybe it's the mad scientists United States.
Yes, that's what I would think of. Yes, that's the first thing that comes to my mind. Yeah, who would be fucking these people that you need to sterilize them? Are they fucking each other? Are there like community orgies where these various unfortunate developmentally disabled and physically deformed people would meet? And yet, as we've acknowledged, they used to be coming out of people's wombs fairly regularly until the eugenics programs in America shut them down, and presumably elsewhere in the West.
An absolute necessity. Yeah. Just a practical necessity.
Yes. And in fact, there are now, I think we can look this up. I mean, depending on a person's interest, I don't feel passionate enough about it to pursue it myself, but I believe I saw somewhere that parents were now given a choice. Your child will be born with Down syndrome. Are you going to opt for an abortion? And that somebody was saying, though, that there was a documentary maybe about this is the last Down syndrome child to be born in maybe a European country or something, and that they don't expect any to ever be born again because of new technologies which identify them before they're born. So it had to be a small place like Denmark, and my apologies if I, mislabeled the country. It may not be Denmark, just so people understand. But in America, there's obviously less and less of such people, and this is going to become more and more of a rarity, one presumes. But then there will always be someone who might say, oh, I can't have an abortion because of religious reasons, and I will raise this Down syndrome child because it's what God intended me to deliver, or something like that. Something like that will eventually come up, but it's going to be rare. But yes, it's as Peter says, these people at one point, or normally, if there are not interventionist programs, these people constitute 10% of the population, normally. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. 10% people, deformed, disabled, that's a lot of people. It took the real extreme versions to wind up in circuses or these traveling shows back in the old days. But nevertheless, you can imagine all those that were fairly integrated into society, if you could use that term. People who would be very masculine looking women who, if they just couldn't stop the beard growth, would become bearded ladies in the Ringling Barnum and Bailey Circus. You can see that in the film about this, the original circus being started by this charismatic Irish actor that they chose to play the role of, I believe, Mr. Ringley. Not to be confused with Mike Ringley, who had no such talent and no such charisma. But all that being said, back to Peter.
Well, that's kind of where we went.
Yeah. Peter. By the way, Mike Ringley counts as one of those deformed, developmentally disabled people, as far as I'm concerned. That poor son of a bitch. Yeah.
I never really knew Mike Ringley. I only really he only came into my consciousness when he gave that stupid party, which interrupted your transmission, but which did facilitate our communication with each other, because it was you and me and Andrew Bartzies. Then that's true. We're and Laura Lee were there to we could kind of group and got together and
commiserate. Yeah.
And so that was that's how I got to know Andrew as well. So it was a very productive misadventure.
Yes.
So he ended up serving me as so many ne'er-do-wells do.
Yes.
So he might have been related to the Ringleys. You never know that.
Now that I think
it's not a common name, Ringley.
And now that I think about it, it's not inconceivable. And as you say, it's not that common. It's a really strange name. And I heard about him, believe it or not, when I was like really young. I heard about him like probably it wasn't even from Michael Aquino, of all people. It was from this Jesus Christ. It was from Lionel Allen Curtis, the mercenary who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work. So it was just coming into the Aquino phase. But this individual had approached me basically originally with predatory intentions, but I was too streetwise for any of his fantasies to ultimately manifest. But when it came to his approaching me, he approached me in the library when I was simply a consumer as opposed to somebody employed at the library. Because I grew up.
From San Francisco?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Mike Ringley was from San Francisco?
No, but I heard about him through this individual because the individual had been training with the U.S. Army Rangers. And at that point, Mike Ringley was a rising star in the U.S. Army. Mike Ringley was just relatively young when he developed this technology, and it was probably the only thing he ever did in his life that was of any note. But he developed this technology, a sensor that a mechanical sensor or some kind of chemical sensor that would sense putric acid, which is sweat, so that they could identify troops in the field by their sweat, which of course human beings cannot help but sweat when they're active in the field of battle. So when the U.S. Army Rangers were trying to train how to evade this kind of technology, so they had to stay in motion as often as possible, and also things that they were doing would be to bleach their equipment rather thoroughly, repeatedly. And ultimately, this kind of technology went through its phase where it became obsolescent, because that's the arc of development for much of this technology. It's applied, countermeasures are developed, and then it goes by the wayside. But for a time there, Mike Ringley's technology dominated the battlefield. And so he was, I had heard of him, and then after that, he just degenerated into the echino-occultist that he became. And just the piece of shit that he was, that provided myself a platform because it was controlled opposition. It was a way to control me and a way to fuck up and sabotage my ability to do anything. You had only 2 hours. I was only on 2 hours twice a week. And I, of course, I was the only one who had that privilege. The only other person who came close, as I said in ratings, was Sean David Morton, because he had 5 days a week, and he was the only person at Revolution Radio who had that, because he was there from the very beginning. And
I didn't realize Michael Aquino was, that Mike Ringley was an echino-occultist. I didn't know that.
Oh God, yeah. He was something that, as I mentioned before, he finally copped to it towards the end of his life when he knew he was dying. And once he knew he was dying, which he had known he was dying for a while, and the price you pay when you mess around with this shit. And there's just so much about him that's so repulsive that it's hard for me to even relate anything about him without feeling like I'm getting nauseous or like I'm going to puke. I literally viscerally despise this individual to the point where he's so repugnant. I get more sick thinking about him than I do about Lionel Allen Curtis, the child molester, who used to try and hit on kids in front of me. This guy, like Peter Moon said when I once described Lionel Allen Curtis, Peter Moon said he must have had a Batman utility belt full of candy for the various... It was pretty much like that. Peter had it down. But when it came to Mike Ringley, he's just so disgusting because he's so hypocritical, and everything about him was just... He's just such a piece of shit. But at any rate, he tried to have this morally outraged kind of attitude. And he was always outraged morally at the disintegration of the world around him in terms of these culture wars and shit. And then, of course, but it's all bullshit because he's really an Aquino acolyte. And that was how he moved forward in the military, got to a point where they considered him a developer and used his technology. You're talking about somebody who was in the military for a comparatively short period of time, develops this weird technology that comes to dominate the battlefield for a period of time, and then just gets out of the military and starts some stupid, rock band, and then gets into this little radio station bullshit. So it's like, and then dies. It's not like he had a very long...
Did he make any money off of that radio station?
Oh, yeah, he was making money off it. I wouldn't say that he's making, tons of money like a fortune, but he made very good money. It wasn't like the guy was living poorly. I mean, he was like a just a piece of shit. I mean, believe me, I find it hard to talk to him. I keep falling back on that. He's just a piece of shit because everything this guy was doing was so frustratingly just offensive and stupid and self-indulgent. I mean, and of course, he's a diabetic who's alcoholic. So he's killing himself based on this addiction that, I have no respect for him because my father was an alcoholic and my dad just stopped. After a certain point, my dad realized this is harming myself and my family. I want to be around to live with my family, and he stopped. When somebody like Mike Ringley is diabetic and he can't stop drinking, at that point, it's like, it's like, and then he comes on your show and interrupts you with, various like drunken diatribes, and he'll keep saying, no, it's the diabetes, man. I'm losing my blood sugar, and that's why I can't talk and why I'm slurring. And I'm like, then why are you coming on? It's like, you just can't win. It's just, the guy's just so self-destructive and stupid. And he would do things like, it would just be alarming. Like, I'd be hosting a show, and then this like series of like numbers and letters comes across the screen, and it's like, what the fuck is this? It's like Cetai, the aliens have finally landed. They're communicating. No, it's Mike Ringley. He collapsed on his keyboard, and his head is literally rolling around on his keyboard while he spasms. I mean, this is the shit I would have to deal with.
So this is my question about him, though. Yeah. If he developed this technology,
and you have to wonder how, but go on.
Well,
yeah.
Regardless of that, if he did indeed, it would seem to me that he might have profited considerably off of this. And maybe he had a nest egg that he lived off of as a result of that.
Makes sense.
If he had a patent on it or something, and that he might not have been as successful at Revolution Radio as you might have think. In other words, he had enough money to,
makes perfect together, sense. Yeah,
make a little bit of money off of it, but it was more of a like, let's monitor the revolutionary controls. Let's have, let's put up a bullshit revolution, and we can monitor Douglas Dietrich at the same time.
It was pretty much, that's what it came down to, because it was always suspect at how Lorien Ann Fenton, and I used to confuse the two, and there was good reason to do so. I mean, they were both ultimately on the same side. That's one thing Judith was very astute about, was the fact that Laura Lee Solomon had been in the Air Force for a long period of time. And so Judith always assumed that she was a product of some kind of brainwashing, some kind of mental indoctrination in the military, and I'm certain she was right. By the way, we just received a link from Brendan Zogit. Denmark halves Downs births by, basically using their new technology so that they can prevent Down syndrome children from being born at all. So, yes, this is going to become more and more of the norm. Very few people are going to be protesting it. It'd be hard to imagine advocates saying that eliminating Down's births will be our ultimate downfall, because we always need this kind of person around so we can, ultimately examine our conscience. I mean, certainly, believe it or not, I would be one of those persons who would probably make that argument, but it's hard to imagine many people buying into it enough to commit to raising a Down syndrome child. All that being said, so I didn't misremember. Denmark was one of them. And it was, and we're going to see more of this perhaps, or perhaps everyone will ignore it, and someday we'll just never remember these types of people existed. It's going to be very bizarre. But like Peter said about Mike Ringley, it's one of those things where Mike Ringley, of course, did all these stupid things, like Peter said, where it wasn't just that one time Christmas, but it was also New Year's. So it was like my show coincided with both Christmas and New Year's one year, and so both those shows got cut so that Mike Ringley could do these stupid parties. And it was also with Halloween. So and nobody could hear anything except static and noise, because it's all ambient background noise when he's trying to, like, here's the microphone is on at my home so everybody can hear us partying, and everybody must want to hear that. And so he cuts off my shows on these decisive nights so that he could pull that shit. And it was just stupid as hell. Like Peter said, when he listened in on it, you couldn't make heads or tails of anything. It's just all you heard was noise. This is how stupid this individual is. He's, so contemptible in so many ways. But, one of these days I'll go off on another horror story tangent about him. But I think everybody's heard enough about that for the moment. So back to Peter.
Well, looking back at it now with perspective, it could have been... well, I don't know if we were... No, I don't think we were scheduled to be on. I think we were just listening in the dark, me and Andrew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we all kind of connected, like, what's going on here? There's no show.
Right. That's right. Yeah, because he did so without even making announcements necessarily. It was one of these things that was just... That's what was so offensive about it, of course. But then again, he owned the platform. So you had to honor and respect that much, because there's nothing you can do. But at the same time, you do have to remember he's actively trying to also sabotage any ability of myself to communicate. The way that it came out about his Aquino connection was through the whole Sean David Morton fiasco, along with other elements such as Hemmingson, Michael Hemmingson. So for those of you who don't remember, there was a guy named Michael Hemmingson who I thought might be a potential ally. I certainly, to a degree, thought I could relate to him because he was actually a pornography historian. So he was doing things like trying to save pornographic book covers that were illustrated by people like myself. So he would save these things and publish them in books. He would have books that he would publish with the illustrations that were produced by people who were illustrating this subculture or this sub-variety of published books that nobody was acknowledging. And so this is an important subcultural history that I felt he contributed to. But at the same time, Michael Hemmingson, as I said, was trying to start a flame war between myself and Michael Aquino because he was, at that time, working with Don Webb on what was supposed to be a non-fiction book about the Temple of Set. But instead of just committing himself to writing a non-fiction book with a man who was one of the heir apparents, aside from Peter Levinda, to the Temple of Set, while Michael Aquino was still very much alive, he decided it would be, quote-unquote, fun to start a flame war between Michael Aquino and myself. And I told him, look, you're going to pay the price for this, not me. Michael Aquino is going to have you killed. And why everybody finds this so unbelievable is beyond me. When I said this on Revolution Radio, people took profound offense. And at that time...
Where did they take offense at? That you were suggesting that Aquino would kill him?
Yes, and I said, look, because this individual was trying to harass me on my program and saying, if what you say is true, they'll take away Michael Aquino's retirement pay. They will, what would be some of the terms?
What an idiot.
Yeah,
what an idiot.
Yeah, to even believe that. I don't believe he believed that. I believed he just thought he was going to start a flame war that would see me squashed, is what I believe. But he misinterpreted whatever sway he thought he held with these people. And I told him straight up, I said, dude, and his show, by the way, was called The Art of Dreaming. And he was bisexual. It's an important and relevant point, by the way, because he had married a Mexican woman who was an ardent Roman Catholic, who then divorced him, but because she moved back to Mexico, he was given custody of their daughter. And he's got this underage daughter, and I'm talking like age 9 or something like that, 8 or 9, something around that range. And he's bringing people, men and women, home to fuck in front of her. So his wife ultimately had the daughter abducted and brought back to Mexico. And he made it public, I'll never cross the border into Mexico to rescue my daughter because, he knew the Mexican cops or the gangs, no one would have any sympathy for him, and they'd both kill him in a heartbeat. And this is what I told him was how he was going to die. I said, dude, you're going to die basically crossing that border in Mexico. Whether you're alive or dead, you will be dragged over that border. And that's how he died. And he died beaten to death so severely that they could not display his body for public display at his burial. And, of course, his body was found in Mexico, where, of course, they took it, where the coroners just said, oh, he fell down a flight of stairs. Then when they said, whoa, like that, and then the Mexican coroner said, well, maybe several flights of stairs. It was like, he just like, it would take falling down the Trans-American pyramid stairwell to look the way he did. So they literally beat him to a bloody pulp. And no doubt he felt every minute of it while he was alive. And so that was one factor where Mike Ringley started alluding to his affiliation with Michael Aquino, saying, oh, well, we had to get rid of him because, by fucking with you, he's just exposing us more. And I said, us? You mean the Temple of Set? Are you affiliated? And he said, yeah, he basically said yes. And then, this is Mike Ringley. Then what happened later with Sean David Morton was when Sean David Morton got arrested. And for those of you who have any doubt about Sean David Morton's guilt, Sean David Morton made it into criminology textbooks for the crimes he's committed. So it's something that I find it very hard to understand how anyone feels any sympathy for this individual. He stole millions of dollars from people and somehow spent it all. So this fucker winds up getting tracked by the U.S. government with good reason. He somehow gets away for years based on quote-unquote diplomatic immunity by claiming, by basically what these days we would call it a micro-statelet scam. If you ever see these people, and some people romanticize these people and think maybe they're, pioneers or deserve some level of respect, these people, like, the closest I could think of to be somewhat innocent in that regard would be this British guy off the coast of England. How would I say? British micronation. We could look him up. Micronation off coast of England. And that would be like one of the first people to pull this shit. And he just claims, I'm starting my own country. It was called Sealand. So it was called the Principality of Sealand. The guy's dead now. But it was basically this tower set up in World War II. And this guy established his family on it. And they had their own little fucking prison in there that they could lock people in, by the way. Because this was outside of the jurisdiction of the British government. So he could do that. He's in international waters. So the British were fucking with him all the time, and then he finally died. So there's all kinds of people doing that now. And one of them was Sean David Morton. And Sean David Morton was basically pulling this scam when he said, I'm a diplomatic representative from the sunken continent of Lemuria, and therefore I have diplomatic immunity. And for those of you who laugh, I personally saw him, was there, when he got onto flights without being searched because of this fake passport. He said, basically everyone was going through the searches, and one of them was Carrie Lynn Cassidy. And Carrie Lynn Cassidy was saying, we got to make this flight. If you put us under the search, I won't make that flight. And they said, we don't give a shit. And then Sean David Morton said, yes, you do. I've got a passport. I'm from Lemuria. If you don't let us on, we will declare war. And they said, fuck, go right through. Go right through. And they let him go without any search. So I seen it work with that son of a bitch. So this guy was going everywhere pulling that shit. And he said, I don't need to pay U.S. taxes because I'm a diplomat from Lemuria and I have diplomatic immunity. He got away with that for years. Like at least 10 years. At least 10. And while he was doing that, he was ripping millions of people off. I mean, well, people off who were little old ladies of millions of dollars is what I mean to say. And
he was off people by giving false investment advice. He was not an investment advisor. He was illegal. Art Bell was facilitating this.
Yeah, as did George Norrie. Art Bell and George Norrie said he's a psychic financial advisor. But anyhow, when he finally got off of the conspiracy cruise, which was, of course, set up, it was the last thing he ever did. That fucker named, what was his name? Brian William Hall. I think. And Brian William Hall, who trademarked his name, I always say that when I say his name so I can remember his fucking name. Brian William Hall started working with Laurie and Ann Fenton. And then she convinced him, we got to do these conspiracy cruises. And of course, that broke him, and it was the last thing he ever did. So he had to ultimately get an honest job. But that fucker, he had Sean David Morton on that last cruise. And as soon as they disembarked, Sean David Morton got off the ship and he was arrested by the feds. And that's when he said, I get to make one call. And they let him make one call, and he called Michael Aquino. And Michael Aquino said, let me talk to them. And when he handed the phone over to the feds, Michael Aquino said, you boys go fuck yourselves. This one's mine, and you can't touch him. And so they just let him go. And at that point, he said, I got to interview Michael Aquino, because that's what Michael Aquino demanded in return. Mike Ringley had always promised publicly with this great outrage, I will never let Michael Aquino on my station. He will never be interviewed by anyone on my station. And it came to a head one point with Christine Joanna Hart was going to interview Michael Aquino. And then Mike Ringley put the stop on that. But at the same time, he had this great desire to fuck Christine Joanna Hart and wanted her to be his Mrs. Santa Claus at the Santa Claus party, but his wife put a stop on that, and she played Miss Santa Claus at the Santa Claus party. And they still spent all the Santa Claus party talking about dildos and shit when they said it was going to be a family-friendly party show. It's all crap. But anyhow, when it came to Sean David Morton then interviewed Michael Aquino when Mike Ringley got conveniently very sick. Now, he was very sick. Mike Ringley caught some kind of flu, was deathly sick. He was sick all the time. And like I said, he knew he was ultimately dying pretty soon. And so one time when he was really sick, then that's when they brought Michael Aquino on, and Sean David Morton did this interview with him. And then even though Mike Ringley swore he was going to fire anyone who brought on Michael Aquino, he never fired Sean David Morton. And that's when, he basically copped to me later when I confronted him about it. Aren't you going to fire Sean David Morton? And he finally said, well, I can't. We're all on the same side, Douglas. You might not think you're on our side, but I want you to know you're really on our side. Because whatever you do will ultimately benefit us anyway. You can't beat us. We're going to win in the end. And I said, well, I'll be around to see whether or not that happens a lot longer than you'll be. That's ultimately what happened. After that, he died pretty shortly after that. And there you go. I'm always the last man standing, even when I'm wearing a dress. So that's a refresher course for all our new listeners on what happened with Revolution Radio. But yes, back to Peter.
Well, yeah, what
a guy.
I didn't realize he was a member of the Temple of Set, but it all makes sense. It's just so many unfortunate and despicable souls that we've had to process and deal with.
Thank you.
No shortage of them.
Thank you.
But I don't know if there's any other program that they may interview despicable souls, but they don't have to deal and process them. In other words, like put up with them and ferret them out and all this sort of thing. It's like it's might be something to promote.
Thank you. No one gets infiltrated like us. Yeah.
We ferret out despicable souls. And it's like, what is this? I've encountered, despicable souls in my life, but this is like, it's kind of over the top.
Yes.
It's kind of like, what, like even Judith Haggard, like what's inside of these people? What is wrong? It's like it's you can't call it a clown show because these aren't clowns. It's just something very wrong. And with these people.
Yes.
I mean, what can I say? Well, this is it's that guy from the Godfather says, "This is the business we have chose."
Yes.
This is the business we have chose. So anyway, thank you for that. I will.
We've had some contributions, 25 United States dollars from Sammy Romero. So thank you so much, dear Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy, and thank you for your contributions. If you can, do contribute to Douglas. He has a target to make,
yes,
and he's not supported by anybody but yourselves.
Thank you.
So it's necessary for him. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. And with that, I will say goodnight. Maybe I'll be there in the morning. Maybe I won't.
Okay. Either way is great. Certainly, if you come, it's always welcome. And certainly, we'll be speaking again Wednesday night, which will be here before anyone knows it. So, dear Peter, we love you dearly, and certainly appreciate all that you do for us, and all the adventures that you've had exploring and investigating these incredibly forbidden topics and subjects. And blessed be thy slumber, and sweet be thy dreams.
Okay. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Okay. So I'm going to have to make certain I don't press the wrong button and start by calling all of the usual suspects to take us into the rest of the night. We have our dear Aristides with us. Let's see who else we can find. And of course, I need to press the right button. Troy Bellamy never immediately shows up, so I'll just hit him, add him first. Okay, and let's test the audio of dear Aristides. I think we can hear him well enough. Okay, going back to
Can you hear me well enough?
I think so, yes. Yes. Now, let's see. Did I just fuck? Wait, who did I just press? It was Troy, and then everybody else disappeared. How do I work this stupid thing? And there we are. So I hit him because he never shows up. Then I X that out. Good. And then I call Brendan Zogit, and then everybody else. Let's make sure we get all the usual suspects, especially the ladies, of course. And George Knight, of course, Nemo. And let's try the usual. Here we are. Amanda Ute, yes, of course. Jennifer Hawkins has 2 accounts. Hit the Real Tech Geek, just in case. And pity about the Curious Girl. Her schedule is just so odd. And for those of you who don't remember her, Amalia Willard, she was a young lady who appeared on my show once because she had what was called a she called it silent. She had a special word for it that made sense. Some kind of, she basically could not get past 1,000 subscribers on her YouTube channel because every time she got enough subscriptions, they would unsubscribe the subscriptions. And so I said, I'll help you get, past 1,000. And I brought her on my show and got her past 1,000, after which she never came on again. This sort of thing happened. Heather Holman, got to remember to do that. Okay, Heather Holman's little icon is, she's either in blackface, you can't tell, it's so small. She's either in blackface or she's got a picture of someone in blackface. Not quite sure what the statement means.
could be one of those face mask things, when you put on, like the paste or whatever, and they do. Could be any color, could be white or dark, depending on the, product you're delivering.
Yeah, yes. Okay.
Get in trouble for blackface, and she's just doing a facial. It's like a facial mask.
Oh my God!
Put it on, then peel it off.
I guess that's a doll. Is that a doll? It's like a doll with a white woman's features, but black skin. Greetings, dear Brendan Zogit. Certainly glad that you've joined us, and certainly you've been familiarized with everything that's happened tonight, and you'll be able to. You'll be able to easily hold the conversation for a few minutes while I refresh myself. And we've been joined by the delightful Brooke Gibson. Brooke, I've been so worried about you. I've talked to your daughter, and of course, I've told her what to do. We've agreed that the best thing that we can do for you is to basically make certain that your daughter gets power of attorney so that she has total custody of you. And that way, she can legally put a restraining order on Meth Head. And that way, you can be kept as a lady in waiting for my pleasure. It's like
all of you. Fuck you all.
It sounds ideal to me. I see no reason why you should protest.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's what I'm sure you told that to Lola. I'm sure you, just like you saw us all. Well, you sold Lola on that. She was very happy that you were agreeing with her on that. And honestly, she's not told me that. I don't think she's pretty smart on that. So,
yes. What happened to Brendan? You scared him away. Oh my God. He's supposed to be here to help give you advice.
Yeah, he better, because I'm hanging the fuck up.
Why? Why, honey? Why would you do such a thing?
Because I didn't even mean to answer the phone.
Well, thank God you did. You have no idea how worried I've been about you. I've been begging for you to call the few times that I've been available to. I kept trying to call you, and what are you doing at those times? That's when I finally called Lola, and let's see what she said here. It's nothing particularly intimate, so I believe that I can say.
Did you talk to her, or she texted you?
Oh, it's only text. I have never spoken to her verbally, but yes. Yeah, I've never spoken to her verbally. I know it's.
She's just like, I love Douglas so much, but I thought y'all talked that one time.
No, that shows how. Oh wait, we did. We did. That's right. How could I forget? Yes, we did. That's right. Yes, that's when I had to give her the layout of life. You know, the birds and the bees. I had to tell her. You know, Lola, you've got to realize you're the adult now. You're the adult. That's what I told her. And you know, I mean. Women should love me in general. I mean, I stand up for women, and they should respond to me with that attitude of, yeah, I love Doug. You know, I mean, you should be that way. Why aren't you like that?
No, I mean, I am. I mean, also, I'm the only woman that sees through your bullshit. You're like, you'll sell whatever line of soda you need to sell.
Well, Judith Ager thought that about me as well, but there comes a point where women take that attitude too far. And, so here we are. This is when I said, I pray that thy mother be well, my dearest Lola love. She be non-responsive to myself. Lola answered, I'm so sorry I didn't respond to your previous message. I thought I had. I have spoken to her either. I believe what she means to say is I have not spoken to her either. She has not answered my calls. And that's when I got really...
Lola has not called me, and that's a dang lie. Lola has not called me. You called me twice, and I missed it. But Lola's not called. And Lola's been busy. So I've talked to... What Lola knows is I talked to my mom, and she talked to my mom, and then her brother, so...
Okay, and then she says, I know she is back with Larry. That is all I know. Another red flag. And says, thank you for your continued care and concern. And that's when my response was, of course, the emoji with the bug eyes where the face is all surprised and alarmed, and said, oh my goddess, this sounds bad. My own gratitude, thy grace.
So dramatic.
Yes. My own gratitude, thy grace, in so promptly replying, after which I said, as I have observed before, 'tis you who are the adult in this situation. Perhaps we can multitask in this case and help your mother by recording all evidence of her self-destructive behavior and
Fuck you. Oh my God. You know what? I'm out. I owe you to out. You're a little piece of shit. Turn on me. Let me tell you something. I know the two of you, and honestly, I trust you. Probably, I don't know. As far as like, we can just take her house from her. You know?
She probably thought I was planning something like that. She never responded. So I went on to say, yes, her self-destructive behavior and irresponsibilities, that she may ultimately be recognized as unemployable and ergo in need of disability. Her recently reinforced record of arrests thus becomes an asset. And then I said, in such a scenario, you could then establish yourself as requiring power of attorney over her as soon as she be acknowledged as an incompetent adult. Then you, I wrote that all in caps, then you can obtain a restraining order from the court against meth head Larry and place Brooke Gibson under your own care and custody. Faithfully yours, Douglas. So she probably thought I was conspiring with her to do something like that. She never responded.
Spoken like a true ex-diplomat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
A bureaucrat. But, at this point, might as well be the same thing.
Right. Of course,
they're just like higher level, they're like diplomatic managers.
Yes.
I mean, bureaucratic managers are diplomats.
Yes. Of course, then Lola could become my pimp. She could keep Brooke in prison, under house arrest.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Brooke's gonna have to be in prison because if this shit goes down, Brooke will have to be in prison because I will be in prison for murdering her.
That's not right. Oh my God, Heather Holman has joined us.
Good
Look
luck.
at that, Brooke. What? But Brendan, Brooke, Aristides, look at that. What do you make of that icon? Look at what Heather Holman has as an icon. What is that? Heather.
Okay, yeah,
Heather,
It's just a double
scary.
H.
No, it's not a double H. We see a black
He just
face.
looked at her name. He just looked at her name.
It's a doll. It's just a doll.
It's oh my God, but it's so
Well, luckily,
politically.
I can't see it.
It's politically incorrect. It is a white doll with pitch black, tar black features. It's a white doll, white features, but tar black skin. So it's Caucasoid features, tar black skin. Do you see this, Aristides, Brooke? You see it, right?
Oh,
No, I can't see it.
Okay.
It's not pretty.
for a lady who her house was a doll museum.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
I don't see anything either. I'm like, am I losing this account?
You aren't missing anything. It'd be you would be upset. You would be upset because Lola would go ballistic. Lola would go
They
ballistic.
put that on my badge. My badge for work. That's my photo.
Oh my
No way.
God! Wait, don't you work at a restaurant? A Chinese
No,
restaurant?
When I was a caregiver, that's what my badge picture was.
Oh my God! They were calling you a negress. They're saying, "Oh,
Yeah, there.
she's our little negress," is what they were saying. Oh my God! Of course, Brooke comes from that background where they had a special entrance for the slaves.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? That's how we describe you now? Or we had a special interest for the slaves.
Entrance, the stairwell.
Oh, how about you said interest? I was like, I'm southern. We had a special
That's a
interest.
nicer way than I was going to describe you, but
Yeah. And welcome aboard, Brendan. He's been hard at work, and honestly, the four of you can have such a wonderful conversation while I do some lines. Oh, so I can last the rest of the night. But dear Brooke, so how do you like this arrangement? Power of attorney with Lola, then I can come and basically rape you, and she'll have you under house arrest and just keep you there in waiting for myself.
I'm really good with it. I think I'm loving it. I don't have to be responsible for anything. Lola can take.
That's right. You would no longer be responsible for any of your actions. If you killed me, you would not be responsible.
Right, it'll just keep me held up, Like,
but then you not only have to deal with her, but you also have to deal with Tina too. You don't want to do all that.
Tina, you mean Lola?
Tina.
The daughter. The daughter.
No.
No, Tina. Who was Tina? Who's Tina?
who's Tina?
Brooke's favorite pastime apparently nowadays.
What? Oh, right. Oh, a nickname for meth.
Oh, I got you.
Yes, there we are.
Well,
Yes.
I mean, you got Coke. I'll take Coke.
I wish I could share it with you. Honestly, I do. But I need it all for myself. It's kind of like that scene in Fallout. It's kind of like that scene in Fallout where Cooper the Ghoul meets his old friend, and his friend is turning because he's been a ghoul for too long and he's going feral. And, Cooper says, "You're turning." And, of course, he says, "You got any vials?" This juice that keeps him from turning feral.
Stim pack.
Yeah, thank you. Stim pack. Yeah, got it. And he's like, "I'm sorry. I'm all out." And he's just looking straight in the camera. He's lying. That's how I am with my Coke. You get it. I mean, Jesus, honey.
I get it.
Sounds about right.
They haven't any good Coke since like the 90s, so I'm not really sure what they're doing.
You did the same. You did the same thing with the cop too, back in the day.
Me
I
or Brooke?
haven't seen that stuff in years.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. She did that.
Meanwhile, we would hear you in the background. Like,
You know what fucked her up?
smoking it.
The cop made her shake her tits. The cop made her shake
Oh,
her
you
tits.
don't know what I'm talking about, the mushrooms. I'm
Yeah.
like, I haven't done nothing.
Yes. And she got these mushrooms from this weird Mediterranean terrorist network called Aristides. Just coincidentally the same name as our man. But yeah, Aristides
It's
sent
the
her these.
exact same bag, as a matter of fact, that I got from that.
what happened was after Richard K. Cole Jr. tried to seduce her to turning towards their side, he gave her name out to various terrorist networks that then contacted her with various seductive little things like mushroom packs that they sent, saying, surely you want to join our network after this.
Wait, wasn't that just Sid?
No, Sid would have sent her poisoned truffles. Remember Sid said, but when Sid said, Brooke Gibson and Douglas Dietrich are trying to frame me for murder, he's confessing that he's imbibing lethal substances. That's like, there you go.
I don't think there was any question. Like, the stuff he was sending me, like, the website even said, do not give this out, only buy it for yourself. Like, it literally said that.
Holy shit. So
those like candy skulls, it was like a legal disclaimer that said, like, this is for personal use, do not give it to people.
Yeah.
You know? He was trying to say, Sid was trying to say that I was, you were trying to get him for attempted murder or something.
Yeah, he was trying to say that because I said, why don't you send Brooke some of this stuff so that she can kill Meth Head Larry by giving him, a 6-pack of this shit, and he would just devour it all at once. He would just go, and then not wake up and shit. Yeah, and you gotta admit, it's tempting, Brooke. It's tempting. You know it. Anyhow, so Heather entered
That's his mother. I don't know. I might give it to his mother instead.
Oh, shit. Who he has incestuous fantasies about, no less. At any rate, it's in the link now in the text box. So Brendan Zogit, Brooke Gibson, if you look in the text box, you will see what Heather Holman has as her icon. And it is incredibly politically incorrect.
Yeah, Doug, if you saw the price though, you would want one of them.
Yeah, $3,600. Your point is well taken. $3,600. This is.
You know what else?
Yeah,
Three people have it in their cart already.
Holy shit! Yeah, and again, this
antique dress.
Yeah.
No, it's a doll.
It's.
Oh, it's a doll. Oh, that's. Okay, I just want to be sure.
Yeah. Yeah. See that? It's white woman's features, but.
What the hell?
Tar black skin.
Black version of Annabelle.
My client had a few of them.
Holy shit!
What?
I mean, aren't these things like cursed and shit?
Sometimes.
That was literally just curse a room to me. Like, I would know that room was immediately haunted the minute I saw that.
Thank you. I would walk out so fast. I would turn around and walk out.
See, they called me actually under that job because they couldn't find anybody who would go to that house and stay there. And then they called me after years of me not working there. They're like, hey, Heather.
Scroll to the last photo, Douglas. You'll really get
yeah,
that.
That's another one.
Okay, let me take a look at the last photo.
But,
yeah,
I mean, can't we give them credit for at least, representation even at that time? I mean, because I'm saying that because I'm not making a joke. I'm saying that because, like, when you're a child, like, it would probably be something to be like, oh, look, this one is more dark than the other one.
By the way, right? this last photo, just like Brendan said, this is just unacceptable.
Maybe that was the opposite, though. Maybe that was meant to be a sign or like a movement of accepting,
I like the way that they're showing this poor black chick's ass too. It's like this is like
you like that?
Yeah, this is like one part. Look at her black ass. Her ass is also black, and it's
that just shows the quality of the doll.
Of course, yeah. It's oh my god.
But it's like pitch
black,
like charcoal black.
And see, but when you find out things about these things, you find out like they're even more valuable if they show teeth. It's because they collect them. The old ladies collect them, but some of them are cursed, some of them aren't.
Jesus, this one is definitely cursed. I mean, it's like, it's a curse just looking at it. Of course, people might think it's a defense. If it gets Dietrich to walk out of the room, it's probably some kind of defense force. But at any rate.
Hey, if I could find a picture, there was the scariest one was in the lady's room, like the only doll that was in her bedroom, and it was like 3.5 feet tall, and it was made out of wax, and it was a walking doll.
Oh man,
walking.
Ooh,
it was walking, and it was so creepy. I don't even think I have a picture of that one anymore.
No,
like it walked on its own,
or was it
could
wind up?
Could.
Was it wind up?
No, it's the kind like you hold their hand and it walks with you, kind of.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Ooh.
And it was always pointed at the bed where the lady was slept at night. And her husband was a Marine. I originally had met that couple when he had a stroke and then went into rehab. I met him, and then he liked me, so he wanted me to go and take care of his wife. And then it turned out he got more dementia and stuff like that, so it became too much for me to handle on the weekends, and mainly because of the dolls.
Wow. Now, think of that storyline that you've just heard. Brooke, we don't want to lose you. Come back on, Brooke. We don't want you to go
Come
mute.
back, Brooke. Come back to us.
Yeah, come back to us, Brooke, because I'm really worried about, about you disappearing on us the way you have lately. I want to make certain that, I want first.
Where'd she go?
Well, first off, I want an ankle bracelet.
I was doing a couple on the cocaine. Sorry.
First thing I want an ankle bracelet on Brooke so I can keep track of her. I gotta suggest that to Lola. We gotta get an ankle bracelet on Brooke so we can
get a microchip.
All you gotta do is watch her smoke signals from afar. Clouds following her.
So Brooke, did you hear the story Heather just told?
Smoking heroin today.
Yeah, fuck yeah, damn. What is that like?
Chasing some dragons.
Oh, I lost a girlfriend to black tar heroin. It's vicious shit. Oh man.
I didn't even know that was still around.
Yeah, that was a while back.
I was trying to get Meth Head Larry to do it, but he was like too scared. So
I doubt that fucker would be scared of anything. Except of course going back to prison. How did he fare in prison? How's he feeling now that he's out? Is he out? He's out, right?
Yeah, he's out. He's just he's I guess pretty good.
He survived it.
He got in a fight. Yeah, he got into fights with some bloods in there.
Of course. Yeah. And okay, someone finally asked the question. Nemo Albano finally asked it. Who the fuck would pay that much for such a butt ugly doll? Yes. Yeah. Nemo's asked it. Yes, 3
Americans.
Yeah.
American collectors.
Yes, this is that is. You know what it's like? It's like Aunt Jemima when she was just turning pubescent. It's like Aunt Jemima just turned pubescent, and we lost Heather. It's like, what the fuck? Did we insult her? Jesus Christ, Heather!
I don't know, but I missed Heather's birthday, and I'm not told her.
No, her birthday is coming up. I gotta send her shit.
Oh, good. I didn't miss it. Okay, good. I knew it was coming.
I'll tell you the date. So, everybody send Heather something. She likes gifts. Heather Holman birthday is Saturday the 22nd. So it's this coming weekend. It's next weekend. It's this next weekend. Right after Juneteenth, appropriately enough, and on National Pride Prom Day, which I'll have to explain that weekend because I have no idea.
Prom. Can we have a Pride Prom party, Douglas?
I don't even want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. It's something that...
Like, those two combinations don't seem like they'd be much like to go back to high school and do a Pride.
Yeah. So Heather's...
Is that what it's for, though? Pride and prom? Like, it's for prom, being proud. Is that what Pride Prom is?
It's something... Okay, I don't know what it is. My son's going to explain to me before it happens. He probably won't explain it to me, so I'll be totally unprepared when I get caught up.
It definitely doesn't help that community dodge the underage
thank you.
Allegations.
Yeah, thank you. And
unfortunately.
And imagine when I show up in some place with a bunch of underage blood boys, it's just going to get worse. People pay $26,000 for these dolls. To say the least, is Heather's right. It's outrageous. It's very strange, and they probably want the curses and hauntings that come with them. They probably thrill off that shit. But such being said, what was I going to say to first, Brooke? I want you to share with us whatever you feel comfortable sharing about what the hell's been going on lately. You have disappeared. You've dropped off the radar.
How long? I mean, like a week or so.
It's been forever. It's so much so your daughter says you're not even answering her calls.
Let me see. Actually, Lola called me last time. I'm so sick of people saying things like this. Let's see. Lola. We're looking at recents. And let's see. Recents on Lola would be missed calls. Gail. We got Douglas. We got Douglas Douglas again.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got other people. I'm skipping their names.
Yeah, the parole officer.
Yes. South Carolina Department of Corrections.
Yeah. Heather Holman says, I keep getting weird sounds interfering with my Skype. might not be able to stay on the live stream. This is what Heather says. No shit. You've got a haunted, fucking cursed black voodoo doll.
Why is so Heather has this doll? So Heather. Let me take it off speaker because I can't. Heather has this. Oh, like this is Heather's doll?
No, I don't have the doll. I took pictures when I lived with this lady, but I don't have any of those pictures anymore because, yeah, I got bad blood with
Tell Brooke the story! You get some Marine Corps guy says, hey, I like you, Heather. Why don't you come take care of my wife? And then you went to take care of his wife, and there's all these dolls, and then he starts degenerating and going into senile dementia, and then you said that despite him and his wife being a handful, it was the dolls were the reason you left. I mean, tell Brooke this story.
Yes, that was basically it. There's so many stories I could tell about that job because I stayed there for about a year and a half. They were really, they lived in the lap of luxury in Scottsdale, Arizona. And
how did they come into this money? The guy's an ex-Marine. How does he come into this money?
That's what I was going to say. He had a hard life and they had struggled, but his son became wealthy and his son owns a bank and an airplane and a business and all these things now. So they kind of just love it.
How does that happen? Tell Brooke so her son Noah can do that. Why can't Brooke's son Noah do that? How does this happen?
I don't know. He was in 3 wars. He was in the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and then one of the other ones.
I like that. You like that? Yeah, one of the other ones. I mean, my dad was in World War II.
Yeah, whatever the war.
I don't think he was in World War II. It was Korea, Vietnam, and...
That was my dad. He sounds like my dad. You worked
Gus. I loved Gus, but he's no longer with us. He was like a little goblin.
But bear in mind that a 3-war veteran, especially World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, they're so rare. There's like only a few of them in the world. So you worked for one of the few.
They actually flew to Sacramento a few years ago, and he was honored at a Marine Corps reunion or something like that they had, and they brought him on the stage and sat him at the table, the head of the table, and he spoke.
Yeah, wow. Well, there you go. My dad never got any of that, and he was a 3-war veteran, but it's on his tombstone, which, of course, the enemy has sworn they're going to destroy, but they're probably too lazy to go up there. It's like...
I had sent you some pictures of him, the black and white pictures of the soldiers that I sent you. That was pictures of him.
Okay, well, send them again because I don't remember them. And but anyhow, you're getting weird sounds. No shit, you worked in this fucking place that, oh my god. So I want you all to be here when I get back. I'm gonna do some lines. And I beg you all, be here when I get back, okay? And that's the listeners included. I'm not just talking to these 4 people, especially Brooke. I want to keep track of her. I want an ankle bracelet on this girl, Brooke.
Yeah, you want to put me in a mental hospital. So sure
no, I just want to put you in total control of your daughter with no rights.
Sole custody of all my
Yeah, so that she could keep you under essentially house arrest. And
what's so funny is I was losing my whole phone in the entire 2 weeks. There was not one missed call from Lola. Not one.
Oh my god.
I talked to her like a week ago, but no, I have not had a missed call from her at all.
God.
And so her telling you she doesn't talk to me. She didn't talk to me, and she's not talking to me because she got upset that my dad said one day, he's like, you know what? Her lawyer's gonna be $15,000. You're gonna have to pay for it, half of it.
But how are the lawyers being paid, and are they when are we going to process this thing through? How long is it going to take? How long is it going to take?
Lawyers paid. Paid. I was waiting on them. Whatever they do. She said it'd be like probably a year before. 10 months or 2 years. So I'm not really worried about it. I'm worried about. The main thing is just the, driving off the scene of an accident. Just don't be like me. I don't feel like waiting long for the cop. 45 minutes is long enough for me. I did not know that would be the largest charge I would have. Just leaving the scene of an accident is that was $13,000, $10,000 bond.
Oh my god.
And all I was, I barely bumped her. Wasn't a dent in her car. So it's not, the charge for that. It's just in 5 o'clock traffic and bumped her. And I sat there and I was like, waiting for a little bit, and I was like, I'm just gonna go, and I had stuff going on. I had the dog. Ford was still sick, so I was supposed to get Ford to the vet, and so I finally just left. But that didn't work out too well for me. So that's really the largest thing I'm kind of.
Now tell us about the arrest. God, they came for you. First off, you went home, and there's suddenly a gaggle of cops in your yard or in your home.
Well, no. So I left there. I left the accident. And just said, okay, well, I'll just, I've got to get forward to the vet. So going home to get him, and going home to get him. And so when you pull in my neighborhood, on First Street, and then I live on the corner, so there's really nowhere to go. So like you pull in, and you're sitting there, and you see my street, and I'm going to turn by my house, and right there where I would turn to my house is sitting with somebody at the stop sign to turn away from my house, who was a police officer who had been in the accident, apparently. So because I had made the mistake of, I just got time. I'll just go ahead and run by McDonald's, and get a soda. So he had time to get the accident. I took some time like McDonald's or I actually went by Starbucks, and then got the dogs a burger from McDonald's. So anyway, pull up, stupid me, bad timing, right? Because 2 minutes earlier, 2 minutes later, 1 minute early, I wouldn't have passed him, but he was in front of my house. And so I had to turn by him. So we're passing each other. And obviously he's recognized this car because he's been told, it's a white Pathfinder, that type of car. So I just kind of, I went ahead and tried to do it, went to the end of past my street, past my house. I live on a cul-de-sac, come back down, and turned out to me, he's out of his car with his big stop sign, with his big hat, and he's trying to flag me down. And I pulled up, and he says he flashed his light, his blue light, and that is, I did not see a blue light flash, but he's out of his car, and I just kind of slowed down. I'm not gonna, and I slowed down, and he pulls up, I pull up beside him, standing there, and I rolled down my window halfway, and he's like, Miss Sister Gibson? I said, yes. He said, were you at the scene of an accident earlier? Did you leave the scene of an accident? And I said, you know what? I'll deal with this when I have to. And I just still thought, like, this is just, like, I'll deal with it. I don't know, call a lawyer. I don't know. I just thought, this is a traffic ticket shit I'm going to deal with. Like, now it's going to be, obviously he's wanting to give me the tickets, right? So I did not think that would entail a charge for running from blue lights. Like, so I was charged with, running from blue lights. And he never left the neighborhood. Like, luckily, Larry was with his mom, and they were pulling in because I called them. So he actually saw them, and his mom saw them. Like, he just never left, like, the house. Like, he wasn't pulling out, like, behind me. So he didn't chase me. It wasn't like I ran from him. But he's saying he flashed this blue light because I said, yeah, I'll deal with this when I have to. So he charged me with the blue light thing. And that ended up being like 13. That was the worst charges that I had. And then he charged me with running the stop sign as well, because he says that when I left him, which he probably is right. I probably didn't. I didn't take off from the stop sign, but I probably did a roll stop, possibly. So I don't know. We'll let the lawyers handle it. You live, you learn.
Oh, but what about? I thought the arrest, it was kind of like they football piled you.
Oh yeah. So then the best part is, I think I'm done with it. Right? I'm like, okay, well, I'll deal with the law. So then I just drive around, get away from him. He's not following me, so wait a little bit, go back home. He's not there. Pull my car in the garage. I am good. I am in my house. I am laying down. I'll handle this tomorrow. And then I woke up. I actually kind of napped for a minute, and it was like 10:30, 11 o'clock. It was late, and I had woken up, and actually it was Larry that called me, and I was like, I was kind of grumpy, and I was walking out, and I was like, I need to take this trash out. And so I was telling him, I was like, this, kind of just complaining about that, or I don't know, probably cussing him out or something. And I walk out, just right out my front door, just gonna go to the trash can, and I'm like, so I push trash in the trash can, and I hear something on the side of my house. Again, along the corner, and I'm talking to him, and I just kind of look. I walked to the corner of my yard, front yard, corner, and I look, and I'm like, oh fuck! There are 3 state troopers. They're all in their cars, and they all see me as I approach the corner, and I am like, oh, head down. I have a hat on, like, oh shit, let me get away. I just kind of turn my head down back, and they took off and got me, and just ran up with me in my yard, and grabbed me like it was fucking, I don't know, like I've been stealing. I guess I don't know. I mean, it felt like it was like, I asked them, I said, did it take 3 of you to come arrest like a 5'3", like, why did there's 3 of them? Because the guy, it was a younger big cop that had pulled me, it was a ticketed cop. And then there's another big middle-aged guy. And then the supervisor, their boss was there. All 3 of them were arrested. I'm like, what? And they're like, well, we don't know. We never know what we're going to run into. I'm like, we're in the, Upper East, we're in the East Side. We're in the, we're in a nicer neighborhood. It's not like they were going into the ghetto of oh my God. And it's my picture was 5'3", 115 pounds. What did they think they were going to need 3 of you feathers to commit? So, So yeah, I'm on the phone and I'm like, oh, you're taking me. So they just grab me and put my hands behind my back. So you're going downtown. I'm like, you're kidding me. You're taking me downtown at 11 o'clock at night for a ticket for like a speed. So that's what I'm saying. That was a lesson learned the hard way, but don't drive off from the scene. But yeah, anyway. and don't tell a cop I'll deal with this when I have to.
Hey, but don't forget the questions. They said, do you have any friends? And you said, oh, there's this guy I know in San Francisco. Then remember that? How you explained it to me? And also you had to tell him about the squirrel. They said, you have any pets? Or did you bring that up?
Yeah. I was asking who could take care of the animals. I was like, well, I'm from San Francisco. I think that was one thing you're talking about. You have to remind me what that was, because I remember telling him something, but I don't know. There was the animals going on and the squirrel, and I told him how to pet squirrel, and they didn't. I mean, they weren't. The thing is, they didn't. I'll be honest. I probably told you something funnier because I can't remember the funny part of it now. I was just upset that I was like, I can't take care of my animals. They were like, well, we've got this guy booked. He come, and I'm like, yeah, well, he can come. That's fine. Like, and then I'm like, yeah, that's great, because like I needed him to come, right? But I was like, can I have my blood pressure medicine at least, because I'm not taking it. I knew my blood pressure was going to be through the roof. And they're like, no. They'll give that to you. They'll take care of you when you get there. Just tell them.
You had to tell them the squirrel's name, though. You had to tell them it's Braveheart the squirrel. They actually made a notation of that. Remember? But also, go on. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, they notate Braveheart, and then they're like, kept coming back like, well, where do we leave the keys for Larry? And I'm like, I don't care where you leave the keys. Like, well, where would you like us to leave the keys? Would you leave the mailbox? I was like, I don't care. Like, you've got my hands behind, like, arresting me. I said, I will leave them where you want. And he was leaving, and I was just so mad I was being arrested. So I wasn't really responding. I was just like, I don't care. Like, I was just kind of ignoring like them. Like, I don't care where you leave the keys. Like, you can leave it. Yes, the mailbox is fine. Yes, the door is fine. We're just telling where you leave it. Because I'm not allowed to talk, So, and he finally said, well, I said, you know what? I said, it was just so bad. Anyway, I was just like, damn. I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to go into down there. But I was just like, I let the cop out a little bit, but and let him know, hey, who you got coming to my house? You're really like, this is going to be great.
Karmic retribution for what?
Rejected the millets.
They're
rejecting the millets and the well-being, and then you started eating at McDonald's, and then it all just went. It's like what's that? The squirrel that's like digging on a dam, and then it's just like one too many acorns, and it fucking breaks. That was the millets. You talk shit about the millets, and just
I pushed the millets too hard, too heavy.
Yeah, just boom, done. Final answer.
Oh, it might be.
Yeah. Sorry
either
to say.
Either that, or those worms that were in those millets were cursed.
Maggots.
Oh, yeah. And now my entire house and home and my life is
going full. You're just full steam ahead. I mean, full steam ahead. It sounds like.
No, and this is serious. I want you two to talk privately later. Obviously, if you talk now and provide her some information, because I know that there's an occult force preventing the two of you from speaking privately. So maybe this is the best place for our friend Brendan to give you some advice on what to do ritually to help reflect a lot of this bad luck upon the caster. But we're not going to bring up any names. No names, of course. But at any rate, it might be educational for the rest of our listeners to hear this. But perhaps it's best that Brendan tell you privately, because that might take away from the potency of these kinds of rituals. So I don't know. However, the two of you figure it out. Honestly, make it happen. We've got to make it happen, because
I wouldn't to go with Brendan on that. So Brendan, I don't know.
Yeah.
After
Brendan, what's your best schedule
I'll tell you some things. I can tell you some things. I mean, I don't really have a good schedule at the moment, but whenever it's advantageous, just try and reach out through Skype or whatever is, that's the only thing that I think we're able to contact each other on.
Yeah, I think you might be on my Facebook.
What do you mean? You guys don't have each other's phone numbers? Well. Don't you people have each other's phone numbers?
I might have blocked her, maybe.
We blocked each other.
Oh,
I don't know. Brendan and I were on Facebook together, but I'm not sure if he's still there.
Unblock each other. By the way, Heather is showing us pictures of her room. This is the Hell House on Haunted Hill. This is like every cursed doll you can imagine is in this room. And she says the doll she would bring, rather charming, but still haunted as hell. It even has a jack-o'-lantern purse. That
wait, Doug, how do you keep
that was my
facts?
protection?
Do you keep a sheet over there or something? like a white sheet?
Well, kind of. Believe it or not, some of them had their own containment cases. Those are usually buried. We actually buried a number of them, like I said before, when we took them out of that facility. Fortunately, we are adept at human smuggling, and we have some experiences with burying bodies. And so these were kind of like things that would last for a while. So we buried some of them, but these containment cases are, you're talking about bodies. These are human size. So you're talking about something the size of a coffin. Yeah. They're pretty fucking heavy. But with the biofacsimilacra, they are kind of under protective wrap, so to speak. I try to tarp them, where I can when they're inactive, and otherwise just kind of take them and run kind of a diagnostic. But here's Heather says the dolls invaded in glass were alive at one time. Interesting. But go on, Brendan. What was your other question?
They were alive at one time?
This is what Heather said.
They were once alive when they were like made out of animals. Like maybe that's what people used to do with their pets in a long time ago in the olden days.
Interesting.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Yeah. But
that kind of makes sense.
But they would be they would be inside of like actual other stuffed animals, so it's like they were in costume.
Yeah.
I just
we need it, Brooke.
I bring this up every time.
Yeah.
When we talk about the biofacts, but it's like the pronunciation of some people that come on this program. They say biofag simulacrum. That's not how you say it, right?
Thank you.
Can we clarify that?
Thank you. Okay, just so people understand, the way to pronounce the full name would be like facsimile, like the Latin word. And the ancient Latin word would actually always be spelled with an exclamation point after the FAC, because otherwise it would be misspelled, because it was always considered in the original Latin to be an emphatic, what's called an emphatic word, meaning that the word has to be spelled with an exclamation point. So it'd be FAC and then an exclamation mark and then simile. Simile meaning similar, and fax meaning the reproduction thereof. So facsimile meaning reproduced in likeness. And so facsimile. Think of the facsimile machines we used to have, though most people probably won't remember that, the old fax machines. So you pronounce it like that. And so sometimes they would use the term faxmen or fax people, people who were, staff. But so Brendan's right, and thank you. I appreciate your bringing that up. And aside from that,
I don't know why it bothers me so much, but
dude, it bothers me that the other day I put up, the emoji, a product of COVID, and it's two elbows bumping each other, and this poor guy, we're not going to call out any names. Yeah. He sees two butts bumping each other, and like I said, see a counselor about those invasive thoughts. I mean, holy shit, life is hard enough.
Call Freud.
Again, look, the guy apologized. We're not calling him out. We're not naming anybody. But it's like, life is difficult enough, for people to just see things that I'm not
even if that was the case, why was there so much umbrage taken? That's what I didn't get.
Well, I mean, I guess I could understand.
Like if that was a real emoji, it would be as a joke, if anything.
It was
a weird response.
It was, well, let's just say a lot of guys are weirded out by me in the first place, and they're kind of like, just kind of like, it's almost...
Like, I'm never touching butts with this vampire,
it's like, it's kind of like...
How dare you?
Heather left. I hope she's okay. Brooke, we had to mute you because you were talking to somebody on the phone. I believe she got a phone call and was talking... Isn't that what you think was going on? Or maybe it was her son, Noah. Came home or something.
It was all the meth that thing, like specters, the specters that show up when you're tripping.
Meth specters. That's it. It's meth specters. Brooke is talking to meth specters. Holy shit! Oh, this poor dear. How? Yeah, God is. Can we save her? Can we save her? It's like
only God can save her now. And he's on vacation in the last couple of years.
Oh yeah! Oh my God! Aristides, do join us. I need you guys talking so I can refresh myself. And
you didn't take the break yet?
Yes. No, I'm gonna take. No, I haven't taken. Brooke.
Holy shit!
Yeah, don't run away, Brooke. Don't run away, Brooke. What is?
Well, I'm gonna carry on. I hope you guys have a good evening.
What? You're going? Why are you going? We need you.
I have to work in the morning. It's already 10.
Oh, well, wait till I'm back. Do that. Wait till I'm back at least. Jesus, I need you to hold.
You have Brooke. She can have a whole conversation by herself with multiple specters.
No, we need a coherent conversation. So
yeah.
yeah, it's both of our ladies are lovely, but both of our ladies are kind of far out. I mean, Heather and Brooke are both kind of far out for different reasons. Oh, but it was such a pleasure,
Yeah,
Heather.
I'm glad we didn't have any imagery because we would have gotten canceled for those dolls for sure.
Oh man.
That's bullshit. It can't, but it can be on eBay.
It's weird. It's
a
weird,
joke.
Heather. It's true. But what he says, it's a point of concern. It's a point.
And then there would be some Karen coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Being like, look what I found online.
It's.
You know what? Those people are going to be all over the place all the time. You can't avoid assholes.
Yes, but Heather,
That's true.
Unlike everybody else, this is not your normal channel. We have dedicated enemies that do nothing with their lives.
Well, that kind of brings up a good point. Are we like a group of 5 participants, or including the people that are your listenership? Are we like just your fans, or is there more to this group? Have we been like?
Did you hear the opening hours, honey?
I did not.
Oh, anyhow, Brooke left us. Oh my god.
We're definitely not following Gong. That's for sure.
Let's put it this way. If you heard the opening hours, you'd hear the kind of what's going on with me. What happened with my case was that it was my website, and they pumped 88 gigabytes of surveillance programs and child porn into my website. It was 11 gigabytes each source. One was supposed to be Russia, China, Israel, the United States government. These are supposedly the 4 sources, but it's equally possible they all came through, these were just masked, and they all came through Peter Thiel, which is what Peter Moon believes, or something very similar to that. Peter Moon...
Yeah, who was the guy that came onto Skype and then, like, erased a contact, or he added himself as a contact to somebody?
Uh-huh.
Do you remember?
Plenty of guys like that. You're talking about
one of your assailants.
Trampus Nicholson, maybe recently, or some of these other guys.
I don't know. Somebody had done something fishy with the Skype and then went back and like deleted themselves, or
they all do that. It's like
I can't remember what happened.
But I think it was Trampus Nicholson is who you're talking about as the most recent example.
He's a terrorist.
Yeah, that's dignifying him, but yeah, basically he tries. So Brooke, let's see if we let me beg her to jump back on. But honestly,
he's like a terrorist to his own kidneys.
Yeah, his own internal organs. Yes.
I finally realized who the Andrew Tate was today. I didn't know who it was because I know you guys always talk about him, but I didn't know he was the crypto guy.
Oh no, he did. Oh, Doug, did you hear about that? He did a new crypto scam.
What's his new crypto?
Because he's so broke. He's so broke.
Yeah.
They didn't publicize it because it's so embarrassing.
Oh God, what did he do? What happened? Tell me the story.
Let me just look it up so I can get a.
Yeah, I don't know the story. I just know that that's the same guy that you guys always talk about.
It says Andrew Tate eyes a $1 billion market cap for the quote-unquote daddy meme coin.
Daddy meme, Jesus, disgusting.
And he has a shirt that says, "Call me daddy, $115 million daddy tokens."
Oh,
so
God.
He's all the shit he was talking against, where he was like, "I'll never scam people using crypto." But now he's like, he's got so many legal fees, and the Brits took all his money.
Yeah.
He's just all in. He's put all his cards in.
Oh God, what a loser!
They got him checkmated.
As well they should. We had one poor guy who we were speaking about being. Go on.
Well, the ultimate, basically, normally people wouldn't care because there's plenty of like Dogecoin and all this stupid shit.
Yes.
But the analysts, like some people that are actually into crypto, they looked into it as like maybe they can like juice the market real quick and make money, and it turns out that it's all just insider trading. It's like all of his friends got in on it, and they're just gonna like time the market themselves, and they got outed. So now he looks like a double dingus, triple dingus. so he's cooked. He's totally cooked.
Good. Yeah, couldn't happen to a nicer son of a bitch, a more deserving individual. Disgusting. And you know,
the Romanians got him.
He
thought he was safe.
Yes, he thought that he had them bribed. He said, "Oh, they're a third world nation. I can just bribe these poor white people." And
then his backup plan was converting to Islam, and they just left him to the wolves.
Yes,
those fucking Dubai fools.
Yes,
that he thought he thought, oh, they got my back. Nope.
Yeah.
Because he's like half black, they just were like, I could say some choice words in Arabic, but we don't need to go.
Oh, yes. No.
Like what they were saying about him.
Yeah. Well, kafir was one of the words they used.
Yeah, but there's worse ones for black people. Sorry to say.
Yes. And so Brooke has disappeared. Last seen 4 minutes ago. She's gone offline. And what I'll do is I'll send her a little message on phone text before I take my break, which is exactly what I'm being told to do, and of course I'm being told the right thing. Our dear Heather's telling me to take a break. I'll do just that. Let me send this off first, and then I'll take my.
You have like a crazy, like, do you have like a whiteboard or like a chalkboard with tally marks of like women you've destroyed their lives? There's a big list.
Oh my God, it is, and of course,
and it's only after dealing with you. It's never like just like you come across it. It's like it's like clockwork.
Yes.
Like poor, I still feel bad for what's her name? What's the autistic chick with the trailer? What's her name?
Oh, Jennifer Hawkins. Hawkins.
Yeah, I still feel bad for her because like, man, she got cooked for no reason.
Oh yeah.
And then she's like in denial, like, it's not anything paranormal. It's totally fine.
Yeah, but the moment
she's like the meme of the dog sipping coffee while his house is on fire. Like, I feel so bad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my God, no! Believe me, if I weren't sociopathic and half psychotic, I'd be guilty about this. This sort of thing would keep me up at night.
Well, we all got to get through the day,
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel bad. Like I'm not like lamenting. It's just unfortunate, It's just like, man.
Well, we need to lament about this. These poor people are suffering terrible injustice. It's just. What can you do? And I try to tell them, contact my expert, Brendan Zogit. He'll get you on some rituals, and they don't do it. They don't.
And then they disconnect from the call. Literally, it's like clockwork.
Yes.
Douglas.
Yes, and our dear friend George Knight has joined us.
Hello.
And so George Knight, how long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
Yes, 50 minutes, Douglas. And please go take a break whenever you need to.
Okay.
I've got to say.
Thank you. Now I've just merged Sammy Romero. So either he's hung up or here we are. I'll try and merge him again. And let's see if this works. It's so here he got on the call. So Sammy, is everything all right? And was Brooke talking to you on the phone when she was talking on the phone recently, or was that her meth specters?
Hello.
Hi, Sammy. Oh, so did you hear my question?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good.
Yeah. Were you talking to Brooke on the phone, or was she talking to her meth specters?
I don't know about that. No, I was taking care of my kids. I finally put them to bed.
Okay.
So,
how long? Yeah. So, how long do we have with you tonight as well? I'm trying to figure that out between George and yourself.
Maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes tops. Really.
Okay.
I just want to come out and just wish everybody Happy Father's Day.
Yes. And thank you for the 25 United States dollars through PayPal. Thank you so much. And George Knight, how long do we have with you?
About a good 15 minutes, Douglas.
Okay.
45 minutes.
So let's. I'll stay with these two gentlemen before I take a break. Let me stay on with these two gentlemen. and then I'll take my break after that. But Brendan, stay with us as long as you can. I'll understand if you have to go after that, and then I'll be counting on Aristides and Heather Holman to hold the stage. If Brooke comes back, that would be perfect because she can go on a bit. But yeah, it's just one of these nights where people are kind of checking in and out. And but with what's been going on lately, everything that's been happening, obviously none of us have heard from Sammy in a while. So George, please be patient, and let's have Sammy talk a little bit about what's been going on with him, and then we'll check back in with George. Stay right there, George, and then of course, hopefully you'll be able to join us on Wednesday as well, which will be here before any of us know it. And I want everyone to remember George will be with us the full show next Sunday, this coming Sunday night, and that will be dated let me take a look at my calendar here, the 23rd of June. So that'll be George Knight's night. In the meantime, Sammy, tell us about how's everything going? Your kids seem to be doing great. Tell us about, and hopefully everything's going very smoothly with Maria and the whole family. Tell us about whatever you're willing to share.
Well, first off, I want to wish everybody happy Father's Day, and as well as yourself.
Thank you.
All the fathers, George Knight, he's a show favorite, obviously, because of his background.
Yes.
But honestly, what's going on with me really is me adulting. I mean, the best way I can put it, Doug, in the sense of, being affiliated with you and your podcast. It's you're gonna face some type of opposition.
Thank you.
You pay attention or not, it's up to you. But really, I mean, be an adult. Period.
Yes.
I caught up with Brooke last time a little bit, and we caught up, and she kind of briefed me in to what was going on with her as much as I could, as much as she wants to share. I think her and I share really good boundaries in the sense of we're comfortable with each other, but obviously she's been through her struggles, like everybody else. Yes. But as far as myself, even with my family, it's like I said, it's family. So it's very much it's every day you have to work on new things, especially with me being a husband and a father. It's you have to constantly have to refine yourself in the sense of sometimes with me, this is just me, really being more of a listener, and just being more of a listener and more action oriented, and kind of let your actions speak, especially as a man in a household. A lot of the times, that's what's required. And I'm not saying I don't communicate, but definitely putting more action in, and having that art really speak for myself. And obviously when the time comes in, obviously communication is key, and we make time for each other, but also trying to find time with friendships. Obviously you and I have a great friendship. Yes. Years ago we met face to face, and you met my family, and that was kind of me trying to set myself apart from some people in your life that are no longer in your life anymore. It's one of these things where I think different people with different walks of life are in your life, but I think that's good and it's healthy for everybody, to have some type of variety. I've had to learn that. Coming from, the church background that I did, I had to realize to be a Christian, or to be a follower of Christ, you have to connect with your fellow man, not necessarily be. It's okay to be different, but you can't be you can't come off like you belong to a cult.
Yes.
And what I mean by that is, it can get pretty cultish, like there's many examples of that, obviously. Christianity is one of the easiest ways the left-hand path controls and manipulates.
Yes.
quote unquote Christianity, and it's not really Christianity. It's just inversion, which I've had to really analyze people that I thought cared about me in my life, and come to find out they're corrupted
Yes.
because of not being centered.
Yes.
And like you've talked in the past, the easiest way these clergymen or anybody that deals with this type of environment, this spiritual warfare, whether it's voluntary, involuntarily, you're going to be around it, and you get corrupted if you're not aware of that.
Yes.
And it's one of these things where I've had to learn to be guarded, but also you can't walk around swinging at the air and being always in defense. It's
Right.
part of it's just part of trying to balance out. And even at my job, where I've had to you have to, when you're at a job, any job really, you're there for multiple hours, so you're going to interact with people, but it's also part of you getting to know people and seeing their individual, their weaknesses, or what I think weaknesses, just their flaws. Okay. And the one thing I tell some of the young guys that manages, the workforce is not about, and you're going to find, I tell them, you're going to find out it's not always about qualifications, and you have to be okay with having your goals as far as why you're in a certain work environment. Because if you think, well, I know this, so I deserve this, that's not how things work. And you have to be okay with that. And you have to kind of pick and choose where do you want to classify yourself. And you have to understand this is just temporary. So, stuff like that, and I'm not like this with every single person, but the people that you're drawn to, or the people that are drawn to you and that you see are, open, and obviously with boundaries, then I at least give them these basic little kind of pointers out that it's needed, because unfortunately, it's going to happen. Everybody goes through it, but definitely at least give them a little bit of insight. And I really any advice is optional whether to take it or not. And if it's initiated where they want advice, I always tell them, it's really up to you, and it's your decision if you want to take if you want to take it or not. And that's one thing I learned in growing up in churches, and it's one thing how I received Christ is always voluntary. It was never involuntary, because Christ does not come into your life involuntarily. It's always voluntary. It's never forced, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
And I've been blessed to have an upbringing where God shielded me from that abuse. And I'm not saying I didn't have I was never exposed to any abuse. It's probably I wasn't coherent that was abuse. But part of it is using the Bible or the Word of God and manipulate it to your advantage, and it's always that's a form of witchcraft, obviously, or that's a form of spellbinding, wherever you want to call it, labeling somebody and tying them while you're this, and so on and so forth. But that's also something that I learned from you as far as your background. And I've always told you, Doug, for being around so much abuse and meat grinder and all these terrible things, the one thing I do always admire you is your culture and your background.
Thank you.
I think your naysayers don't ever bring that up because they're empty.
Yes.
Someone's empty, they just don't connect with that. And I love about how you have a lot to share, even being around such horrific things, even being around who you were in liaison with.
Yes.
people always have to, and I always had to remember this about you, is to be someone's rival or even adversary. A true adversary is actually a compliment, because
Thank you.
Someone's not an adversary unless they pose a threat, or they're at least on equal or better ability or understanding.
That's true.
And I think what you've gone through, not just physically but spiritually and mentally, you really are blessed. You know, you're blessed in the sense that you can express yourself in what your mother taught you and what you've learned throughout your upbringing, and that's very important to the world. And I have to say the world because what I see, what I see in the climate, Army, is it's starting to become global now. Everything is coming full circle where it's no longer the country no more. It's global. We're a global empire. Where we're like, you talked about that in the past. Where this country is really a global empire, and we try not to say that because, well, we're ignorant. We're ignorant in the sense of we don't want to be labeled as rapists and pillagers. Culture stealing and destroyers. We don't want to call ourselves that, but that's truly what we are. We can't even call ourselves the new Romans because they actually did it better than us. You know, and it's just, you know, when we start getting on that tangent, it's almost comical to even call this country civilized, which we're not.
Thank you.
But back to what I'm trying to say is, with this information that I have to go in and out in the things that I learned from you, and the information that you passed down to all your listeners, especially your longtime listeners, is also trying to convey that with people that are just ignorant of this, or it's just so unbelievable people refuse to believe what I wouldn't say exposed, what you pointed out that's been hidden right in front of us.
Thank you.
Because what Colonel Aquino did was really just hide things right in front of us.
Thank you.
And not even deny it. It's mostly, really just ignore it or not even acknowledge it.
Yes.
So this is one of these things where I don't know if you heard this, and I may be late to this. I didn't realize now that and correct me if I'm wrong, they instituted a draft again.
Yes.
And that's very interesting because that's one of the things that you've always talked about, where we have to demystify our military. We have to kind of come to grips of it's a welfare state.
Yes. Thank you.
Somebody's listening.
Thank you.
You obviously you don't think this, and I don't think this, but you hit it. You've been right on the money. You've hit stuff right on the head, and somebody's listening, and it's and they're paying attention, and obviously you're somebody that represents the world because of your multiracial.
Thank you.
You are what your biological father was helping to preserve, but also protect, in a sense of really good,
yes,
and not chaos.
Thank you.
And people that are, I'm gonna say, are deep thinkers, people that are waking up, yes, especially this younger generation, where a lot of this spellbinding, and I call it spellbinding because even education,
yes,
the way it's changing now, where it's not even denial no more. It's people just don't want to talk about it as far as academia, but it's right in your face where things are still in continuation as far as the Second World War.
Yes.
And like I said, if they initiate a draft, if they pass this into law, well, it's because our adversaries, whether they're the Axis or the Allies, the wagons are circling.
Yes.
Yes. And things that were not finished or things that were not officially ended are going to start to come up again. And we see this with the Russian government.
Yes.
What's going on with submarine that was quote unquote detected, which, in my opinion, they've always known it's there. It's one of these things where, well, we have to acknowledge it now. And it's also an election year.
Yes.
It's very important. Yeah. You talked about the last transmission where there's been elections all this year with these neighboring nations. Yeah. Mexico, or Mexico, where I sometimes visit, and it's these things are happening around us, but it's really the world is pivoting.
Yes.
And it's one of these things where I just feel like these are very interesting times, as a lot of my Asian colleagues like to say. And and I want to segue to that, where in the sense of when I do talk to a lot of my Asian colleagues, I have a lot of colleagues from Taiwan, which this is an airline that I'm dealing right now with.
Excellent. Have you kind of switched from one airline to the other? Because I know that was kind of like being considered.
Oh yeah, I have. I had to, because the previous airline is just ran by the Filipinos, and no disrespect to Asian Mexicans, right?
Yes.
No, there's no offense to them. It's
just I can describe it later. Go on. Yes. Yeah.
It's dealing with a Taiwanese-based company that I deal with. They very much, like any ethnic group, they stick to their own.
Yes. Ethnic enclaving. Go on.
Even American, or what, that's the one thing they did mention to me.
Yeah.
Is they mentioned I forgot the ABC. They mentioned the ABC kids.
Yes. American-born Chinamen. Go on.
They mentioned that to me, and because I have people that work alongside with that work in either the U.S. Customs or CBP, and some of them are Asian American or Chinese American, whatever. And what the Taiwanese airline rep was telling me is what he told me is I wouldn't even call them really Chinese at all. They're American.
Yes.
To them, because their point of view of them is, it's not even that you're from the U.S. It's the fact that you've assimilated so grossly that
so completely.
Right. Yes. When I do talk to them about their Civil War, which I've always liked to take I've always liked to see their take, because I did talk to them about. I remember one of these transmissions you talked about a couple years ago, where you kind of went into how the reality of what is a real Chinese is no longer
a
reality because of the communists.
Yes.
And obviously the nationalists. And I mentioned that to him because, unfortunately, Doug, I do like to test your knowledge.
Yeah.
And especially being around, people of your culture.
Yeah.
And he looked at me and said, "Where did you hear this?" I'm like, "Well, I have a friend that has a podcast." He's "Oh, well, I'm fourth generation." This is what the airline rep was telling me. I'm fourth generation, and obviously, he says I go back and forth to the island.
Yeah.
But what he told me was, one of the things I have the privilege of is I'm not stuck here. I go, Chinese New Year, I go to Taiwan and back and forth. But what he was telling me is that ABC kid there, the fact that you're asking me all this makes you more conscious of my culture than him. He's so far assimilated to what what the U.S. does to a lot of these ABC kids that if I'm fourth generation and I'm the fourth generation removed from the Civil War, and I sometimes struggle with, understanding my culture as far as going back to the mainline. Someone like him, he might as well be on Pluto,
right?
Or because it's almost disgusting, is what he trying to talk about. And it's very interesting because when I go to Mexico, it's almost like, well, I'm going somewhere where I feel like a U.S. citizen there more than I do here, because I'm stepping into the country, and it's you start realizing how disconnected we are. Yes. As far as our ideology, as far as America is a good old well, technically Mexico and Canada are the Americans too.
That's quite correct. Also, all of South America and the Caribbean, all these people are technically Americans. So some people have tried to disambiguate United States citizens by saying U.S. Americans, but it does become very clumsy and awkward after a while. It becomes almost Soviet. So in the end, when you say Americans, even though I'm completely with you on this, it's almost just out of convenience that we're referring to the United States citizens as Americans when we do that. But continue, please, by all means. Yes.
Well, and that's one of the things that I found very useful. Obviously, you being a fan, but following you, listening to you, is I can kind of use your knowledge that you shared about your culture.
Thank you.
To find people. You have to connect with different people, different cultures. So when I mention, the Nationalist Party and the Kempeitai and the Civil War, in the sense, so they are surprised because I'm a Chicano talking about this, but it's because, and what I explained to them is, it's almost stepping into, it's understanding someone's culture, and obviously, they're very guarded. That's one thing I'm going to tell you. They're very guarded in the sense of outsiders.
Yes.
But when I mention Young Shikai, and I mentioned Mao Zedong, and I mentioned Chiang Kai-shek, and all these figures that they know of, they've heard of, especially the grandpa talking about that. It kind of does break the ice, and they share, but obviously it's in bits and pieces, and it's a great way for me to kind of, and I hate to say this, but kind of, man, Doug really knows his shit.
Thank you.
Kind of oxymoron, but it's really me kind of like, man, I really do thank you, because you kind of helped me find common ground with another culture that it's alien to me, and it's kind of like, it's helped me a lot in the sense of kind of building relationships with even people. For example, I have a Cambodian vendor that I kind of talked to, and she was telling me about how they arrange their bedding, where if they have nightmares, I've talked to you about this, where they kind of just, they're their beds, and it's very interesting because you kind of learn. Excuse me, give me.
Take your time. Yeah, sure. Just I'll take over. So by all means, George, join us for a few moments here and tell us a little bit about. Yeah, and just everything's okay with you, I hope.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, just to let everyone know, everything's good my end of the pond, so to speak. And thank you very much, Sammy. It's very much appreciate what you just said, and I hope you've had a great Father's Day yourself. I'm really looking forward to spending a lot of time with you next week, Douglas. So yeah.
And tell us a bit about your impression of Meghan Markle coming out with her jam to fuck up the reappearance of the of course, the lady from Wales, Kate Middleton, when she appeared finally to perform her public duties after dealing with her cancer.
Cancer treatment. Yes. Yeah. So I actually missed the King's ceremony on Saturday, but I did see some of the highlights of it, and so she was next to King Charles III, and I know they had a dialogue together, which was noted by the public, and that was all that they broadcasted about the event, was this interaction that these two people had. I've not heard about that. Meghan Markle's.
She came out with her new jam just hours before Kate Middleton appeared in public, almost as if intentionally trying to, jam up. And of course, what could be deemed offensive is the alienation that Harry has demonstrated, but they still want to keep that title so they can market it for their various products. That's that's what's offensive. But go on. Yes, and by the way, did you get an opportunity? I know that Father's Day it's different, a different day in England, isn't it? Father's Day?
Yes, it's just gone. So it was on the 16th. So it's just gone, Douglas. So we had a lovely day. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good. You were able to spend some time then with Everly, or
Yes, it was wonderful. Yeah, we had a nice time all day long, so it was great. But now it's back to the grind. It's back to work.
Oh my goodness! So, is work okay? Is work okay?
The work is good. Yes, and the weather's quite fine today. So it's been really bad lately, and it's to do with the Greenland ice sheet that's blowing into England.
Yes, it's so true. But by the way, before I forget, I just want Aristides to remember. I do remember he is a father, and that it's been hopefully a good Father's Day for him. Did you get a chance to talk to your daughter today, Aristides?
Yes, I did.
Oh, excellent! Wonderful. We'll find out more about that very shortly. But continue, George, while we're still blessed with your company.
Thank you. Yes.
And
I will remain for another 5 minutes. But thank you so much for having me on, Douglas. And I will jump on the call on Wednesday as well, just to say hello again for a good hour, and then hopefully everything's all good up to that point, and then we'll.
By the way, did you notice that the Republican Party in the United States has taken after the Tories in England and said that if Trump is reelected, they'll reinstate the draft. So this is like, they're now just, all of them are just taking my advisements and running with all the credit they can. Now, I don't know if you heard the opening hours, George. Did you hear what happened to me?
No, I haven't. No, oh my God.
So what happened? What happened was there was a failed charge on my card for Bluehost, which hosts my website. So Bluehost is a company that hosts my website, and I had just transferred $300 out of that card into the bank account, my bank account, JP Morgan Chase bank account, because I was afraid that a bunch of Pakistani criminals that I got referred to by Microsoft the last year when I had a Skype issue, these Pakistani criminals had basically the keys to my computer. And even though I've changed my passwords on everything, I definitely wanted to be careful. So I took that money out and put it into the bank so they couldn't reach into my PayPal account and steal that, because many people do things like that. And it turned out, of course, that coincidentally, very strangely, the Bluehost upped its renewal time by a month, and then tried to drag money out of my card minutes after I had transferred it. So I had to call them and ask, what's going on? They said they had retabulated and recalculated it and felt that they needed to push the renewal up early because it turned out they feel that I had enrolled earlier than they had thought years ago. Some bullshit like that. And then what happened was that I essentially said, well, I got to put the money back from my bank account into the PayPal. And that took 5 days. It took a working week to do that. But in the interim, there were some beneficial collateral, some collateral benefits, some collateral fallout in terms of beneficial fallout, where I changed my passwords on the bank account like I wanted to do. Also learned how to link the bank account directly to the PayPal account. So in the future, I can transfer the money directly. I had to do that on the personal card because I can't do that through the business card, which is what they're trying to dip into. But it still, gives an option. But at any rate, what happened was during that week, that work week, 5 days it took to reload my PayPal card, they tried again to withdraw from it, probably automate it, and they had no control over that. There's probably an automated system that does that. But then when I called them back and said the money's now in the card, let's get this over with, then the man tries to charge me $1,000 as opposed to the original $300. And I said, well, what are you trying to pull? And he says, you don't understand. We have to do this. You're now progressed up to a professional grade website hosting because you've put so much into your website. I said, I haven't done shit with my website in 2 years, motherfucker. And I said, I only maintain it so that people can contribute, but, I don't even know what to do with it. It was set up by this crazy cunt who severed herself from me. And since then, it's just, there. But I have to maintain it for a number of reasons. And they said, well, in the last, it was in the last 24 to 72 hours, the last 2 to 3 days, they said 88 gigabytes was dumped into my website. And I said, 88, think of that number, by the way, 8 being the, H, the 8th letter of the alphabet, and that 8 and 8, Heil Hitler, HH. So, or Heather Holman, one or the other. But at any rate, so somebody dumps, that's a lot of data. And so I said, I did not insert any of that data. I have not been in my website. And so this took all day. So on Friday, I was on all day with Bluehost. And what happened was Bluehost came back to me, gave me not only the lesser charge, but a discount. So what happened was they said, we were hacked. And this is what had happened to PayPal earlier. They had been hacked from their own side. They knew that I was not responsible for it. They said it'll cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars to clear this because they have to investigate their own staff. They have to change all of their passwords, re-up their security system. But from their side, somebody went in, or a number of people went in and downloaded 88 gigabytes of surveillance systems and child porn into my website. And so they told me that all of this was set to go on display on your website on Father's Day. All of this child porn of basically older men fucking younger kids. Like a Father's Day kind of perverse joke, if you will. And they said the gigabyte sources were 11 gigabytes from Russia, 11 gigabytes from China, 11 gigabytes from Israel, and 11 gigabytes from the United States government. Now, as our man Brendan pointed out, and they themselves said, this doesn't mean that really sources from those places. It means that they could have used what Brendan referenced as a VPN, a virtual private network, so that any IP could be disguised as any country's server. But at the same time, there's very real reason, or every reason to believe that none of these sources would need to hide themselves. That could very well all be Israel and Russia and China and the United States federal government operating in tandem. They all have an equal reason to dislike me. It's kind of like, oh, well, we've taken all this son of Adolf Hitler's advisements now let's take him out of the game. And, what it was set up for was that the surveillance systems would all be set to be notified the moment the child porn uploaded onto the site on Father's Day. So my Father's Day gift was supposed to be all this child porn uploads, and then all the surveillance systems for these 4 countries would be notified. So obviously the Russians, Israelis, and Chinese could make propaganda use of it, and the United States federal government could arrest me. So this is something that was the conspiracy, but all of it got blown over because they charged me early. After my card, I had just emptied my card within minutes of my emptying my card. And like I said, that can't be coincidence. In the end, the only thing I could think of really that makes any logical sense, which I didn't share with Peter yet, but we'll share with him on Wednesday, is that the Dietrich Artelek basically could see all of this going on well before it took place, because they're all communicating with each other online, and just basically set it up so I got billed early so that I'd be provoked into interacting with Bluehost, and therefore preempt what happened, which is essentially what happened. That's one way of looking at it. It's almost like nothing else really makes sense. Yes, the Dietrich Artelek saving my reputation, as Heather says. Yes, it's certainly, but there you go. So that's what happened, and it was, as you can imagine, took up all day Friday. And just so you know, obviously they're taking me seriously now. Peter says, and I certainly, his point is well taken. 50% this could be Peter Thiel, because I exposed his former lover, Jared Kushner, on this same program in our latest episode before tonight's, in which I exposed the fact, yet again, but this was the first time Peter really took notice of what I was saying, was I started talking about Jared Kushner being a sex change. And I said, Jared Kushner's really a bitch, and Ivanka just stays with Jared Kushner because she was raped by her dad, Donald Trump, because Donald Trump has bragged about, oh, I would fuck my daughter, I'd fuck my daughter, and almost certainly did fuck his daughter, and so she's much more comfortable being married to a woman. And so I pointed out that Jared Kushner was female, and that she always voted as a woman on her voting records. This is available for anyone to find. And that she basically was a former lover of Peter Thiel. Now, the last time something like this was brought up, Peter Thiel brought down an entire magazine network. It was, I can't remember what magazine it was. It was called The Teller or something like that, or some gossip rag, essentially, but maybe a little bit above that level. But it was Intercept magazine or something very similar. Not Intercept, but something very similar. And what happened was, I could actually look it up for the sake of the record, and Peter Thiel brought down which magazine? Peter Thiel. But anyhow, so it could be Peter Thiel, and yeah, he would have the wherewithal to disguise everything like that. Or it could be, those very parties actually trying to bring me down as well. Or maybe the two of them combine. And altogether, that shows you that we're being taken very seriously right now.
Yeah, of course.
And and our advisements are being taken and made potential policies for parties that know they're on the ropes. So there we are. The magazine that was brought down by Peter Thiel was Gawker magazine. So if he spent all his money on backing up, of all people, Hulk Hogan in a lawsuit with Gawker magazine simply because he had a vendetta with them because they outed him as gay, then yes, he's also going to have the same kind of personal vindictiveness where he might try to bring me down with the same possible kind of stratagem. But all such being said, you're now up to date on the latest that's happened. And so, yes, by all means, still, I think there's every reason for you to be comfortable that you're, you seem to be doing okay at work, but we're convinced, I'm definitely convinced that what happened in England was because they have you under surveillance and they were listening to what you were listening to. And that's when they stole my advisements for Rishi Sunak. So anyhow, continue. Yeah. Anything else that comes to mind based on what I've shared with you, please feel free to share it before you go tonight.
Yes. No, absolutely. That's what I've concluded as well, Douglas. That's why I had to just let you know what the policy is that he introduced into his manifesto if he were re-elected. Yeah. And it's not looking good for the Tory party whatsoever. So they are desperate at this point in their history. Yes. So we'll see what happens. We can go into more depth about it. Certainly from my observations from every candidate, every party. Nigel Farage is running as well for the Reform Party that he has established.
And what do you think of that before you go tonight?
Immigration. Can you imagine Rishi Sunak defecting to that party?
Oh my God!
My God, it will be
a circus.
Travesty.
Yes.
Yeah, circus act. It would be. Obviously, we'll see what manifests, and I've got my polling card, so I've been told where I could go vote, and I know.
If you're gonna vote at all,
It's not voting, it's none of them. Jesus.
Hey George, I always think of haggis when I
Thanks to Brooke. Sorry, yes. Thanks to Brooke. Yes. Oh my God!
I'm not even Scottish. It's the people who are Scottish. They're the ones that remind everyone that haggis. Yes. But yeah, it's
So
I'm American, so we're ignorant of Scottish and Irish and English. Confuse all you guys together, but that's just maybe I'm just speaking for myself. But go ahead, Doug.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. Anything else to say, dear George, before you fade into the gentle night or day?
No, no, nothing, Douglas. And it just, it always just comes to my mind that, each one of these, you've got a United Kingdom, when you've got all these other nations that are comprised of the United Kingdom, they have their own languages, but through oppression from the British, they force them to speak English. And it's just one of the absurdities of history where it's the projection of us onto the world where we would force other nations to speak English, when the reality is, you've got people like Piers Morgan will say, well, if we lost the Second World War, as you mentioned earlier, Sammy, we'd all be speaking German. This is their mentality. This is their mindset. And really, it's the projection that we ourselves are the ones that through force majeure, force our own language onto these indigenous people, or these we are the oppressor. So yes, it always comes to my mind when I speak of these, the Celtics, the Welsh, and the Scots.
So people understand this, there was what was called the St. Patrick's Brigade in the Spanish-American War and or basically the Mexican-American War, I mean to say. So there's myself as a historian going off track there. But the Mexican-American War, the Irish soldiers in general, by the hundreds, if not the thousands, they defected and they fought with the Mexicans. And whenever they were captured, of course, the Americans would hang them as traitors. But the reason so many of the Irish defected to fight on the side of the Mexicans was because they understood what it was like to be an oppressed indigenous people suffering under a colonization by an Anglo-Saxon culture.
Yes.
and this is something that, just so people understand that, also the Irish were Roman Catholic, as the majority of Mexicans are. So it's all very much a part of this history that has to do with cultures, and this is something that, well, as I said to George, England would probably, I don't foresee a total severance simply because they're so intertwined now, but we're definitely going to see differences and perhaps a kind of a severance with Scotland and even potentially Wales. But England can afford to lose these cultures. Like I said, it cannot afford to lose Gibraltar. And we've gone into that before. We'll go into that in the future. And we love you dearly, George. Stay safe and be well. And join us on Wednesday. And Sunday will be our full show together.
Yes. I appreciate it, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. It's been wonderful speaking to all you gentlemen.
I believe Sammy might have had something to say before you take off, though. Here.
Sorry, Sammy. Yeah, please continue.
No, good to hear from you, George. It's always a pleasure seeing your perspective, especially on the other side of the pond.
Yes, thank you.
It's very vital.
Yes. And it's always a pleasure to speak with you, Sammy. We've been on together at the same time. We've been around forever listening, and we've always been supportive of Douglas. So, yeah, you're one of the very few people that I know I could fully 100% trust, and I've always said that, Sammy. And
thank you.
Much appreciated, yes. No, it's been wonderful chatting to you. And Aristide as well, likewise, and El Nemo Abano as well. And Douglas, thank you so much, and look forward to joining you on Wednesday.
Yeah, don't forget Heather. Don't forget Heather Holman.
And Heather, of course, and Amanda and everyone else. Yes, thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. You look after yourself.
We will. Okay. Bless you. Yes. All right. Love you dearly. Bye. Okay. That's George Knight, and he'll be back with us on Wednesday night, which will be here before you know it. Now, Brooke Gibson has gone active on the Skype, and I've called her every time I've seen her active. But then she goes away from the Skype. So, when I do go to refresh myself, I'll try and give her a short call. I doubt she'll answer. We'll see what happens, but hopefully she's in an okay area. What's that, Sammy?
She'll make an entrance. Knowing her, she likes to pop in when she finds it convenient. But honestly, when I talked to her, it was a lot. She did share with me a lot, and definitely. She definitely does have a love for animals. I think that's always something has helped her with coping with things. She has a lot of love to give. Definitely she's a very strong woman, Doug.
Okay.
It's just anything. I think with her, she has she's gone through a lot. I'll say that, but definitely to me she's a sweetheart. I definitely have connected with her in a sense of her ability to her nurturing. She has a very deep nurturing side. I don't know if you
absolutely.
It's just she's spunky. She's a spunky one. She definitely she's definitely going to tell you what's on her mind. But like I said, obviously, you've talked about, or I mean, she's talked to me about some of the things that she's gone through, especially with dealing with people, and especially with addiction. It's definitely quite a journey for her. But like I said, that's one thing I've learned, Doug, is I don't like to, and that's one thing I've learned dealing with my background as far as dealing with people that act holier than thou.
Yes. And you've seen all too much of that. Yes, go on.
The reason why I say it's complete bullshit, because once I removed myself from these people that use this clout, this illusion, this grimoire, really, you see the emptiness they have, because they have no friendships. They can't fortify friendships because of this idea of, well, I have to uphold this image, and because I'm in this clergy position that allows me these benefits, quote unquote, this privilege of, having vulnerability, given to me because of what people think about me. I think that's where this is where I kind of see things. I think this is where they kind of get corrupted, because vulnerability is very dangerous in a sense of you can get killed.
Yes,
you can get killed for abusing someone's vulnerability, and it's not really a something very light, and what I've noticed is when someone violates your vulnerability, when all said and done, and that person that you did wrong 86 you, or literally just ostracize you because of the person you are, or what you become, ultimately that person that did that abuse is just, you can kind of see it weigh on them, because they have to look themselves in the mirror, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And they know the truth, but at the same time, that's one thing that I've kind of learned, is you have to forgive yourself for being a human being, in a sense of you have to go through shit. If not, then you can't connect with nobody. What I mean by that is, certain life experiences have to happen for you to connect. Because if I would have gone to Doug and say, well, Doug, why do you rent prostitutes? You should be married. And I've dealt with people like this where, their parents are in these positions of hierarchy in the church, and when stuff goes south with their parents in these ministries, and all of a sudden they see you and they say, "Wow, my dad thinks you don't like him." And I look at them and it's like, well, you're 25, 26 years old, and you still thinking this. You still have this mentality of a child, and understanding that people are adults. People are human beings. People can discern bullshit.
Yes.
And
yes.
Excuse my French. It's just because my twin gets on me, by the way, Doug. I don't know if
I forgot to ask about him. I hope he and his family are doing well, whatever you're willing to share, of course.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk in private. We have to set up our private.
We must. Yes.
So, but what I mean by this, Doug, is when I talk to Brooke, Brooke is a sweetheart. Okay, yes. And why I say that is because all the iniquities that I have, And I bounce stuff off of her because it's always, at least with me,
yes,
it's always great to, especially with parenting. Okay,
yes,
she's giving me a little insight into some of the things that I've had to deal with. For example, when my son fell and he chipped his tooth, I called her. I called her. I was very emotional, and I was a little embarrassed because her being a woman, but Brooke was very helpful and kind of guiding me where it's okay. Your kid's gonna fall.
yeah,
And she shared with me, and see stuff like this. I connect with her because, and I want to point this out to any listeners out there is, Doug does not have the criminally insane all around him all the time.
Thank you.
Or cultists all around him all the time. No, it's just the environment that they grow in. There are people that are everyday people that have struggles. It's just because of, and let's just call the elephant in the room. Doug is validated in that community of the occult because of who he was in liaison almost a decade.
Yes.
That is something that is going to be with him because of the person that chose, the person that chose you. So it's your threat. You're someone of importance in that realm. And I think what happens is the opposition is so concerned with you. And I think what happens is this psyop that is try to overtake who you are, Doug, is because, the easiest thing to do is to just label you as an insane criminal.
Yes.
Well, Doug's and it's just a very lazy way of doing it.
Yes, thank you.
Nobody's gonna keep you around as a liaison for almost a decade,
yes,
and keep tabs on you even after.
yes.
Okay, to the point of when we're talking about the Lilitu or Lilith, the entity.
Yes.
All of a sudden, what happens?
Yes.
You're taken down.
Yes. Yes.
Because even that person's significant other, your name rings out still.
That's right.
It's very prevalent, and it is almost like people incriminate themselves when all they can just do is keep doing what they're doing. But like I said, words cut, Doug.
Yes.
Words cut in a sense of why is he bringing it up when you never are? But it's almost like this: you can't escape your humanity as far as guilt.
Yes.
That can never be erased. In a sense of, it lets you know what Doug tapped into when he was in liaison with. There's more, I'm sure, that you will share in due time. But what I'm trying to say is that vulnerability is there, and what I'm trying, and really, it's just with me. I have to look into this because even as someone a supporter as I am with you, this is why I don't listen to your naysayers. I don't listen to people that, by the way, can you hear me? I just want to make sure my audio is okay.
Yeah, we hear you. Yes.
I don't listen to them because I've gone into a blog spot and I've been called an ass kisser and a bootlicker. That's the twin that kisses Doug's ass. No, I've met Doug in person, and it's hilarious. But it's what you're dealing with is really people that are not even in reality.
Thank you.
To even talk to. Okay, yeah. I've had to ignore calls. I've gotten calls from the East Coast that, I know these numbers I don't know, and I really don't care.
Right.
Because
beyond that, of course, I do want people to understand it goes well beyond that. There were attempts to terrorize. We don't need to concentrate on it, but I do want people to understand that there's been attempts to terrorize Samuel Romero, and he hasn't let it get to him. But some of these have been very, very frightening. He's brought up on air before, so I'm not exposing anything. A car colliding into him right where the child was in the safety seat, etc. These things happen when you become affiliated with myself. But please continue, Sammy. Yes.
Right. And having a homeless,
witch. Yes.
right next to my place.
Bruja, yeah, kind of.
You know,
Yeah.
Who does arts and crafts in the middle of a thunderstorm?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Go figure, right? Especially in SoCal, right?
Of
So what I'm
course.
trying to say is, you know, it's one of these things where I have to point this out to the listeners, is that people have stood on your shoulders to gain success,
Yes.
and at the end of the day, it's really you, Doug, that's been successful, because you're more relevant than you really think, and I think the public is starting to know this, you know.
Yes.
But you know, back to what I'm trying to tell you is, back to as far as Brooke, I really hold Brooke in a very high regard, in the sense of she's taught me a lot, and as far as what she's going through, it's to me, it's one of these things where a lot has to do with the person you are, in the sense of her really being a nurturer, in a sense of seeing the good in people that may not people think are good. And I think that's something, it's a gift, but also I think it's something she is maneuvering and managing. It's just definitely, you know, my prayers are with her, but definitely, you know, I'm very grateful to at least have a friendship. I think at least even you can say that she's helped you out a lot. And you know, yeah, she does like to break your balls, I give you that, but I think that's what I do like about her sense of humor. She has a hell of a sense of humor, and you know, it's hilarious. She's definitely contributed good things to my life. And you know, like I said, you don't have a bunch of maniacs following you. It's not even, it's far from the truth. It's just
thank you.
I think people that have betrayed you really have betrayed themselves.
Yes.
People have that much time to waste, and it's you know, it's really them, because I definitely, you contribute a lot to my life. It's just you're a lot to take in, and I know you know that. It's because of the subjects you talk about, and even you have to take breaks when you do talk about these subjects.
Yes.
But at the same time, it's necessary, because it brings into things that explain why the world the way it is, and why things are happening. And I mean, you know, please, Doug, any feedback, anything that you're thinking about? Go ahead.
No, I certainly am just appreciating everything you're saying, and I certainly really have nothing to add, because you're saying it well enough. You're really expressing yourself well enough, and I know that a lot of times you wonder if you are speaking coherently or articulately enough, but you always are. You'll learn to have confidence in yourself more and more. Of course, the problem is only that you don't get enough of an opportunity, thanks to all your responsibilities, to come on as often to practice your skills with speaking publicly. But you do it well enough, believe me, and it's going to improve more and more as your children get older, because you'll be forced to communicate to them everything that go on. Yes.
Obviously, you know, now that I have a daughter, it's different. Daughters are a lot different. She's very flirtatious. Okay, she's quite a flirt. When you see her, you'll know.
Yes.
And one of the things, you know, that I like to remind the listeners is Doug has yes, your knowledge of history and academia and all these other, but you just talking to Doug, he is very much blessed into you definitely know how to deal with humans, okay?
Yes.
In a sense of
thank you,
discerning people's intent, okay? Where it makes a lot of sense why you would go into a profession like law enforcement or security, because the ability that you can have of talking down somebody, and it's not even always about harming themselves or you know, kind of like you did with the with the mass shooters in Vegas. It's but really your people skills, Doug, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
You have that ability to discern who really is interested in your advice, because even your naysayers, when they've spent time with you, that's the one thing they can never say is they never gain knowledge. It's always just outlandish things like you're a liar. Well, no, not necessarily, because and it's on record. They gained a lot, and
now he got cut off. There we are. So, Sammy,
right.
you got cut off just right after that. Are you okay?
I had a phone call, so.
Oh, understood. Okay. Understood.
So I'll call you back. I'm sorry.
Sounds good. We'll be here. So that's our man, Sammy Romero. He'll call us back. Dear Heather and Aristides, of course, I'll call upon both of you soon enough. We'll see if Aristides has fallen asleep yet. I may have to avoid taking a break if he's fallen asleep. And aside from all of that, we'll then decide how long I stay on for tonight. We'll pair that up with we'll be on again Wednesday night, so that can make up for it if I wind up ending early tonight. I don't think I will end too early tonight, but you never know. Might be in the mood to do so. And, of course, there was a lot of celebration going on during Father's Day, so I'm not always in the best space to necessarily be articulate. And if I don't get an opportunity to do my lines of coke, I may actually get a little worn out before the end of the night. We'll see, because there's good numbers, and I don't want to waste good numbers. So I'll probably stay on for the night, but we're going to decide soon enough. And in the interim, let's see who's back on the call, if anyone.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, so he's back with us. So, dear Sammy, hope everything is going smoothly as possible.
Yeah. Thank God. It's just I have to take these phone calls, and
understood.
When I have to take them. Obviously, my responsibilities. But yeah, Doug. I'm sorry. Just if I can finish, it's really
Please.
Just that.
Yeah.
Your naysayers really they miss you. Okay.
Probably, yes. I can believe that. Yes, go on.
It's just I think it's just the nature of the game. But no, that's pretty much it. That was about to elaborate. But I definitely I miss talking to you. But like I said, you also you and I always have a great friendship, and
yes,
definitely I've tried to find that third space that you talked about, because dealing with a marriage and a partnership is I've had to respond mentally to a lot of situations where like I said, I mean, I think people have shared with you even what they've gone through as far as relationships, and obviously not to the depth, but what I'm trying to say is it is very much a job. What I mean by job is you constantly have to refine yourself to understand that it is a working relationship. Love is part of it, but definitely that's not really what's going to keep you, in the sense of, because at least hard for me, I've seen how people fall out of love and then fall out of love, in a sense of, well, I don't love you no more, and it's like, well, you kind of have to work at it.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So
yes,
that's the best way I can put it. But yeah, Doug, like I said, so yeah, that's really what I can kind of muster right now.
And that's fine. It's beautiful, and it's very. Your message is well taken. Heather Holman responds, "Love is the answer," And certainly it is, but it's also work. Relationships are hard work, but they can be rewarding. It's one of these things that, oh my God, just the responsibilities that come with, you are now at this point, not just, you become more than one person. You are two people uniting to become something greater than yourselves. The children that are produced by that become extensions of yourselves. This is a new way of living, and you change forever. It's something that obviously it's hard for someone like me to imagine to a degree, because my relationships have been so singularly unique. Obviously, my parents, when I grew up, it was impossible for me to imagine my parents being anything other than my parents. Of course, I knew about their past lives, and then I guess I can imagine that, but they're almost like different people from the people who were my parents. It's because the people who are parenting you have become something different. You have, at that point, truly changed. And it's like Sammy says, it's adulting, and it's not always fun. And especially add in, of course, the extra stressor that you've become identified as affiliated with the son of Adolf Hitler, and then you get weird phone calls and other things. But Sammy of all people, is qualified to handle it. Sammy's not like a person who rolls over easily, and he's someone who handles it the best way by ignoring it. The overwhelming majority of the time, ignoring it is the best way to handle it. Then, of course, he gets faced with some things like, of course, the bruja out in front of his home, who's they're just making the weird tinsels in all weather, and it's yeah. And then well, thankfully, you moved, right? You ultimately moved, yeah.
Yeah, I did, and the thing is, what I was really trying to kind of say is, yes, it's one of these things where it's not always nice, but see, my background is I've always been aware of that side, the spiritual side, okay,
yes,
and that having seen people that are
spiritually corrupt, many people.
Spiritually corrupt. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, spiritually corrupt, and all these things that come with it. It's something that I think people freak out when it's like, oh my God, it's happening, and it's like, no, it's always been there. It's just people choose not to believe, and it's understandable, but it's at the same time. Take an example, is like, don't go to Yosemite and you end up running into a Bigfoot.
Yes, thank you.
Or don't go hiking there and you're lost and you're never found.
Yes.
And it's federal parkland for a reason.
Yes.
You can't try suing them. Good luck.
Yeah. So true.
You're better off, you're better off suing the communists.
Yeah. Yes.
It's just one of these things where you just don't do. But like I said, it tests your spirituality. Okay.
Yes.
It does, in a sense that even you do, where you live at. You've been around it your whole life, and it's just something you deal with. It's like me dealing with the funeral business,
Yes.
I've always respected, the business, but when you talked about how, yes, they're not quote unquote alive, but they're really not dead either.
Thank you.
They're still there.
Yes.
Which makes a lot of sense. But it's one of these things where I've had to kind of realize why I respected them. It's because of my upbringing, in a sense of there's just some things you don't do.
Yes.
To put it there. And I think it's not the end either. It's just there's a lot I would like to say, but it's just not the right time in a sense of setting. But
yeah, this might not be the time or the place, but I do want people to understand there might be some nights where Sammy and I both feel more comfortable relating our experiences with the dead, but I do want people to understand this much. Both Sammy Romero and myself understand that the dead, it can sometimes take their leave, but there's often, especially the newly dead, the freshly dead, believe me, they're very much still with us. They haven't left yet. They're still kind of hanging around and getting adjusted. They're getting adjusted just as much as we are to their passing. And they're very aware when you're near them, when you're doing anything around them, and don't ever think otherwise. Some of them go beyond that. Yeah, go on.
I'm sorry. Let me share something. Okay,
sure.
I've never shared this with you, but I used to know the family that I started with in this industry, and one of the sons used to be just very rude. Be very rude to the dead.
Right.
Well, we had an embalmer that was contracted. We had several, and one time she saw him, abusing, and she said, "Don't do that."
Thank you.
Yeah. And he stopped, but he kind of laughed it off. But not so long after that, and I don't know if this is coincidence or not, but I believe this has something to do with it. Just a lot of terrible things started happening to him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Go on. Yes.
He got involved with somebody that he just went completely off the rails. And I always felt like it something followed him.
Yeah.
To the point where it affected his life.
Oh yeah.
Almost like Lou Gentili you talk about.
Yes, thank you.
You start provoking things that don't need to be provoked. To tell you the truth, even certain movies that I used to watch, I really don't like to watch anymore. I'll give you an example. A lot of the Tolkien stuff, like Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, when they start, the black speech and all that, I don't like that being invoked in my home.
Yes.
Why?
Thank you.
Because I don't, with cinema and all this entertainment industry, you don't know who's really behind all that.
So true.
Oh
yeah.
You talked about is Colonel Kino's influence in that.
Thank you.
So the fact that people implement certain things is just part of the game.
Yeah.
And a lot of things that my father kind of alluded to me, I understand now. You start at least in my experience, when you start, being a lot older, you revert to, a lot of your parents,
Yes.
And that's one of the things that I kind of learned from you, even through your mother. And it's very hard for me to believe you told me about, you explained this, if you allow me to, that your mother kind of feared you being not a great hunter.
Yeah.
And not being, your heritage as far as your lineage. But I think a lot had to do with, this had to be some type of divine intervention, Doug, in a sense of God using you to really teach a man. As far as the different creations that God made.
Yes.
And kind of kick the door down with reintroducing this side of history that has been very much suppressed.
Yes.
And it's very, our paradigm right now is hard to believe. Maybe, I don't know the world, but as far as mine, but eventually this is going to have to be explained for a reason.
Thank you.
As much as, things are starting to come into fruition as far as artificial intelligence and stuff which you dealt with 30 years ago with Dietrich. And this was going on then. It's just now it's coming to the forefront where to the point where Taiwan is being used. The R Lake is bringing up people into these prominent positions, almost to say, well, almost a time sheet.
Yes.
But it's one of these things where it's something you can't deny no more.
Yes.
And this information it's going to have to be explained, Doug, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
And it's almost like they're scrambling, this junta, this military junta, this PSYOP junta,
yes,
whatever you want to call it, they're scrambling to try to come up with some explanation. Oh, it's almost like, well, we did know.
Yes.
Oh, AI is terrible now. And AI. In reality, Doug, it's always been there. It's just all of a sudden now it's acknowledged, and it's not. It's not the, what do you call it, the Jetsons no more.
Right.
Where,
thank you.
It's all fictional. It's not. It's just now that the son of the fear of Germany is breaking the door down, and it's like, well, what can we do? We have to now.
Yes.
And I think a lot of it, like I said, in due time, you'll cover, and it's just I think in time it's going to make even more sense. And I hate these long pauses that I talk about, Doug.
No, that's fine. Believe me, don't even give it a thought. That is perfectly natural, and it comes out as fine. You're coming across fine. You're very self-conscious. Most people hate the way they sound. If they listen to themselves, they become very, they hate to listen to themselves. But believe me, to everyone else, you're fine. Don't even trip off it. Believe me, it's far worse. I've heard, say for instance, that idiot Julian Assange. Like I said, he was so bad. A lot of people thought he was Swedish, as opposed to a native English speaker. When he was on TV, he was just I've gone over that before. You're fine. Go on.
I can't forget you talking about the Fanatifage and that lady having a whole nightmare in the background. That one was one for the books. That one, you remember that?
Oh, I'm trying to remember exactly. I know when I spoke about the Thanatifage, and then of course there's only a few times I've spoken about Thanatophagy. So which lady are we speaking of? It was oh
my god, I forget the name because it's very hard to, but she was having a whole nightmare behind it, and she was sleep talking.
Yes, okay. Yes, I remember that. Oh my god, yeah, vaguely. I can't remember her name at the moment. Yes.
Right. So it was one of these things. Was like, man, this can't be coincidence. I just thought to myself, like, man, it's very, it's almost like it was creating an ambience where it was like, man, I don't think you can write this even better.
Yeah, no, it's true. As a matter of fact, I remember now, she was making these like grunts and animal noises in the background, and it was like, yes, she was having a running nightmare, and I would have to look her up. She is obviously somebody who has a Skype link account.
She might want to call in.
No. She's told me she's never going to call in again. Poor dear. What I believe the lady that we are referring to, I believe, and let me see if I can find her name. Not that it's that important. It may not be that important to name her actually, but she definitely had an alcohol problem, and she the problem was that she would come on when she was drunk. And so it became very, how would I say it? It just wasn't good for her to come on. And so there was a few times that she would then get very upset with me that I let her on. And I would say, well, it doesn't bother me that you're drunk. So, but yeah, I can't seem to find her name right now. I think she scrubbed her account. But I still have her phone number. I could find her name if I really needed to. But she was also a product of that horrible military background. And that was one of her points, was she was a product of that military background. And this is something that is always, you'll notice that another example of that, somebody who's a product of that in a sense, is Amy Como, because Amy Como was targeted by a military man who wound up stalking her for years. And like she said, got to the point where she came home to find her parents eating food while this guy was serving them a meal that he cooked. I mean, if you can imagine that level of stalking, somebody coming over to your parents' house and then cooking them a meal just in time for you to come home and find that. It's, this is a level of terrorism, and that damages people. And so it's part of what we're talking about compared to what these ladies have suffered from, of course. Comparatively speaking, Sammy Romero and his twin brother have gotten off easy in terms of being harassed by the enemy. But other than that, it's also because Sammy and his twin brother, well, for one thing, the enemy is scared of them. The enemy's scared of them because basically they're men, and these are men who can handle themselves. And I just think that the enemy just is afraid to terrorize them as much, as they do these women who are basically alone and vulnerable. Both Sammy and his twin brother are socially connected in the sense that they have jobs. They're, etc. In other words, they're more high profile. And, but such being said, yes, I remember that. And it was one of those things that, yeah, you can't arrange for these things. They just come out that way, and they come out sometimes pretty bizarre, and nevertheless impressive in their own right. So go on, Sammy. Yes. Yeah.
And well, that, like I said, that was a very memorable one. But another one too was when you talked about and I have to thank Amy Cuomo for this. She did a great job of this. Transnistria. When you talked about the czar, the commissar.
Yes.
Which, I mean, to me, I remember you talking about this. It's just when you recover certain subjects, it's almost like it's brand new again, because I think a lot of listeners, you have a lot of new listeners, and it gives a very great perspective in a lot of subjects that you very much are very knowledgeable of the world.
Thank you.
And explain why this country in the middle of Europe is still in existence, and is a renegade country. It's just another great example of, these World War II rally governments are still around.
Yes.
And it's very much conceivable where it's not over yet. This conflict is not, this war is not over yet. And if you know about it, then definitely the Axis knows about it. So Doug, it's just you brought a lot in the sense of making this world make sense, at least to me.
Thank you.
Okay, so definitely that's something I have to be thankful for. And in a lot of ways, Doug, and this is to me the ultimate compliment. I don't care who whatever people's opinion about this. You've been an extension of my adulthood as far as awakening me as far as the world. And I think a lot of it's through me asking God, because I don't have my father, just like you don't.
Yes.
My father passed away 2 years prior to your father.
Wow.
And that's another layer that I have to connect with you, and you have, because you are very much, whatever, you're still human in a lot of ways. Okay.
Thank you.
You've always talked about something was wrong from you, but not completely, because I wouldn't be talking to you, and a lot of people wouldn't connect with you. And that's very important, because it's going to help with what's going to happen.
Yes.
Because unfortunately, this election year to me is very much up in the air as far as what's going to happen.
Yes.
Because it's not that these politicians are, Doug, they're flawed.
If only it were just that. Yes, go on. Yes.
People do not care. People want who they want.
Yeah.
People want to be led to hell.
Yes.
People want hatred. People want vitriol. People want vengeance.
Yes.
For what? Well, it's always been there. And they just want to tap into it and revert back to what they've always been.
Yes.
Pillagers and
Thank you.
Criminals. So,
yes.
I think definitely it's these are very interesting times.
Yes.
I can't really get into other stuff because obviously it's just stuff I want to talk to you in private. But
understood.
Definitely, you've always had a supporter in myself and my family, and
thank you. Yes.
You're a very special person. Okay.
Thank you.
I have to tell you this in public because at least I know if you heard you heard the saying, open rebuke is better than secret love.
Yes.
So, you've done that to your listeners when you have to rebuke us as far as our ignorance, and it's part of it is you doing that, and it's not always easy. It's at least not for us, because some of these subjects are very explosive.
Yes,
I'll tell you that. But like I said, someone has to do it, and you've been the instrument where God has to use you. So you definitely have a purpose. So and it's not in vain, like I said.
Thank you.
So anyways, Doug, yeah, that's pretty much all I want to
that's
say.
priceless. Very invaluable. It is priceless, and of course, your company with us is always priceless. And I'm just very glad that you've chosen such a path of responsibility, that you're helping to raise 2 children in this world, and that your brother has chosen that path as well. Obviously, the world needs good fathers, and both of you men certainly fit the bill. And it's so important as well. People may not get this. They may not get what I'm saying. It's kind of the way a vampire thinks, but it really takes someone who works well with the dead to work with the living. And in a sense, your work with the dead helps with your parenting. That sounds strange as hell, probably to our average listener. They don't think like I do, like a vampire who's grown up surrounded by the dead in a crypt that, of course, I've described ad nauseum in the past. But yes, for those of you who don't get it, let's just put it this way. In the Mexican culture in particular, the Mexicano people are very close to the dead in general, and whether someone is alive or dead, they're still family. So if they were family in life, they're really understood to be there in death, that you're never really free from family. And beyond that, most of the time, the dead relatives are usually people that you respect more and have a lot more comfort zone with than the living when it comes to a lot of these families.
The one thing I do envy you, Doug, is you only have one sister.
Yes.
And so,
yes.
At
least from your father's marriage to your mother, you have 7 sisters. There may be more. Yes.
Right. And you have one, and you got rid of her.
Yes.
Quote unquote.
So ostracized her. Yes.
That lets you know. No, I love my family. It's just it's one of these things where it's just family does hurt. So
yeah, it
definitely.
does.
Definitely, I think even Doug can agree to that. But yeah, that's pretty much all I want to contribute today, and really just that. Wish you a happy Father's Day, Doug, and you're always in my prayers. Okay.
Bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. You are dearly loved, Sammy. Stay safe and be well. And we'll speak again soon privately. I'll try and reach out to you in the near future. If not this week, then sometime next week. And and we'll see if we can have a private conversation. We certainly do need to catch up. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Blessed be thy slumber, sweet be thy dreams. And of course, that is Samuel Romero. He has been with us from the beginning, along with his twin brother Isaac. And we now have, we'll see if Aristides is still with us. Unfortunately, it's only Aristides that's still with us, if he's awake at all. Heather Holman has retreated into the gentle night. And I hope she got my message in the chat. She did fine. I believe that Troy Bellamy took exception at my use of the term negress. And so we'll get into that in the future. And I certainly didn't mean it. I use far more abusive N-words all the time in the past because I'm expressing disgust at certain colored coons who are running with, as Troy Bellamy himself expressed, a good example is the movie Blade, where the traitor to Team Blade basically says, I'd rather be a pet than cattle. So we have people out there, colored people, who want to be pets and accept a kind of white acculturation. And this white acculturation is a gift that's awarded to people who decide they're going to culturally go white. I mean, nothing should be more alarming than this fact. The fact that whereas in the past Trump appealed to whites, it is now colored people, blacks and Latins, especially Latinos, meaning Latin men as opposed to Latin females in particular, that it's that Trump is appealing to, that they may give him the edge in this election. And that is beyond frightening to me. Basically, the fact that black and Latino voters may give Trump the edge, that's what Troy Bellamy's got to be bitching about, rather than my use of the term negress, which is meant in a poetic sense. I'm not creating a background excuse or tracking back. This is how I felt it when I used the term with Heather Holman. And we were dealing with this bizarro subject where we have these pitch black dolls. I mean, so black, you can't consider them as anything other than a caricature or an insult. There's very human beings on Earth that are naturally that black. And so it's an unnatural shade of blackness that these dolls were produced in, and yet they're produced with these, some of them, Caucasoid-looking features that that implies blackface or black shoe polish being applied bodily all over the doll. It's a very bizarre effect. You'd have to see it to understand what I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, maybe I'll put it into the chat, the connection to it. The link is what I mean to say, and then go into what I was going to say about Trump and these quote-unquote minority voters that may give him the edge in this vote, because it does bear some discussion. Okay, so here we are, the unusual and rare doll that they're advertising for $3,600 fucking bucks. Which, as our man Nemo said, who the fuck would pay that money for that ugly thing? Well, I guess it's all in the... It is pretty fucking ugly. Jesus, that's fucking ugly. Okay, so let's get this into live streaming. And so, when I use the term negress, it's like the people who had hired, the couple who had hired Heather Holman, was thinking of her as a human version of this. And so the term negress applies here to, in this case, a kind of caricatured facsimile, and ultimately a caricatured human being. Though negress in the old days was something like Jewess, it wasn't implied in a disrespectful sense. It was a feminine version of the noun that was used for the minority. If you called a man a Jew, then a female was known as a Jewess. A woman who was not a Negro, which was considered the polite form because it was a French word to refer to blacks, would be referred to as a negress. So this was not anything that was intended as... it's more like I'm stuck in the past. I'm very anachronistic in that sense. And I find these words poetic, and I don't think that that word would be nearly as abusive as others I've used. So, such being said, I am probably not going to be gifted with the ability to do my lines tonight of cocaine. So I'm just going to do my best with plowing ahead into monologue, and we'll see how long I last. And we'll see how long the numbers last, because they've held pretty well up to this point. And if you people are willing to stay around for most of the monologue, well, I'll try and make it last as long as I can. If I'm not lasting too long tonight, it was because there was a lot going on, as you can hear, as you heard in the opening hours and what I repeated to George. A lot was going on. So it could be just that, I feel I need the rest and take off early. But likely I'll hold on for a little while first. So let's take a look at our live stream, compare that to the YouTube markers, see if everybody is holding the line. And with that, we'll go a little bit into starting with exploring the fact that 2 weeks after Donald Trump's conviction on multiple felonies, no less, related to the payment of hush money to a pornographic actress, no less, we have a pretty good sense of the political impact. It has hurt him, but not much. In the average of public polls maintained by the 538 website, for example, Trump's edge over President Biden has dropped by 0.8 percentage points since the jury verdict was announced. That's a incredibly minuscule shift. It's very small, for those of you who don't understand my vocabulary. But it comes in a very tight race. The polling average now finds the two candidates almost tied. 41% for Trump, believe it or not, still ahead, with only 40% for Biden. Now, a caution here about polling. Surveys give us the best information we have about what's on voters' minds and how they're thinking about the candidates. They're an irreplaceable guide, but they're not perfect. And races that are super close highlight all their weaknesses. Among other problems, pollsters have to guess which voters will actually cast ballots this fall at all. We can never know for sure. All polls also come with a degree of uncertainty, reflected in their stated MOE, or margin of error. In statewide races, it's normal for polls to miss the final results by 4 to 5 points. There's no way to know in advance which side that error will help. In short, while polls are important, they can never deliver the level of precision needed to truly say who's ahead in a race this close. Keep that in mind as the numbers bounce around between now
Douglas,
and election day.
Interrupt you.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I saw you come on.
Do you need the break you need?
Oh, I'd appreciate that. So, what will you do to burn bandwidth while I take that break?
I don't know, really.
Well, I mean, do you have something
the stock market or technology or?
Yeah, you could. I really appreciate
or the
you doing
acolyte
this.
or.
Sure. I mean, yeah, that's fine.
You sound very tired.
Yeah. I'm in a sense.
Today.
Oftentimes
I wasn't listening earlier.
No, that's fine.
Lisa?
No, I appreciate you doing this. Believe me, this is profoundly appreciated. So I do want people to know, look, Real Tech Geek is trying to do me a favor, and let's take advantage of that. And I will do some lines of coke, see if I can refresh myself to the degree where I can last throughout the normal range of time for tonight. And that will help us make it. Other than that, Realtek will kind of talk. Let's start with the acolyte. I think that's a good start, and then go into all the various interests that you have: the stock market, high tech, etc.
Maybe some politics.
Yeah. And well, believe me, I love you dearly for doing this. You're an angel. So okay, so our man Realtek is
so much.
Yeah, our man Realtek has got this. Well, hey, before I refresh myself, I hope everything with you in general is okay. How are things going with you, your wife? Any potential developments in the consideration of in vitro fertilization? What's going on in that department?
I have one. Just have one egg, which is a girl. So,
okay.
For now.
Wow.
Probably have to do it again though.
Okay.
A lot of them just died. I don't know the entire process of that and why, but
okay.
You know, these things happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so.
Yeah. And but
I mean, it was nice. It was nice to go somewhere anyway.
Yeah.
Outside the country for a time anyway. You know, the food, the air. You know, it was a lot cleaner than living than experiencing things here all this time I'm living in this country. So you know what I mean, right?
No, forgive me. You're in New York City or where? Where are you?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. Oh God.
Born and raised.
Oh fuck! Almost anywhere in the world the air is going to be cleaner than New York City. Yeah, the only places comparable are places like, you know, fucking Los Angeles and you know, maybe a few other hellholes. Mexico City, of course, beats everybody. Mexico City's horrible. It's unlivable. Of course, worse than that, New Delhi in India. I mean, these are places where, of course, it's just
that's disgusting, that place.
Oh, it's so sad. Yeah, just so sad.
It really is. And they want, and Modi wants to be assessed with and basically it is just something kind of like what Palestinians are going through.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what Modi wants to be obsessed with getting rid of religion, everyone else's religion, but Hinduism, which is just asinine.
Yes.
Thousands of years of culture. And you're obsessed with that instead of being worrying about actually documentaries about that, you know, worrying about the health,
yes.
safety concerns. I mean, it's similar to Brazil also in terms of that too,
yes.
where the nice places and the rich areas are right next to the slums.
Yes.
Which is also in Brazil, it's called the falafel.
Yes, it sounds a lot like that.
I'm now saying it wrong.
No, I'd have to look it up, but it sounds a lot like that. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Of course, how is that different?
It's interesting.
How is that different, however, from New York City or San Francisco, where we're so congested, where we have the wealthy blocks right next to blocks of abject poverty? I mean, we're kind of... It is worse in Brazil, though. It is worse in Brazil, though. I'll say this much because...
and India.
Yeah, because those...
I mean, there's... but New York City... I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Go on, please, by all means. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it depends where you are, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But like in Queens, you know, it's a lot of it's all a mixture of residential and business. So, I mean, you know, you can go to Central Park or, you know, places like that, and there's plenty of the Frick Museum or whatever, and there's plenty of rich places right next to there. Then and then right next to few 20 blocks out there, and then there's Harlem, and it's just poverty.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah, but what makes places like Brazil or India worse is there's an entire wastescape. There's an entire landscape that you're confronted with.
Manila.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
That's another one also.
Oh, of course. Well, that.
Speaking of the biggest one of the worst ones of recent memory was Kowloon City. So.
Where was that? Say that again.
Kowloon City.
Kowloon? You mean like Kowloon? Was it or Kowloon? Is that, where is that?
Kowloon City in Hong Kong with the
that. Okay, you're talking about that big congested. Yeah, there's that is. Are you talking about that like monstrosity that the government forced everybody out of and then kind of destroyed? That kind of super congested city that was like a
exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So just so people understand, what our man Real Tech Geek is talking about.
It was a military base
or something.
Originally.
Yeah, probably. That makes sense. Yeah, of course. And but what happened was in Hong Kong, just so people know, there was no, it was a truly capitalist society. It was so super capitalistic, hyper capitalistic. They had no safety regulations, or rather everybody bribed their way around them. There were theoretically building codes, but everybody could find their way around them so long as you bribed everybody who was involved with inspection and everything else. And so Hong Kong just developed and developed and developed like a cancer with no real control. And so whenever fires broke out in Hong Kong, it truly was a existential emergency where entire blocks would be consumed. And you're talking about all kinds of people with no fire escapes who could never be rescued, who would just burn alive. They still have, of course, what they call cage cities in Hong Kong, or cage buildings where people live literally in cages with little beds. And, it's just, these are nightmare dystopian realities. But the city, if we will, within a city that Realtek is referencing in Hong Kong, theoretically no longer exists, but it existed for far too long. I mean, generations and generations just building and expanding. And it was, there we are. He's got the walled city photos. And put those in the chat for us. Do me a favor and put that link in the chat.
I did.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I
good.
did already.
No, not.
I should do it on my computer, actually, but, it's just always easier on the phone.
No, I don't mean... Not just in our Skype text box. I mean, put the...
I did already on YouTube.
Oh, it didn't work. Aren't you a monitor? What do you call it? I need to make you a monitor so you could do that. What do you call it? One of the... let me see if I can add you. Moderator. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you.
Sure.
So
yeah,
let me see if I can make our man Real Tech Geek a moderator. Do me a favor and say something in the chat. Have you said something already in the chat, like hi or something earlier? I don't think so. Say hi. Just say hi in there so that I can, hopefully set you up as a moderator. But I'll need him to enter a comment first. Okay, there we are. Excellent. Support TT, folks. That's wonderful. Okay. Thank you so much. So here's what I do now. Let's see if I can do this. All right. Add as moderator. There we are. So standard moderator. Here we go. Standard moderator. Press the save button. Okay. Now you are a Real Tech Geek is now a standard moderator for the Douglas Dietrich channel. So I don't see the what is that, the Monkey Ranch yet, but hopefully that appears soon. I'll try entering the link now, see if it works, because before it didn't take because you're not a moderator. You can't enter a link unless you're a moderator. So yeah, let's see if the link works this time, if it takes. And
yes, it says I'm a standard moderator.
Okay, good. So there we are. So he was able to get the link in there. Good. This gives people something to reference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my break. I'll be gone for about 10-ish minutes, 10 minutes or so. Everybody, you're in good hands with Realtek. Realtek will talk about the acolyte, various urban phenomenon, whatever he wants. But he's got this. And just remember, sometimes it may seem like nobody hears you, but they do. Just assume that. If I come back and I see we've lost, the stream or something, then I'll tell you. Then I'll let you know, oh, man, we lost the stream. But, that's the worst that can happen, and big deal. It's kind of like, the worst that happens is you die and wind up 6 feet under. It's like, in the end, I think you and I can handle that. All right. So, we all love Real Tech Geek, and we're going to let him take over. Troy Bellamy is joining us. Troy Bellamy must have woken up. Okay, so dear Troy Bellamy, before I take my break, how are things going with you? So catch us up, how things are. And, yes.
Everything is great. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
What?
What he said?
yeah, what was that? Oh, my God.
You hear me?
Yeah, now we can. Yes.
Okay. I was saying happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Yes. Thank you. Now, this is going to sound really stupid. I don't remember. Did you ever have kids? Do you have kids?
Yeah, I do have a daughter.
Oh, and how is she?
She's great. She's amazing.
Oh, good. And she contacted you today.
Oh, yeah. We had dinner today and everything. So, and with my grandson. I have a grandson, too.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, that's so exciting. And so thank you for sharing that. Okay, so before I go, what you were referring to in the chat was my using the term negress with Heather Holman, right? That's what I assumed?
Actually, I was listening, and I guess I forget who it was, one of the other young male callers, they were thinking of different terms for, kafir and other words that could be used to describe black men. And I was like, all right, we know all those words,
Okay, so just so people understand what Troy is referencing, Brendan Zogate was on with myself, and it was my fault. I brought that term kafir up, but just so people understand, the reason I brought that up was because Brendan was talking about how the Muslims, in this case he was talking about Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate was trying to pull the Muslim card, and then he wound up...
That guy's a piece of garbage.
Thank you.
He's horrible.
Thank you. He wound up, resettling in Dubai, where they threw him under the bus. And so what Brendan was saying was they all have a lot of these racist terms for colored people in places like Dubai, many of these Muslim nations. And that's when I brought up the term kafir, which for those who don't know, became an extremely racist term used derogatorily in South Africa under the apartheid regime. When you used the term kafir in South Africa at the time that apartheid was still in place, that was the equivalent of an American using the term nigger. But for people who don't understand, it was derogatory, but not necessarily in that sense. Originally used by Muslims to refer to Africa as a whole, they would use the term kafiria because they were speaking of the heathen black Africans who had not converted to Islam. So they would use that term kafir as like a word for unbeliever. So it was like another term for infidel. I mean, in the end, yes, we have to be very careful about all these terms. And no, thank you for bringing that up, Troy, and appreciate that. So,
I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but I can't stop anybody from doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you're describing, some black people, like you said, who are sellouts and coons.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, like Clarence Thomas.
Yeah, like Clarence Thomas. Yeah, oh my God.
Horrible.
I want to kill that son of a bitch. Yeah, go on.
Clarence Thomas is a kind of person that's more self-loathing.
Yes.
He doesn't want to just be. He's found a way to get into certain areas of society, and he doesn't want them to view him as he is. He doesn't want to be viewed as the affirmative action judge. He didn't want to say that he got in under the affirmative action rules when he basically did. And this is a man who took the seat over from Thurgood Marshall.
Yeah.
But they're using him because all you have to do for most of these people, most of these coons, is throw some money at them.
Yes.
You fund their campaign, you give them a little money, you put a nice looking little white girl on their arms, and next thing you know, they'll say whatever you want them to say. Byron Donalds, Tim Scott, all these guys, Clarence Thomas. I mean, it's crazy the things that they would say. Byron Donalds would harken back to the time of Jim Crow and then falsely claim that blacks during that time voted more conservatively than they did now. First of all, blacks couldn't vote then.
Thank you. That is so.
What year was this?
Oh my God. Yes.
50s and 50s during the height of Jim Crow.
Yeah.
Oh, he's saying, blacks voted more conservatively. No, they weren't. And most people don't understand the flip that has gone on in our politics. So they'll say, people who...
Especially foreigners don't understand, too. And they're really clueless, man. It's ridiculous. And they want to vote for Trump.
Let's continue. Oh, my God.
There's no black people in that lane. So there's nothing but money to be made by saying stupid stuff like, I'm voting for Donald Trump. And then what you get is the younger black crowd who says, well, hey, listen, they take our votes for Democrat votes for granted. They just figure every 4 years we just gonna vote Democrat. We're not a monolith. I get that. Nobody has to vote anyway. You vote your conscience, you vote for issues. But the Republicans are not even trying to address your issues. And anything that Democrats do, the Republicans block it. They passed the George Floyd.
like Nikki Haley want to talk about the U.S. Civil War, but she doesn't want to talk about the central issue of this U.S. Civil War, which was Slavery.
Slavery, right? By the way,
that fucking piece of shit.
So both of you have not. I presume both of you have not seen this. I don't believe that. Realtek hasn't been on very much lately, so he missed the times. I'm sharing screen right now. So I'm sharing screen with Troy Bellamy and Realtek Geek. So can you see the cursor moving around, Troy?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Okay. So how about you, Realtek? Can you see the cursor moving around yet? Let's see.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So this is a scene here with Andrew Tate and this white guy. Aiden Ross is the guy's name, and this is just, look at this. Here's Andrew Tate. Aiden Ross is the short white guy, so it's hard to miss which one is which. We know one of them's the tall black guy, one of them's the short white guy, and the short white guy goes over to sniff the ass of Andrew Tate. It is like, this is the kind of guy who buys a Tesla, basically. This is his Tesla truck, and they're actually shooting rounds at it to see if it's fucking bulletproof.
Why is he doing that?
Yeah, I mean, think of the money he spent on this piece of shit, and then he's blowing it away.
It's $100,000 for that.
Yeah, and
$20,000.
Yeah, and he just
and another thing too with the clause with that.
Yeah.
Is that if you try to sell it too early, they want to sue you also.
Yes!
Something like that.
Yes, it's something like you don't really own it. You don't really own
No.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if something happens to you or something, like if you need to sell, you need to,
Yeah.
It's ridiculous with that.
You can't gloss past
only 3,000. Only time you ever knew the recall of it was how many they made was because of the recall. So it was like 3,600 they made, whatever it was.
So, thank you.
It's not really selling much.
Yeah, no, thank you. Now, let's make certain, thank you for that. Let's make certain Troy gets a chance to express himself. What were you going to say, Troy? Oh, yeah, no worries.
Just saying, okay, gloss past the fact this man just sniffed another man's butt. Man, come on, man. What we? There's something in the water or something, man. Just sniff where another man just sat, just naked behind that.
Oh yes.
That's sick, man. On so many levels, man. It's ridiculous, man.
Yes. Oh my God.
Come on, man. You ain't that sexually turned on by that man. You gotta go sniff his teeth where he just. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's unspeakable. It's an unspeakable act. It's almost impossible to describe. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I'll put the link into the chat, and that way you
sniffing a butt like a goddamn dog.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's pretty outrageous, and people need to review this thing about Tesla anyway, because the title for the video is Tesla: A Tragedy on Wheels, which of course that's being nice. That's putting it kindly, and so I definitely think that it's, this is I can't understand why it's a cult. It basically realized that Tesla is a cult. People, it's like a religious cult, except they worship Elon Musk. Yeah. And so while I will leave everyone with...
Yeah, there's one girl, Haley Itch, like you say... I'm sorry, what you said?
No.
I didn't interrupt you.
No, continue. Yes.
She makes YouTube videos, of course, and she you speak anything bad about him, Tesla or Elon Musk, she deletes your comment.
Oh, wow.
Even just simple, basic criticism.
Right, constructive criticism. Thank you.
Yes, she will delete your comment. It's ridiculous.
Thank you.
For these people.
But by the way,
and there's other ones, and she just had this other fucking piece of shit shell guy that, of course, he's paying for. Elon Musk is paying off and paying for. Talking about it's gonna be like Bitcoin one day. The price of Tesla, $50,000 some shit. It's ridiculous, man.
Okay.
It's insane.
Yes. So before, let me try and remember. Troy, and thank you for that, Realtek. No, these are important points. Troy, do you remember the name of the rapper who is now? I believe maybe it was 50 Cent. He was the man who said that Trump. And let me see now. He made a comment about Trump being a felon now, and rapper 50 Cent recently said that he sees black man identifying with the convicted felon Donald Trump So he made those remarks Wednesday, June 5th on Capitol Hill, where he was meeting with lawmakers to advocate for black entrepreneurs and more black representation. He's known to have supported Trump back in 2020. So,
where money is 50 cents. 50 Cent is one of the smartest business people in Hollywood and in the entertainment business now. But he's a troll. He made his music by criticizing other people's music, and everybody was waiting for other people to respond to a diss record, if you would. You know, he ruined other people's careers, making his career.
Okay.
And then some kind of way he got into acting, and you know, he's been out the Bohemian Grove. You know, he likes to talk about P. Diddy and all these other people. He's giving up his butt. Somebody's cock. He's done all that. He can do anything he wants in Hollywood, and there's only one way you get to that point. Is you don't go from being a drug dealer to a creative genius in Hollywood.
Yes.
Let's just know that
How about Jay-Z?
Same thing, same exact thing. He's in with Madame Blavatsky, not Madame Blavatsky. It's a lady that's just like that. What's that lady's name?
Well, there's so many like that these days. Lady Gaga?
No. She's like the conduit to
his wife.
That no, it's another. It's a white lady, an older white lady, and everywhere he is. A lot
of them, man. Maybe you're thinking about the one that's Vladimir Zelensky.
She's like a mystic or something like that.
Jesus, a lot like that.
I think I know you're talking about the one that he made the foreign advisor for Ukraine. I think that's it.
Interesting.
Yeah, something like that, man. But anyway,
something like that. Yeah.
I can tell you right now, and I know a lot of people who listen to rap, and I'm from the South, and there's a distinct difference between the type of music you listen to in the South.
That's true.
But I can tell you right now, none of my friends have a Jay-Z album. He stole that album. 50 Cent is one of the worst rappers in the world, but he's very smart. He understands how to make money, and who's buying the records now?
Yes.
Who's been booing the rap industry for the last 25, 30 years anyway? Young white kids.
Yes.
So you
like Tom McDonald.
Yeah.
You heard of him?
Yeah.
So no, thank you for pointing that out. That's a very important cultural fact. So what I am going to do is probably refresh myself in a few moments, but I can't resist asking this first before I leave. So I know that you try to keep up with my shows as much as your schedule will allow. And in a very real sense, you and I are both teachers because, of course, as you know, I tutor the Blood Boys. And you, of course, have a much more harder job than I have because you're dealing with a system where, for those of you who don't know, Troy Bellamy lives in enemy territory. He's in Florida, which is a deep red state. He's under this madman, the rule of a madman who has attacked big business in Florida, which is Disney and other business establishments in the name of ideology. So, and of course, teaching's in the crossfire. Teaching is in the crossfire. Were you able to review my episodes on Mesh, where I talked about basically the study of media literacy, ethics, sociology, and history as being just as necessary, if not more important, than STEM or STEAM, the science, technology, engineering? Yes, wonderful. I look forward to, when I return, your observations on that. Also, I spoke several times on the 14th Amendment. I spoke several times recently on the 14th Amendment. Have you caught both those times I spoke about the 14th Amendment recently?
Those 2 times I actually missed, but I have begun to look at the education episode that you sent me the link for.
Okay.
But I haven't had a chance to go through it, so I would be remiss if I actually tried to comment on it other than, I know I trust and believe everything you're saying because I know it's research and it's available for everyone to be able to see. Okay. So I have no problem with that. But I just wanted to, let you know that.
Thank you. And do me a favor. I have timestamped most of the monologues for the past several episodes. I didn't timestamp the most recent episode There was a monologue, but it wasn't very long. And I do want people to know that when I have not time-stamped a monologue, usually it means there was not one. So those episodes one can safely skip, so to speak, unless one is there for, quote-unquote, the entertainment or hearing me interact with others. It's not that those episodes are not uninformative, and we can go in those episodes. We often go in territories I wouldn't otherwise go into, which is fine. But just so people know, check out the episodes recently that have the timestamp monologues. And in 2 of those episodes, and I can tell you it was the last episode which I had a monologue, was the, it was essentially this one. So here we are. We spoke of the anti-pater, or the, so then we spoke of the, so I'll give this link to our dear friends, and I'll put this in his private text box, as well as the text box for tonight. What I'm going to do is let everyone know that I'm putting this into the chat room as well. So be patient with me. I'm going to stick this in several areas. And what this is the latest monologue that I had, which is timestamped, is when I spoke of the 14th Amendment again. And the warning to be taken, the punchline, is the fact that if Trump becomes president again, be aware of the fact that in his last administration, he threatened with executive order to abuse executive order privilege to basically revoke the 14th Amendment. For those of you who don't understand the enormous implication of what Trump is threatening, he's threatening to revoke the citizenship of anyone born on the soil of the United States who becomes a citizen simply by having been born on United States soil. If he does revoke that, what most people who are colored do not understand is that if you are black, this means that theoretically and legally you could revert to slave status because you, yeah. So, I mean, basically, understand this. The 14th Amendment came into existence because of the American Civil War between the states for rights. It did not exist before that war. It is a result of that war. And that means that this is what led to radical Republicans who at that point were trying to combat the influence of the Dixiecrats or Dixie Democrats who were pro-slavery. They were trying to make certain that they could not re-enslave the black population by pushing through the 14th Amendment, which then made certain that all blacks were recognized as United States citizens, simply by having been born on United States soil. So if that's revoked, all of that is reversed. And so this is how dangerous things are. This means that, you know...
also in France with the dissolvement of the parliament, also in La Pen coming to, it's not good either with this populism.
Too
much, in general, too much extremes. It's not good,
So. Well, the entire world is being swept, of course, by an extremist ideology. And a lot of this is trying to reverse decades of progress, generations of progress. And this is kind of like a white lash. Of course, in Eastern Europe, you have the threat is different in the sense that it's definitively so intimately linked with the Russians and their attempts to basically overthrow the European government and the European Union. So all of this, of course, is part of a world war. It's also part of a civil war. We are, for those of you who just don't know or have any idea how bad it is, we've been here before. But it wasn't us. It was China. China had the horrible experience of going through both a world war and a civil war simultaneously. America is entering that phase of its history where we may very well experience that. It seems to me inevitable that we will. So I want everyone to appreciate the gravity of the situation. And with that, I'm going to leave these two gentlemen to hold a discussion while I'm gone. I'll be back as soon as I can, but just as a safety marker, we're going to say 10 to 15 minutes. I doubt it will take me a quarter of an hour to do what I need to do, but you never know. It's been a lot going on lately. But when I come back, I'll be joining these two gentlemen. They've got you in good hands. And Well, my love to both you gentlemen. You're both angels, and I couldn't do the show without men like you. And I'll be back. I'm going to go mute now, and both of you gentlemen have got this. Real Tech, you're there, right? You can go off mute. Okay, good. Good. Okay.
I'm here.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, Troy, thank you. Both of you gentlemen, take it from here.
All right. Hello?
Hey.
Yeah,
how you doing? I
yeah,
haven't
man.
spoken to you in a while.
Yeah, it's been a little while, man. I'm glad you're back on the show, and me too. You know, I just happened to wake up, and I
Okay,
was like,
that's good to wake up. Yeah.
Joe, but yeah, man, the evolution of what's going on. You know, the whole Roe versus Wade was just practice to see if they could really go back and revise history. And I think, like I said, when Trump began to run in 2015, he mentioned the 14th Amendment. I was like, wait a minute, that sounds like an old Civil War situation. Like they're trying to, why would you bring up revoking the 14th Amendment? And I was like, okay, I see what they're trying to do. You know, and it gives it, what it does is, if the Supreme Court, as it's currently constructed, could come back and reverse Roe versus Wade, then they probably go after the 14th Amendment and any other federal legislation that allowed African Americans to participate in this in society, going all the
You
way
know,
back.
it's also like, yeah, I mean, interrupt you about that. I want to say like the comment of like with George Floyd and Alex Jones with his bullshit going on about that he didn't die from a man having his foot on his fucking throat for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. He was high on fentanyl. You know, it just
That's race. That's just a racist joke. They say they call it the fentanyl fit. You know what I'm saying? And I've heard that, and that's just ridiculous. And anybody that can support, I support all the officers who are doing the right thing, who are trying to keep the society. But you know, this guy here had a bend out for George Floyd, whether it was personal or otherwise, and for people to come back and say, "Oh, well, he died from a fentanyl fit, or he should have complied." The man is dying. You're killing the man. He's asking you, "Hey, man, let me stand up and at least catch a breath," and you still refuse to do that. That's not police work.
Yeah. And all those police officers that were blocking everyone else from stopping them, you know, they deserve to be in prison as long as he was, and they should have stood up. And they should have stood up for George Floyd and tried to push him off or punched him or whatever it is. Fuck it, man.
Right.
I mean, you know, someone's life, and you know, it was in danger. Fuck that shit, you know.
Trump's whole agenda now is to give officers immunity, unqualified immunity for any actions. That's what he wants. He wants to be able to do crimes, and make decisions that no matter what he does, he can't be viewed as wrong. And to give police that type of power is only going to create more angst in the community.
Yeah, it was a great victory for that to happen. I mean, I'm sorry, I mean to interrupt you.
He's talking about a code of, he's just talking about a basic code of ethics, man.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like Rodney King, you know, he was killed, and that's what created all the riots in LA.
Killed damn near to death. And that was the thing.
Yes, exactly. And he didn't go to jail for nothing. Nothing, the police officer.
Right. Well, and then for the jury in Simi Valley to say, "Hey, listen, police were just doing their job," or he should have complied, and they let him off on all those charges. I mean, that man was hit like 200 some times. It was ridiculous.
But also, speaking of what Trump wants to do, I'm sorry, I need to get a better flow with. I didn't interrupt you. But there is a documentary drama that I remember watching as a teenager called "The Confederate States of America," and I'm starting to see the chess mates starting to come into play with this now, and I really wish I was paying attention to that more, because you know, I voted twice for that piece of garbage, you know, and he should be in prison. He should absolutely be in prison. He had an insurrection against our country. All right,
why
go ahead.
Did you vote for Trump, though? I mean, if I may ask.
Why did I vote for Trump? Well, I voted for Obama my first time, but I just wasn't following. I really was not following properly at all. And I did grow up with my grandmother who liked Trump too, so it's kind of like also, and she was a Republican, so I'm still registered as a Republican. But what you said?
The crazy part is everyone does like Trump, but he has no
Yeah.
business being a politician or the president. He's great for being the host of, whatever,
The
The Apprentice,
Apprentice.
or,
Yeah, he's a good
maybe
businessman. He is.
he's
But
scary going around beauty pageants.
yes,
Grab girls by
he's
the
joked
cooch.
around about. He wants to. If his daughter wasn't his daughter, he'd have sex with her. That's crazy, man. Yeah.
And then everybody glosses over. They want to say all this stuff. Hunter Biden's laptop. You talk to any Republican, that's the first thing they say. What about Hunter Biden's laptop? There's nothing on the laptop. What about Hillary Clinton's email?
And what is wrong? And what is wrong with a guy paying another girl to who's 18 years old and have photo ID verification or older to have video cam chat with? What's the problem with that?
What about the pictures of Trump with Jeffrey Epstein, ogling girls? What about the videos? You have all that. Investigate that. You know what I'm saying? How in the world do we have a first lady who doesn't even speak English, and she got nude photos? Might have some porno out there. Somebody got that tape, that PP tape on Trump somewhere. So we want to, if you compare apples to apples, they want to call Biden the crime family. Those people are not crime family. They're not. They have nothing to do with crime like that. But Trump definitely does. When your whole cabinet, you can pick up everybody that he hired or everybody he nominated or suggested for his cabinet, and all of them have been indicted, arrested, or thrown in jail or found guilty of some sort of malfeasance, except for freaking Mike Pence. And his only job was to stand there and look like he was a Christian when he's really a conservative gay man.
Yes.
I'm just saying, man, this is
I remember
crazy.
seeing a comment about that. People were happy to, and the state he was from, that they finally got rid of him. Just a horrible human being, I heard.
Well, that's
I haven't
what I'm
looked too
saying.
much into him. But.
Because they wanted him to do Trump's bidding. And Trump's bidding is to just, and this is crazy because 30% of America is willing to go ahead and make this man almost like a monarch or king, not because he has great policies or great ideas or anything like that, but his only job for white America is to make sure that he protects their freedom and their privilege versus anyone else. Make sure everybody else knows their place, protect our stuff. And it's like, come on, y'all can't see this as obvious? I'm not necessarily calling him a racist, but here's the thing. Trump doesn't even have the acuity or the panache to say, you know what, man, this is bad. We having a bad discussion. America, we need to come together. He's not concerned about America. He's concerned about
thing too. Yes, exactly. Yes, he's concerned about himself more than anything else. And that's exactly what the great dictator in the speech for Charlie Chaplin. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people.
Yeah, exactly.
What you said?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say. There's. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But there is a book. 1900, The Last President, and by Ergenson Lockwood, written in 1880 something, 1890, and also Baron von Trump. The Adventures of Baron von Trump. So it's interesting. Somebody was written over 100 years ago. It's a fictional story, but
wow, that's interesting.
I have the book. Yeah, I haven't really read it much since I've owned it. I got to read more of it. I'm not really too much. I'm not really too much into fiction that much. Maybe besides a comic book. I love comic books, but that's more visual. That's more visual storytelling.
Yeah,
and it's always been it's always been who I've kind of been like that anyway. But so. Yeah, the 14th Amendment. That's insane. That's this cannot happen. This cannot happen.
Like I said, this is all practice, and by the time hopefully Biden will, we will definitely, the Democrats will have more votes than the Republicans. that just happens all the time. So the real
Well,
issue
the
is,
thing that people always talk about is the public revolt in the electoral college, and that conversation and how it's outdated and it should be abolished.
Yeah, there's no question it should be abolished. But they've gerrymandered because they weakened the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act with the last Supreme Court. Even under Obama, they were activists and they weakened the Civil Rights and the Voting Rights Act. That allowed them to take away the preconditions for states in the South. But really, the irony is that the three states that will determine the election, which did in 2016, 2020 as well, were Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. And again, Trump was there. I want to say this because Trump was there in Detroit trying to pander to the blacks there. He went to a black church, supposedly, and not one black person was in the audience. And then, he hit you with all this other stuff. The thing, people, and then some of the people, the activists in the community were like, well, Biden's never come through here because the president can't come to every little city where there's an issue. He's already addressed the Flint water issue, which has been going on for almost 16, 20 years now, trying to get the infrastructure done and redone. They've got the construction and everything.
Well, yeah, it's the funny thing also about that. He was supposed to be the builder of all builders. Since he actually built New York City, but he barely did shit. But especially with the semiconductors and the CHIPS Act and all this other stuff. I'm saying that he's barely done anything with that, but Biden's done a lot with that.
In Jerusalem. That's the only thing he's
interesting.
Embassy in Jerusalem, which then
well, speaking of that, also the funny thing with that is Intel. When Israel was attacked on October 7th, they gave each employee extra $5,000. But this recent news is that Intel is going to the computer corporation. They're going to stop making the semiconductor plant there. So interesting.
Wow.
I do want to say, though, folks, thank you for listening to our conversation. I hope you're intrigued and enjoying it, but please support Dr. Dietrich. We are at June 17th, and we're also at the end. We're getting closer and closer to the end of the month, and Dr. needs to pay his rent, of course, pay his bills and this and that. So please support Dr. Dietrich. Thank you.
This is, ever since I began to listen to Douglas, it's been a revelation. It's caused me to want to go back and look at things and read more and really find out what's behind a lot of the issues that are known history. And some of the things that Douglas brings up are things that people don't know about history, but they're so connected. And so, I support Doug. And I hope that, that everyone else out there is listening. Please don't get it that I am some sort of hyper activist, but man, we're living in a world that's about to take a real turn, a real shift, and
for the worse. I mean, we are in the fourth turning.
And I'm not, and you have to be honest to say that if it does, it's because of Donald Trump. It just is. He does.
Well, that's what my friend did say this year when I was talking to him, that he's going to enjoy the peace as much as possible, because when he comes back in office, and God willing it doesn't happen, but if he does, it's going to be a lot of chaos.
Imagine if he loses. Imagine what was going to happen when he does lose, which he will lose, because he's not gaining any new people. You understand what I'm saying? He's not going to. The only way he wins the election is if the black folks in Detroit, Philadelphia, and Milwaukee are prevented from voting, don't go vote. That is the only way. Those three districts were the three districts that they had to gerrymander in order to beat Hillary Clinton. Those are the same three. This, that's why Trump is always hollering about it was rigged in 2020, because what he understood that they had already rigged the system in 2016 against Hillary Clinton, and it was supposed to work again. What they wanted to do in Atlanta, the reason why he wanted to, Georgia didn't matter. Georgia doesn't matter in the election. The problem was what he wanted to do was create enough doubt so that they would be able to overturn it or take it to court, and that would spur off a number of other court situations. Then he could go to Arizona. Then he could go to Nevada. Then he could double back and hit Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, because then he would have built up enough doubt in the court system that it would seem like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia would have been legitimate tribes.
And how about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.?
What about him?
There is the angry truth. I have to look. I got to find the article he was talking about, but he was saying that
he never did to do anything anyway, other than throw the election towards Trump. Because again, all they need is a few less black people to vote in those 3 cities, and Trump will win, as he did against Hillary Clinton. I have a cousin that is, you need to check out Robert Kennedy. Well, he's not going to win. His only job is this happened. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna be quiet in a minute. But this is what happened in Florida politics. This is how we got Marco Rubio. Back in the day, Marco Rubio ran against a college classmate of mine, a man named Kendrick Meek. Kendrick Meek ran unopposed for the Democratic nomination to be the senator from the state of Florida. Rubio ran against Charlie Crist, who was the former governor of the state of Florida. He blew out Charlie Crist in the Republican nomination. But they knew that Rubio couldn't beat Kendrick Meek head to head, so Charlie Crist jumped back into the race as an independent, and he fractured the vote. Kendrick Meek would have gotten like 50, 60%. Well, Charlie Crist siphoned off 20, 30%, and then that gave Rubio a majority victory. He won with like 38%, 42%, something like that. And so that's why we have Marco Rubio as a stupid senator of Florida. I mean, how much dignity do you not have to have for this man to Trump call you little Marco, and now you want to be his vice president? How much silliness does Ted Cruz have to have? This man is called.
Speaking of that, also, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said that Trump wanted asking him to be vice president too.
No way. There's no way. He doesn't want to take the chance of getting.
Zero Hedge article.
Trump doesn't want to take the chance of getting shot at, because just as sure as Kennedy's on somebody's ticket, somebody's going to take a shot at it. There's nuts out there.
They want to take a shot at him anyway, especially the government. Allegedly.
He does not have enough of a following. He does not have enough of a base. If he were a politician and kind of worked his way up, then I may see him as a threat on one or the other. But as an independent, you know who's probably the most dangerous, even more dangerous than Kennedy?
Yeah.
The senator from West Virginia, the one that just switched over to independent.
Young Kim, whatever it was.
Virginia. I'm talking about the one from West Virginia. Oh God, his name.
Okay, I don't know.
He's always screwing up the votes. Him and Elise Stefanik are sort of mavericks. What is that guy's name? Jesus
I'll look
Christ. It up. But anyway, he's running as an independent now.
For president?
Yeah, he's running as an independent for president, which everybody knew he was going to run.
Joe Manchin?
Joe Manchin.
Oh, this motherfucker? Yeah, this motherfucker. Yeah.
He could screw the whole pooch for Biden. And it's because he's a Democrat. He's really a Democrat. The problem is he's in probably
this guy old as fuck, man. 76 years old.
But
I'm tired of this shit.
He's the one guy that plays across the aisle with both sides. He understands, he knows everybody on the conservative side. He understands Democratic politics, and he's not a threat. He's actually pretty smart. And if he were a better politician and were more of a Democrat, he might have had a real opportunity to be significant in the Biden White House, and then would have been looked at more seriously. Well, he wanted to choose.
May I ask you, where are you in Florida?
I'm in Southwest Florida.
Southwest. Okay, I haven't been there in a long time. I miss it.
I
love Miami. Okay, I love Miami. I had the best time there with the women. Oh man, I loved it. I didn't want to go back there for shows though. Different comic shows. Yeah. But okay. So you were saying about Joe Manchin?
I'll just say it. He's more of a threat in the political system now than Robert F. Kennedy. He'll get more votes than Kennedy.
Okay.
And
I meant to say about Trump. Now I remember now. I was going to say the vaccine, the poisonous vaccine. You know, he doesn't want to admit the how much harm that has caused of that. You know, and people are just so much health problems with that, and he was, you know, in the rest of people losing their jobs over that shit. You know, with the vaccine mandates. Speaking of that, also the Ninth Circuit Court said it was unconstitutional in California. The mandates. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, really. I don't think anyone. You know, there was some. Everybody wanted to get the vaccine. I don't think it was never mandated federally, and even in certain states. I mean, the only thing about it was during that time was if you could travel and do certain things. But I get that, man. You know what I'm saying? That's an old issue, man. We're back past COVID now. We just got to move forward. But man, you know, Trump doesn't want. He's not going to admit anything. He's dead wrong. They have even Bob Woodward, the acclaimed author and the acclaimed researcher and person who kind of exposed Watergate, got Trump to admit that he knew information about the virus before he did anything, and he chose to do nothing. And people who knew that, the voters know that. That's already baked in. They don't care. Their decision is baked in. There's nothing that, even when we have this debate in the next couple of weeks, nothing. The only thing that could really sway people one way or the other is if Biden falls out and has a freaking fit in the middle of the stage, or if Trump gets tongue-tied like he normally does and starts using profanities and calling him all kind of names, or if Joe Biden comes and says, shut up, and start throwing up his dukes and want to fight.
Okay, just got back in time to hear this. Okay.
Can you imagine? Trump will probably, they're going to have to tell Joe, listen, Joe, don't let Biden get under your skin. Just, you know, let him say all the stupid stuff that he wants to say. Because Biden is the kind of guy that'll throw up his dukes and be like, hey, you know what, buddy, meet me backstage. I'll punch your lights out. And
he should have he should have that, and also have Vince McMahon as the referee.
And so both
Speaking of that,
yes, go on.
With his lawsuit, the federal government has got involved with that now. It's crazy. You know about that, right, Douglas?
Tell me about this. What's going on exactly? As you understand,
he's being accused of. Yeah, he's being accused of child trafficking, sex trafficking. I'm sorry.
Sex trafficking. Who?
Vince McMahon.
Vince McMahon. Who the hell? Well, who's Vince McMahon? It's
WWE wrestling.
Oh, wrestling! Oh, right! I vaguely heard about this. Yes.
Millionaires, remember?
Oh yeah.
They throw that sex trafficking thing out there like it's a freaking shoplifting charge.
Yes. Yes.
I know, but it's pretty bad, man. But they're talking about he was fucking taking the shit on fucking chicks and stuff. It's just and fucking and stuff. It's crazy, man.
He resigned his position as the owner and CEO of WWE because
listen to what TKO now.
Well,
had a reverse merger with. What you said?
Oh, I was just gonna say. Once you've made your point, Realtek makes certain that Troy can finish his sentence. What goes on is that Realtek has a... Oh, no worries. I just want people to understand that Realtek has a kind of delay when he hears us. So sometimes it sounds like he's interrupting us, but it's a delay in sound that prevents him from hearing us when we're talking sometimes. So finish what you're saying, Realtek, and then I want Troy to finish what he's saying, because both points are important, of course. So go on. Realtek. Finish your thought there. Yeah, about the merger and all that.
Okay. Basically, he was looking for to do a merger with another company, and he wanted WWE to have a $9 billion market cap. People were just saying that's insane. But basically, he had a reverse merger with UFC and Dana White, and the company's renamed TKO, and he was on the stocks. This was several months ago, and they had a special dividend of $3.36, and ironically, also, he had to retire anyway in 2022, and then he came back on 2023 January the 6th, which is very interesting. Definitely, he was talking to Trump, and yeah. And now he had to retire. He had to retire again from it. And he's had to share his shares, but he had to sell them off. Vince McMahon's sexual assault lawsuit paused pending ongoing Department of Justice investigation, says ex-WWE employee lawyer says.
Okay.
He resigned from January 2024.
Okay.
I'll put the article in.
Okay, thank you. And so, Troy, continue with your observations on this, because you were bringing up several points about his resignation and these other elements which contextualize this. Please continue with that train of thought.
From my understanding, I mean, obviously, this Me Too movement, he was accused of some sexual misgivings with somebody, if not mistaken, and with some of the young ladies, and that kind of forced him to have to take a step back, as well as some of his financial dealings have been in question. But man, if you notice, they're going after a lot of men in power now. You have to go, and you either gonna get involved with some freaky sexual stuff to get to that ring, and then now all of a sudden, after you make that commitment, you do it, whatever you did to get your money, to get your fame, get your notoriety, get your opportunity. Now all of a sudden, all this stuff comes flooding back on you. Again, none of this stuff has happened in a vacuum. Sean P. Diddy Combs, none of this stuff. Even the stuff Donald Trump is. Donald Trump, the Russians have to have that tape. They got that tape.
Well, there was this one young lady I was involved with for a while who made an observation that I thought was very astute. She felt the tape is of a bunch of prostitutes urinating on him and him urinating on prostitutes was really, of course it could exist, but it's really meaningless. She felt that Trump was just living in terror of his own life because he was simply told by Putin to do everything I say or I'm going to have you killed. And that Trump truly fears the Russians taking him down, literally terminating him if he does not do everything they say. And that makes far more sense to me, is that the man is truly in fear of his life and then feels that at any moment the Russians could take him out. And the Russians do perform assassinations quite openly, bluntly, and without any care for collateral damage or repercussion. So we've seen that in England, where they've used weapons of mass destruction in public places and pumped plutonium and radioactive materials into people's hotel rooms, etc. I mean, they really do not care. And they've gotten away with so much simply based on this myth that they're the superpower and that they have the ability to blow up the world and quote unquote, it's all bullshit and they don't have any of that. But all that being said, Trump is probably very afraid of Putin, like literally deathly afraid of him, and will do anything he says to avoid being taken out. Would be, I think, probably the best filter with which to process his actions. But back to Troy with that. And of course, our concern, yeah.
That would be an extreme, in my estimation. But I'm saying that only because as much as people may or may not like Trump, there's no way that we're going to allow a foreign entity to assassinate our president.
I would hope.
That would. That you talking about creating serious world war at that point. But no, I mean, it's possible, but I I think it's more likely that they have some financial misgivings or some other sort of moral misgiving that would come out if he did not, back certain things that Russia wanted to have done.
Yeah.
Especially, think about this guy. This guy actually, Trump says he would go in and negotiate a piece of Ukraine, if not all of Ukraine, just in his world of realm of diplomacy, and just say, hey, just give him this piece and let's end the war. Yeah, I just this man is just so disingenuous.
Don't forget about Moldova.
Yeah, Moldova, yes. Which many people, for people who don't know, Moldova is this is fairly large strip of land that is like Romania. They're the same culture, but they use a different alphabet, and but they're basically both Romanians to a degree. Somewhat different cultures, but they speak the same language with different alphabets. But the Russians are trying to take over Moldova right now by messing with the elections, etc. I mean, all of this is, things are... We're in a pre-World War stage. There's no doubt about it. But Troy's point is that they basically have Trump by the balls. That Trump is... worse yet, I would go beyond that to say that Trump truly believes in the Russian cause. Trump is a white supremacist, and many white supremacists do believe that Russia is the last great hope the last great white hope. They view Russia as that, and Russia has offered itself as that. So a lot of people are running with that, who are white and reactionary, conservative, quote unquote. They're really reactionary. And they believe that Putin is representing quote unquote Christendom. And I've gone off on this before, explaining to people what a hypocrite he is and how all this is bullshit. But yeah, back to Troy with that. Yes, I believe Trump is a true believer. Go on.
I think that too. I've said that too. I believe that they believe that Russia is the last bastion of pure whiteness that there could be. But here's the irony in all of that. Putin may be one of the biggest benefactors and investors in areas of Africa there is in the world.
Yes.
Now I know that they're trying to get, certain minerals out of Africa, like every other country that is
in Africa.
China.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all the minerals and all the rare earth minerals and everything is all in Africa. It's not in China. It's all in Taiwan. All these other countries. It's all of it. A lot of it is there.
Of course, but he has built roads. He's built schools and buildings. He's donated money. But Russia, Africa, Cuba, that connection of communism, if you will, has always been there since before Vietnam. Mm-hmm. That's where you have Castro come out. Castro was educated in America, but he's really a black Cuban.
Mm-hmm.
He's an Iroquois.
Okay, that just so people understand, the Cubans, for all intents and purposes, invaded Angola, and it got so extreme that at the height of the Angolan Civil War, which was kind of like the aftermath war of Vietnam, when Saigon fell, is when the shots began to basically fly. The rounds began to fly. The shots began to get fired in Angola. And at the height of that conflict, there were more Cubans in Angola than there were native Angolans. That's how serious the Cuban commitment to an all-out invasion of Angola was. And it destabilized the region enough where it ultimately led to the fall of the apartheid regime in South Africa. At that time, there was also a white regime in Rhodesia, as it was known, which later became Zimbabwe. All of this was around that time, and it was the Southern African region was on fire. But also these Cuban troops came back with heavy combat experience. I'm not quite sure what Troy's impression is of this, but this was my understanding, was that regardless of what Castro is, my understanding is that when Cuba began to open up as kind of like a cheap tourist site for Canadians and other people who wanted to go to Cuba because it's an exotic place to visit, they opened up all of their hotels with young people to work to serve the Canadian tourists and the like, and they prefer to have them serviced by white people who get these jobs, and then so the white Cubans get these jobs interacting with the Canadian tourists and the like, and that the black people are really left out of the tourist industry, and so they're left without any real access to what little economy Cuba even has. So my understanding is that Cuba is still very racist in terms of a kind of segregated economy, what little economy there is. I don't know what your impression is of that. Certain people argued against that. And but yeah, what do you know about that, or what's your understanding of that situation?
That is the truth. There are several African American professors who have postulated that much of the Cuban population have their roots in Africa. I mean, Afro-Cuban. I mean, that's one of the islands where they dropped off slaves, and the slaves revolted, and kind of, there's been that caste separation of the lighter-skinned Cubans versus the darker-skinned Cubans who have African ancestry in them. The Abaquah, like I said, are older Cuban guys that are more Afro-Cuban, and they're almost like the Costa Nostra.
Right.
They're kind of like you know an Abaquah, and you give him ultimate respect because they will call down hell's fire on you if you don't. But yeah, man, like you said, I think a lot of people don't know the history between Cuba and helping and invading Angola and other places where there were had those types of situations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there is some theory. It sounds fairly compelling. I don't know if it's exactly the truth. There are, of course, very compelling arguments that AIDS is manufactured or created or genetically engineered. I give all of these arguments equal weight, and they all may be a factor. There's different elements that may be a factor, but certainly one of them. It is. Yeah, it could be. It believe me, there's elements of it that make sense that it's genetically engineered. There's elements like I've gone into.
A lot of it was written and exposed by. I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you. Sorry.
No worries, go on. But
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wrote a book about that, exposing that with Fauci, Dr. Fauci.
Interesting. Who wrote that?
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Oh God, don't trust anything he says. At any rate,
I knew a lot more than that than what he's talking about.
Right. I mean, just so people understand, the thing about AIDS is that it's a what's called an archaeovirus, which means that it's got a genetic structure that is highly unusual and is very similar to it's RNA. It's an RNA disease, which means it's ribonucleic acid, which is a single strand of DNA, which theoretically means it could not have evolved on Earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it can't live outside the human body either.
Yeah, not effectively, not very well. In fact, it's so poor at living outside the human body that it really doesn't survive outside of it, yes. So that just understand that when it comes to the AIDS, it's basically something that they speculate might be literally an alien virus that might come from Mars, because RNA was theorized to have evolved on Mars. That RNA cannot survive in a wet environment, and Earth was very wet throughout the majority of its history, at times covered in a global flood. This is scientific, it's not biblical. Scientifically, our Earth was once part of underneath a giant world ocean. So when it comes to our planet, obviously it's a place where RNA could not have evolved, but RNA was supposed to have come first before the double-stranded DNA. So they figured that, in a sense, the tree of life, the DNA tree of life, needs to be expanded to include RNA viruses like HIV, which are essentially, by our definition, alien non-DNA life sharing our planet, that they evolved in the deserts of Mars, is the speculation, the theory, the hypothesis. But such being said, regardless of whether it's from Mars or it's genetically engineered or a virus from Mars that then was weaponized and genetically engineered or other elements, one thing that seems certain is that many of these Cuban troops returning from Africa became vectors for AIDS. So that was definitely a factor of it entering the Western Hemisphere. So the Angolan...
White people with the racism, you know? I mean, that's what it is.
I'm sorry, what?
That idea.
I
said racism, saying that it all came from Africa or monkeys, you know, and according to that, of course, that, you know.
Okay. Well,
there's racism.
I can understand that this is like... it's always important to bring that factor up, but yes,
it is.
But one of the things that definitely Africa is, let's just put it this way, there's a lot comes out of Africa. What was it the ancient Romans said? As always, something new comes out of Africa. It's not surprising to imagine, yes. But anyhow, back to Troy and what we were speaking of here. So Troy, with all working with as many Cubans as you must, I mean, look, you're in Florida. There's got to be a very large Cuban population. I mean, are many of your students Cuban descent or what? What's kind of like the population of many of your students? Where are they from?
Right, Cubans live more so in South Florida.
Okay,
they live
around Miami.
Yeah, they live in the Miami area, and they want to identify themselves more closely with white culture. There's no question about it.
That's true. That is true. By the way, what Troy Bellamy is talking about is that after the fall of the old regime and the communists took over, the majority of the Cubans who fled to America considered themselves white, as white Cubans. And so please continue, Troy.
Yeah, there's no question about that. I mean, they just purely don't want to identify. And this is why Republicans keep winning in the state of Florida, is mainly because the Cubans that are here don't want any other Spanish people to come here at all. Other Cubans, they definitely don't want the Haitians here. They don't want Mexicans here. You better not confuse them with a Mexican, or it's going to be a problem.
That's true.
The area I live in is heavily populated with people from South America, more so anywhere from Nicaragua, Colombia, Honduras, and Mexico, and Guatemala. Those are the people who come or have been coming to the border, getting over some kind of way, whether they have family here. But mostly it's Mexicans, Nicaraguans, Guatemalans, people like that. The Haitians come through Honduras. Maybe I'm telling too much of the game right now. No, seriously, I have quite a few Haitian students now. They all speak 3 or 4 languages. They speak French, they speak Patois, they speak Spanish, they speak Creole. They speak 3 or 4 languages.
That's incredible. Yeah.
These kids are amazing. These kids are amazing.
Yes, they are. They are. By the way, I want people to understand, Haiti was the world's first black republic. They have a history of independence. They've been hit hard forever by American intervention, really. The Americans have done everything they can to fuck up Haiti, and they were fucked up by the French as well. They fought off all these major aggressors. They fought off the Spanish, they fought off the British, they fought off the French. I've gone into Haitian history in depth in the past. I don't need to relive those days right now at this moment, but I do want people to understand the horror the Haitians have been through is simply unspeakable, and it's endless. But these people, when you meet them, the Haitian people, you'd be impressed by their intelligence. They are some of the most intelligent people you'll ever meet. And no, it's I'm just what a tragic situation. But hopefully the people we're educating here will help with the entire hemisphere in the future with its development. Really, it's something like that is very necessary. And aside from that, what about Are you very familiar with the, now, forgive me, it's been so long since I discussed this, the swamp Indians, the Indians who lived in the swamp? Which tribe was this again? In Florida, of course.
In Florida,
yes.
It was Seminole.
Seminole, thank you. So just so people understand, the Seminole defeated the United States Army. They were never forced onto a reservation. They were forced ultimately by press of circumstance into the swamps, which they came to dominate. But of course the American Army could never follow them into the swamps. It was like following the Viet Cong into the heart of the jungle. The Seminole Indians defeated the U.S. Army and are legally still at war with the United States. Little fun fact, a little bit of trivia there for you. The reason that's important is two factors. This was where many escaped black slaves would go to, where the white man could not follow them. So ultimately they interbred so heavily with the Seminole Indians that at this point in history, the majority of Seminole Indians are essentially black. They're essentially blackified. At the same time, just a little bit of fun fact trivia here for our listeners. Some Seminole Indians, like many other Native Americans or Black Americans or minorities, they simply don't have economic opportunities, and many of them, perforce, do turn towards crime in desperation. There was at one point where two Seminole Indians had, I believe, robbed a bank, at which point, under hot pursuit by authorities, ultimately did get into a firefight with, of all people, some federal agents who happened to get involved with that pursuit. I don't know why, but somehow were in area, perhaps, were somehow, maybe these people were on a list, and they were probably trying to set up a trap, which they didn't get caught in, and therefore they wound up pursuing them. When they shot these two federal agents, the Seminole Indians were brought to court, but their attorney proved the fact that what they did was part of the fact that they were defending their nation in a state of war, that they had never surrendered to the United States, and therefore the federal agents they had killed was an act of war and therefore legal, that they could not be held accountable for murder, and they were set free because they are still legally at war with the United States and have never surrendered. So were you aware of that?
Yeah.
You did know that?
Just a little bit. I mean, I'm not. It was,
okay. Okay. Yeah.
I do remember you talking about that years ago. Talking about 7-8 years ago.
Yeah, I talked about it. It happened a long time ago. Thank you. Yeah, it did happen a long time ago. This was like maybe 20 years ago by now that happened.
Yes. Yes. I remember. I do remember even back then. Yeah, but I do remember saying that you were discussing this a very long time ago. But thank you for refreshing my memory about it, because I'm a little.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, no,
I equate myself into this subject because it's very fascinating.
Thank you.
Exactly why I always say you are our national treasure. So please, folks,
bless you.
All this type of hidden information that we are learning right now, support us in the future, because we are on June 17th and rent is almost due.
Yes, thank you. Always appreciate it and always necessary.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and thank you.
Love you, Douglas.
Yeah, love you too, Real Tech. Thank you so much for your support all this time, and love you too, Troy. Of course, without Troy here, it is so important to have a professional teacher with us. And so
it is.
Yeah. And so, Troy, what else has been going on that you feel needs to be followed in terms of recent developments? What you think needs to really we need to be paying attention to? Aside, of course, from the fact that this is a year full of elections and everything looks like it's going to shit. What?
Yeah, no doubt. I'm highly concerned, and I don't want to continue to harp on these culture issues, but we got to look at this. How is everyone glossing over the fact that Governor Greg Abbott pardoned a man who killed another man in cold blood because he was a member of the BLM? And this guy was supposed to do life in jail, and Governor Greg Abbott pardoned him because he felt like he was being agitated into the situation.
It's outrageous, of course.
Speaking of Texas, you probably don't know about this, but that's on that piece of shit. Banned Pornhub.
Oh God. Yeah.
You believe that shit?
Yeah. That's even worse.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, it's even worse.
What you said? Yeah.
So thank you. No, thank you for that. Yeah, continue with that, Troy. Yes, that's a great loss as well. I mean, well, of course, I'm just glad I don't live in Texas.
To you, man.
Yeah.
That's what I said to you, man. You're coming for your porn, man. Gotta keep your fucking porn offline, man.
Yes,
I told
that's
you, man.
right. Yeah.
Pictures, wherever the hell it is, man. It's fucking crazy, man.
Well, thank God I live in California. Thank God I live in California.
Thank God I live in New York.
Yeah.
Yes. I agree with you.
Yes. No chance that happening in either
my
case.
Friend, speaking of Texas too, my friend who our university teacher warned us about that. He also is a teacher. But he warned him not to go to Texas. Not to move there. It's a nice place to visit, but to live there for someone like you. He's a white guy. Vincent Soprano, like the actor. But yeah, he had a horrible time trying to get a job there in Texas as an educator. He had his degree and everything, a master's. I'm sure he has a master's. But he just got tired of it, all the racism that he was experiencing, and not getting the progress that he was supposed to have. He's Puerto Rican. He's dark skinned. He was living in Austin or Austin and Dallas, wherever it was. And he just eventually got sick of it and moved back. And he says he wanted to hang out in this and that, but last year. But I was talking about earlier this year too. Excuse me. But he was basically saying that he living back in New Jersey was basically feeling like he was out of prison. I'm finished.
No, thank you. No. Important point to be made. Troy, yes, no, but please continue what you're saying about Greg Abbott, and you don't need to be apologetic about speaking to these culture wars affairs, because obviously this is all the enemy does. All the enemy has is the culture wars angle, because they have nothing constructive to offer. So they continually go back to the culture wars angle, and their claim is that the left is waging culture wars on their reality. Their claim is that the left is trying to deface or change their quote-unquote sacred culture. I mean, it brings us back to, the Pledge of Allegiance becoming a sacred act of patriotic ritual, where it's like this is something that... Now, are you at the grade level where this is an issue at all? Are people... Is the Pledge of Allegiance an issue with your school or your grade that you're involved with?
It really isn't from a political standpoint, but I do have some kids who just for nature of being obstinate will challenge it. We don't really say that, in the morning everybody says Pledge of Allegiance. You have to get them to try and stand up, at least, show respect for it. I can't force them. And then one time I had an issue with it, because I was just like, man, why are you guys are too young to have an issue with a country that's given us, a lot. There's a lot to be done, but come on, man, how do you kids have an issue with the Pledge of Allegiance? You're just being lazy. So I had to just create a list. I say, okay, which of you kids have a problem and don't want to do the pledge? So we can talk to your parents about it, and maybe we'll see what can be done. I had about 15 kids sign that. Listen, it shocked me. It shocked me because, I mean, I get it. These kids have this thing where they think they understand their rights and they want to exercise them to the fullest, and they have a right not to do this, and they can have their cell phones and all this other stuff that has nothing to do with education and weakens discipline. And I'm like, come on, how can you guys start your day off? Just say the pledge. It's like 15 seconds. You know what I'm saying? And then let's get our day started. And it's the darndest thing. But, it's something that you have to be respectful of as a teacher. I can't force that upon them. I just can ask them, to have respect. So I don't know. It's a weird thing.
It is. And look, I see what you're saying. At the same time, there is a weirdness to reciting the Pledge of Allegiance in school that makes one vaguely feel uncomfortable. I can understand that perspective as well. I mean, honestly, okay, I can also say, look, it's it doesn't mean anything. It's just a ritual. Just do it, right? Let's get it out of the way. And of course, I can also understand people maybe even being deeply moved by it. And this is something that is like the closest thing I have to a religious experience in my life, because I never go to church. So it'd be something like the closest you have to a prayer. So look, I can see both angles, but it's yeah, at any rate, you did mention the cell phones. And now, obviously, I've come down with my own stance on this, where I have landed on the side of we've got to get cell phones out of the hands of kids. How do you feel about this, and what is your impression of the cell phone issue?
Well, that's an ongoing battle. My thing is, there's technology on the phone that can be used to help these kids if they use it properly. But again, what kids do, and I don't know if it's human nature, I don't know if it's just the nature of what people try to get them to do, but what they try to do is find the shortcuts on the phone. I could put up a serious math problem. There's an app now called Photo Map. All they gotta do is take a picture of it, and it will solve it. The phone will solve the problem for you and give you all the parameters of how to actually solve it. Now, if a kid takes that and says, maybe some kids learn like, okay, I don't know how to do it, but if you show me how to do it, then I can kind of get the logic behind, I can, back engineer how to get the answer. But these kids are not doing it for that reason. They're doing it to get the grade.
Of course.
So they're not trying to understand it. So they're like, they'll do it. I'll give them a bunch of problems. And if I'm walking around the room, I may have 20 kids. If I'm in this corner room, the kids in the back are doing, photo math. They come up with, I got the answer, Miss Belly. What? Well, this is what I got. This is my answer. Well, where's your work? I ain't got no work. I did it, man. You're doing too much. It's like, come on.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing with ChatGPT. This stuff I argue with my friend about. I already know the answer but he wants to use this thing. He pays $20 a month for this shit to look up different things we're talking about with Linux and different computers and stuff, and have the damn thing right for you, this and that. No.
Yeah.
No. It's exactly like the movies or Wall-E and Idiocracy, where we're just evolving. It's insane.
60 Minutes had an interesting segment tonight on ChatGPT. It was intriguing, but at the same time, it was scary. It was like, wow. They gave the guy some British guy. They said, okay, well, he typed in 5 random words, and the ChatGPT wrote a novel in like 30 minutes. Using those five random words as like the subject matter for the whole novel. I was like, come on, man, you gotta be kidding.
That's crazy.
It was
yeah, and they got Elon Musk who wants to protest, complain about I'm sorry, I'm jumping to conclusion, but that Apple is going to integrate all that ChatGPT into their newest smartphones to come out with. I guess like 16, whatever it is. I've lost count. But he's just mad because he's not getting his cut of money from his investment of $50 million into ChatGPT, into OpenAI.
Okay.
Speaking of OpenAI, also, I may interrupt you. Sam Altman has enacted the former head of the NSA to be part of the company, board of directors.
Wow.
Interesting. So,
yeah.
Bad. Yeah, no, that's very sinister. So Troy, continue with your train of thought as well. With the also, I'd like to know. There's obviously adults. They hate to ask for help, but my understanding is that there's children these days who, as young as 7 years old, who are hesitating to ask questions in school because they worry that their classmates will think of them as stupid. So aside from adults being embarrassed about asking for aid, it's an act that makes anyone feel vulnerable, but children just aren't seeking help in school anymore, even when they need it for the same reason. So are you encountering any of this, or what issues are you having?
we most of the school districts are focusing their instructors on creating an engaging environment. It's no longer just sit and take notes or what they call sit and get. You really want to ask the kids, what are you thinking about the words that we're saying? What do you think about, how do you feel about the passage we just read? And it allows them to open up a lot more, and then they kind of learn from each other that way. I mean that's classroom learning, but it's more of a directive effort to get them to talk and open up and to read and participate in class. And I think it's working really well. There's still a lot of kids who are shy, but again, as a teacher, I have to find a way to engage them and make my lesson engaging to the point where they can open up and begin to talk. I had a subject, I'll give you an example. I had a subject at the end of the year this year, one kid that he probably hasn't written 5 words down on a piece of paper all year. Wow. But we did in reading about Egypt and mummies and mummification and the pyramids, and his eyes just lit up. He was talking and engaging in class. He even told the principal, "This is the best lesson I've ever had in school." It made me interested in reading more about this. And so what you just try to do is find something that the kids can connect with and begin to start understanding that, wait a minute, learning is pretty cool. Let me, okay, I learned about this today. Let me learn something about something else next week. They kind of get locked in. If they find out that they can do one thing well, that's kind of like all they want to do, because all they want to experience is success when they can learn so much more from failing or from just participating and, kind of pruning their understanding about how certain things work.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. And very important. Now, our dear friend Nemo just sent something through the... oh, by the way, Heather was asking where you were, Nemo. She was asking why you haven't joined. So here's a picture our friend Nemo shared with us saying, there goes Trump bringing his kids to see Uncle Epstein. Disgusting. Yes.
I was like, how do we gloss past? Everybody wants to talk about Hunter's laptop, his emails. Yeah. But what about the videos of Epstein and Trump palling it up?
Yes.
Come on, man. Y'all just gonna forget about that?
Thank you.
Nobody's research into that. And again, this is, I hate the way our society is going, where everybody's digging up all this dirt from like 40 years ago to people. I mean, I get it, but if you didn't say anything 40, 50 years ago, and now all of a sudden you want to say something, it leads to lack of credibility. Listen, Bill Cosby. First of all, Bill Cosby, as a black man, you're born a conspiracy theorist. Bill Cosby was about to
yeah, you're right.
NBC. Remember, if Bill Cosby was about to buy NBC, then all of a sudden his son gets killed. Then all of a sudden his daughter dies. He has no heirs. This man has billions of dollars, and he's got nobody to leave it to. His wife is older than him. So now all of a sudden it's time for Gloria Allred to march out her troop of damaged people who have a story to tell and sue for millions. They got to get some of that money before he donates it all to Temple University. It all between all the HBCUs. They got to get that money. I mean, seriously, the woman he actually got convicted of drug raping was a devout lesbian, right? She had been in a friendly relationship with Dr. Cosby. She had been giving him tickets to games. He would give her tickets to his shows. So it's a quid pro quo. My grandfather used to tell me, if it's an even swap, there ain't no swim. So, it's like, after a while, it's like, wait a minute. Now all of a sudden you're saying that he did this thing. If Janice Dickinson says she got screwed in the butt by Bill Cosby, You should take that like a speed bump, man. Come on, Janet Dixon's been ridden hard like a wet horse and put away wet like a racehorse many times. And I'm not saying she doesn't deserve the dignity of being believed, but come on, man. Out of nowhere, you gonna just throw your name in the hat and say, "Oh yeah," and all these women. Think about it. If they're the Playboy man, what about Hugh Hefner? So imagine you're in the 50s. You're in the 50s or 60s. You're a young black guy. You're wealthy. You're funny. You're in movies, and all these naked white women around. What the freak do you think is gonna happen? You're gonna get you something.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Nemo entered this into our text box here. What Troy says is true. Black men in entertainment industry who try to gain a lot of financial and media power or just disobey their Jewish masters get fucked over and humiliated publicly.
The views and opinions of Nemo do not necessarily reflect those brother. I cannot confirm or deny any of that.
Yeah, I want to get some strange fruit.
Yeah. Well, it definitely. I think we're holding up well. I'm going to just take care of one more thing. Honestly, I have to get a toothpick. There's something's bothering me in between my teeth. So while I take care of that, perhaps that's too much information. But while I take care of this, I'll be right back in just a few moments. Then I might meander towards monologue. But I think we're doing quite well with our dialogue for the moment. Happy to hold the dialogue for as long as we, so long as all of us can stand it. So I'll be right back, going mute for just a second, but you gentlemen have got this for the moment. Certainly, obviously, I don't find Bing Crosby I don't find him a sympathetic character. It's one of these things where there are, of course, sympathetic characters, such as the individual who was involved with Black Lives Matter, who was killed by that dude in Texas, who then Greg Abbott decides he's going to pardon on a whim. Okay, that's outrageous. At that point, that's we're entering territory that people should be up in arms about nationwide, and it begs the question: why are we not up in arms nationwide about that? What is maybe you can answer that while I'm gone, Troy. But what the fuck is going on with people? Why are they the Walking Dead? Is it just because it's Texas and it's practically a different country anyway, or what?
That very well may be the answer. I mean, it's really Texas is a great place for it's I think a multicultural center, country music, rock and roll, black, white, Hispanic, all the cultures are represented there. But it has to be it's a real problem for me to think that this man can get killed by someone on a whim. And the governor pardoned him like, oh, well, yeah, it wasn't your fault. It was his fault for being black. Pissing you off. It harkens back to the old days of the old at Birmingham, Alabama.
Yes.
Where they could just bomb people with impunity and say, see, we're going to sentence you to jail, but we're going to suspend your sentence because they're agitating you over here.
Yes.
You got Southern agitators, that Dr. King and his cronies. Come on, man. That's why the federal, and this is the crux of our politics now. The federal government had to step in and say, hey, man, just because the dude got mad, don't mean he could just bomb up a whole church and kill the people and y'all just let him off because that's your boy from the country. You can't do that. That's against the federal law.
Yes.
And this is what the conservatives are fighting against. They don't want every piece of participation by the black community in our society today has had to be federally mandated. It had to be federally legislated and mandated to let us use the same bathroom.
Yes.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
So now the Supreme Court and the other people in the states' rights movement who want to bring the South back again are going at those federal legislative issues through the courts and saying they were wrongly decided. And like I said, Roe versus Wade was the first salvo. If you're going to go out big, you might as well go out big.
Yes.
So they went at versus Wade. The Heritage Foundation's been chopping away at it. And again, what they want to do, not destroy it. They don't want to abolish it. They just want to make sure that the states control it.
Yes.
Because if the state can control that, then we can control our Negro.
Yes.
We can control how much money they get and how much they don't get.
Yes.
Like we talked about in my last conversation.
Yes.
The HBCUs are old.
Yeah. So just so everybody understands the importance of this, if you heard me earlier, say for instance when I just came back from my last break and doing all those lines of coke, and I'm just like trying to shall we say, reacclimate myself to breathing regularly. Then I basically was being discussed at that time was basically Realtek and Troy Bellamy were approaching issues of something concerning the Civil War, and they were mentioning it as being a war about slavery. Now, this is one of those things that takes, as a historian, one of the things I really need to get people to understand. Obviously, there is a myth that has developed in the South over many years. Many people reference this as quote-unquote the lost cause myth. I tend to think differently as a foreign observer. One of the things I've brought up in the past that's extraordinarily controversial and many people automatically shut down about, and we're talking white people, basically understand that most of the time I wind up at some point offending everybody, blacks, whites, etc., Asians as well. I mean, believe me. I don't often talk about it simply because it's really not a matter of importance to most people, because most people aren't Asian and they really don't care what's going on in such a small subculture. But such being said, when it comes to the Civil War, a lot of this concept of it being about slavery is after the fact. The black population was incredibly helpless at that time. Obviously, there were black troops that fought, certainly in the northern side. Black troops were also mobilized to a degree in the southern side. But when it comes to the American Civil War between the states, it was basically a white-on-white issue where you had whites in enormous hatred with each other over concepts of whether or not there would be a severance of the South, and the North was in this mode where it's very similar to, it's very hard to describe. It's very difficult to analogize this. And as I said, the real way to perceive it was something similar to what the British were doing against the Celtic subcultures in Ireland and Wales. This is almost why you had this kind of clan-like response where they're basing their rituals on Scottish Rites Masonry. They're considering themselves as a Celtic resistance movement to an Anglo-Dutch culture. What they would tell you, and again, people would say this is part of the lost cause myth, is that the Southerners would tell you this. They'll say they were fighting for states' rights. Now, all of this is coming back to haunt us now. When it comes to where the Northerners were saying only after the fact, because it was after the fact, the Republicans in the North who were radicalized said, let's get this 14th Amendment amended to our Constitution so that the blacks will not be re-enslaved. All of this was a political act to get themselves more votes from the black community that was emancipated, true. There's some very selfish reasons. There's also some very idealistic reasons. But the truth is, the 14th Amendment was after the Civil War. It's not like somebody suggested it before the goddamn war, and then the war got started because the South said, oh, we don't want that 14th Amendment. This only came up after the fucking war was over. So everybody get over it. The war was not about slavery. It really was about a bunch of people who thought they had states' rights that superseded the Constitution due to Articles of Confederation. This is how the South really perceived it. And then when they seceded, the North was all up in arms about it. And, it was basically because of Lincoln. If you had had a different president, which they had before Lincoln, he just would have let the South secede. The guy who was sitting there before Lincoln, who I've even forgotten his name for the moment. We can always look it up, whoever was president before Lincoln. It's one of those things I can forget in good conscience. But when it comes to where we're at today, okay, now that it's coming back to haunt us and we're coming back to states' rights, this is where it all goes down. Because basically what Troy Bellamy is pointing out is the fact that we've got Trump has stacked the courts. So if Trump becomes president again...
James Buchanan.
Yes. Well, if Trump becomes president again and he revokes the 14th Amendment via the executive order, it goes to the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court is in Trump's hip pocket. So the Supreme Court will pass by his executive order and say it's constitutional. At which point the 14th Amendment is thrown out on the premise that Troy Bellamy has brought up, the precedent of Roe v. Wade was overturned. So that means that slavery is back in effect, or can be legally put back into effect, at least state by state. Which brings us back to the Civil War. This is what the Civil War was fought over. So the whole Civil War was really about who is in charge, the federal central government or the states. And it was decided by force majeure, by force of arms, it was the federal government. This was decided by force of arms, not by any idealism, not by any... And so because the federal government was in a mood where, well, now we want those black votes, and that means we got to free those motherfuckers, then they added the 14th Amendment, and that benefited, you know, everyone after that. Welcome aboard, Nemo. So Nemo's in Australia, which is essentially a white supremacist government that's participated in black genocide. And is, so it's like, you know, across the Pacific. It's like a reflection of the American nightmare. So we've got similar situations going on in both places. But this is how the Civil War is going to come down. It's going to be like Prohibition the first time. Not the second Prohibition, which was national, but the first Prohibition was state by state. So state by state, you had some that were wet states, and then you had dry states. Now it's going to be dealing with abortion, and it's going to be dealing with potentially the 14th Amendment. So it's like, where can you go as a black man to be recognized as a human being as compared to states which are going to say, well, you know, you're recognized as less than human here, and you're not subject to the same laws or legal protection as a white man. And I can easily foresee this happening. It is actually a logical extension of revoking a woman's right over her own fucking body. If you're revoking a woman's right over her own fucking body as to whether or not she can deliver a child, even if it kills her, then how can you not, by that logic, extend that to a black man and his family by saying, well, you see, you don't really have rights over your own body. I mean, the bitch doesn't. Why should you? So this is where it's potentially going, and in fact, will very likely go, and this will cause another civil war. But then it's more like the Prohibition first time it was enforced, where you've got state fighting state with no continuity. There's no geographic continuity, but you're going to have red states and blue states, those states which allow abortions, those states which allow free colors, and those states which do not have decided to roll them back. This is what we're heading towards. This is what Troy Bellamy has been trying to explain. But as a historian, this is what I'm explaining with a sledgehammer. So is that coherent, Troy? Does that get the message across?
No, I think it's very, very broad swath across that. Yeah, no doubt.
Thank you. So Nemo, welcome aboard. How have you been before I go get my toothpick?
I've been okay. Just listening in, enjoying what's being said.
Yes, and again, bring up some of your insights here. Obviously, Troy Bellamy, like he said, he's neither confirming nor denying what you're saying. But I'll say it. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, I should have phrased that better.
Oh, no, I think...
Just
it was fine.
Basically, what he's saying is true, though, in regards... Because he said, like, how he's born a conspiracy theorist, so he couldn't help but, look in depth on that topic about that comedian Bill Cosby being publicly humiliated with all these rape charges and whatnot, because he brought up the fact that he was trying to buy a whole media format for himself, gaining media power, because he gained a lot of money as well through his career, and he was gaining more and more power and influence. And that's what the masters, Ashkenazi masters, don't want their slaves doing.
So Troy, respond to that, and let's put it this way: obviously, Nemo has gotten in some trouble, and you can share the trouble you've had. What was it you were banned from? Which social platform for using?
Oh, it's just I keep getting my comments turned invisible. Yeah, like I'm not getting banned, but getting suppressed with.
Okay. Yeah, it's let's put
shadow banned.
Yeah. It's shadow banned. That was the term Amelia Willard was using. Who, by the way, Amelia Willard, who those of you might remember her, was on my show once or twice, just a few times, and then you never saw her again. This was after I helped her get by the 1,000 subscription mark. Then she just decided she was never going to check in again. But Amelia Willard was kind of like a psychic tarot card reader, chick, and she was also pretty much, let's put it this way, Judeophobic would be one term. Some people would use the term anti-Semitic, which I think is ridiculous. I hate that term. By the way, so Realtek is putting in some other things about, I notice Realtek sometimes just puts in some links. God, he put in a link about Edward Snowden talking about AI. Edward Snowden, nothing that fucker says that is relevant, okay? Oh my God, you don't need to link anything with Edward Snowden. Jeez.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, I just trying to get a quick link where I was talking about. I always had to fact check, so
understood.
What I'm talking about, so.
Yeah, I mean, it would be relevant if we talk about something like, Edward Snowden killed himself. If that came up, then that would be relevant, because then we could talk all about why he did that or something. But when he has a political opinion, it's like, how? The guy's got the Kremlin's gun pointed right at the base of his skull. But when it comes to, shall we say,
he does.
Yeah, when it comes to, again, the thing about Bill Cosby, just to play the devil's advocate here, not to say that what you say doesn't make sense for either Nemo or Troy, but what about Oprah? Oprah practically bought a media empire all her own and kind of amassed this level of power where they somehow...
Yeah, but she's fully playing into their agenda.
Okay.
She's just brainwashing the whole stupid cattle. She's gaining a lot of popularity and fame just through the public image, and then she's just indoctrinating them, programming them. She's playing ball the whole way, so that's what she's playing. She's sucking the kosher cock a lot. That's why she's getting a lot of money and fame, because she's just sucking hard. The more you suck, the more fame you get, the higher status and ranks in that in
How about
society.
Tyler Perry? He's worth he's worth like $1 billion or something.
Yeah, because he sold out a lot.
Yeah, wearing a dress.
Was he wearing a dress?
Yeah, that's part of that humiliation ritual. They have.
They do that. That's true. That's true. They put The Rock. What about what's that guy they call The Rock?
Dave Chappelle.
Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, John Cena.
Yeah, who's that guy? Johnson, The Rock. They put him in a fucking dress.
Yeah, Dwayne Johnson.
Dwayne Johnson, a ballerina dress. Yes.
That's no surprise.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm sorry.
So if you keep doing stuff like that, you're just gonna keep getting more money and.
Right. Yeah, John Cena at the Oscars, he literally was the host, and he was just basically naked, and just had something just blocking his dick. Man, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. And he's
Oh my God.
Insane.
So Troy, okay, so does that resonate with you? Because so they were threatened by Bill Cosby, but why? Because they felt he would not be running with their agenda. Is that the case, Troy? Your insight into this?
Just having that much power, having that much money, and the ability to influence the images that they want of African Americans, or who are, I'm not saying that, I don't know who they is, but
we'll just run with that for now.
It's happened many times before. Michael Jackson owned 51% of Sony.
Yeah, Sony Music.
Right. So actually, Nemo has some information on that. So, Nemo, explain what was going on with Michael Jackson and Sony Music while I go get that toothpick. I'm going to go mute for a few moments. I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you.
And Prince. Don't forget about Prince also.
Well, there's a well-known video that you can find on YouTube that's available probably on nearly any social media platform, where he just publicly announces to a big crowd. Yeah, he's being targeted, having his public image and career destroyed because he ended up owning half of Sony Music, or just over half. Did you say 51%? I thought it was just 50.
He said he owned, before he died, like he said he owned 51% of Sony.
So he's got the majority of stock ownership and all that shit in control.
He could do anything he wanted. He would not sell the Beatles catalog back to them. He was paying. Little Richard had been raped of all his royalties and stuff like that. He was paying Little Richard before he died, before both of them died. He was giving him the money that he had been so deserving of under the table, kind of under, nobody knew he was doing that. But it was a lot of things that go on. And all I'm saying is this: when you amass a certain amount of power, they have to knock you back. They have to put you back in your place.
Yeah.
Kanye West, they Kanye West, and what Kanye West did was what typically most people who don't realize they're a patsy in the game is he began to talk too much and start telling stuff, and he thought he was more powerful. And they took $1 billion from him in 30 minutes.
Yep. Was that after he started publicly speaking against?
They're right. The people you said, yeah. Magic. I'll tell you another one. This is Byron Allen. Byron Allen is one of the wealthiest. He was not a funny comedian to me at all, but he was obviously a smart investor. This man is wealthy beyond wealthy. He's probably one of the richest, maybe more wealthy than Oprah. But Byron Allen owns all these. He bought the Weather Channel. Come on, man. Okay. He cannot get the Weather Channel placed on certain cable businesses because of the complexion for the lack of protection. You understand what I'm saying? So, I mean, he's running around with the Weather Channel and other cable companies, other shows and programming that he has, and he can't get it put on Comcast and places like. He's in court for like $1 trillion. I think the court case is a huge, astronomical amount.
God damn.
It's
$1 trillion.
It's a huge astronomical amount of money that he's suing the FCC or somebody for because they or Comcast, one of those. It's a huge amount of money. I have to look it up. I'm a little tired now, but
his net worth is around $800 million. He's nearly a billionaire.
Yeah, he has assets and he has the ability and he understands programming and marketing. Very dangerous figure out there. Let me tell you this. A few years ago, Magic Johnson, Ice Cube, a few other African-American athletes and entertainers got together and they were going to buy a series of radio stations, radio frequencies from the FCC. These guys have huge amounts of money. They have access to money, know how to make the money work, and they understand radio programming and other things like that. And they were outbid by another group for those radio stations. So because just out of the blue,
Do you know who outbidded them?
I don't know who outbid them, but the mainstream programming is different than urban programming. We all know that. We all know. So who would outbid them for the urban programming? You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know. There's a lot that has to be looked at and investigated. But again, this is just the way it is. It's poker. It's big bank takes little bank.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just got back in time to hear that. And so where did our discussion turn to concerning urban banking, or what was it? Just catching up. What?
Well, I'm Brian Allen, and then it led to that because Brian Allen's like pretty powerful black fellow. He's got a lot of money, and he was a comedian, but ended up owning weather channels and a bunch of other stuff. Become a big businessman.
Yeah, and Realtek entered a link concerning Michael Jackson catalog stakes sold. God, Michael Jackson looked frightening in his poor guy. I mean, it's like, so do you obviously, and I want to thank our man. I think it was Realtek. You entered the link on the Unconquered People, the Seminoles, so that's appreciated. And so I'm looking at
You're welcome.
Some of these Native American ladies, and of course, it looks like potentially many of them have black blood in them, which would not be surprising for all the reasons I've articulated. So such being said, yes, more power. Yeah, go on. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, here in the state of Florida, the state of Florida and the federal government has kind of cordoned off areas where, of course, you can have casinos. And they're called the Seminole Hard Rock. It's a joint venture between the Seminole Nation and the Hard Rock Casino.
Yeah, casino, right.
And only people who are of the full Seminole heritage can participate in ownership or things like that. So, I mean, again, for all the history that shows that really the Seminole, the word Seminole comes from the word Cimarron, which meant wild men, freedmen. And what happened, there were a lot of blacks from the South, from the Carolinas, from Georgia, that had escaped into the swamps of Florida, mated, merged, created a culture with the Creek Indians, the other Indians, Miccosukee Indians, all of them, and they became known as the Seminoles. It's very difficult for African Americans to get the benefits unless you can actually show. You got to remember, African Americans have very strong genes. So you may show 1% or less than 1%. Like, I'm very surprised. I'm not really surprised. I did an ancestry DNA test. My people probably were the last ones that came over on the boat from Africa. I'm just about 98% African. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So I have very little European in my family.
Okay.
And I can tell by my great-grandfather, my grandfather, that the master wasn't messing around in the
gene pool.
Yeah. Not him, but we did, adopt their names and other things like that. But anyway, going back to the Indians, you were talking about the Seminole Indians. That's again, you'll see that there's a lot of culture that is shared, but it's not known, not very well known. There are some African American anthropologists and social scientists who are postulating those things. Even David Blight, the Civil War historian, has mixed some of that into his discussions of the Civil War. So, you see a lot of people that are starting to, for lack of a better term, awaken to.
Thank you. Yes. That's incredible. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And about time. The Native American history, of course, is profoundly ignored, even more so than Black history. They truly have stayed on the reservations, and just their population's been so decimated, it's very difficult to represent their interests. The casinos, of course, help in a sense, but then it leads to crime among themselves and their fight for control over all of that money, which I don't believe really goes into helping their communities very much. Certainly a lot of it seems to be misspent, but hopefully, different things will happen in the future to bring back some hope for the situation. Obviously, it's just a lot that decimates the Native American community. It's beyond expression, just horrible. So, such being said, let's see now. Nemo is providing an image here, and this one, Nemo, what's this one about?
Oh, it's just to further give an example about how Oprah plays ball, because her network name's called OWN, but it's New World or NWO backwards, New World Order.
Oh, I get it. So So OWN, OWN, Oprah Winfrey Network, can be seen as New World Order spelled backwards. It's funny, and it's for one thing, it's a stupid name for a network because it sounds profoundly wrong. OWN, 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 like either she's owned or she's owning you. It just doesn't. It sounds bad. It sounds bad.
Oprah knows her place. She really doesn't. Oprah's not really trying to,
help anybody.
It's a big part of it too, but she's not trying to make any waves.
Yeah.
She's not doing anything. She's living her life, doing what she wants to do.
She did all her deeds.
She's done that already. So she's not trying to do anything. That's why people are trying to throw her into the midst of politics. Oh, she could be president. No, she couldn't. I love Oprah, and I don't think she could be president. I mean, I think she might be good at it, but it takes a lot more than just having a kind heart. You got to be, the president is a different thing. And this is why I said, as much as I would never vote for Donald Trump. He is an American. He has the right to go out and try to campaign to become president. But he really is not good at it, man. He's really not good at too much of anything. You know what I'm saying? You look at his list of failures, it's long. It's long.
Yes, it's almost endless. Yes.
I mean, my God.
You don't need much, though, to influence millions of people politically. You just give out stupid one-liners, and they'll just cheer for you.
No, it's true. Yeah. Go on.
This is what I call backlash. And maybe I'm simplifying the whole thing, overgeneralizing the whole thing. President Obama was such a good president. There's a lot of more. I'll say he was very consequential. And there's a lot of other things that he could have done. One of the criticisms in the black community is he didn't do enough for the black community. Well, he wasn't going to just wake up and say every brother gets $10,000. He just wasn't going to. Then you think you're wrong head. But some of the things that he did were very consequential, and he was very good. He had no scandals. His family was, we watched them grow up. We watched him. And then the backlash was, we got to find a white guy who will do better than him. And no matter what he does, we're going to say it's okay. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a comparison thing. You know what I'm saying? Because Obama was he was so critical of Trump from the very beginning, even when at that correspondence dinner, when Mitt Romney think about it, Mitt Romney was the standard bearer for the Republican Party.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. Nobody, by the way, your younger kids, the students in Troy Bellamy's classes probably don't even know who Mitt Romney is. I mean, the guy's a total non-entity at this point in history. So go on. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely not. I have no idea. But imagine Mitt Romney was a standard bearer, and during the correspondence dinner, Obama kind of laid into Trump, and because I guess maybe he had an inkling that he was going to run or whatever. And Trump has always held his jaws really tight about that. And, I think there's a vested interest in making sure that this guy, no matter what he does, is successful in comparison to Obama. That's why people will hold him up to this esteem. I mean, how much of a wimp do you have to be? like Ted Cruz's, like the Marco Rubios of the world. This man called Ted Cruz's wife a dog on TV. This man said that Ted Cruz's dad helped kill Kennedy. And this guy and that guy who sniffed Andrew Caldwell's seat. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. How can you go home to your wife? How can you look yourself in the mirror? I mean, does Trump have that much power? What kind of power does he have that he could tell you that your wife is ugly?
Yeah, go on.
All kinds of things. Yeah. Lying, he called the man a liar. And Ted Cruz fell right back in line. It's ridiculous, man. Lindsey Graham, God love Lady Lindsey. Lady Lindsey doesn't know if she likes Trump. She doesn't know if she hates Trump. She doesn't know if Trump's a criminal. She don't know if Trump's a hero. Lady Lindsay she's definitely transgender. She doesn't know what she wants. She just, Lindsey Graham has lambasted Trump as a racist, xenophobic sycophant, and now he comes on TV crying, "Please donate to Donald Trump. You gotta get it back." This guy has got to be. How can people not see that? How can people see this? How much of a hypocrite do you have to be? This 1 minute say he started January 6th and he should not be allowed to do anything in politics, and then the next minute now you're campaigning for the guy. That's ridiculous.
Yes, it's a sad world, and obviously, of course, all of this is very dangerous. We are in, like our friend Sammy Romero says, he works, of course, with airlines, where, of course, it's Asian Airlines, and he hears this interesting times being bandied about always. It, of course, does not do justice to the gravity of the situation. We're in perilous times, and the situation is critical. It's, as I said, we've been here before, but it wasn't us. It was China that suffered both a civil war and a world war simultaneously. And in that case, China was a front. Now, we are in a rather fortunate position that America will be a front, but not necessarily in the sense that China was. Neither Russia nor China can really project force to the United States. If anything, probably I would envision the Russians, of course, could play havoc with the internet. The people who would probably be best at projecting force onto the American home front would, of all people, be someone like the Iranians, if they were really driven to do so. Backs against the wall, they could start a campaign of terrorism to a degree. But, of course, the biggest problem is Israel, which, of course, is dragging the world into a world war. And it's a situation that just gets worse by the day. We're in of course, geopolitics, once I get started on it, I could go on about it for hours. If I amble into monologue, I'll start going into it. But here on the home front, we're just in an extreme situation. I can tell you this I can give the details during the monologue, but I do want people to understand one thing. Trump is well aware of people who are, shall we say, Wall Street junkies and the like. And all of these financial people, some of them, they're very good at calculating using by following the stock market. And certainly some people have concluded, based upon the history of the stock market as a predictor of elections, that Trump is going to lose. I'll go a bit into that later during the monologue, if I get that far tonight. And just so people know, they can look this up themselves. Probably one of the major researchers on it would be, if I remember, I think it was Mark Holbert. And Mark Holbert analyzed the U.S. stock market, and he feels confident Trump is going to lose. Now, the interesting thing is, if anyone would hear this or listen to it, it would be Trump, because that's his processing. It's kind of thinking in those kinds of terms, stock market and Wall Street and the like. And even though he's real bad at business, doesn't mean he's unaware or ignorant of the stock market, because in fact, he's almost obsessed with it. So I know he would have heard of this kind of calculus and analysis. But he's definitely preparing to lose. His entire campaign is based on losing the election. And that's when the war starts. It's basically, he's going to claim that it's rigged. He's going to claim that there's no way he could win it. Of course, if he wins it by sheer accident, which could still happen, just, one single electoral vote, or the Russians hack him in just over the edge, a photo finish. A combination of those factors could easily get him in. As I said, even the polls, he's 1% ahead of Joe Biden right now, which is unfucking believable. So you have a situation where, yes, he could still very well fucking win, but he's preparing to lose. So it works out for him either way. If he wins, he wins. If he loses, he'll just say the game is rigged and then call on all of his followers, his cultists, to commit to violence. And we'll have January 6th all over again, except orders of magnitude worse. And then you've got the Civil War as portrayed in the television series. So we're heading towards that in November. It's like, just pray that the months last as long as possible before then, because you don't want November to come. It's one of these things where... Jesus, we're in a situation right now that's, and when I conduct these analyses, it's, how do I say it? Well, of course, Nemo, Troy, Realtek, I mean, any observations you have on this, they're all welcome, of course. And,
you said something very interesting, about, this election.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest benefactors of Trump being in office, I always thought that there were only three entities that benefited from Trump being in office. And that was England, Russia, and Israel.
Yes.
Israel especially. And you gotta remember now, I'm not prejudiced or racist in any way, but it's been pretty well
obvious
that there will probably never be a Jewish president. I think that's one of the reasons why McCain was so kind of abandoned by the Republicans, because really he was going to actually, instead of taking on Sarah Palin, he was actually going to ask Joe Lieberman to be his vice president. Remember, Joe Lieberman switched parties from Democrat to Republican. He was going to ask Joe.
Speaking of that too, Trump was saying that all the people that were protesting the foreign exchange students in, against Israel, he was saying if he becomes president, he's going to deport them back.
Yes,
insane, man.
That's right. He was making these claims. Thank you for that, Troy Bellamy. Continue with what you were saying about there's never going to be a Jewish president. I'm not quite sure that. Yeah.
If people never thought it would be a black president, it's possible that could be a great Jewish president that would come about. But for right now, the prejudices.
If you ask me, it would be somewhat redundant since they already run the fucking government in every way imaginable. But good.
But there's always somebody close to the office. Stephen Miller is Trump's policy man. He's the one that's putting forth all this stuff. And, if most Republicans knew Stephen Miller was a Jew, they'd abandon Trump.
I don't know about that. I mean, Jesus Christ, think about
it. Like I said this before in a previous show. Most of these racists, they love Israel because as they're Christian, these evangelical Christians, they're taught if you bless Israel, God will bless you.
Yes.
They love Israel.
Yes. Go on.
They hate Jews. They love Israel, but they hate Jews. Jews will not replace us. Y'all remember that?
I certainly remember that. Yes. Continue.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So again, it's an interesting dichotomy that they love Israel, but they hate Jews. And Stephen Miller is the kind of person that's putting forth policies and other stuff that's very xenophobic, very prejudicial. It's almost hearkening back to Civil War times, the states' rights era, and you wonder where is this coming from? It's all coming from the mind of Stephen. I knew Trump was going to be a problem, but Stephen Miller gave a press conference way back in 2016, and he said the powers of the president will not be questioned. Go back and look that video up. He had a press conference. And he didn't flinch his face one bit. He said the powers of the president will not be questioned. And it was like he was saying Trump can do whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he did all the stuff that we're seeing now, him fighting for immunity or absolute power, as well as freeing the January 6th people and overturning settled law through his appointments to the Supreme Court, is all a part of this whole thing. This Netanyahu visit coming up in the next couple weeks is going to be huge. It's going to be huge.
Yes.
So I don't know what it's going to entail, but something's going to come out of that that's going to affect policy and politics in the United States for a long time. If we reject Netanyahu and all his evil doings in prosecuting that war over much so in Palestine, that's one way. If he loses his election, that's a whole nother set of things. So these are some very interesting times.
Yes, no, thank you for sharing that, of course. Just to respond to that, let's put it this way. I understand what Troy is saying, and what he's pointing out, there's certainly truth in it. Obviously, there's this bizarre schizophrenic perspective of pro-Israeli, what some would consider a kind of Judeo-phobic, undercurrent. Of course, the Jews will not replace us was what was stated by these neo-Nazis carrying their tiki torches. This was something that was going on at Charlottesville and these various other areas. And it's extraordinarily bizarre because these were pro-Russian people. If you might remember, Troy, the full chant was, "The Jews will not replace us. The Russians are our friends." So that was the full chant, which is just beyond bizarre. You're at that point living, it's a pretzel. You're in a logic pretzel at that point because of Putin's incestuous relationship with Israel. So what the fuck are these people saying? It doesn't even make sense. It's kind of like, trying to claim that, if you try to think of something similar, it's hard to think of a similar parallel. What would be the parallel to that? Claiming that, for instance, the majority of crime is committed by blacks, but our best friends are in Nigeria or something. It's something that doesn't even make any sense. But what brings it out?
They all come from, their families all come from Russia.
Whose families?
A lot of the actors and actresses and people you see in Hollywood.
Yeah, the Jewish actors. Yes, go on.
Yeah, their families come out of Russia.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Ashkenazi
they're all
Jews,
communists.
Eastern European.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're all communists also.
Yes.
That's right.
Well,
yes, it was that way.
Yes, thank you. So this is, of course, what's happened to the radicalized right. It's been co-opted by the Russians. Of course, there's been a lot of mutation from the old Bolshevism, but it's an even bigger threat now with what it's mutated into in its own way. Now, in terms of the Trump White House, Kissinger, of course, the former Secretary of State and National Security Advisor to the presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, I'm just saying this for the sake of our younger listeners, he said when he was interviewed by the journalist Michael Wolff, a Jew, on the subject, he's quoted in the book that Wolff published about President Trump and his circle. Kissinger said about the Trump administration, "It is a war between the Jews and the non-Jews." By the way, for those of you who want to look this up, it's in a book titled Fire and Fury, subtitled Inside the Trump White House, but based on a contemporary report in the British daily newspaper, the Manchester Guardian. It's basically, they were analyzing it. They thought that maybe Kissinger was attempting to characterize the clash between the former Trump chief advisor Steve Bannon on the one side, who's basically a Jew fuck and worshipped Israel. He worships Israel to the point of that's his golden calf. And you had these Jewish Trump family members, Jared Kushner, who's really a bitch, and Ivanka Trump on the other. At any rate, and just to put it in perspective for our younger listeners, in case you didn't know it, Kissinger is a kike whose roles in American interventions in Chile, Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, among other nations, led to millions and millions of deaths. So you're talking about a genocidal maniac who gets away with it simply because he's a fucking kike. Now, that being said, Jonathan Sarna, a professor of Jewish history at Brandeis University, noted that Kissinger's own political rise, was coincident with a certain sort of Jews' defection to the Republican Party. This is what Troy was alluding to in many of these cases. This is what happens. There's no honor among thieves. But at any rate, when it comes to Kissinger and what he sees in the White House as some kind of scuffle, a battle of a sort for the soul of the Republican Party between maybe a Jewish-inflected moderate wing and a culturally non-Jewish hardcore, well, it's all bullshit, because Sarna himself said Jewish Republicans have been different from the kind of paleo-conservative Republicans, goes back a long way. But anyhow, when you get to the real close observers of what was the Trump White House, you got the Jewish Daily Forward. That's an American news media organization exclusively serving a Jewish American audience since 1897. And they said the Trump administration is 100% Jewish. There are so many Jews in that administration, you couldn't have Jews versus non-Jews because there were no non-Jews. They're all fucking kikes. So basically, you've got Kushner, Ivanka Trump's allies, among them who was Trump's chief economic advisor, Gary Cohn, all these New York Jews, the Bannon team, inside and outside the White House. It's all fucking kikes. Stephen Miller, the senior Trump advisor, the last remaining Bannonite in the White House, a fucking kike. Bannon's post-White House colleagues at the news organization at Breitbart Media, including the Breitbart editor-in-chief, Alex Marlow, well, fucking kikes. So the idea of any fight between Jews and non-Jews, Kissinger's out of his mind. He's just, in his mind, what is he defining as Jewish? It's basically anyone who's running your United States government is Jewish. It's not like this is some creepy little cabal. They're your fucking government. It's basically, go Jew or go home. You're not getting into government unless you're a fucking kike. So we've got a Jewish occupation government, and it's running America into the ground. It's because of this, of course, we're so involved, fully committed to supporting Israeli genocide over an entire peoples in the Middle East. The situation cannot stand. It's only supported by a gerontocracy of extraordinarily old Democrats and Republicans who are bipartisan in this support. So basically, a lot of these people are going to die off in the next few years. Well, some of them, it'll take too long for them to die, maybe about 10. But certainly, look at how old they are. 10 years? Certainly within 20 years. And I'm certain, actually much sooner than that, more like 10, the majority of them will be dead. People just aren't buying into the Jew shit anymore, and it's getting to a point where we're going to see massive changes. This is one reason why I haven't hidden the fact that I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. It's not something that's necessarily going to be all that negative a burden as time progresses. But might as well get the news out about it now. But when it comes to the government situation that we're in, it's a horror story. We are basically involved in an occupation by a maniacal minority of people who seek basically an apocalyptic eradication of the majority of humanity. And they believe that they will come out of it on top somehow. this is what we're contending with. These are not interesting times. They are apocalyptic times. We're dealing with, an apocalypse. So this is something that we all have to be aware of, and we all have to commit to basically realizing we're on the same side, which is human survival, our own survival, and we have to understand who the enemy is. We don't need to always voice it, say, as bluntly as Nemo does, but I've been pretty fucking blunt. And yes, I've always been pretty blunt about this. And it's something that I don't even know why the channel is allowed to survive, really. But at the same time, I do know that they've been monitoring it for, like I said, policies that they then take and run with. The Republicans now say if Trump wins, they're going to reinstate the draft, which is something I've been advising forever. The Tories in Britain are trying to, through Rishi Sunak, just parrot my advisements concerning social engineering programs. A three-way draft, woman into a national constabulary, men into the military, and conscientious objectors into civil service. And, these are just parroted verbatim by Rishi Sunak. So we've got this, they're just taking my ideas and running with it without giving me any credit. And these are the radicalized right. These are the conservatives in Britain and America. And so maybe that's why my show is allowed to continue. But other than that, they did try to do me in with what they were trying to do with the website. So by the way, forgive me. Again, I've been really busy the last few days, and I do lose track of what who heard what I said. So Troy, were you able to hear the opening hours? Did you hear what happened with my website?
No, I didn't hear what happened, but I know there's always something that goes on funny with your website, especially when you're...
well, just so you know, what happened was that without going into the whole story about it, but I got basically preemptively charged earlier than I should have been. So they went into my PayPal account, which I had just withdrawn all the money out of that could easily have paid what they were trying to bill me. I put it into the bank account because of something else that I was worried about concerning what happened last year when Microsoft, when I was having Skype problems, recommended that I just officially link me to what turned out to be a Pakistani criminal group that went into my computer, charged me $300 and did absolutely nothing. But because they had, even though I changed the password into my PayPal account, I was afraid they might still be able to break into it. So I put the money in the bank account, and then that's when I got charged by Bluehost to renew my website, the annual charge for my website. And then, so I called them and explained the situation to them and told them it would take 5 days to get the money out of my bank account into PayPal again. That was this time. Next time it's not going to be like that because I've linked my bank account to my personal PayPal card. I would just have to direct them to a different PayPal card. But this time it took 5 working days. Now, during those 5 working days, they tried probably some automated system to charge my empty PayPal card again. And it was at that time that some kind of hacking took place. So what happened was when the money was put into my PayPal account, I called Bluehost and said, okay, now I'm ready. Let's get this over with. And they said, okay, we're charging you $1,000. And I said, last time you were only trying to charge me 200 something, basically, 200 something, which the $300 I had in the account could easily have covered. I said, why are you raising the price so exponentially? And they said, well, you've expanded your website so exponentially. We had to move you into a professional grade website. You've got 88 gigabytes. So by the way, just think of that number. 88 in neo-Nazi terms means the 8th letter of the alphabet. Hitler. Yeah, double H. Yeah. 2 H's, Heil Hitler. Or Heather Holman, one or the other. I think Heather's a lot scarier. Yeah. Heather's a lot scarier to me. But, all that being said, it's almost like a taunt. But 88 gigabytes is an enormous amount of data. And so I said, I didn't put any of it.
Yeah, just for surfing.
Thank you.
Like not downloading.
Thank you. And I told them I put none of that in my website. I haven't touched my website in 2 fucking years. I maintain it so I can get contributions from it. And other reasons, it maintains my presence on the net, but I don't know what to do with it. And until I find some younger person, again, it was set up by some young crazy cunt who severed from me after setting it up, and I had to change the password to make certain she couldn't break into it after that. But basically, it's just there, but it's I'm not doing anything with it. And so I had to spend all day on Friday with Bluehost, and they finally said, you know, just like with the PayPal had been hacked once from their side, not mine. It's not like somebody went into my account by hacking my password with PayPal. It was somebody from their end hacked and then said my account needed to be under inspection and all this crap, and they found out it was all just bullshit. It was hacked from their side. Same thing here. They said somebody hacked it from our side, so they finally gave me the original price at a discount, no less. They gave me a discount, so it was only like $170-something that they charged me. But it's costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars on their end because they have to go in and empty not only all that data, but they have to find out who in their staff inserted the data or who hacked into their system, which means they have to set up a whole new security system and change all their passwords. So they said it's going to cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. And basically what happened was it was 88 gigabytes from 4 sources is what they said, but they did warn me that this doesn't mean that it came from those sources. It was like Brendan Zogit said, this could easily have been a VPN, as he calls it, which is a virtual private network, which means any IP can disguise as any country's server. But basically they're saying from what's apparent is that it was from Russia, China, Israel, and the United States government, each one of these sources dumping in approximately 11 gigabytes of what is only 2 things, surveillance systems and child porn. And that it was programmed to all upload onto the website and present itself on Father's Day. So on Father's Day, I was supposed to get this Daddy's Day gift of a bunch of older men fucking underage kids, which would in turn alert all the security systems in Israel, China, Russia, and the federal government of the United States. The other 3 parties could use it as propaganda. Russia, China, and Israel, who are all aware of me, could easily say, hey, this guy in America who claims he's a son of Adolf Hitler is this pedo pervert. And the United States government could use the warning of their surveillance network to come in and arrest me. So all of this was set to go off, and it's just the convergence of events where they charge me early, which, again, I don't know how familiar Troy Bellamy is with the phenomenon of the Dietrich Artelect. That's all I could think of that could have arranged for them to charge me early by accident so that this was preempted.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, thank you. So if Troy is familiar with that, he understands what I'm talking about. So this is a situation where obviously it borders on the supernatural in terms of almost miraculous that I was spared this fate. But this is how seriously they're taking me at this point. Now, Peter Moon made an observation, which is well taken, that this could have been Peter Thiel, the man who founded PayPal, who was angry because I exposed Jared Kushner as transsexual, and his former lover. And that Peter Thiel once took down the magazine known as Gawker because they exposed the fact that he was gay. So maybe he wants to take me down because I exposed what I did about Jared Kushner. By the way, Troy says, I'm getting sleepy again. Good night to all. Can't wait for Wednesday. We love you dearly, Troy. Stay safe and be well. Say good morning to everyone before you leave, if you would be so kind.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, have a great day. God bless you.
Thank you.
Have a good night, Troy.
Yes, bless you as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Troy.
Yeah.
Thanks for being on.
Thank you. Okay. So that was Troy Bellamy, our educator on Team Dietrich, and Nemo and Realtek are educators in their own right, as is Aristides. Don't want to give too much away about his background for security reasons. Gave enough away by saying he's a father of a daughter, and I'm glad that worked out well. Well enough, apparently. So, what was it Nemo saying here? Yemen's Houthis rebels hit 2 American ships in the Gulf and Aden. They say they will hit all USA and Israeli ships crossing the Red Sea, Persian Gulf, and the Gulf of Aden. And in a statement, the Houthi military spokesperson, Yahya Sari, said the militant group fired ballistic missiles at the American destroyer, naval missiles at a ship called the Captain Paris, and drones at a ship called the Happy Condor.
That's recent news that I found.
Okay, thank you. And so then Troy says, correction, Al Gore lost the election because Lieberman was his running mate. Actually, how could he say that? When Troy comes back on, Troy, Al Gore won the election and it was stolen by a Bush judge in Florida. It was in your state that they stole the election from Al Gore, who was so fucking chicken shit. He basically betrayed us all by not contesting it. Al Gore should have contested that, stood up and fought that tooth and claw. He should have been out for blood. So he actually won that election, and it was stolen by the Republicans, which is the only way they can win elections, really. So it's that's what we'll bring up with Troy next time he's on. We'll bring that up on Wednesday if he rejoins us.
What's about Al Gore?
Mm-hmm.
And I used to see him walking around a lot with a solid metal briefcase, and apparently they contain blood, and because apparently he's a, what is it called, people that don't coagulate their blood when they get a cut and they keep bleeding?
Hemophiliacs.
Apparently,
Hemophiliacs.
Yeah, hemophiliac. Apparently that was his reason why he carried blood around. But others reckon it's something else he was carrying in the briefcase. What do you thought on that? Did you see him carrying that metal briefcase around in public?
That was the inspiration behind one of the inspirations. Even though they made the character look far more like John Kerry, it was actually inspired by Al Gore. So that was the inspiration for the film Shoot 'Em Up, which I was an advisor on. Shoot 'Em Up was filmed in Canada. And for a while there, while my parents were dying, there was nothing I could do to bring in money other than basically act as an unacknowledged consultant for a number of TV productions and films. Now, I brought all these up in the past, or at least the majority of them, that I remembered, because there were a few that I actually didn't even consciously remember that sometimes people bring up to me or ask about. Then there's other films that people think are so detraconic they thought I was involved, and I was not. But one of those would have been Hedon's Cabin in the Woods. So I had nothing to do with the Cabin in the Woods film. And of course, but just so people understand, Shoot 'Em Up, I'll provide I wish I could fucking provide a link to the film. I'd have to look up, maybe it's on, every once in a while you can find these films like on the net. It used to be easier to do that. All I can do right now is provide a link right here to make it easier for people to look for it, and see if you can rent it or something on the internet. And obviously I would recommend it because I was part of its production. But such being said, I want people to understand that it's one of these films that... Fuck, will this enter? Let's see if this enters here. What? Oh, okay, that's what happened. Let's see if this even enters into the... Okay, so it looks like it went through. And so what I do want people to review the film. It did not sell well. It was a blockbuster, what would you call it? Flop. Blockbuster failure. Because
is that the guy who keeps eating carrots because it improves his eyesight or some shit?
That's it. That's the one.
But, I saw that years ago, but I don't remember much about it.
Yeah,
just him eating a fucking carrot.
Yeah, it was a joke because in those days, a lot of people, and this carried through in the early Revolution radio days. Now, I don't believe you were following me in the really early Revolution days, Nemo. Were you? But if you were...
Well, I was just downloading any content I could find of you on YouTube since late 2012.
Okay. So maybe that you've seen it, but if you might remember the old Revolution radio transmissions, when they were uploaded, you would see these stills advertising the different shows on Revolution Radio, and they were always pretty warped, crazed, psychedelic, disturbing images that were produced mostly by this freak named Ahmad Painter. And Ahmad Painter would just use very primitive image production technology, pre-AI, to produce these cheap shit images. But the one involving the Douglas Dietrich show would show Bugs Bunny. And that was a running joke, was that there were these connections between myself and Bugs Bunny that were constantly being made. That was the running theme in Shoot 'em Up, is that the guy is supposed to be a human Bugs Bunny type character, except not, of course, not, of course, in a funny sense, so much as a kind of like a satirical sense where he's always beating the odds and everyone else around him is an idiot. Because Bugs Bunny had that theme going on where he was always outsmarting everybody, and he was always gnawing on carrots. So this kind of lackadaisical, casual contempt for his enemies, that was what the character was trying to portray. Nemo brings up John Wick. I killed 3 men in a bar with a pencil. I mean, I personally, of course, I don't prefer that actor. What was the actor again who plays him? I always forget. I bleach him from my mind.
Clive Owen.
Oh no! It's that half Asian guy who played in The Matrix.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves. Yes, thank you. I couldn't get that out without you because I just can't stand the guy. It's kind of like Tom Cruise. It's like Keanu Reeves is like what's her name met him. What was her name? I can't. She appeared every once in a while on the show, poor dear. And she was the daughter of V showed her age by actually knowing who the actor was. She was the daughter of what in his day would have been considered a famous actor. Nobody knows him now. Oh my God. I'll have to try and remember her name or ask around. The problem was that a lot of these ladies who used to surround...
Tony Curtis?
No. Good call, but no. It was somebody who, somebody who was like she used to talk regularly on my show, and she got really upset at one point over something fairly silly in my opinion, but Judith Hager would remember names like that immediately, and that's why it was good to surround myself with ladies like that, because they're good at that. They'd remember names of people like this because they hold on to things like that, whereas I tend to let them go. But anyhow, this one lady, she had met Keanu Reeves and was talking about how his skin was all pockmarked, and that's why he grew the beard. It was really to hide the fact of how pockmarked he looked and everything. And a lot of these actors, it's just like they get used because they're safe. With Keanu Reeves, he's just a vacuum. People reflect into him what they want to see because there's nothing there. And so Keanu Reeves just goes up and down the coast doing his little rock band thing. For those of you who don't know, he's got his own little rock band and just goes up and down the Pacific coast. And,
Johnny Depp and fucking other celebrities do the same shit.
Yeah, it's
Make
like...
their own band.
Thank you.
He got a comic book also called Berserker.
Who? What?
He has a comic book also called Berserker.
Oh, okay, but that's not based on the anime. Where the illustrator died.
No. That's Berserk.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's spelled differently, and that's that anime is magnificent.
Like the old Viking term, the way it's spelled Berserker.
The band.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Well,
I had to look it up, but in the comic book, there was a few. I've been meaning to buy one from him. It's a metal cover with the blue one, but the gold one he got, it sold like right away. The blue one's just been sitting there with him. He's from New York Comic Con last year. Exclusive. It was like one of like 5, one of 10 that were made. So
okay.
I think he bought for like
Weird.
400 or 500, or so for like a 1,500 or whatever it was. So I mean, but it's a quick flip with that one.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. I mean, that sounds intriguing. I'll look it up and see what kind of... Does he write these comic books? Illustrate them? Or...
Yeah. I think he wrote it, or co-wrote something with that, yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, thank you. It's like, probably I'll do myself a favor by missing it, but such is a...
I have it. I think I wanted it from my local comic book store when I I go bananas sometimes bidding on stuff.
Understood.
You know?
Understood. No, that's fine. That's fine. And
a lot of free stuff. So,
yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Well, they're good. They're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No worries.
On a tangent.
Yeah. So with Shoot 'em Up, just so people know, one of the reasons it flopped was because it has a very anti-gun message. So it's very paradoxical. The individual is supposed to be an expert marksman, and he generally hits what he sees. But at the same time, it's a very profoundly anti-firearms message in the sense of the kind of overproduction and sales of firearms that goes on in the United States. See, if it were filmed in the United States, they couldn't have gotten away with that message. That's why it had to be filmed in Canada. Also, it's cheaper to film in Canada in general anyway. But all that being said...
How about Children of Men? Did you consult on that one?
I'm sorry? Children of Men?
Children of Men.
No,
yeah.
No, I did not. No, not that one. But
I've been watching Shoot 'em Up. Yeah, from 2007.
Okay.
I
haven't
seen it in a long time, but I thought it was fucking wacky as God knows what. But yeah, I did get that message from that.
Okay.
You're right about that.
Yeah, and so the other point of Shoot 'em Up was that the villain, or one of the villains, basically almost everyone aside from, as our friend Nemo pointed out, Clive Owen, aside from Bugs Bunny, the Bugs Bunny character, so to speak, who's a human being, who's, quote unquote. There's a joke in there that a lot of people probably won't get. The movie was produced shortly after the British nanny had shaken that baby to death. So there's a scene where he says, "I'm a British nanny and I'm very dangerous." So there was some contemporary humor people today might not get without knowing the context. But the one of the points of the film, like I said, almost everybody who's not Clive Owen is a villain in that film, aside from the lady that he's with, the prostitute. But when it comes to one of the primary villains, are kind of like a figurehead, more of a puppet of the villains, the John Kerry-looking character. He is constantly in need of bone marrow transplants from babies who match his bone marrow. So they're basically impregnating women with his sperm so that the babies they deliver will have the bone marrow he needs for his bone marrow transplants. So that's the point in the film, is that his sperm is being used to artificially inseminate impoverished women who then act as in vitro fertilization for his bone marrow babies, which are then sacrificed because by taking the bone marrow, they kill the baby. So he's constantly killing babies that are his children. So this is based on the old myth of cronism. Kronos, of course, gave birth to children, but because he was given the prophecy that one of his children would kill him to take the throne, and Kronos is Father Time, for those who don't know it. Kronos means time. Father Time would devour his children. This is why we get the image of time devours us all, time devours its children. Kronos, or the term cronism, is also used for not cronies, but CHRONISM. Cronism refers to animals that give birth to so many babies that they eat their own babies, or at least a large number of them. Parents will do this who are human, in the sense that their children wind up being their care providers, and they destroy the futures and lives of their children who dedicate themselves to providing care for the parents. So some children, their lives are destroyed by their parents because they invest all of the best years of their life, productive years that they should be working or establishing their own families, with care providing for their parents. That's called a form of cronism, where the parents devour the children in a human sense. But this is a more of a literal cronism, where the guy's sperm is being used to produce his bone marrow babies, which he then consumes the bone marrow of through transplants, and the baby dies in the process. So in the film Shoot 'em Up, that is this one of his bone marrow babies is saved by the British main character, who's the Bugs Bunny character, so to speak, and the prostitute who he employs to milk feed the baby, to breastfeed the baby. And so it's, but it has to do with human child trafficking for medical purposes at the highest level of politics, involving ultimately the President of the United States, which brings it very close to a presidential assassination movie. So this is something that altogether the film hit so many issues that were just so deeply disturbing. The public just out and out rejected it. They couldn't watch it. So it flopped because it's simply the gravity, the intensity, it was simply too much for the public to take. It brought in, of course, several firearms issues in detail through my consultation, including firearms that can only fire by the owner's thumbprint, which were being released by some firearms companies as a gimmick to just say guns are safe after all, this kind of bullshit. That's taken advantage of in the film to shock effect, etc. The main character of the film displays complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which is basically shown in the film most blatantly when he has the prostitute in the passenger seat carrying an infant, and he's crashing into cars basically using her side of the car, meaning he could do serious damage to her and the infant child, but he just doesn't give a shit because he's that complexly post-traumatically stress disordered. I don't know how many people catch that in the film. I think very few people do, but it's one of the major points of the film is that the person is damaged. So everyone in that film, of course, is either pathological or damaged in one degree or another. So that's part of the point of the film, is that it's an extraordinarily normality-free film. There is no one in that film that is in any way, shape, or form relatable to your average person. The prostitute, obviously, is not relatable for various reasons. The main character is not relatable at all for many reasons. The villains, of course, are not relatable at all to your average person, and of course are meant to be as repulsive as possible. And after that, you really don't have anyone else in the film, so it's just the public could not handle it. But what it does show is my reality. This is the reality I had to live with. It's the reality of people who are taking other people's body parts. It's the reality of people who are trafficking in people as products, and people produced as products. And this is something that all of the tropes that QAnon is infatuated with, obsessed with, are in that film, and yet it wouldn't sell. Why? Because several factors. Too real. People want some kind of stupid universe in which there's good guys and bad guys, and the good guys are fucking, I don't know, Apollonian sun gods and Dudley Do-Rights or something. People without flaws. And that's not the world that we live in. Everybody who's involved in or is capable of doing anything about what people could try to claim they're concerned about, like human child sex trafficking, well, the people who are going to be handling that or can do something about it are going to be extraordinarily damaged themselves. And it's just not going to have anyone else that's dealing with it or can deal with it. Most other people confronted with it just shut down. You had that absolutely bizarre... What was this? You guys help me out here. We had Michelle Carmela Saldana on for a while to speak about this issue. And it was called that human child sex trafficking film that was produced that was this big hit. And this big football player motherfucker was claiming that he had rescued thousands and thousands of kids and shit. What was that called again? Yeah, what was that shit called?
I can't remember. Sound of Freedom?
Yes, that was it. Sound of Freedom. Oh my fucking God. What? I mean, that
movie fucking sucks, man.
Thank you.
So fucking boring, man. I couldn't stand it.
He's full of shit. There's no way he could rescue all those children by himself.
Yeah, it's full of shit, that movie. And it made the budget was only like $15-20 million, and it made like $600 million worldwide. I mean,
outrageous.
Disney really fucked up on that one, though. At least as to marketing it, you know, it got lost in limbo because of the merger with 20th Century Fox and Disney. So,
well, definitely when it comes to that, it's exemplary. of what I'm trying to talk about in terms of the bullshit angle of this whole affair. When you've got somebody like that guy, whose name I don't even remember.
Oh, speaking of that,
Yeah,
also, I mean, I'm
fine.
it's on my mind. There was a whole campaign about on social media, which was a bunch of fucking lies. They were saying that people, all these right people, or whatever it was, just saying that the movie was being suppressed. Fire alarms going off, people were not allowed to watch it, and there are interruptions, this and that, a whole bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, for those of you who don't know, the big football motherfucker behind it, who, as I said, I couldn't understand why he allowed himself to be portrayed by this wimpish little male model kind of guy in the film, Tim Ballard withdrew his affiliation from the Sound of Freedom film because it turned out it was funded by a bunch of pedophiles, for those of you who don't know.
Yeah, some people got caught and charged
Yeah.
for child
Thank you.
sex stuff. Yeah.
Beyond that, for those of you who do not know, Tim Ballard has been sued by 5 women who basically said that he's guilty of sexual assault and battery. So you're talking about a serial rapist who makes a film about himself rescuing thousands of children. So, talk about a balls up, a cock up. What a joke. What a sick fucking joke. And it's always the same. It's always the same. So, Shoot 'Em Up, which, if anyone watches it, it has all the elements of something that should have made the amount of money that Sound of Freedom made. It's certainly far more, infinitely more entertaining. Yeah, Sound of Freedom's just a piece of shit, which is unwatchable, and has to have a phony campaign behind it so that people claim it's being suppressed, so that people will force themselves to watch it, because people feel obligated to watch something that's suppressed. And the guy behind that is just this phony serial sex predator who then goes out and says, I've saved all these children. More like he's raped all these children. That's what it comes down to. First off, the guy was supposed to be a family man with a family of something like 6 kids all his own. Now, if you're a woman who's got a husband who's constantly going out all over the world to rescue other people's kids and is never home to help raise your kids, how would you feel about that? That is not going to work. Beyond which, the guy, as I've said before, just to put this into perspective all again, when I was confronted with Michael Hemmingson in Revolution Radio trying to start a flame war, where the motherfucker is asking me, yeah, what kind of mercenary work did you do in Nicaragua? And I told him I never did any fucking mercenary work in Nicaragua. I had this chick that I was hot for, and she was taking me down to meet her parents, and that's why I was in Nicaragua. I wasn't involved with any mercenary activity in fucking Nicaragua. But one of the things I brought up was, one of the things that prevented us from getting married was not that her parents rejected me, she did. Because she got incredibly offended and irrationally jealous and took everything the wrong way in terms of my being down in Nicaragua and being approached by multiple parents offering me their daughters. Because, I'm down in Nicaragua, and let me tell you something. These girls mature quick. It's the fucking heat. They develop really quick down there. And so I would be eyeing them or eyeballing them. Parents would see that and they would say, you like my daughter? Please take her, marry her, take her to the United States, please. And it's not that they're pimping her. People have to understand, as they themselves would explain, no matter whether it's the death squads or the communists, she's going to be raped in days anyway. Whoever comes through the village next is just going to take all the girls out and gang rape them. They'll be impregnated by strange fathers who will immediately leave, and we'll have to deal with trying to get them abortions in a profoundly Roman Catholic country. These girls are so fucked by dint of where they're at. Their parents, who care about them deeply, are trying to get them a better future by turning them over to any American they see. You like her? Please take her. There's nothing better that could happen for her. Even if the man is abusive, she'd have a chance to escape in North America, better than in Nicaragua. Now, the biggest problem is, what if I said yes to something like that? Forget, any sense of morality in any conventional sense. I don't have that. I, of course, purchased my son off the streets as an underage girl before she had her sexual affirmation surgery. Of course, I didn't know she had gender dysphoria. It was something we dealt with over the years. But this was the child being prostituted out that I tried to get help for, but she had no paperwork, no birth certificate, no ID. They suspected she sourced out of Armenia for different reasons I don't need to go into. And we're going to deport her. So basically we took her into our criminal ring and raised her as best as we could. She ultimately saved enough money through her prostitution, allowed to keep the majority of her money to have the gender affirmation surgery, and then got married. At this point, it was 9 years ago, with the upcoming 9th anniversary coming up in days. Now, that being said, obviously my sense of morality is not conventional. So let's just say I went for one of these young girls, all of them under 18, offered by their parents, take her to America, please, you have our blessing. How could I get them out? You're talking about a situation where, what am I supposed to do? Put her in a suitcase? How do I get her out of Nicaragua? You're left with two options. You somehow bribe a pirate captain who automatically becomes an international pirate the moment he takes on someone like that, you're basically performing an abduction. How do you get a boat to get you out of there? You have to bribe a captain of a boat, in which case, like I said, he becomes a pirate legally at that point, involved in abduction. Or you have to migrate all the way up north through fucking Mexico and several other Central American countries along the way, confronted by the Mexican army, the border patrol. Think of the difficulty of my just trying to get one young bitch out of Nicaragua. And you're going to tell me this motherfucker with the Sound of Freedom rescues thousands of kids on a daily basis, just going all over the world and just saying, oh, that poor kid, let's go, and just takes them by the hundreds back to the United States or wherever. First off, where is he rescuing them from? Where is he taking them to? How the fuck is he doing this without being accused of mass abduction and human child trafficking himself? Do you understand the impossibility of this man's claims? So,
yeah.
Thank you. It's simply impossible. But people like him because he's a big white guy who looks like a football player. Now, you get this more effeminate, cross-dressing guy, the son of Adolf Hitler, who shuts down the most important military base outside of the Pentagon, the Presidio of San Francisco, because I shut down the largest human child trafficking operation in human history. But I don't get no Sound of Freedom.
They don't make a movie about that.
Thank you. Will they ever? Well, not while this government...
Not at this moment.
Yeah.
One day.
If things change.
Things do change. And things will change where... let's put it this way. One of the reasons they won't make a film like that? Well, all of Epstein's affiliates are running your fucking government. Let's be real. This is the situation we're in. So understand, this is what my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was fighting. This is what he was struggling against. And it's what we're dealing with today. So we do have to do one thing, contain the Jewish threat. And it's a threat to humanity. It's a threat to the world. As I said, I would contain them in the overwhelming majority. People of Jewish descent, Jewish ethnos, Jewish religion, onto Long Island. Like Peter Moon was saying, well, how could you do that? Other people already live on Long Island. Yeah, the majority of them are Jewish. And it's like, well, fuck. It's like, come on, Peter. In war, major...
Like Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I couldn't believe it. They were the liberal press, mind you, not Fox News. Liberal press was hyping Jerry Seinfeld roasts an anti-Israel heckler who got into his show. And so somebody said something against Israel, and he went off on him, and they're like praising him. I mean, Jesus Christ. If anything, you should be sympathizing with the anti-Israeli heckler if you support human rights. But how could anyone sympathize with Jerry Seinfeld? You're talking about a multi-billionaire. He's richer.
He's got a building that's like a giant garage full of exotic cars, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of cars.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this guy is like, he's richer than God. You're talking about somebody with a private jet, and not just a private jet like we're talking about a Learjet. We're talking about a jet the size of a 747, okay? That's like his idea of a private jet. It's like this guy's got, there's nothing to sympathize with here.
He's just a full-on phony. He just puts on the image as a nice, kind-hearted guy, but he's just another piece of shit, wealthy scumbag.
Of course. Well, that goes without saying. I mean, he's never done any favors for anyone that I know of. So, at any rate,
and his co-writer on Seinfeld, Larry David, he looks like a typical pedophile.
They all kind of get that look after a while. I mean, honestly, there's it's just it's just sad. Let me see if I can find this again, because it's really fucking funny, just the image of it. So let me see here. I'm going to YouTube right now. I'm just looking up some cryptid shit and seeing if I could find that image of this some of these guys that showed up on they show up in my feed just because I talk about these subjects all the time. So when you talk about these subjects, you get these aggregates that feed you like different videos, and some of them are just hysterically funny, just in terms of the people you see involved. Obviously you got stupid shit like Joe Rogan coming up there with other people saying the cryptid iceberg and shit, but there was this one guy being interviewed that was just so fucking funny. He had this incredibly big nose. He looked like your stereotypical Semitic caricature, like your caricature of just Judeo-phobic caricature. I thought of Nemo when I saw it because it was so fucking funny. It didn't even, I thought, is this guy for real? Are they just doing this as like a joke? But is that a plastic nose he put on? But some people do look like that. At any rate,
he definitely wouldn't have a problem with sipping some coke, man.
Yes, there you go. That's right. Yeah, there's
over a chick's ass.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. And they can use that nose when their dick doesn't work. Okay.
Exactly.
Anyhow, can't seem to find it right now, but you guys get the message. But at any rate, when it comes to the situation as it stands, I couldn't believe that Peter just couldn't get it. I mean, during war, all kinds of massive population relocations happen where millions of people get displaced. Millions. So the idea that my idea couldn't be realized is absolutely bizarre. I mean, it's like during war, populations get hurted all the time. And of course, I've told people about ethnic maps of the United States, and I have many of them that I've collected over the years. I could probably open a file. Most of the time my map files don't get saturated with all the porn that saturates all my other more conventional files, because I've got this thing about trying to separate my intellectual work from porn cruising. But let me see if I can find some of these American maps so that people really get an idea about what I'm saying. Again, this is one of those things where it can be hard to share with the audience, if not impossible. What we have to figure out someday is maybe Nemo or Realtek can set up some kind of account that we could link up these images into, or just enter the images into that people could link to, something like that. We'd have to consider that at some point in the near future and see if we can work on it. Right now, let me see if I can find this here, something about maybe a file of my American maps. Okay, give me a second here. In the meantime, yourself, Nemo, have you been?
Maybe you can have like a Discord maybe one day. You can try
I think somebody. Yeah.
I asked Doug to learn how to
do Discord.
Make a Discord account and use it because it benefit you. It's very useful.
Okay.
It really is.
Maybe you guys could just establish one and give me the keys to it, so to speak, the password to it or something. You know me. I mean, asking me to establish something like that, you may as well be asking me to learn how to, race Formula 500 cars or something. It's like...
Well, one thing you can do is, like, you just charge $1 for it and on a join button if you have access to that on the YouTube account, and you have it pay for itself. I don't mind paying $1 a month.
Okay, I mean,
if you want to, of course, or a Patreon that pays support too. I mean, that's the most common way of doing it. It's all up to you. You can think about it or have it for free. It's I'm just pointing out out there.
Well, that's definitely appreciated.
You're growing, so
yeah, we are growing. Yeah, this channel is growing.
I'm happy to see that.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate
happy
that.
To see you are breaking through that barrier, that fourth barrier. So
thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. So what I'm going to do now is I found the file, and let me see if I can access that again and upload the image in particular. So, okay, so we've got one particular map that probably shows this most definitively. This would be a good map that kind of definitively, I would suggest both of you download that for your personal records. This is basically an ethnic map of the United States. The Deep South, where it says United States of America, and it simply says American in the color key, that means that these people are so interbred with basically Celtic, various other white, these are all white, but they're so interbred with the various different white tribes, so to speak, meaning various nationalities, that you could really only call them American. These are the kind of people in the Appalachian Mountains and these various real small town areas of America that you see as stereotypical hicks or hillbillies. That would be the kind of Americans that they're referencing. I don't mean that to be disparaging. They're simply, without genetic testing, you really couldn't say that they're from a European descent. It's almost like they were indigenous in their own right. they're so different from any European culture spectrum that they can't be identified as really anything but American. So that's why they use that term on that map, which otherwise is rather strange. So let me take a look at what other maps would give a good example of a ethnically divided America. For those of you who don't know, this map was essentially a Nazi plan for the division of a post-war America if the American Nazi Party won the vote in America. So this is how the Nazis saw would be and I, of course, find this a useful basic plan to work with. This is something that future America would look somewhat like this. For me, the German part of America would probably be much more heavily divided. The biggest problem is that the Nazis thought very much on, of course, the fact that Americans, the majority of Americans, are German descent. So this was important to the European Nazis. To someone like myself, I understand Americans all too well, and the overwhelming majority of German-descended Americans are nobody that anyone in Europe would want to affiliate with. So, as far as I'm concerned, most quote-unquote German Americans, Americans descended from Germany, are just not worth having their own German America. They're just too fucked up, and they're too Americanized. They're too fucked up. They're too dysfunctional at this point. So let me select a few other maps that might be indicative of this kind of ethno-division of the United States into ethno-states. But understand that I, myself, am not dreaming or thinking of a Germanic ethno-state in America. Or if so, it would be drastically smaller than what would be seen here. So again, let me enter... let me see, this map, I guess, would be the closest. So I'll just press the enter button here, and this will appear on our message. Again, recommend that people download this for their own records, and so you can compare these two maps. One of them is obviously much more quote-unquote scientific. It's on a county-by-county basis. So it gives one. Now, for those of you who see Long Island on this map, which would be up in the northeast, and it would be that Long Island, that is where they say is basically a kind of Italian-American presence that's very heavy. And you'll notice that there's very little indication of Jewish nationality on these maps. So basically, I would put them into Long Island. And that would be kind of my idea of their own nation state, their own containment in North America. And aside from all of that, it gives us a kind of a perspective of my ideal for a future in a very general sense. Obviously, I would tweak this map and refine it heavily. There are other things that the entire western half of America would generally be Native American, mostly indigenous people, generally. But that would, of course, just, it could go into that to the future. One of these things what I'll have to do is produce some of my own maps and show them to people. But other than that, these maps are a good basis or foundation for a kind of general perspective. Very general, very basic. Obviously, a black African America is shown on these maps. Again, these are just unavailable for most people to find, almost impossible for most people to find who don't know what they're looking for. So I wish I could share them with listeners, but the listeners probably get the general idea. So all that being said, what else comes to the mind of both of you gentlemen when you look at these maps? Any suggestions, any insights? Any questions before I start meandering into monologue?
What's with the other races? That's white. That says on the list.
Okay, like, let me take a look at the map.
You just see a few white patches, and I don't know what the other... Oh, Chinese, Cuban, Dutch, Polish,
yeah,
Portuguese, all right.
Very small minorities, yeah.
Yeah, very small. Yeah.
I have other maps that show Hawaii and Alaska, and other maps that will show San Francisco as overwhelmingly Chinese. So right. There's other maps more...
Yeah, a lot of Asians in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if there still is. But...
No, it's definitely Chinese. The Japanese were pretty much eliminated from America during World War II because those that survived the concentration camps left America. They had no reason to stay. So the amount of Japanese in America is profoundly small. Unicorns. They're unicorns. And so just so people understand that, it's an issue to me because I was dealing with asshole FBI agents in the past who were claiming there's a large Japanese majority in San Francisco. And I was like thinking, dude, what the fuck? Are you stuck in World War II? Are you fucking crazy? Like, these people are living in a, like, what world do you live in? It's not my world. And it's not even based on personal experience. It's just solid demographics and statistics. These people are all fucked up, and that's your FBI. If they're working on false information like that, you can imagine how fucked up our law enforcement is and everything it does. No wonder they can't catch anybody. It's a joke. It's there you go. How do I?
There's definitely.
Go on.
I was just saying that. Gonna say there's definitely enough land to divide it among all the other different ethnic groups to establish our own ethnic enclave and ethnic nation.
Thank you. That's why I look upon the future is the United Nations of America, where America itself is the United Nations. Basically, the majority of these nations still being affiliated, some of them severed, but definitely people just like Nemo understands this. He looks at the map and he sees all of that land and all of these different nationalities, and why shouldn't they be sovereign to a degree at least? And certainly it's a logical division of a polarized culture at war with itself. And it's something, again, this is more of a National Socialist way of looking at it, but I would alter
and
the...
by doing,
Go on.
And by doing that, you're going to abolish pretty much most, if not all, forms of the racism, like systemic and systematic racism, all the conflicts between different ethnic groups that's forced to live in a multicultural society. If you separate all that, everyone's going to be happy with their own people, and there's going to be barely any racist hate crimes. Thank you.
No,
that'll solve a lot of problems in society.
Yes, I appreciate that profoundly. See, valuable insight, and I agree. Of course, that's also my logic. But again, I remember, I think it was one white woman. I don't remember her name, of course, but there was one white woman who, I think on a Facebook comment said to Peter Moon, all Douglas Dietrich wants to do is divide all the races into ethno-states or something like that, because she couldn't understand the complexity of what I was saying. There is an element of that, but also we have to understand that the major cities would be viewed as free trade zones in which hybridized people of mixed race heritage could thrive, because hybridized people of mixed race heritage are invariably almost always going to be city people. There's very few people of mixed race heritage who you find out in the fucking countryside, because very few people in the fucking countryside interbreed. They generally fuck people who look like each other. So it's just the way things work. It's like a lot of people don't understand that I'm not simplistic about this. I've always looked at this with thinking 10 steps ahead. So these are the solutions I'm presenting. I might as well present them now, since everybody seems to be listening to me, at least at the federal level or even the international level, even though if I've only got maybe about 3,000 normal listeners at the American level of citizenship, or actually worldwide. We've got listeners in England and Australia, English-speaking Commonwealth nations, obviously even Germanic language-speaking nations like Nederland and Denmark and Germany, of course. We've got our listeners there. Austria, can't ignore that. And so some of these people have even contributed to me. But obviously what's going to happen in America is what's going to impact the rest of the world. I provided a map already for Nemo where I showed Australia's situation is much simpler. It's basically a big square in the middle centered on Ayers Rock, for the black Aboriginals, and the whites take all the... It's basically what they got going now, except formalizing it. I mean, face it, no...
And Aboriginals thrive better in the hot environment than whites do, so whites should stay near the coast. Blacks can have the...
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting map.
Okay, thank you.
I have to go down and get my mail for a bit, so I'll be back.
Okay, well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. I might be into monologue mode when you come back, but you're always welcome to interject.
Okay.
Yeah. And say good morning to everybody, just in case. And I think he went to get his mail, and that's fine. Oh, there you go.
Good morning, everybody. Enjoy the show. Enjoy the monologue as Douglas earns his keep. And don't forget, please support Douglas Dietrich, because we are in the middle of the month, and
thank you.
Time for rent almost.
Yes, bless you. And tell you what, Real Tech, just before you go, let me share something with you. I'll share with you right now before you go the map of Australia, my concept of Australia. And this is the Aboriginal nation in Australia. Of course, it goes beyond what Nemo has observed. It goes to the point where, generally speaking, if you're a white guy in Australia, you'd almost be crazy to travel alone in the middle of Australia. There are horror stories of white men who just get flagged down by black Aborigines in the middle of Australia, who then steal their Jeep and leave them to die. And they just, barely survive crawling through the desert to find their way back into, some area where people can spot them on a road like they're roadkill. These sorts of things are just, they're reality. There's a lot of race hatred in Australia. So when it comes to Australia, it's... how much have you heard of stories like that? I've just entered the map, so it should appear in a moment.
I've heard a few.
Yeah, there you share some of them.
I've heard a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, most of what I hear when people go out and travel in the desert, they usually end up dying because their car fucking breaks down or gets stuck, and they just weren't prepared for the trip in the hazardous environment. And they just die from dehydration.
Mm-hmm. Awful.
Yeah.
No, it's awful, and
you got to be well prepared when you're traveling out in the desert areas, or just that, but deep.
Thank you. So you may as well just cordon it off and say, this is Australia, and it's a sovereign nation, and here there be tigers and dehydration, or if it's not tigers, every other animal in Australia wants to kill you anyway. It's just don't go there. I can't imagine anyone in the right mind trying to go through there, unless they're a scientific expedition or something like that. So hopefully Real Tech has seen that map. So this is Australia now. I've uploaded that, and again, that's something where
interesting.
Yeah, this would be a black nation in the middle of Australia, which of course would.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Okay. Well, take care, and thank you so much. And so what I'll do is meander into. So he's provided the Berserker comic. Oh my God, is that supposed to be the likeness of Keanu Reeves? That is. That's so fucking lame. That is so fucking lame. Oh my fucking God.
It's spelled way different than what I thought it was.
It's like Keanu Reeves. Oh my God. He has made himself the main character of a comic book in which he's taken knives and arrows.
Yeah, an unstoppable killing machine he just portrays himself as.
Yeah, I mean... This guy
You can't kill me.
Yeah, thank you. This is like... It's like, fuck me gently with a chainsaw, people. This is like, talk about delusional. This is such bullshit. Where the guy is like, okay, I'm this way in the movies. I'll make myself this way in the comic books. This is ego gone amok. This is such... Yeah. This guy is full of himself, which is another way of saying he's full of shit. This is like... Holy shit. That's like, really? Really? I'm like, how does a guy like this look in the mirror and live with himself? It strikes me as, this is what happens when you're just, this is sad. This is pathetic. This is really pathetic.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like...
Imagine Tom Cruise doing the same shit.
Yeah, well, he's delusional enough where he's the kind of guy who you could imagine doing that, at least.
Yeah.
He does that with his movies, so he doesn't need the comic books. So he's just so full of shit. Anyway, they're both alike. I mean, whatever respect I might have had for Keanu Reeves has disappeared by my looking at this. This is like... He sank it all. He's like, what a doofus. What a dork. What a fucking dork. This is like, first off, it's like, it's just like, look, you feel
He
pain.
knows he can get away with it because most of the people already acknowledge him as like a god. they just worship him. So like, oh fuck it, I'll make myself like one.
Yeah, it's like, let's get real. Okay, the guy feels pain. If anyone has ever suffered a stabbing, if anyone has ever suffered I've suffered these things. Okay, there are periods where you're on enough dope or you've got enough adrenaline going. Berserkers, for instance. Berserkers, the real Scandinavian Viking berserkers, and the real pronunciation is more like Viking. But the Viking berserkers, they are people who conditioned their biochemistry to go into full gear when they entered battle, so they would get this adrenaline pump going where they're supercharged with adrenaline. There's other factors involved, including lycanthropy. I've spoken of this in the past, and it's like, this is what I was a consultant for when I consulted with Animal Planet, and they did a documentary on lycanthropy, and that's what I was the consultant for Animal Planet. And it's very hard to find that now, but if you look up Animal Planet, I think they called it werewolves, or what did they call it? You just look up Animal Planet werewolves, you'll probably find it. Unfortunately, I don't know if you can find a full episode. But
the berserkers would companionize themselves with the animal spirit that they're wearing.
Yes, the pelt of the bear, the pelt of the wolf. Yes, people need to understand these things. And but for the title to be taken by, Keanu Reeves, and then he, first off, just so people know,
he's just desecrating it. Yeah, like the berserker reputation and name. That's offensive.
Thank you.
To people of Viking descent.
Or rather, it should be. If it's not, it should be. Just so people understand, Keanu Reeves is a short little motherfucker like Tom Cruise and all these actors. They're all fucking short. Okay? Very few actors are truly tall. And you take a look at that scene in Ghostbusters, the first Ghostbusters, where Bill Murray is kissing Sigourney Weaver. Bill Murray had to be put on top of a footstool or a couple of crates so that he could look taller than Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah, they always do that.
Yes,
or they give him just bigger shoes with, bigger sole.
Yeah, and as for Sylvester Stallone, you have no idea how short that motherfucker is.
He's real short. Yeah, he's fucking midget.
Yes, Sylvester Stallone. They make him look enormous in the Rambo and Rocky films, and they do that by taking the camera and they're literally filming him from what's called worm's eye view, which means they're looking straight up at his dick, straight up filming at his pelvis from his toes when they're filming that son of a bitch. And but all these people are short. The point is
called a forced perspective.
Thank you. And as a photographer, Real Tech Geek knows. So with Keanu Reeves, he's presenting himself as the big man, but he's not. And so if he's there at the Comic-Con and he's with these comics, you must look at the real guy and see the guy, and this guy is not looking like the cover of that comic book, other than the likeness of the face. How does he live with himself? He must. I would feel like an idiot.
I presume these are mind-controlled subject, just like most of the famous celebrities in Hollywood. He's just been programmed to be like this.
Thank you. That's a good point.
Because no one in their right mind would go to this lengths to portray themselves as some fucking indestructible entity. He's all-powerful and...
Thank you.
Nothing can stop him.
Thank you.
Imagine Stan Lee did this shit in his own magazine. This old fuck portraying himself as some superhero or badass.
That is actually a funny idea. It's funny as hell. And even he, as delusional and as fucked up as he was, never got that stupid. Yeah, it's right. He knew better than that. And so it's
exactly.
And he had every opportunity to do that. But in those days, people still had to retain a hold on reality. They had to be anchored or tethered to reality to a degree where they wouldn't, because everybody knows you can't live up to that. You're in a world where people are constantly, the problem is people believe this shit. So if you portray yourself like that, you're going to wind up with people trying to shoot you, trying to stab you, just to see if you
take this knife to your chest.
Yes. Thank you. And if you want to avoid people trying that, try not to portray yourself as being able to withstand all that. It's simple common sense. But no, these people are different, and they're out of their minds. It's like, it's like Nemo says.
They're programmed to think that they're special, like a diamond.
Yeah.
Like that. It's just that programming. They're taught to think they're above life and the normal people.
It's got to be. Thank you. No, it's true. Certainly James Casbolt / Michael Prince was like that. And he was convinced he could withstand taking knives and bullets and all that shit. Just so people understand, some of what I've withstood in terms of damage, the multiple lung collapses, no normal human being could survive what I survived, which was 7 lung collapses. Most of the MDs and nurses who have looked at my records say, quite right up front, I should not be alive. Injuries in the past. Give you an example of this. When it comes to when somebody is shot or stabbed, most of the time it's not the projectile impact or exit point, which can be brutal. It could be indescribable. You just have no idea. For those of you who just don't get the message, a bullet is not a bee sting. A bullet enters you at one end, and when it blows out the other end, that part
makes a bigger hole.
Thank you. What's called the exit or wound. The entry wound is like perhaps small enough. The bullet projectile enters your body. As it blows out of the body, it takes everything with it. And the entry wound and the exit wound are orders of magnitude different. The exit wound blows out, all kinds of muscle and vital organs, bone, all kinds of shit with it that just renders a big, gaping, sucking hole that gravity fills very quickly with blood and pus and all this other evil shit. So when somebody is shot or stabbed, oftentimes they're not killed by the injury. They're killed by the aftermath, where all that vacuum left by entry and exit wounds or the stab wound begins to fill with all your own internal juices that fill that vacuum, because nature abhors a vacuum. And ultimately, all of that collapses one lung, wherever the bullet or the knife hit, and then it presses against your heart and ultimately chokes out your heart from being able to beat. That's what kills you. So you ultimately die of heart failure. If the bullet or blade misses your heart, what ultimately shuts your heart down, because if it hits your heart, it shuts you down pretty much right there. Be a miracle if you survive, if you get hit in the heart by a bullet or a blade. But what shuts your heart down is all that blood and pus that fills the vacuum where your lung collapses because of the bullet or the blade. So I had 7 lung collapses. That is the functional equivalent of my being shot or stabbed 7 times. So try and grasp that. And try and grasp that each time that vacuum filled up with blood and pus that ultimately threatened to shut down my heart from beating. The fact that a man could survive that once is a miracle. I survived that 7 times. So if anyone should be on the cover of a comic book looking like that, it would be me. Yeah. So it's like, this is what pisses me off when I see this shit. And it's like, do I ever want to be shot or stabbed again? Of course not. Because each time that I've suffered those lung collapses, and doctors finally told me outright I was going to die, it took the threat of a major lawsuit where I just said, if I'm going out anyway, I'm taking as many people as I can down with me with a lawsuit. And I threatened to bring up the time that the first Chinese doctor I was faced with, when I had my lung collapse, I had 1 lung collapse. Then when I was brought into the emergency room, already blue in the face because the first assholes who responded, this is the problem of my having nanoplasma and being a quarter vampire. When I called the ambulance because of my lung collapse and I was in excruciating pain, there's nothing more painful you can imagine other than being burned alive or some shit than a lung collapse. And I called the ambulance and these motherfuckers showed up. And by the way, they're required by law to take you to a hospital unless it's like certain mitigating circumstances, like you're doing this every day. Like if you're calling them every day, at some point they can shut you down. Something like that. But this was not the case with me. When I called the ambulance, they should have taken me legally to the hospital. They did not. They took an oxygen reading. And my oxygen reading was normal. My oxygen, with a collapsed lung, my oxygen reading was normal. This is the problem with being a quarter vampire and full of nanoplasma. And they said, you're having a panic attack. And they left. And they left. And then my gang brother Beaver says, hey, they say you're having just a panic attack. Let's go eat lunch. And that's when he starts saying, hey, you're not looking so good. Because I can't breathe. And then,
nice shit.
Yeah, then when my face starts turning blue and I force him to drive me to, ultimately he drove me home and I had to call a cab to take me to the hospital because we were afraid the ambulance wouldn't take me. So when I called a cab to take me to the hospital, I crawled in on all fours into the hospital. And when they finally did their x-ray, they said, oh, holy shit, your lung has collapsed and all that chest cavity is filled with blood and pus and shit. And man, you're going to die. And they said, we better get the doctor in here. You know, and that was the first time the lung collapsed. But it was the second time that they brought me into UCSF because it wasn't General Hospital where that Chinese doctor killed me. Literally killed me. In other words, I was flatlining. I was clinically dead. That motherfucker was at UCSF. So it had to be the second lung collapse when they brought me in. And that might have been when I forced the ambulance to take me at gunpoint. Because at that was that one? No, that was the third case. That was the third case where I did that. It was the second one where I was brought in. And what happened was when the lung collapsed, the stupid Chinese doctor who was probably forced to become a doctor by his parents and he didn't want to be one because this is what happens in the Chinese community. They say, you're going to be a doctor. Yeah. And anyhow, so this motherfucker, he bent down and whispered in my ear, I'm going to kill you. And then he shoved in the chest tube like he was harpooning a whale. And he shoved it in so hard, it's a miracle he missed my heart. He collapsed the other lung. And so at that point, I died. I mean, literally, clinically died. I flatlined, went dead. They actually reanimated me later, put chest tubes in both sides. You have no idea the pain involved with that. Chest tubes in both sides.
He said he wanted to kill you because he just hated his job. Like he was he didn't say angry. He didn't say why, but this is what I've concluded. That's what you think he did. Yeah, because most of the time I run into Chinese doctors who never wanted to be doctors. It's just their parents told them from the day they were born, you're going to be a doctor. There was no choice in their lives. But in his case, what added to that, what makes that speculation the logical conclusion, was that when I was sitting there with chest tubes in both lungs, try and imagine the pain. I don't think anybody can imagine it. I got chest tubes in both lungs on either side. And this dumbass white chick doctor comes in. Her name was Dr. Doof. D-U-F-F hyphenated something. All I could remember was the doof part because she was a doofus. She came in and I said, I don't want that doctor near me ever again. Why? And I said, he said he was going to kill me, and he did. And she said, how could you say that about him? He's been through so much lately. He's had it rough. He's had several patients fail on him before you. And I said, fail on him? You mean die? And she said, yeah, that's how you would say it. And I said, fuck, he killed him, you dumb. He killed him. I said, he fucking killed him. I said, this guy's a murderer. You can't have him on your staff. And after that, she actively tried to get rid of me out of the hospital. It was crazy. Maybe she had some, crush on this son of a bitch. I don't know what the fuck was going on. Several things. She sent me home without stitching up my chest tube sites. So I was sent home with these sucking chest wounds under Band-Aids.
And that's when, of course, I developed this horrible infection. And what's the name for that shit again? Fucking, there's a name for it. But it's when your entire body gets sepsis. Sepsis. I was sepsis.
Oh, yeah.
Sepsis infected. I became the walking equivalent of a floater. Like those bodies that float up on the beach and they're all bloated.
Yeah.
I was like that, but I was alive. And so what happened at that time was I tried to call 911. And I sounded like Elmo the Muppet, of course. I sounded, because my throat was all swollen. And I couldn't talk. I sounded like a Muppet puppet and shit. They thought it was a practical joke. And, because I'm on the phone saying, help me and shit. And they just hung up. And so I had to take my firearm out. And here's how it works. In those days, I don't see them anymore, but in those days, they used to have ambulances that would just park in certain sites. They're still around in San Francisco. I see them sometimes, but they're not normal and they don't seem to be belonging to the fire department. For those of you who don't know, in San Francisco, the paramedics or the emergency medical technicians, the responders, the first responders, are part of the firemen. They're part of the fire department because they all thought that they would get better money in the firemen's union. At any rate, these motherfuckers are all affiliated and they're all a blue-collar mafia. But one of the things that they did was they would park ambulances at certain points so they could respond to a call more effectively, because if they were all taking off from the same fire department or ambulance center, well, the ambulances were part of the fire department, so they'd be taken off from fire engine places, fire stations. If they were all waiting for calls in the fire stations, you'd have really lame-ass response, because they couldn't get to a place in time because the fire stations are all old and they're in very specific sites, so they had to park around the city for more efficient response to calls. So there were these paramedics who would sit in their ambulance all day just eating ice cream and hot dogs and shit and burritos and shit while waiting for a call. And these motherfuckers, I knew where they sat. So when 911 would not send an ambulance, they basically hung up on me. I took out my firearm and went down and jacked an ambulance. I told the ambulance drivers, you're going to take me to the hospital or I'll kill you. And this is life or death and I don't have time to fuck around. And they took me to the hospital. By the way, the judge dropped all charges. It was a life or death situation and 911 did not respond. So I was not responsible for what I did. But when I did what I did and I got into the hospital, when the doctor looked at me and I said, what do you do about a situation like this? And bear in mind, I look like the Michelin mummy at this point. If you've ever seen the Michelin mummy man, that's what I look like at this point. And he said, I don't know. We've never seen an individual in your condition alive. He said, all we've ever seen are dead floaters that float out of the ocean look like you. So there you go. I mean, I've survived the impossible. This is like, so.
Is this due to the fact that you have that blood, that plasma in you, and because you're possessed by the fake archangel?
I think
do you think that contributed in keeping you alive? A combination of that.
A combination of that, the vampiroid genetics,
and the vampire genes too.
Yeah, the possession, the nanoplasma. It's all a factor, obviously. And so it's like, but do I ever want to suffer like that? Of course not. It is, no. Yeah, it's unbearably painful. It's excruciating, and it's what you suffer from the rest of your life from having been traumatized like that. But but obviously, just so people understand it, I've survived the impossible, and what I really don't appreciate is these actors who like portray themselves as surviving these repeated physical traumas, like it's nothing, and they're just like, when Schwarzenegger is clinging to the side of a moving bus or a train and takes multiple shots, and it's like bee stings to him where he's just going, ooh, wow, ooh. Or Keanu Reeves with this bullshit. It's like, okay, it's offensive to me. It is beyond offensive. And it's what leads to, of course, when I was working in the Acorn projects in particular, where the blacks are participating in an auto-genocide, where they're all just killing each other in gang warfare. You've got the situation where what I distinctly remember, probably most pronouncedly, one black kid getting shot, and he was so surprised that it hurt. He could not believe that it hurt. He had seen people shot on TV all his life, and all of them acted like it was like nothing. None of these kids understand that just the trauma of this kind of violence and pain. So a lot of this is due to Hollywood movies and assholes like Schwarzenegger and Keanu Reeves and all these other action hero motherfuckers, taking multiple shots in film and
fucking Tony Montana having that big shootout, getting shot over a dozen times, still standing.
Well,
it takes a double barrel to the back to kill him.
Yes. Now, in all fairness, he
was on cocaine.
Yes, he's coked out of his mind.
There's some logic to that.
Yeah. With a lethal dose, with what is likely a lethal dose that's going to kill him anyway.
Yeah. He was just burying his face in it.
Yeah. So at that point, you can understand a combination of adrenaline, a combination of cocaine. It's like, I could buy that. That there's people who do that in terminal moments of their lives. You can terminally perform like that. But when somebody's just making themselves the weekly or monthly action hero, and this is like, it's beyond offensive. It's just awful. And it's a horrible example for kids. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, they grow up looking at that and then thinking they can be like that, or they could be like that to a degree or something. It's just awful. Oh.
Yeah, kids absorb that and they try to mimic what they see. Or they're like monkeys, monkey see, monkey
It's
do.
true. I mean, granted, it depends on the culture. A good example would be in Japan, of course. You've got a comic also named Berserk. It's singular, not Berserker, Berserk. The man who produced that is dead now, sadly. But the point being that Japan has some of the most violent comics and anime in the world, and they're infamous for it. Yet, the crime rate is outstandingly low. So when one time a Japanese sociologist, this was back in the 70s, maybe the 80s at the latest, was being interviewed about how come the Japanese can display these extraordinarily violent comics and animation features, and yet their crime rate is so incredibly low, whereas in America, they do everything they can to try and put different ratings on films, and while there are violent films, they're censored when they go on television, and certainly mainstream television was not in any way, shape, or form allowing Japanese animation in its original format to display in the United States. Battleship Yamato, or Space Battleship Yamato, which showed in the United States as Star Blazers, they took out all the human fatalities and replaced them with robots and shit. Battlestar Galactica made a point of the enemy being Cylons or robots, so you wouldn't see people die. So the Americans do what they can to lower the display of violence on family television. Why is there so much violence in America? And so the Japanese sociologist basically said, monkey see, monkey do. The Japanese are a culture that understands the difference between fantasy and reality, but Americans are basically all of them.
They live in a fantasy 24/7.
Thank you, and cannot disambiguate fantasy from reality. This is why Americans can go on believing they won World War II. The sociologist didn't say that. I said that. But this is the point. And so hopefully Americans understand the horror of their situation and someday overcome it. And I think one way to do that is, of course, we can't go on like we're going on. Obviously, it's all going to fall apart anyway.
Yeah.
It
doesn't seem like it's going to happen too soon. Too many Americans are just so fucking stupid and brainwashed.
No, I get what you're saying, but
even the ones who think that they're woke and they know the truth, like who acknowledge Hitler as a great leader, they're still just as brainwashed as regular normies because they still idolize Putin and Trump and fucking all that shit.
Yeah, thank you. And Elon Musk. Yeah, the holy trinity is Musk and Putin and Trump. Yeah. And no, I get what you're saying, but what I mean is all that goes out the window when the society collapses, and we're in for a massive dislocation simply because of it's like I said when in the opening hours when Peter Moon was with us, I don't see how it's even functioned this long. You just have this society that is just glitching. It's sheer inertia. It's like the Titanic when it hit the iceberg, but it just keeps going until it sinks. And it's just the sheer inertia of something so immense that the movement. Now, America is like a ship of state, and it's hit the Titanic already. It's a sheer inertia just keeps it going, but it's sinking as it goes. So at some point, you get the breaking point where the Titanic breaks in half, which is what the Titanic did as it sank. So this is what's going to happen in America. It's inevitable. So at that point, all bets are off. It doesn't matter what people believe. They're all drowning. So this is when everybody is starving. This is why I don't want it to happen. My God, I'd rather just America keep cruising along, with its inertia, because I'm fairly stable right now. I'd like to keep it that way, but we all know good things come to an end, and America just can't keep going on like this. It just can't. It's just, there's no way. So there we have that. And at some point, then Americans...
And people are getting more angry and, aggressive every day. They want change, radical change, and they want to do it in extreme ways. More and more people getting fed up, so there's going to be a big fucking shitstorm growing up in America, and shit's going to hit the fan.
Yes. So, this is the reality we're contending with. Thank you, Nemo. Very good to have you on with us tonight. Hopefully you can join us on Wednesday night as well. Just out of curiosity, so you seemed to be with us at the beginning of the show. Were you just kind of lurking and then felt like...
I was just occupied with other stuff while I was listening.
Okay. Just curious. And it's because Heather was asking about you. She was asking, she was asking where you were. And I told her you were lurking. Which is kind of like the case. But so let's see. We've got approximately 2 hours left. Let's see if I can last that long. I'll start in on monologue. Potentially even Peter will join in at the last hour. But you're welcome, of course, to just interject. If you hang out with us, just interject whenever you feel like it.
I'll stick around till you're getting off.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I do appreciate it.
I'm going to go have a smoke. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. And just let us know when you're back. So that's our man Nemo, and Real Tech is probably also still with us. Our numbers are good. So for the sake of those people listening, I'll just go into monologue. And so understand, let's start off. I'm going to meander all over the place for a little while. We'll start off with geopolitics. Probably inevitably work our way towards domestic just in time for Peter to come on and kind of defend the other side, so to speak, as he does. He's an older man, and he watches Fox News, way too much of it.
Oh my God, that's not good.
It's not. Oh my God. Yeah, it's, too bad. At any rate, Russia is now a Chinese colony. Well, it's still foolishly dreaming of empire. Putin's Russia rests on an unsustainable contradiction. It is, at one and the same time, both a colony and an aspiring empire. It can't be both, however, and sooner rather than later, Russia will be forced into one or the other direction. I think I'll start with this because it brings us into where America's at. All the signs point to a disheartening conclusion for the Kremlin's wannabe empire builders. Russia will succeed as a colony, but fail as an empire. It's often said that Putin has effectively transformed his empire into a vassal of the Communist Chinese Empire. That's true, but Russia's relationship with its much more powerful neighbor to the south is more accurately termed colonial. Colonies are locally administered territories that are subordinate to the political and economic priorities set by foreign powers. Colonies are not fully sovereign, inasmuch as they don't make the decisions that determine their own fate. Seen in this light, Putin's Russia is as much a colony of communist China as medieval Muscovy was a colony of the Mongol Empire. Putin's recent visit to Beijing, with most of his ministers tugging along no less, nicely illustrates just who is the Lord and who camest as the supplicant. Not surprisingly, one of the outcomes of that junket was a deal enabling Red China to lease large swaths of land in Moskva province, the capital of Russia itself. Equally unsurprisingly, Putin has transformed Russia into China's raw materials supplier and home for millions of Chinese expats. Small wonder that Red China has produced maps of Russia's Far East with Chinese names for what are still ethnically Russian cities. Some Russian analysts insist that Red China also interferes in the Russian elite's ongoing political battles, which wouldn't be surprising, given Red China's growing stake in Russia's stability and subordination. Whatever the exact nature of Red China's domination of Russia, and regardless of their saccharine rhetoric of eternal love, we can be sure that it entails, and will continue to entail, creeping imperialization. Given the economic mismatch between the Communist Chinese and Russian empires, Russia's involvement in a war it cannot win, and Putin's evident inability to run his bailiwick efficiently, well, Red China has every incentive to meddle in its colony's internal affairs in order to correct the Kremlin's mistakes, protect its settlers, or colonialists, and safeguard its investments. Ironically, while becoming a communist Chinese colony, Putin's Russia desires to restore the empire it once had. Putin sees himself as a modern version of Peter the Great, the bloodthirsty Tsar who converted Muscovy into the Russian Empire. Putin also venerates Alexander Dugin, the imperialist philosopher, and Anton Denikin, the white general who aspired to re-establish the empire during the turbulent years following the Bolshevik seizure of power. Putin invaded Ukraine twice in order to capture the jewel in Imperial Russia's crown. His exalted ambitions extend to the Caucasus Mountains, where the very term Caucasian comes from, Central Asia, and, of course, Eastern Europe. And all of his expansionist talk and action are taking place at the same time that Russia's status as a Chinese colony is being cemented. It won't work. Empires acquire colonies, but colonies do not acquire empires. Colonies aspiring to become empires can only succeed in destabilizing their relationship with their imperial masters. Although the People's Republic of China has no choice but to side with the Russian Empire in its genocidal war against Ukraine, that war and the resultant instability it has engendered are the last things Red China needs. Communist China's claims to global hegemony rest on its economic strength, military clout, and modus vivendi with the international status quo. A misguided war that threatens to destabilize its largest colony, Russia, and disrupt Red China's profitable relations with the rest of the world may bring Beijing some short-term benefits, but is ultimately self-defeating. If and when the tide turns against Russia in Ukraine, as it very likely will, in light of the Russian military's unsustainably high casualties. Fatalities, really. That's 1,100 to 1,400 deaths a day. Red China will have to coax Moscow into reining in its overreach and coming to its senses. Far more disturbing for both Red China and Russia itself is the very real possibility of Russia's losing the war or getting so battered that Putin, his regime, and the brittle state come under internal attack by Russians and non-Russians within the Russian Empire itself. Colonies are weak by definition, and weak polities have no business pretending to be warlike empires. And when they fail, uprisings, coups d'etat, and wars amid state and regime failure are extremely likely. If Putin-like Russia goes this way, Red China will face a painful choice: to watch its colony go down in flames, or to try to prop it up at great cost to itself. The resulting maelstrom may teach Rump Russia that it will never again be an empire. Red China may learn that possessing megalomaniacal colonies just isn't worth the trouble. Ukraine, meanwhile, will enjoy watching Moscow and Beijing squirm. So should the rest of the West. Because the Communist Chinese Empire produces only 1 single fucking percent, 1% of critical litho chip making tools, exposing it to harsh American sanctions. So investment in domestic tool makers is what they're looking to reverse this trend. You see, Red China wants to dominate the global chip manufacturing, but its ambitions are dashed by the hard reality of its low domestic production rates. According to a graph from a Japanese Nikkei report, Red China's domestic chip-making tool manufacturers produce 20% of the tools the Communist Chinese Empire uses for chip making, but it currently only has a production rate of 1% of the critically important lithography tools. This means that East Asian empire needs to invest much more in its domestic chip-making tool firms before it can be self-sufficient in meeting its chip-making needs. In the Nikkei report that I'm sourcing, Yuji Miura, a senior researcher at the Japan Research Institute, so states that, to read therefrom, those on the ground, semiconductor manufacturing companies and equipment manufacturers are at their wits' end, but it's difficult for them to say so. You know, they've got a bullet awaiting for the back of their heads when Xi Jinping hears something that makes him mad. According to the data Nikkei compiled, using data from Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, the China Institute of Commerce and Industry, the Semiconductor Industry Association, and the Boston Consulting Group, Red China's domestic production rate of chip-making tools is around 20%, with the critical exposure and development tools, i.e., photolithography, comprising less than 1%. Expanding, well, let me see if I can find something to show you in this regard. And then maybe you'll get a better idea of what it is that I'm talking about. The problem is I do commit to a kind of a memory that comes out when I go into the zone. And I tend to forget that you can't see what I'm seeing. So, all right, let me see if I can find something for you. And you know what really pisses me off? It's like when I look anything up, honestly, we're kind of always going to get what we get, which is fucking Wikipedia. So the first thing that I can find that's accessible for you, and understand, this is what I'm reading from, this is what I'm sourcing from, is information like this. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to make much sense to you, because it's all in Chinese or Japanese. But let's see if I can get it to link it all. And maybe by looking at the graph, maybe you can see something. Let's see if this connects, and if it connects to the part that makes any sense whatsoever. So, I don't think it will to most of you people, but I'll give it a try. This is an individual you can follow. God knows why you'd want to. You wouldn't understand a word they're saying anyway. But I can read this shit, okay? So I'm trying to help you out by reading it for you. That's the best I can do for you, because guess what? They don't publish this news in English. What does that tell you about your Jew fuck media, okay? Problem is, you got a bunch of Jews running your media, and they're going to keep you in the fucking dark. So there's really nothing I can do for you about that. But if you can access what this guy is trying to tell you, and hopefully maybe this will be better as a link. Okay, let's try this. I'll give you this link in both the chat box and of course here in our text message service on Skype. And this will be the graph to look at. Now, for me, I just go to these sites and I read the language, so I know what to look for. For the rest of you, I've just done the search for you. That's the graphic that should be able to give you a good example of what I'm trying to convey. So, again, you won't be able to read the language, but just look at the numbers. Look at what I'm trying to describe. You've got a situation here that I think speaks for itself. Naura Technology Group, 30% versus 2%. 20% versus 2%. 10% versus 3%. ASML, these are the lithography machines. 1% versus 0%. I think this pretty much allows you to get a grasp of what I'm trying to convey. So understand that when it comes to China, it's as delusional as the fucking Russians. These guys are living in a fantasy that they're going to conquer the world with what? So this tweet that you can link to shows the machine translated version of the compiled data that I'm sourcing from the Japanese Nikkei report. These numbers show how the Communist Chinese Empire's semiconductor industry is at the mercy of external forces, with the American Empire making maneuvers to block Red China's access to advanced technologies. Beijing will likely miss its target by years, if not decades, to be realistic. Some of the American Empire's maneuvers include banning ASML from servicing some of its high-end chip-making tools in mainland China, meaning advanced chip production in the Communist Chinese Empire could grind to a halt. Even so, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping says that Red China doesn't need ASML to develop its own technologies. Beijing is pouring billions of dollars into developing its domestic semiconductor industry, with firms like Naura Technology and AMEC investing in lithography tools to help Communist China break free from its reliance on ASML. Dutch company. However, despite the bans, sanctions, and tariffs that the American empire is placing on the Communist Chinese Empire, the latter has continued to steadily build up its domestic semiconductor industry. Red China's Zhaojin released its domestic KX7000 CPU, computer processing unit, in March of 2024. While it's only as powerful as Intel and AMD chips from 2018, the KX7000 doubled the performance of its KX6000 predecessor. Huawei has also found a way to circumvent America's ban on its access from 12th generation Intel CPUs, or computer processing units, by introducing its own Kirin, Chinese word for unicorn, or Japanese really. So why they're using the Japanese name for unicorn instead of the Chinese name is beyond me, but there you go. It's Kirin 9000C processor. Another way that Red China could sidestep the West's sanctions is to innovate on older yet mature nodes. An example of this is when Huawei mass-produced 7 nanometer chips without EUV tech, something that surprised many major global semiconductor players. Communist Chinese firms could also concentrate on open standard technologies that some may overlook, like RISC-V, RISC-V. As open standards are accessible and usable to anyone and everyone, the United States will have difficulty legally stopping CHICOM, or Chinese Communist firms, from using this technology. In the meantime, Beijing needs to keep pouring money and talent into its chip production capabilities just to keep up with the West, unless it could miraculously stop American sanctions.
Also,
yes? Go on.
One thing.
Please.
Yeah. Huawei is, I'm sorry, yeah. Huawei now is the largest owner of beef. They're taking beef as payment for computer chips.
Holy shit. That makes sense. That makes sense.
WCCF Tech has had an article about that.
You're telling me they're working for food?
Yeah, they're working for food.
Yeah, this is, wow.
And they're also using, it's crazy. And they're also using a super micro computer to buy the RTX 4090s, because all the companies don't want it. You know, Alibaba, Tencent, Futu. You know, they don't want the 4090 Dragon, which is it's about a 10% cut down of the RTX 4090 for the artificial intelligence. But basically, it's Huawei reportedly now selling beef products that receiving to evade further being paid for their 5G equipment.
This is important. I appreciate you sharing this. Continue. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just trying to. I don't want to skim through the article here, but I'll read it really quick. Let's see here. Yes, for the 5G equipment, they're using beef as a mode of payment for their 5G equipment. Several Chinese blogs, including this one, I'll put the article, but I've noted over the past few days, Huawei is now selling beef products on its online Mosul store. At first glance, this appears to be an aberrant product choice. After all, Huawei is quintessential tech company with not much expertise in selling relative low value added beef products that carry a short shelf life. And the speculator could, basically from Argentina, they're getting they're selling the 5G equipment to Argentina and getting paid in beef instead.
Jesus Christ, that's incredible.
That's crazy.
That's something really new. That's like barter at an international level. If this is what we're down to, this is like empires going to war over rice. This is like that's frightening. It's frightening what we've come to, and it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. We have come to the point where we're fighting over basic resources, water, rice, beef. Protein needs of population. Thank you. I appreciate that input.
You're welcome.
I'll digest it, and furthermore, we'll find out more as time goes on from Real Tech Geek and Nemo, and they're very good researchers, and they bring up many things, as does Aristides and everyone involved with the program, including Brendan Zogit. These young men go a long way towards bringing up things that are astonishing, but it's a sign of how the world situation is truly spiraling. Certainly the point is driven home by this. Unless the communist Chinese can miraculously stop American sanctions or build up their domestic chip-making capabilities overnight, Beijing's global chip dominance will forever remain a pipe dream. So this is a communist empire just as delusional as revanchist, revisionist Russia's empire. These are truly madman dictatorships that are taking their people over the edge, over the precipice. We're, of course, going to be taken with them if this translates, as it very likely will, into world war. Now, voters in the European Union have just elected lawmakers for the bloc's parliament in a major democratic exercise that's been overshadowed by online disinformation. Experts have forewarned that artificial intelligence would supercharge the spread of fake news to disrupt the election in the European Union and many other countries this year. Federal intelligence officials of the Foreign Malign Influence Center, that's a division of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, who track disinformation campaigns, warned that they are issuing more warnings to political candidates, government officials, and others targeted by foreign groups as America's adversaries seek to influence the 2024 presidential election, a prime target for foreign disinformation. On Monday, as dated the third day in June, Mark Warner, Democrat, representative of Virginia, chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, warned that the United States may be less prepared for the threat of foreign electoral disinformation ahead of this year's elections than it was 4 years ago. Warner based his assessment on the development of powerful new AI programs that make it easier than ever to generate deepfake audio and video that can fool voters. Research proves that chatbots and fake social media accounts get more engagement when they have female personas, because people are more likely to view women as warm and approachable, and to see chatbots with female personas as more human than those posing as male. So groups linked to the Kremlin and the Communist Chinese Empire prefer fake accounts with female profile pictures to spread disinformation and propaganda. It's all about faking an honest woman, people. Russia, Red China, and Big Tech all use faux females to get clicks. When it comes to online scams and foreign disinformation, it pays to be female, or at least pretend to be. That's, of course, proven by all research that demonstrates, evinces, that chatbots and fake social media accounts get more engagement when they have female personae. When disinformation researcher Wen Ping Liu, an investigator with My Taiwan's Ministry of Justice, looked into Red China's efforts to influence My Taiwan's recent election using fake social media accounts, something unusual stood out about the most successful profiles. They were female, or at least that's what they appeared to be. Fake profiles that claimed to be women got more engagement, more eyeballs, and more influence than supposedly male accounts. To quote Liu, pretending to be a female is the easiest way to get credibility. So whether it's Red Chinese or Russian propaganda agencies, online scammers, or AI chatbots, it pays to be female, proving that while technology may grow more and more sophisticated, the human brain remains surprisingly easy to hack. Thanks in part to age-old gender stereotypes that have migrated from the real world to the virtual. People have long assigned human characteristics like gender to inanimate objects. Ships are but one example. So it makes sense that human-like traits would make fake social media profiles or chatbots more appealing. However, questions about how these technologies can reflect and reinforce gender stereotypes are getting attention as more voice assistants and AI-enabled chatbots enter the market, further blurring the lines between man and woman and machine. When OpenAI CEO Sam Altman was searching for a new voice for the ChatGPT AI program, he approached Scarlett Johansson, a Jewess, who said Altman told her that users would find her voice, which served as the eponymous voice assistant in the movie titled Her, in which a very, very gay-looking Joaquin Phoenix is falling in love with an inanimate computer program, and he is distressingly psychotic, as he always is, because he truly is. Basically, she, in terms of her voice, was what was interpreted by the audience as the most comforting thing in the film, and what this man in the film, Joaquin Phoenix, who basically looks like a homosexual psychotic, falls in love with. So OpenAI CEO Sam Altman wanted to go with it. Johansson declined Altman's request and threatened to sue when the company went with what she called an eerily similar voice. OpenAI put the new voice on hold. But feminine profiles, feminine profile pictures, particularly ones showing women with flawless skin, lush lips, and wide eyes in revealing outfits, can be another online lure for many men. All too many. Female social media profiles receive an average more than 3 times the views compared to those of males. And this is according to an analysis of more than 40,000 profiles conducted for the AP, the Associated Press, by WkEND, or WkEND, depending on whether you pronounce it in the Hebrew or the English because it's an Israeli tech firm that specializes in bot detection. Now, Siṃhá-pura found female profiles that claim to be younger get the most views. Go fucking figure. According to Siṃhá-pura's report, and here I read therefrom, creating a fake account and presenting it as a woman will help the account gain more reach compared to presenting it as a male. Now, the online influence campaigns mounted by nations, rather empires, like Red China and Russia, have long abused faux females to spread propaganda and disinformatia. These campaigns often exploit people's views of women. Some appear as wise, nurturing grandmothers, dispensing homespun wisdom, while others mimic young, conventionally attractive women eager to talk politics with older men. At that point, you've got to be a fucking idiot to buy into it. It's like the last thing that will ever get you laid is to talk politics with some young bitch. There's no young woman in her right fucking mind is interested in politics, especially those of an old man. Now, last month, researchers at the firm NewsGuard found hundreds of fake accounts, some boasting AI-generated profile pictures were used to criticize President Joe Biden. It happened after some Trump cultists began posting a personal photo with the announcement that they will not be voting for Joe Biden. While many of the posts were authentic, more than 700 came from fake accounts. Most of the profiles claimed to be young women living in swing states like Illinois or Florida. One was named Patriot Gal 480. But many of the accounts used nearly identical language and had profile photos that were AI generated or stolen from other users. And while they couldn't say for sure who was operating the fake accounts, they found dozens with links to empires, including Russia and Red China. X removed the accounts only after NewsGuard contacted the platform. A report from the United Nations proved there's an even more obvious reason why so many fake accounts and chatbots are female. They were created by men. The report, entitled "Are Robots Sexist?", looked at gender disparities in tech industries and concluded that greater diversity in programming and AI development could lead to fewer sexist stereotypes embedded in their products. Imagine, just imagine, people other than a bunch of sexually frustrated, socially retarded, impotent dorks programming your services, and your world would change unrecognizably. But for the present, people tend to see women as warmer, less threatening, and more agreeable than men. I can't argue with that. Men, meanwhile, are often perceived or misperceived to be more competent, though also more likely to be threatening or hostile. And no one can argue with that. Because of this, many people may be, consciously or unconsciously, more willing to engage with a fake account that poses as female. Users also treat bots differently based on their perceived sex. Sylvie Borau, a marketing professores and online researcher in Toulouse, France, whose work has found that internet users prefer female bots and see them as more human than male versions, has found that female chatbots are far more likely to receive sexual harassment than threats than male bots. For programmers eager to make their chatbots as human as possible, this creates a dilemma. If they select a female persona, are they encouraging sexist views about real-life women? Thus, Borau herself concludes, you want to inject some emotion and warmth, and a very easy way to do that is to pick a woman's face and voice. But it's a vicious cycle. Humanizing AI dehumanizes woman. And it's also a gateway to illegal content. One popular creator of AI-generated kids had 80,000 followers across TikTok, Instagram, a number that climbed by the thousands even as I watched. And no, I wasn't there for the fucking kids. I was literally there to see this guy's numbers go up. The account's bio was written in Mandarin Chinese, okay, motherfuckers? I could read it and see right through the motherfucker. And it said, in the Putonghua, the national language, Guoye, woman with chopsticks. It was impossible to determine who was running it, other than that they spoke Chinese, but its most viral posts were viewed nearly 500,000 fucking times, liked more than 10,000 times, saved or shared thousands of times, and drew hundreds of comments. Many of its followers, based on their profile photos, names or handles, bios, and comments, all appeared to be older men. These types of accounts also do more to expose potential offenders because they're emboldened out in the open. As a matter of fact, Nemo, help me out here. Who was the guy we know? Joe Tai?
Yeah.
Joe Tai, anyone? Yes.
Trying to hit on that chick that looked like an underage girl.
Yeah, because it was a photo of an underage girl, even though it was probably being used by the FBI to lure out motherfuckers like Joe Tai.
Yeah.
There you go. Peter Moon has joined us. So, Peter, welcome aboard. So glad to have you. Honestly, I'm exhausted, and this had to do with a lot going on over the past few days, even before Father's Day, having to do with, of course, all that crap going down with Bluehost. Then Father's Day was happy stress, but, you know, coming back, I'm really crashing. So glad to have you with the last hour. Join us and tell us what's on your mind based on what we've been talking about and anything
Did you
else.
You never really got into monologue too much, though. Just barely.
Pretty much, yeah, barely. Just maybe started about 2 hours before the end of the show, so did about an hour of monologue, really. Maybe half an hour, really, now that you look at it. So Tom Wolf says, hey, Doug, much love from England, and welcome back. And with Victoria, Lauren Hobbs has also joined us. And don't be afraid to jump on the call, Victoria. You can actually jump on the call. So don't be afraid to do that. So let's welcome Tom Wolf here. I'm going to give him the elbows. These are, of course, an emoji developed during COVID that shows two elbows touching. And so you missed all the fun the other day, Peter, when I used the two elbows as basically a sexless emoji for a guy who was in the chat. And then he says, what's this? Why are you giving me an emoji of two butts butting against each other? And he was serious. He was dead fucking serious. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. You know, I told him, see a counselor about those intrusive thoughts. But honestly, this is what I deal with. And maybe people just feel uncomfortable because the way I project myself or present myself or comport myself, and they're already kind of worried about just being in the chat in the presence of a cross-dresser, and then they see elbows and they sexualize them. It's bizarre to me, however. So hopefully...
Well, Douglas, this is the bottom line.
Yeah.
With people in general, without even qualifying, your core allied audience or your fringe audience, or the people that are kind of curious. People in general are triggerable.
Yes. And
they're triggerable in politics, but they're particularly triggerable in their sexuality.
Yes.
And this is a big deal. People are very triggerable. This was the research of Preston Nichols. I mean, I didn't need him to tell me that. But,
Hello, Peter. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Nice to talk to you.
Most people are insecure about a lot of aspects of their own personality, especially their sexuality.
Yeah, especially with Japanese anime and manga, like you were talking about Berserk. I mean, Guts and Griffith. I mean, it's basically a bromance right there, and even a romance. And in general, with a lot of anime, there is an aspect of that of cross dressing, and even I remember in Cowboy Bebop there was a transgender character in there also. So
thank you.
That's yeah. So I mean, the Japanese have always been very
progressive
forward into. Yeah. Yes. Of course. Yeah. So
the point is that when they engage, or something, when you're talking to somebody like in the audience or whatever, that Douglas is, perceiving that this guy, it triggered him big time. He just didn't know how to respond. And, this is why people don't belong at sugar daddies.
Thank you. Yeah.
Locale. Even it's like, what do you need? What do you need those buttons pushed for? Yeah. So, that's all. That you're dealing with this human menagerie of people, and this is what humanity is. And you're spinning a negative view of that this world is like the Titanic. It's already hit the iceberg. But I would say that's what I grew up with. It had already hit the iceberg. It just is there's a lot less room on the iceberg or the ship. It's like this Make America Great Again. Well, maybe it wasn't great, but it was a hell of a lot better.
True.
In terms of being able to get a domicile.
Yes, just so people understand.
Is a big deal.
Yeah.
Housing is a big deal.
Yes.
For the younger population.
Yes.
And
yes, it really is.
A family could live off a man's
many are
wage
frustrated
back then.
about that.
Yeah.
What do you say?
And
I said a family could live off a man's wage back then.
Yes,
the father could provide for the whole family. The mother didn't have to work. She could look after the kids.
It's true.
Well, yeah, and then
get America back to that, we would be at least illusory. Solve the problem in an illusory sense, because at what cost? There's so many other factors involved, but nevertheless, it's this campaign to get us back at least to the place where we were wearing clothes. We weren't naked in the streets, so to speak.
Yes.
And this is the big challenge facing America. So the world has always been very crazy, and you can even take it back, at least in Western civilization, to the Roman and even the Greek occupation of Jerusalem. And those are nuggets of trigger points. When you go back into the techelet blue and the overtaking the Herodian, politics. What I didn't understand, Douglas, you were talking about trading chips for beef. What was that? The Chinese trading chips?
Yes, Realtek. Explain it to Peter, please.
I know, but that was just the Chinese. I understood it. I didn't understand who, but the Chinese. It also sounds like they don't have enough chips to trade either.
Yes, quite true. Yes.
Well, in general, no, they got plenty of. No, it wasn't chips. It was
cheap chips. They got
their 5G
okay.
network.
Yeah. Okay. The 5G network infrastructure.
In general, yeah. But I'm saying in general with the beef, it actually is a welcoming for them because they don't actually eat beef all the time because the population is so huge. They eat water buffalo, so I mean that's a big thing for them anyway to be able to have some actual real beef.
Right.
So this is the thing. They're trading chips to Argentina for beef. I mean, they've got a lot of beef.
Or 5G infrastructure is what you're saying.
5G infrastructure. Okay.
Yeah. Quote unquote.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, because it probably is some chips also. So.
Probably exchanging young Chinese girls too.
That too. Because I mean, the boss, the guy in charge who got elected, Esiko, he's Jewish, so might as well be allegedly. And Trump is in love with him anyway, like their bestie. So.
Well, in that case, he'd be trading young Argentinian women for Chinese to marry because they don't have enough girls. That's how that would work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. By the way, my son has transcribed the basics of what I said about Herod the other day. I'm still polishing it. I know that this is my, I don't want to render it too detraconic because that's just going to render it illegible to most people. But definitely want to get it to Peter soon. But wait until Wednesday or next Sunday and I'll have finished polishing it. I can show you what my son transcribed right here. I'm going to do a screen share. So this is what I've titled on the doc as Herodian Insurgency. So basically he started off by transcribing in Judaism, and he does his best to present it in detraconic. Some of these things I actually worked on with him over there on Father's Day at the Estates. He doesn't write like this, but the rest of it is more normally transcribed. It was obviously my son. And so it's legible, but with some of these, the dating system that I use, it's just not uniform. So I just want to get that uniform because otherwise I just consider it unacceptable. I should probably just give it to Peter like this and it'll be infinitely more legible. But
why don't you to me like that? And if he follows it up, that's all the better.
Okay, so I'll send this to you and then we'll follow up. So thank you for that. It's a good thing I showed you now, so that you would convince me to do that. So let's do this, and while I'm doing that, yes, please continue speaking. Peter, continue with where you were at, please.
Well, I just was simply stating that America is. It's like everything in this world is nuanced. It's like make America great again. Well, America's got a lot wrong with it, and it had a lot wrong with it, but then there's a component of it that was comparatively great.
Yes.
In terms of economic opportunity.
Yes.
And it's all about economic opportunity. And this is one of the fascinating things about America. America is built on all of this negative stuff. Mm-hmm. It's built on genocide. Mm-hmm. But this is the interesting thing, is that if you go back to the Native Americans who lived here and lived with the land, with the spirits, lived in harmony, and then there was even the huge amount of pre-Columbian civilization that we really know too little about historically. It's like whatever America did, that colonists did, is they created this manifest destiny. And they created opportunities of experience for hundreds of millions of people that the native civilization never, seemingly, never would have accommodated. Seemingly.
Well, very different worlds, of course. I mean,
different worlds, yes.
Right. The world that was created by the colonists offered opportunities that could not be had in Europe for the population that transferred itself here. Of course, it wasn't necessarily very beneficial to everyone else. I mean, just to...
We can argue about what is the value of a 20th century life or a 21st
Right.
century life.
Right.
We can argue about that. Nevertheless, they are an experience. And you can hear theories that there's so many entities waiting to incarnate just to have the experience of incarnating, because it's kind of like the few times I've been in a hospital or incapacitated, even as a little kid. I had a hernia operation when I was 2. I remember being in the hospital, and there's a lot of loneliness. I didn't remember it that well, but it was so nice when some lady came in to play with you, and just have, just to cheer you up. And then the other kids would be in the room, and then they'd take them away. And I remember the operation, a couple of doctors coming in and talking to each other. I was sitting there getting the operation. And then my parents coming to see me, and then they had to leave. It was kind of like, but the whole experience is you're having you're just sequestered from life, and I feel like, oh God, I wish I could go live again. I wish I could go walk again or whatever. I couldn't walk because I needed to stay in bed for a while.
Right.
I mean, I must have been, I don't know how, it seemed like I was in there for a week. I was probably in there for several days, but they take you in, prep you, do the operation, and then you recuperate it. But, and then even when I had a cast on my leg, I would look at people with great envy of who could walk, because I couldn't walk. I had a cast on. If I did walk, I'd have to have a crutches.
Right.
So that was like being really withdrawn from life. And when you're withdrawn from life, you envy the living. You envy them.
Yes.
That's a fairly limited experience for me, but nevertheless, I never forgot it. So if you look at an entity that comes into a household and sees the kid excited about his Little League game, or the young girl excited about going to the school play or something like this, this could be envied in terms of experience. You forget the value of experience, even going over and like washing fruit. If you weren't able to wash fruit, oh wow, washing fruit, or even working. A person who was unemployed and wants to be employed looks at great envy at people who have a job. So this is like why the rationale between wanting to incarnate and a scarcity of theater or stage to play the game of life, and then how well does one play it. So right now we're living in a environment where the stage is being, like I was talking about the watering hole last night, the stage is being threatened. And this has been going on since I was a kid. You have to, when I grew up, back when America was great, there was the threat of nuclear war.
Right.
And my mom said, oh yeah, well, we'll get it. Because, we're in LA. This is a major target. New York will get it. Washington, D.C. will get it. She told me that these would be targeted for nuclear explosion if there was a war with the Russians. So it was like this constant threat. And I remember Charlie Snyder, who lived down the street, he worked at McDonnell Douglas. He was retired. He was debilitated. Looking back on it, he was probably somebody who worked on all sorts of black projects. And his family was just derelict. The kids would write on the walls. You go into their house and they just have crayons on the walls because there was no discipline in the house.
Right. So sad.
And yeah, and it was, we were encouraged not to. And they moved. I remember my neighbor used his pickup truck to move them from a house that was about a mile away, that was just on a main street. In fact, I even remember it was Paramount Boulevard, and it was up the street from the Little League, and so we all kind of pitched in and helped them move. I was just a kid, and carried stuff and moved to this house that was more affordable, and then they moved up to Grass Valley, I heard. They moved up to Grass Valley. Why did they move to Grass Valley, which is up near Sacramento north? It's a very beautiful place, which I've never been to. Because he was afraid of atomic warfare. That's how much atomic... Now, that didn't cause anybody else in the neighborhood to move, but he'd worked in black projects.
Right.
I assume.
Jesus.
You know, and he was scared. And that's how, you know, much fear that, you know, and we'd huddle under the desks in case the Japanese were bombing. You know, we had air raid drills, we had fire drills,
right.
We had air raid drills. We'd huddle under the desk in case Japanese airplanes would be yes. You know, this is 1959, 1960.
Yeah.
1960. I think by 1960, I don't remember doing it in 1962 when the Cuban Missile Crisis. Then we had the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Right.
That's kind of when it stopped. I don't remember doing it in the fourth grade. Definitely the third grade. And you know, you'd hear these air raid sirens go off in the school, like, you know, and let's all hide. And so fear, you know, the dissolution of the world has always been a factor. And if you go back into the history of Millennium Madness, they're always waiting for the world to end. And I balanced that when I first heard of my friend telling me of this, you know, Jehovah's Witnesses, you know, going up on a mountain and giving away their TV set to wait for the world to end. They go up on a mountain and wait for the world to end.
Oh my God.
And then it doesn't end, you know, and they can't watch TV anymore.
Disgusting. Yes.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's just what one of my friends told me on the way to school, you know, talking about, you know, the, you know, and there was probably some based on some truth.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And then my friend, who very, very dear friend, very psychic friend, who thought the world was going to end because this trans-channel, or this channeler Yokar, who had attended psychotronics, he was, I considered him a very problematic character, but he had quite a following, and he got big money out of them. And
Jesus.
He had a lot of contempt for his followers. They didn't know that. I learned that.
What a disgusting individual. Go on.
But actually very talented. And my friend liked him because he could talk to him on a level that nobody else could. I don't know how he did it. I mean, you know, and it was like, it's almost like the entity is playing, you know, the entity is there, and it's like, it's powerful. This guy's in touch with it. It was more, I wanted nothing to do with him because there was a dishonesty in the entity.
Of course.
But it wasn't that the entity couldn't see things. The entity could see things.
Yes.
But anyway, he told his group that, you know, there was going to be this big tidal wave. And my friend went to a mountain in New Jersey.
Oh, God.
And he's really sharp. You would actually have enjoyed him.
Okay.
You might have freaked him out. He's so sensitive.
No doubt. God.
He would have been shocked to have heard this, and he would have accepted it.
Okay.
But I would constantly surprise him, and he was uncomfortable with me because of, you know, what I bring up. You know, he's expecting me to just be like everybody else, I guess, you know. But and his family went with him, not because they believed in it, but they were just being supportive to him.
Jesus.
They were supporting him, you know, because they loved him. And then it didn't happen. And he was kind of shocked and surprised. It's cancer, very sensitive. And then Yokar comes out and tells his following, this was a test. It was boot camp to get you ready.
Oh, God.
And, you know, they more or less accepted that.
Of course.
Now, there is an argument to be made for being ready for the end of the world. However, this, you know, it's like the point of it is, and this is just one example of somebody who was actually an incredibly insightful and intelligent individual in many respects. You he clued me into some things which were very valuable on a personal level that I would not have known, just with his psychic perception. Nevertheless, nobody's perfect, and people always have this bent in perception of the impending disaster, the impending leveling of the world, and it's not a good mindset. It's not a good mindset. Now, what we have right now is encroachment in society, and the encroachment is, when you have to pay, $10 for something instead of $2, or whatever it is. This inflation, which has become very. It seems like I feel inflation more in the last 6 weeks, 2 months than I did when it started, when it was so bad.
Wow.
It seems much more outrageous, egregious, and intimidating. Just, not. And then for some people, it's a lot worse than it is for me, because it's basically absorbable. Like if I had to pay $10, well, actually, if you go buy laundry detergent, it will cost $10. It's cheap, laundry detergent. The way to buy laundry detergent is to get these eco pads you buy on the internet. They're very cheap. It's about 5 cents a wash.
Whoa.
You just put them in. And I learned about these when I travel, to Romania. So it's like you bring a bunch of sheets with you and you throw them in the washing machine, or you throw them in the water you're washing with, and they wash your clothes, and they do it eco-friendly.
Wow.
So when you
the Tide Pods.
Pardon?
He said Tide Pods. I'm sure you're being facetious, right?
I didn't even understand what that was.
Tide Pods were like, they're like what you throw into the wash. That is like this incredible. You'd have to look them up. They're like these things that you throw into the wash that are like a little detergent bomb, and they explode in the wash. And the reason he brings them up is because they are intrinsically morbidly funny, because for a while there, there's this all over the internet or cell phones, kids were getting the Tide Pod challenge, where they were told, swallow the Tide Pod, and a bunch of fucking stupid kids would swallow these detergent bombs, and of course get deathly sick. It's finally got to the point where they had some pro Major League Baseball player stand up, and they paid him to get on a commercial to say, don't swallow these Tide Pods, kids. And it's like, but I'm not quite sure how many people took him as an authoritative figure where they listened to him, because kids these days, what would they look on as somebody that they listen to? I mean, the archetypal, lantern-jawed, white, male, athletic persona is not necessarily what kids are looking at anymore as someone that they listen to.
Plus it's you don't have like 3 networks that'll get across to everybody either.
Yes, it's absolutely true.
It's good luck.
Especially with social media and the internet.
Yeah.
But to get back to this is the way you can save money on doing your wash and also be eco-friendly. If you go to Target or the grocery store and you buy these big plastic things, not only the plastic from the container of Tide or whatever it is got its own problems. The detergent itself is bad, and I've learned that. See, one time I've tried to grow a garden in my backyard, and I couldn't do it. And the first time I tried to grow it, many, many years ago, the carrot came out like one of the carrots. It was only one carrot that came out like mutated. It looked like it had been an atomic experiment.
Oh my God! Why? Why was this happening?
I just found out. And then I tried to grow a garden on the side of the house where it would get water and all this stuff, and it was very funny. At the end of the harvest, I came up and I gave this squash to Paul. I said, "Here's the harvest." It was one squash that had grown. It was, "Here's the harvest," because she was not interested in the garden. She just wasn't interested, and but I tried and I failed. Now I have only learned why I failed, because the detergent has, the leakage from the detergent has gotten into the ground. From the detergent,
jeez. Oh my God.
Into the, water system has leaked into the ground, and it's ruined the ground. So what you do if you want to grow a garden is you do it in a box. You do it in a box, and then maybe you can just completely transform your soil, when it gets bigger. My neighbor has a green thumb. He just grows. And I haven't talked this over with him, but he's using boxes and stuff. He uses boxes, puts in plants, and does this. But the ground itself, because I grew stuff in Southern California as a kid. We grow carrots, we grow cantaloupe, watermelons. It was just like, oh wow! It was like, it's easy to grow stuff, but not on Long Island. So you use the right soil, and so anyway, the environment is
toxic.
Well, this is the challenge of the platform that we live in. And of course, when I get my colonic, I go get a foot bath, which detoxes you from the environment, because you metals coming out of there. The thing smells like metal.
Jesus.
That's coming out. She said, look at these little flakes of metal coming out of your body.
Jesus.
And this is from just the element of living in the world. That we're absorbing all sorts of toxicity. This is why Qigong, every exhale is a detoxation. It's a detox. Every inhale is bringing in energy. Yeah. So you want to breathe in, you want to breathe out. So detoxification is a regulatory process. What were you going to say?
Just regarding the inflation. Just a couple of things I want to say about that. So in the Bible, Revelation 6:6, a ration of wheat costs a day's pay, and 3 rations of barley will cost a day's pay, basically. Hyperinflation. But Trump, he wanted negative interest rates. He wanted to fire Jerome Powell, which you just can't. You can't do that.
You're not very clear.
He wanted negative interest rates.
Yeah, I heard that.
And he got that.
What?
Fire Jerome Powell. Just
he wanted to do that.
Right.
Yes. He's talking right now about if he becomes president, he wants to become the head of the Federal Reserve, where he can lower or raise interest rates. The guy's nuts, man.
Economically,
I will tell you something about Donald Trump. I don't know I haven't even considered what negative interest rates would do. It would cost people to spend.
We are living that right now, because we had negative interest rates. The Federal Reserve printed 2 times more than the money supply.
Wait,
in 2020, 2021.
That's just wait, 2 times more than the money supply. What? That's just nonsensical.
That's what they did.
No.
That's
you know
exactly
why?
what they did.
No, this is the thing. The Congress, per the Constitution, can coin money. There is no such thing as a national debt. That's all a charade.
Thank you. Very important.
It's a big scam.
Yes.
And the Congress can print money, and the Federal Reserve can print money, and they can print a lot of it. And all of this saying, we owe this, we owe that, is all, nobody can.
Well, they printed with a computer, they say, instead, because everything was shut down during the pandemic. So.
Well, they're blaming the pandemic, but what caused inflation was not the pandemic, not shooting all this money into people's bank accounts. What caused inflation is the increase of fuel prices, which makes UPS and FedEx have to pay a hell of a lot more to ship it. And I see this in shipping books, because that's what I do.
Yes.
And I see it in shipping costs. When I order stuff, the shipping costs shoot way up and then inflate. The people have to pay more to ship the stuff, to get it, and to get it to receive it, and to get it to their customer. I see it with the books I print. The shipping costs go way up. So it's like
oil did go down to -50 during the pandemic, though, because there was nothing was opened.
But the cost of shipping, UPS
They go up. You're right. Yes.
Yeah,
right.
it's like what does it matter?
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it did. It was so hard. It was so hard to get basic things like toiletry from Amazon. I wait like 2 weeks sometimes.
Yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
But the war in Ukraine, that definitely has made it.
Real Tech, are you in the New York area?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
he's in the city.
Yeah, I don't remember things taking a long time. I remember toilet paper was scarce for a long time.
Yes.
But general things I don't remember.
No, just food, groceries. No. I would have some people deliver it most of the time, but my wife
Americans need to invest in a Japanese toilet.
Yes, thank you. That would be nice.
Yes, I absolutely agree about that.
We need to definitely.
Every home should have that by now.
Yeah, thank you. Every civilized home, yes. But just to reinforce what Peter was saying, so that people understand what it was like when somebody uses the term "Make America Great Again," and we think of that in its most benevolent sense. And again,
I think people think of it as a fascist statement.
Yes, I know they do. But if we think of it in its most benevolent sense, as opposed to, say, for instance, there's no point in contrasting with what the Native Americans had as a civilization in pre-Columbian days, because it's just such a different world. It's just a different universe. There's no comparison. It's apples and oranges. But certainly in terms of the what the colonists ultimately developed in terms of the North American continent, when the economy was at its best, really was during the Vietnam War era, which was shortly after our man Peter Moon had come of age. And you were in a situation that because of the Vietnam War, the American economy was booming. It really had the best of all worlds, because at that point, America was still producing. American cars were still selling worldwide, to the point where the car makers were acquiescing to union demands, even though union demands were ultimately beyond all reason and ultimately killed the American automobile industry. So certainly I can understand the need for unions. And by the way, before I forget,
overcompensation.
Yeah.
Overcompensation.
Yeah. And by the way, before I forget, our friend Brandon Young's tutor, the man who actually personally tutored him at some point in his childhood, Noam Chomsky, is almost certainly dying. He's no longer appearing in public and says it's for medical reasons. I mean, well, the fucker's like 98 or something like that. So
yeah, he looks very old. He's definitely deteriorated.
Yeah, I think he's on the way out. I think that's safe to presume. But such being said, Noam Chomsky, of course, had a completely communist perspective. Just so people know, Noam Chomsky is an ideological fucking communist. He should not be missed once he's gone. And as far as I'm concerned,
he was talking about having people lose their jobs and being thrown in jail and taking the vaccine. Ridiculous.
Whatever he says, I think should be ignored. Yeah, but Noam Chomsky,
piece of shit.
Yes, thank you.
Correct,
Yes, thank you. He was trying to compare corporations to the ultimate fascist organization, saying that corporations are the ultimate form of fascist social organization, which of course is completely false. And just so people understand it, in a capitalist state like we have, the corporations control the government because they lobby it, and therefore it's the corporations who ultimately run your government to a great degree. In fascist society, it's the government that controls the corporations. It's the total opposite of what this motherfucker said. So he's just a communist propagandist and always was. He's just another Bernie Sanders. But having been said, my point was that during the time of the Vietnam War, when America was considered very fascist because it was waging an imperial war in Vietnam, this is when people could really have the most opportunity of all. We were still producing, the cars were still selling, and America was producing its own weapons, its own tanks, its own helicopters. America was producing everything. And because the troops in Vietnam, with over 1 million of them at the height of the conflict, needing all of the luxuries that Americans are accustomed to, such as refrigerators. For those of you who don't know, in Vietnam and much of Asia, they drink room temperature beer. And, of course, this is intolerable to Americans. Americans cannot suffer room temperature beer. They have to have it cold.
It's better for you. It's better for you.
Thank you. Thank you. What Americans need are refrigerators. And so they had to import literally a million refrigerators. And this was like to keep the American war machine going. And so in the rear with the gear and the beer were all these refrigerators that the Americans ultimately abandoned when they retreated. But just to give people an idea of what was being manufactured, this was an industrial boom. I mean, America was producing everything. People thought that this would go on forever and that America would become an interstellar power. I mean, if you look at the futurist documents, which I, of course, was addicted to growing up, and I always have had one foot in the future, as they themselves would put it, the futurists. And I was very attracted to the futurist movement, the Alvin Toffler and all the rest who produced Future Shock. These were, of course, documentaries I watched as a child that were profoundly impacting on my psyche. That's why I wanted to work in a think tank. But just so people understand, in those days, you could literally be working in one place that produced refrigerators and just quit, walk out and go across the street and get a job immediately in another place that was producing cars. I mean, the economy was booming. You could do that. The only people who might be at a disadvantage were draft age young men. And in which case you dealt with it either by, just beating them to the punch and signing up for the military. Because you could volunteer, if anybody had any iota of fucking brains and you wanted to avoid combat, why stick around and wait for the goddamn draft? You could just join the Navy, which was very unlikely for you to see combat in Vietnam. Or the Air Force, a good example. It's the Marines and the Army where you had a much greater chance of being exposed to combat, and half the time that was unlikely because you'd probably wind up in logistics and wind up somewhere else, anywhere in the world, perhaps even Hawaii. So I don't understand why most men didn't just fucking beat the draft to the punch and just sign up and at least voluntarily try and choose.
It was a common strategy.
Okay, it was common enough.
The strategy you are faced with is you could, accept the draft, apply for conscientious objector status, which would usually be denied and meant that when you went in the army, they'd sent you to the front lines as cannon fodder.
Yes, that's right. As like a punishment. Yes, it's true.
Or you could go to Canada, escape to Canada. Mm-hmm. My father actually asked me about that. Mm-hmm. He was a World War II vet.
Right.
He suggested I might want to go to Canada.
Interesting.
I dismissed it. I was not going to Canada.
Right.
I didn't like Canada even before I knew I shouldn't like Canada. It wasn't my home. I mean, Canada's pretty. I mean, I like Canada to be there, but I wouldn't want to live there. And then the fourth option was to join ROTC. Mm-hmm. Reserve Officer Training Corps,
right?
Or enlist yourself. One of my best friends, he went into the Navy,
right?
And I remember hearing, because by this time I was in the Sea Org, and I heard that he came back and was telling how, I think he was over in Asia, mm-hmm. and he said, the Navy blew up one of its own ships. They fired on their own ship and sunk it.
No, this is true. Yeah, no, this
is par for the course.
But by the way, just out of curiosity, were you able to see that dramatized scene of the school shooting with the recorder that I sent you a link to? I said this also bears commentary. I'd like to, remind me.
When did you send it? I didn't.
Kent University.
When did you send it, Douglas?
It was. Let's take a look in the message box.
I didn't get any messages from you over the weekend.
You didn't? That's so strange.
Not that I've looked.
Yeah, I was.
Sent them on Skype.
I was in a. Sorry.
Oh no! Just to close what I was saying with Peter, Real Tech, we do want to hear what you have to say. So I sent these on Saturday at 2:30 a.m. So these were links sent to you on Saturday at 2:30 a.m. in your private messages in Skype.
Skype or
Skype.
email?
It was Skype. It was Skype.
Okay, then I haven't looked at it.
Yeah, I just sent you the email with the Herodian insurgency thing, so hopefully you've gotten that. And so Realtek, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was saying that I was in Junior ROTC Air Force.
Oh, okay. So tell us about this. Oh. Yeah.
Well, basically, just basically was indoctrination indoctrination to join the military, of course.
Yeah.
But I never could and I never wanted because I've asked I didn't want to get a dishonorable discharge for that. So I just didn't want to do it because of that. But the master sergeant, he was in Vietnam. And he was on the USS Galveston. He was in the Marines. And the closest thing that he came to combat was just a missile flying by the ship. But he definitely was very lucky for that. But the ship was just dismantled later on, of course. Unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
It was a good time. It was a good time, but it was.
Why did they? Not that I'm complaining. I'm just curious. It's obvious that there's plenty of times when it comes to ROTC, they really don't give a shit. but I'm just wondering. So, what was their excuse for letting you in the ROTC when you had asthma? I mean, obviously, you wouldn't qualify to enter the military, so why allow you in the ROTC at all? Did they not know about the asthma, or they just didn't care? Just curious.
They know about it. I mean, this is a long time ago. This is
okay. Yeah.
Let me tell you something about the environment on campuses back then.
Yeah.
If the ROTC was like a minor,
yeah.
they were looked at almost as if they were skinheads. They weren't looked at as skinheads, but in other words, they were such a small faction, and people would have just considered them an absolute joke.
Yes.
And so they would have been unto themselves. And they probably wouldn't have been hard pressed to do too much that was too outrageous.
Right.
It wasn't like hard. And then in the 80s when they started, positioning military as Knights Templar.
Yes. Good point.
It's like
we're
kick ass. We're kick ass like Rambo.
Yes.
That didn't exist. That mentality didn't exist.
Yes.
At least it wasn't promoted. There might have been some, and I think it could attract a very crazy serial killer type person.
Yes.
Not exclusively.
Oh, but by the way, the dude, remember the Song of Freedom that I was telling you about? That all that shit.
That fucking piece of shit movie.
Yeah, do you remember what we're talking about, Peter? The Sound of Freedom, or the Song of Freedom. It was this human child trafficking. They had the big.
I do remember it.
Yeah.
I do remember you talking about it, and it captures people's attention, and they think that this is like really a good thing, and they're like, we should do something about this, and they don't understand it's all, it's all a ploy.
Yes, thank you.
Misdirection. This is what somebody's looking and they see this. Oh, somebody's exposing this. Oh, good. They have no idea. But this is par for the course, and media has always been like this.
Yeah, so
they made a lot of money. I'm surprised they didn't make $1 billion. The way just why not like
the whole campaign behind it, of course, and people eat that shit up. But what I was explaining, and I'll just go over it very briefly. I was explaining to both Realtek and Nemo, who have both heard this before. So it's really for our new listeners, but I was explaining to them about how Mike Hemmingson was trying to start that flame war between Aquino and I, and one of the ways that he was confronting me on my own show was, what did you do as a mercenary in Nicaragua? And I had to explain to him, I didn't do anything as a mercenary in Nicaragua. I was going down there with a girl to meet her parents because we were considering getting married. And I was explaining the fact that a lot of these Nicaraguan parents, when they saw me eyeballing their daughters, because the daughters develop real young down there, it's the heat or something, but they would present their daughters to me and say, please, you like her? Take her, marry her, take her to the United States. She's going to be raped in days. Gang rape by whichever comes in, the death squads or the communists. Whoever comes in next, she's going to be impregnated by a group of strangers, and her future is just dark. So their hope was to get me to marry their daughter and just take off with her. And like I said, the confrontations in this regard were so tragic, because even if I decided to do something like that, how would I get the girl out of the country? First off, she's underage by American legal standards. You'd have to pay a captain to turn pirate, because you'd be committing what's considered by international law an abduction if you were to try and take her out by boat. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck with migrating through several Central American countries and fucking Mexico. And then trying to get through the border patrol at the border into the United States. I mean, it is a nightmare. And I'm saying, if I would have that trouble just trying to figure out how to get a young girl out of Nicaragua, how is this motherfucker named Tim Ballard rescuing thousands of kids, traveling all over the world? Where is he taking them from? Where is he taking them to? How is he not accused of mass abduction? It's a terror. It's just, how could anyone even believe his story? Especially since he was married to a woman with 6 children. And if you're a wife trying to raise 6 kids and the husband's going all over the world rescuing other people's fucking kids, how is he supposed to act as a father to the kids he's producing?
I will tell you, it's the same reason the parents in Nicaragua would want you to do this. They don't think that far out of their own situation. They don't know anything about immigration.
Yeah.
You know, they don't think that far. And the audience doesn't think that far. Most, you know, and it's different now, but I mean, I don't know what percentage of people even have a passport or know that you need a passport.
Thank you.
Unless you actually use it. Like, you know, like what's a visa? What's a passport? Yeah. You know, so it's like in a lot of countries you can't travel. And we had this, you know, trying to get people to Atlanticron in Romania from India. Yeah. They couldn't get visas to come.
Thank you.
Into the country.
Thank you.
In Romania, you can have a passport and they just let you in. An American passport, you can stay there for 6 months.
Yeah. Wow.
But, you know, that's Americans have X amount of courtesy. If you have a Swiss passport, you can pretty much get in anywhere.
Yes, that's true. This is true.
So there's a lot of, like, you know, rules and laws in the world that a lot of people are just oblivious of.
Thank you.
Yeah, when I went to Georgia, I was being told my American passport, I could stay there for 10 years.
Holy shit. That's the country of Georgia he's talking about.
I understand.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
And
interesting.
And by the way, just so Peter knows, so this Tim Ballard motherfucker, the guy who's built like an NFL linebacker who was making this Sound of Freedom bullshit, who ultimately had to disaffiliate himself because it turned out it was funded by a bunch of pedophiles. He got sued by no less than 5 women who basically he's now being prosecuted for sexual assault and battery. So it turns out he's a serial rapist.
And you don't hear that, you don't see this being exposed by the news media.
Thank you.
You don't even see it being exposed by the likes of Tucker Carlson.
Thank you.
You know, or these people that do their own podcasts. So it's like this, or I don't know, Joe Rogan. You know, I don't know. And Joe Rogan had a whole interview with Graham Hancock.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, of course he would interview Graham Hancock. I mean, I'm just disgusted when I see that fucker's face. Anyhow, I best not talk about it.
The movie made $250 million worldwide, so my mistake. But still, it was a big blunder on Disney in general.
Yeah,
because they sold it off.
It made more.
You gotta say what you're talking about. Real Tech. You gotta qualify what you're talking about. You're just talking in your own head.
Yes.
Tell us what you're saying.
So in other words,
Disney.
Right. Yeah. So what? No. In other words, Real Tech. What Peter is saying is the problem is that you assume that people have heard what you and I have said before. In other words, you can pick up the same thread of thought, but you've got to remember Peter and many other people may not have been listening. So each time that you bring the subject up again, rather than assuming that people can pick up the thread of thought that you can maintain, you've got to assume that you got to give that qualification of I'm just going back to talking about this subject when I say this, but just so Peter knows, what Realtek is referencing is the fact that the movie titled The Sound of Freedom made far more money than it should have, which was some $250 million. He was under the impression it had made a lot more, but either way, now that having been qualified, then Realtek
I thought you were saying Joe Rogan made $250 million and they sold Joe Rogan off to Disney. So just so you understand, that's what I meant.
which also, you could see how somebody could get that impression. So you've got to,
I didn't know that was true. That's why I'm asking for clarification. But anyway, we're getting it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah. So please, Realtek. Any other details to add to that? What you said?
Well, Disney. Disney bought the film.
It was going to be part of Disney, but they sold it off to another company because it was about 5-something years in limbo because of the merger with 20th Century Fox.
Why would Disney? Not that I'm disbelieving you in any way, but I'm just wondering what would be the reason. Why would Disney want that?
It was under whatever they were buying with them, and with 20th Century Fox.
Oh, so it was originally 20. Okay, I get it. Okay, so what happened was it was originally produced by 20th Century Fox, and then what happened was Disney was trying to buy up 20th Century Fox, and this would have been part of all that property, right? Is that
with Hulu? Probably with Hulu, I think it probably.
Okay, that makes sense.
They still need to. Yeah, because they still need to pay $12.5 billion with the merger deal with Hulu.
Okay.
So the piper's cutting for them with that. It's a big problem with them. They just it's a long
that's
it's really
funny.
is with that.
So Nemo,
yeah, it is.
This brings more questions. It was Fox, 21st Century Fox that produced The Sound of Freedom.
Originally, okay, yeah. It was financed, of course, sponsored.
It was a $14 or $20 million budget. So very tiny budget.
How much?
$14 million, something like that, or $16 million.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's all a giant ruse.
Thank you. It's all bullshit.
I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah.
I couldn't stand watching it. It was just so boring to me.
I didn't see it, so I'm just saying from everything I'm hearing, it's just complete misdirection. The guy who does it, just like that guy one of the guys who did The Secret, was responsible for the death of somebody in a sweat lodge.
Yes.
It's like these guys are just fools who don't know what they're doing.
Thank you. Kind of like
Angel Studios.
Yeah,
that's the one.
So, Nemo, can you tell us about this Angel Studios, this deal?
Oh, that's just when I looked up who owns the rights to the film, that's what came up. Angel Studios acquired worldwide distribution rights for Sound of Freedom.
Right. Okay.
So they own now.
Okay, well, hopefully it goes nowhere from this point forward with all the scandal behind it.
It's just a blatant propaganda film that catered to the right-wing Q-tards because like the QAnon cults, they're just so obsessed about, because they're all right-wing too. Oh, we're saving children and stopping child trafficking and all that.
Question, is this stuff about this guy being an assaulter of women, a sex offender, is this on the internet?
Yeah, you can find, what was his name?
Tim Ballard.
Tim Ballard, yeah, you can look that up and verify it. But there was also cases of investors of the film being developed or other people affiliated with developing the film. They got busted for having, I think they were involved with this child abuse or child trafficking, shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, actual pedos.
People involved in that film, they're full-on child predators. It's full-on hypocrisy.
Yes, it's like, so it's just cover for their own activities to claim that this guy is going around saving kids. He's probably going around trafficking him. Yeah, that's
the irony.
Or it's some sort of weird damage control or something.
Yeah, it just absolutely bizarre.
And also, like I mentioned earlier too, but there was a whole huge social media campaign saying that people were not allowed to watch the movie in AMC theaters or any movie theaters there was. There was sound alarms going off, all this BS. It's just a bunch of lies.
So in other words, what Realtek is describing is that there was a campaign trying to claim that this movie was being suppressed because that makes people feel obligated to watch it. So the whole thing had this whole like internet campaign going for it that's being suppressed. And I brought up films where this sort of thing really does happen. And they're not films like this that get suppressed. So when it comes to all of this, of course, just brought that up there as one example of stupidity, but mass stupidity. But when it comes to Aristides waking up, or maybe he's turning his camera on in his sleep, so hopefully we don't get a peek. Hopefully we don't get a peek of something he never intended us to see.
Peekaboo.
Yes, that's right. But when it comes to back to what we were saying earlier about America at a quote unquote greater time, as was pointed out by Nemo, you could have a single man move into a major city after World War II, basically, marry some woman, have a few kids, get a job, and ultimately move into the suburbs, with buying 2 cars, all of this all on a single man salary. And as time progressed, it just became more and more unable, the single man salary, to keep up with what we considered the American dream. So if we were to take Make America Great Again in its most benevolent sense to somehow fixing the economy, what we need to do is render the economy such that we've got production going again at such a scale that people can just get jobs the way they used to, and that these jobs are paying enough where men can support a family and the woman can stay home to raise the kids if they want to do that, if that's how how they decide that their family dynamic will work. And again, quote unquote, live the American dream. Modified, of course, by what we know now about the damage done by cars and suburbia and the need to travel everywhere by car and the damage it does to the environment, therefore modifying what people consider the American dream. So we need to modify what people consider the American dream as being far more anti-automotive. And so maybe it's a good thing that our automotive industries are dying, replacing it with something else. But
just need engines that run on water.
Yeah.
There's a lot of inventors that came up with that.
And that may or may not be true. It might be true. I mean, certainly.
I've heard that. That goes back
forever.
I was talking about Howard Metz.
Yeah.
From the Psychotronics. He said that his brother had seen a car,
a water car, right?
Mexico had a car that ran on water. This went back, I think, into the 80s, or maybe even
earlier. People would often make they would even name names, that there was some inventor had a hydro car running on water, and then they disappeared him or paid him
Stan
off.
Myers. Oh, that's a different guy you mentioned. Okay. But yeah, Stan Myers.
There's a couple of guys like that.
Yeah, several guys.
Public about it. Yeah.
Right. So, whether this is true or not, which I don't know, but I certainly don't disbelieve it. But
he's showing the vehicle he made himself running on the water engine.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can see videos of it driving down the road.
Okay. Yeah.
It works.
I mean, obviously, certain questions might be raised, but I'll take what you're saying, at face value.
Well, we got visited by a colonel from the fucking Pentagon to come and investigate what he was working on, and not long after that, he fucking dies from food poisoning at a restaurant, saying, "Oh, they poisoned me."
Well, there you go.
Yes. I wonder who that colonel was. They didn't give a name. They just said a colonel from the Pentagon.
Yeah, Aquino.
Yeah, there you go. That's the first thing that came to my mind. It's hideously funny.
Did he work in the Pentagon or for the people in there?
Well, obviously, ultimately, anybody in the military works for the Pentagon. Ultimately, yeah. No worries. You know, no need to trip off that. Your average person, of course, is not going to know the chain of command in the U.S. military. But just so people know, yeah, theoretically, the entire military works for the Pentagon because theoretically the U.S. military branches ultimately are under civilian control. Theoretically. We all know functionally it's the opposite way around, but theoretically that's how it's supposed to work. But when it comes to, it's hideously funny to imagine Aquino because that's the first thing that comes to mind. The other thing to point out, like I said about reinventing the economy, is what other aspects come to my mind? Well, I mean, we can bring this up as the future comes along and come up with ideas for the economy so that, again, various politicians can steal them from this program.
Well, I notice about the draft. I have noticed them promoting the reinstitution of the draft, and I said, boy, somebody's listening to Douglas.
Thank you.
I did see that, thought about it, said, oh. Sounds like exactly what's going on.
They're currently doing that in Russia and Ukraine, aren't they? But they're also drafting women.
Yeah, well, that makes sense, as I said. And as I've suggested, we also
And they don't like them. Yeah. Like the women are horrified. You see videos of them.
Yeah, but
breaking down.
Well, they're not being drafted to the front lines in either case. They're simply being drafted to serve in logistics. First off, I don't understand why the woman would be upset because they can stay at home and get killed by missiles that are raining down on them anyway. So what the fuck would be the risk of, going into logistical support? It's obviously they're going to do their best to protect the woman in logistical support because they want to keep the logistics running, right? So it's God, it just strikes me as probably Russian propaganda if they show women breaking down, saying, "Look, the Ukrainians are drafting women. Look, they're all breaking down." It's just crap to me.
Douglas, I want to point something out.
Yeah.
Existentially.
Yes.
With regards to Trump.
Yeah.
Is that it seems that his popularity is increasing.
He's 1% above Biden, so yes, he's ahead of Biden still after what happened.
It depends where you listen and how you listen, but he's gaining traction in places like Detroit, in places in these blue states. He's gaining traction.
Yeah, and he's gaining traction also with blacks and Latinos. Yes.
Yeah, because he's talking to them. Much like Hitler talked to the population, he's talking to the population.
Yes.
He's talking to where they live, which Biden is completely disconnected.
Yes.
But this is my point. The point is, this guy has been convicted in a court of law. He's been humiliated with these affairs. He's been relentlessly attacked like no other politician that I can recall. Now, and survived, because like Gary Hart got exposed for the Donna Rice affair by the press, and he was cooked. John Edwards was cooked by his, marital infidelities.
Yeah, no, all this is true. Yeah.
The thing is, it's not whether Trump is guilty or not. He has been found guilty. He's been exposed, and he's even been fined almost $500 million.
Mm-hmm.
And he's lost these settlements. And he's like the Energizer Bunny. He keeps going. That alone is that's not a comment supporting him or attacking him. It's just a fact that we live in a world where a conviction doesn't mean what it used to be.
No.
Oh yeah, convicted, and it applies to the other side. Like Biden, and then even the stuff that Biden's guilty of that they show. They show the checks that there's no enforcement. So in other words, it's kind of like this lawlessness that we see with, somebody goes and commits a crime in New York City and they're just let off.
Mm-hmm.
this is what happens with it's just a real weird existential change in the dynamics of our world that it's never been this egregious and outrageous. Now, we can of course argue that the convictions are politically motivated, but certainly the efforts to convict common criminals is just, they just let them go because they don't want to be bothered with them.
Yes. By the way, before I forget, we're coming, we still got a few minutes left, but we're not even 11:45 yet into the amount of time, so we've got theoretically about 15 minutes. And because, we always want to end about 5 minutes before the 12-hour limit because a lot of it otherwise doesn't upload. But, the last few moments always seem to get cut off, or in general, they can get cut off. So we want to give at least 5 minutes before the 12-hour limit to end live stream. But before I forget, I think Peter already knows what my son observed about the what was uploaded or downloaded into my website. But it begs the question with what they had obviously planned, which is that they downloaded these security surveillance systems that would be alerted as soon as the porn uploaded. The porn was programmed to upload on Father's Day, at which point the United States federal government, along with 3 foreign nations, would have been alerted by these surveillance systems that all of this pedophilia porn had uploaded onto the Douglas Dietrich website on Father's Day. This obviously was something that could so easily have happened had they not moved up their date to charge me and then had all this weird shit in their system which said, oh, we moved up the date to charge you because it's been tabulated or recalculated that you joined a month earlier than we thought you did, etc., several years ago. Obviously, this was the Dietrich Artel Act. These people communicating this conspiracy with each other online, all their communications were read by the Dietrich Artel Act, which, as Peter Moon has said consistently, have faith in the Artel Act. The Artel Act obviously responded by also infiltrating the system of Bluehost and just moving the billing date up, which caused everything that forced me to pay attention to this, which forced them to pay attention to their own system, which resulted in the preemption of this happening, of the conspiracy realizing itself. So just sharing that with Peter, and
it's nice to hear that the Artel Act played a role, but I also think you might be misestimating the reason the alarm went off was so that they could watch the porno.
Yeah.
Doesn't like porno.
Yeah. Your point well taken. Which where was it that they're messing with the porno? Texas? Is it Real Tech that they're the fuckers are gonna? They eliminated which porn from showing in Texas or something?
Pornhub because of age verification.
Oh my god!
Bunch of bullshit, man. Fucking bastards.
This is what they traffic in. This is what they know. This is what they're comfortable with. This is what they're familiar with, and it's just so lame. Nevertheless, it's good that you escaped this attack on yourself, and it just seems that they're, if they have to resort to this, it's like they feel like they don't have much defense. It sounds like they're desperate.
Thank you. It certainly does. It really does. And I really take heart from that. It's something that needs to be. Let's see. Our man sent an image here, Aristides. Let's take a look at this. What did Aristides send us? Well, certainly I see the Stan Meyer links sent by Nemo, and they're appreciated. And it's definitely something for. I'm looking at the Latinos for Trump. He sent me a picture of that. So basically, and this is a factor. Many blacks and Latinos now relate to Donald Trump because he's a convicted felon. So
I don't think that's why. Well, that's part of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
They've
not been treated. He's not been treated fair by the system, according to that perception. But there's also another aspect to Trump that he deals in a day in and day out basis when he's working with his company with, money exchange, getting this, getting that, getting stuff that works, getting stuff that's cheaper. He's dealing with reality to run his business. How he runs the business, how honest he is, I'm not even speaking about that. He's dealing with realities. People like Joe Biden and many of the people in government, senators, they don't deal with reality. They're like dealing in ivory towers.
No, it's quite true. I mean, these people are so divorced from reality. Go on. It
makes him relatable. He can relate to things that your typical congressman cannot relate to. I mean, I don't think Joe Biden has ever had a real paycheck because he's worked for the government
all his life. No, this is true. What Peter brings up is a fact.
He is right.
Yeah, Donald Trump is visceral, and because Donald Trump is a predatory capitalist, there's this visceral admiration for him as a predatory capitalist. We could make arguments about his failures, but he's nevertheless relatable, as Peter says.
I mean, he was given $1 million from his father, and he went through it right away.
Yeah, that's right. Kind of like Sean David Morton. Somehow stole millions from people and burned right through that shit. And you wonder, what the fuck did you do?
But what he did something that his father couldn't and wouldn't do. He went into Manhattan real estate.
Yes.
Fred Trump made his millions in Brooklyn and
Queens.
Queens. But he told
mostly Brooklyn, but
he told Donald, don't go into Manhattan. You'll be eaten alive. Don't do it. And Donald did. And he succeeded. And the only reason he succeeded was because of Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn was known as the mob's lawyer. And he liked Donald. And of course, Roy Cohn was very close to, Senator McCarthy. He was his prosecutor in the McCarthy hearings. He was also close to Hoover.
And also Robert Moses was just on the way out anyway. So, and he was, they had to be.
Robert Moses was long gone by then, I think. By the time
he was. Yeah. And the city was so dilapidated anyway. So,
it was horrible.
Dilapidated.
Yeah, and they were burning fires like crazy to have insurance for the buildings in the Bronx and all parts of Manhattan anyway. So, I mean, it just was a perfect storm for him to come in and just...
Right. Now, what I brought up earlier was that among Trump's his chief economic advisor was Gary Cohn, Cohn. Was this man related to the other Cohn?
I doubt it, but I don't know.
All right.
I really don't know.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
Okay. Just so people know, this is one of the things...
I don't think Roy Cohn had anything to do with children. I really don't know, though. I never studied it in that much in depth.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna.
I'll look it up.
Oh, understood. We're gonna end live stream in about 4 or 5 minutes. So I do want everyone to say good morning to our listeners. And since Peter's looking something up at the moment, Real Tech, say good morning to our listeners, if you would be so kind.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for listening, and please support Douglas Dietrich. I've been enjoying the show.
Thank you so much. And Nemo, say good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Please support Douglas any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon and send donations towards him via PayPal.
Thank you so much. Aristides.
Good morning, everyone. I see Nemo snuck the PayPal link into the chat, which is usually what I try to do as I'm waking up and fumbling around. But I think my first sip of coffee wisdom here is like they still like Trump because it's like hiring a hitman. It's like, he's not a good dude. It's just that you think he's going to get done the job that you want to get done.
Or hurt the people you want to get hurt. That's also
right.
That's a big factor. Is that people want to see him hurt things and hurt people and break things. And and as I appreciate that that observation, and I do appreciate what Donald Trump did for me in a very real sense. I do want people to understand this. The Communist Chinese were so influential, gaining so much influence in the United States, that they had their own secret police deployed. They have secret Communist Chinese police stations deployed in major American cities where they began policing the Asian American community. And I would be a primary target for their harassment, if not assassination attempts, ultimately. And Trump's severance with Communist China was so sudden and so total, and so opposite of the kowtowing and the bend over and spread your ass cheeks and take it up the ass mentality towards China that Obama and so many preceding presidents have had. And he's rendered that the indelible pattern for the future. We have been maintaining throughout the Biden administration essentially the Trump foreign policy. I do owe him that. So, such being said,
he was right.
Yeah.
Definitely was right to speak up and to fight against that.
Yeah, credit.
And just a couple of years ago, they found out about some Chinese secret police being in Chinatown here in New York City.
Yeah. Yes. And they really do feel that the overseas Chinese are their subjects. They really do take that attitude.
And also the guy that was some asylum seeker that was going back and forth to China. He also was in the police force. Tibetan, ethnically Tibetan.
Ethno-Tibetan, right? An ethnic Tibetan. Thank you. Thank you. So, dear Peter, say good morning to everyone, if you would be so.
All right. Remember to support Douglas. I want to say good night to everybody. Good morning. Remember to support Douglas. DouglasDietrich.com. Upper right-hand corner, yellow button.
Yes. Thank you. And that resonates so much more now if people understand the efforts they went into to take that website down. So, yes. By all means. We're going to end the live stream now. Everybody, please join us on Wednesday. It'll be here before you even know it, practically tomorrow. I myself